I'm Su Yao, and this is my story. The village chief had repeatedly warned everyone in Talu village that no one should stoop to such inhumane acts, yet here it was happening right before me. I saw a man throw a little girl, frail and lifeless, to the ground. He began gathering firewood, planning to gut her and roast her like she was nothing more than a wild animal. My heart pounded as I turned to run back for help, but at that very moment, the girl, who had seemed dead, suddenly opened her eyes. I'm not just an ordinary person. Since childhood, I've had unusual abilities, ones that set me apart and eventually led to the government secretly training me as a special operative. I've been called a weapon of unimaginable power. At 16, I discovered something even more extraordinary, a lotus-shaped birthmark on my wrist that was a gateway to a hidden space. Inside were fertile black soil, still waters, lush mountains, and a magical spring that could heal and nourish. Yet, now in this broken, weak body, I couldn't even summon the strength to use it. Memories from this girl, Xiaoya, began to flood my mind. She lived in the Great Dynasty, a kingdom devastated by a year-long drought. Starvation had driven people to desperate measures. Xiaoya had been beaten to death by her own mother, accused of stealing a piece of black bread her younger brother had eaten, and then blamed her for. And now, this man had taken her body, intending to eat her. The man returned and stopped in his tracks, startled to see Xiaoya sitting up. A cruel smile spread across his face as he muttered something about her being fresh now. He stepped closer, reaching for her, but the village chief's voice boomed, commanding him to stop. The chief, a kind and fair man, had always looked out for Xiaoya. When her mother beat her too harshly, she'd often run to his house, and his wife would care for her. Now, the chief tried to reason with the man, offering him corn to spare her. But the man refused, demanding 2 sacks of grain before he would let her go. The villagers gathered, their voices filled with anger and disgust. One shouted that no matter how desperate times were, eating another human being was monstrous. But the man just laughed bitterly, mocking them and even heaven itself, saying that if heaven truly existed, it wouldn't have let the drought starve so many. I stayed quiet in the background, observing. My heart ached for this poor girl who had been so mistreated, yet she had once risked herself to save another child. And now her body was so weak and fragile that I couldn't even move properly. When the man placed a knife at my throat, I felt an overwhelming frustration. If only I had the strength I once did, I would have used my powers to strike him down without a second thought. But I was helpless. For now, I could only glare at him and hope someone would step in before it was too late. The man refused to let me go. He pressed the knife against my throat and demanded more grain before he'd release me. I stayed calm, even though my weak body couldn't move, and thought about how I'd strike him down if I had my strength. This kind of humiliation was new to me, and I silently promised the original owner of this body, Xiaoya, that I'd avenge her and make those who hurt her pay. The village chief sent his eldest son to fetch some grain, but when the man saw the small bowl of corn, he scoffed and demanded more. The villagers grew angry, ready to fight, but he waved his knife at them, mocking their empty hands. No one dared step forward. One woman, kind and determined, spoke up. She reminded her husband that Xiaoya had saved their son's life once and begged him to offer more grain to rescue her. Her husband hesitated, then relented, returning with a small sack of corn. He offered it to the man, pointing out that Xiaoya was too thin to be worth eating and the grain would last longer. The man haggled for more but eventually accepted. When the woman scooped me into her arms, I felt how light and frail this body was. Her warm gaze held a kind of motherly love I'd never known. She announced to everyone that Xiaoya was now her family, redeemed with their grain, and no one had the right to take her back. The village chief promised to help transfer Xiaoya's household registration to the capital, but Xiaoya's cruel mother, Wang Tsuehua, sneered and denied wanting her back. Meanwhile, others criticized the woman's family for wasting food to save me during such hard times. The woman's mother-in-law even fainted when she heard they'd given away precious grain. There was a heated argument, but in the end, the decision stood. The woman's husband reassured me, promising they'd never let me go hungry, even if it meant eating wild roots and tree bark. I was moved by his kindness, though I knew I had no intention of letting them starve. My hidden space, filled with food, seeds, and supplies, would ensure that we'd survive. For now, I stayed silent, touched by their care and preparing to use my abilities when the time was right. Even as the memory of my previous life and my extraordinary powers lingered, I realized I had a chance here to protect those who saved me and to rebuild a life worth living. As I lay in the arms of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family, the children of the household gathered around, curious about me. Their father, Su Lauda, shooed them away protectively, telling them not to scare me. The grandmother, Su Lautai, sighed and decided that since I was already brought into their family, they would raise me properly, even though times were hard. She had always longed for a daughter, but only had sons and grandsons. While she was happy about having a girl in the family, she worried about the strain it would add to their survival. The family was warm in their own way. Su Lautai reminded the children to protect me as their younger sister, but not everyone was happy. One of the grandsons, Su Mufeng, sneered, calling me an unwanted orphan. His harsh words earned him a scolding and a spanking from his father. Though embarrassed, his mother dismissed it, laughing nervously. Meanwhile, the eldest grandson, Su Muching, was kind and patted my head, telling me to eat well and grow strong. I nodded shyly, unsure how to respond to this affection I had never experienced in my previous life. As the villagers rested and prepared food, the Su family placed me carefully on their bundle of belongings. The warmth of their care made me nervous, but also comforted me. When no one was looking, I discreetly took a few drops of magical water from my hidden space to ease my weak body. One drop accidentally fell onto the dry ground, and before I could stop it, a green shoot sprouted and grew rapidly. Panicking, I hid the plant in my space, but not before a wild pheasant flew down, attracted to the spot. Chaos ensued as Su Lautai grabbed the bird with excitement. A wild pheasant was a rare and precious find in these desperate times. The family cheered, thrilled at the prospect of having meat for a meal. The grandmother, though delighted, reminded everyone to be cautious as other villagers looked on enviously. Su Lauda, plucking the pheasant, praised me, saying I must be a lucky charm for bringing them such fortune. The family's affection and joy felt strange yet heartwarming to me. They promised to treat me as one of their own, even in these harsh times. Though I knew I could provide for them with the supplies in my hidden space, I decided to let things play out carefully. This family had shown me more kindness in a day than I'd ever known before. Perhaps, for now, I could simply stay and repay them in ways they couldn't yet imagine. At dinner, Su Lautai, the grandmother, was in high spirits, joking about her eldest son's luck in catching the wild pheasant. She agreed to cook the meat herself, ensuring it was done properly. When the meal was ready, she divided it carefully, giving the children the best pieces. Then, she turned to me and handed me a whole chicken leg, calling me their little hero for bringing luck to the family. The warmth of this gesture was overwhelming. I could sense how rare this kindness was in such hard times. Even though the third daughter-in-law, clearly upset, complained about fairness, Su Lautai shut her down with a sharp kick and a scolding. It was the first time I'd seen anyone defend me so openly. As I nibbled on the chicken leg, savoring every bite, the family's kindness touched me. The eldest daughter-in-law even gave me some of her meat, and soon her husband followed, sharing his portion too. The tenderness in their actions was something I had never experienced before. While the family celebrated, the third daughter-in-law's dissatisfaction simmered. Her nervous glances and defensive remarks hinted at a deeper secret, though I couldn't tell what it was. Meanwhile, Su Lautai kept a watchful eye on me, even commenting on how pretty I looked and wondering how someone like Wang Tsuehua could have such a lovely child. As we set off on the road again, the village gossips whispered behind our backs. Some envied our good fortune with the pheasant, while others criticized the family for taking me in, calling me a useless girl. But Su Laoda stood his ground, defending me fiercely. He declared that I was his daughter now, and no one had the right to insult me. His words filled me with a strange warmth. It was the first time I'd felt truly protected. As the sun set and we stopped to rest, I noticed Wang Suihwa's family lurking nearby, though they had been expelled from the group. Su Laoda immediately alerted the village chief, reminding him of the danger they posed. If they could kill and eat their own child, who knew what they might do to someone else's? The chief and the villagers agreed, their unease growing. Even as the day ended, I couldn't help but reflect on how drastically my life had changed. From being abandoned and mistreated, I now had people who cared, who fought for me, and who shared their little food without hesitation. It was a small happiness, but one I intended to protect. They didn't know it yet, but I could do more for them than they ever imagined. For now, I stayed quiet, savoring this rare feeling of belonging and silently planning how to repay their kindness. Then the village chief brought Su Laoda and several men from the village to the Liu family. He said, "Xiao Tao, don't blame me, Uncle Liu, for being cruel. It's really your wife who did such a thing. Besides, you must have contributed to her doing this. I won't say much, after all, it's all over. But since you have been driven out of the village, don't follow the team anymore." Wang Suihua stood up from the ground with a roar when she heard the village chief say this. "I say, you old man, why are you everywhere? We haven't been in the same team with you for a long time. This road is open to the sky, but we are on different sides. How come your family opened the road? You can go, but I can't?" The village chief looked at Wang Suihua, who was pinching her waist, and couldn't help but feel ashamed. She was really a shrew. The villagers quarreled with the Liu family, but there was no result in the end, so they could only go back first. Wang Suihua watched them walk to the ground and spit fiercely. "Bah! You are a bunch of bad-hearted people. You really think that if you kick me out of the team, I won't be able to survive? You are dreaming that you kick me out of the team, and I can't follow you." Liu Songtao couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw the appearance of his wife. He should have listened to his father before and shouldn't have married such a person. Now look at how selfish Yaozu has been taught. Do you want such a person to support you when you are old? With Yaozu's temper, can he provide for the two of them in their old age? It was getting dark, and everyone sat together to prepare to sleep on the floor at night. The old lady mainly cooked the 2 chicken wings that she didn't cook at noon. She put them in front of Su Yao. "Girl, eat quickly." Su Yao took the chicken wings handed over by the old lady, but was snatched away by the third son's wife. "Mom, have you forgotten that you still have these grandchildren? How come you treat the girl you picked up halfway as a treasure? Have you forgotten that this girl was exchanged for a bag of grain from our family? At noon, you said that she was lucky because she attracted the pheasant, but I don't think it's just a coincidence. Besides, she was given a chicken leg alone at noon. How come these 2 chicken wings have to fall into her stomach at night?" When Mrs. Su heard this, she threw away the chopsticks in her hand. "What does a bag of grain have to do with you? That's your eldest brother and sister-in-law's own food. What does it have to do with you? I can treat anyone I want as a treasure. There are so many people in the family, but you are the only one who keeps talking all day long." After saying that, he snatched the bowl from the third son's wife and gently placed it in front of Su Yao. At this time, the third son of Su also hurried to his mother and helped her to calm down. "Mom, don't argue with her. You know she's a brainless person." The third wife heard that her husband didn't speak for her. She said she was a brainless person, so she rushed to her husband with a roar. She scratched Su Laosan's face directly. Soon, 3 blood marks appeared on Su Laosan's face, which made old lady Su very angry. She came directly to Su Laosan's wife and grabbed her hair. "If I don't make you obedient today, I will take your surname." Su Yao widened her eyes on the side. After all, she was trained by the country since she was a child. Where have you seen such people fighting? Especially seeing the fierce look of her own grandmother. She looked like a hen protecting her chicks. She was really a very cute little old lady. The Su family was in chaos, and at this time the voice of the village chief rang. "Hurry up and bring your things to get some water." There's actually a mountain spring ahead. When the people in the village heard this, they quickly picked up their things and rushed in the direction where the village chief came from. When the Su family heard this, they stopped fighting. They left Old Lady Su and Old Third Su's wife aside and ran to get water. Old Lady Su also let go of the hair that she had grabbed Old Third Su's wife. Then she just looked at the woman in front of her viciously. "You'd better behave yourself, or don't blame me for bringing that matter to Old Third. Then I'll let Old Third divorce you. You're such a fickle thing. I don't know where you got the nerve to food from a child." After Old Lady Su finished speaking, she sat back in her original place with a puffy face. It was at this moment that Old Third Su's wife realized how different her mother-in-law was before and after. She disliked herself more and more. It turned out that her mother-in-law really knew, just like the word fickle just now. Then he understood that his old man knew everything. Humph. Even if he knew, what could he do? He didn't dare to tell anyone. If he really told anyone, his son would really divorce him. What about his grandson? Wouldn't he become a child without a mother? How pitiful. Besides, with the current conditions of your Su family, how can you find a wife for the third son in the future? The third son's wife, who understood this, was not panicked at all. Everyone who had walked this afternoon could not move, and when they heard that there was water, they ran so fast. When Su Lauda and others came back with the turbid water, Su Yao stretched her neck to look inside and frowned. The water was too turbid. Naturally, Old Lady Su saw it too. Looking at his eldest son, "There's not much water here." Su Lauda heard his mother's question and quickly replied, "Yes. We found a little over there." The village chief said that each household should fill a pottery jar with water first. The extra water will be distributed later. As a result, each person had a pottery jar, and the water in the later part was turbid and completely undrinkable. Old Man Su sighed on the side. It doesn't matter whether it is turbid or not, as long as there is a mouthful of water to drink. The water they filled before was already not much. Each person only had one water bag, at most in the water bag. And even if the throat hurt, he didn't dare to drink it, for fear that he would not find a place with water later. After all, it was unknown how long it would take to escape from the famine. Su Yao ate the 2 chicken wings. His stomach was almost full, but this original body had never eaten much since he was a child. Just drink some water, or pick some wild vegetables. And most of the time he ate wild vegetables raw, so his appetite was naturally very small. He moved his hands and feet, and found that he had strength all over his body. He squinted at Wang Tsuehua not far away. It seemed that he had to get rid of this woman tonight. He looked at the family sitting together in 2s and 3s, gossiping. They used this turbid water to make soup. He couldn't help but sigh. There were so many supplies in his space. Except for the third daughter-in-law, the rest of the family was pretty good. Especially the old couple and his new parents. Since they're not bad to him, he naturally won't let them down. Especially when he was eating 2 chicken wings just now, those radish heads were secretly swallowing their saliva. Only the son of the third son looked at him fiercely in front of him. He wanted to grab it, but fortunately, Old Lady Su was watching next to him. The boy didn't dare to really grab it. At this moment, Su Yao discovered something surprising. That is, the son of the third son of Su actually has double eyelids. But the third son of Su has single eyelids, and Qin Jiaodi also has single eyelids. According to my general understanding of these things in my previous life, it is generally said that it is difficult for 2 people with single eyelids to give birth to a baby with double eyelids. Could it be that the child in front of me is not Su Laosan's? The more I think about it, the more I feel that this is really possible, mainly because this child does not look like Su Laosan at all. There is no trace of Su Laosan in it. What are you thinking about? So absorbed. At this time, Su Lauda came over and touched the little girl's head. Su Yao was a little embarrassed. She had never been treated like this in her previous life. She still smiled at Su Lauda. Dad, Su Yao did not feel any discomfort after calling out this word. If it were not for the current Su family, I would have died when I came here. When Su Lauda heard this word, he became excited. Did you hear it? mother of the child? The girl called me dad, called me dad.
Ha ha ha.
Old lady Sue also laughed out loud. I heard that you brought this child back. She is your biological daughter. Isn't it natural for her to call you dad? Look how happy you are. Boss Sue directly hugged Su Yao in his arms and lifted her up. A daughter is a dad's sweet little cotton padded jacket. Grow up quickly and dad will buy you candies. It was the first time in Su Yao's life that she was lifted up high. In addition to the momentary feeling of weightlessness, she felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. After Boss Su put the little girl down, he said, I can't just call her girl. I still have to give my daughter a name. Su Yao nodded when she heard this and looked at her father with expectation. Then Boss Su said, otherwise, just call her Su baby. Isn't baby a baby your parents' baby? Su Yao frowned when she heard this, although she felt that the name was a bit rustic. But as long as her father likes to call her anything, it's just a name. When Su Laoda said this, she was kicked by Su Lao Ma. If you don't know how to name, don't name it. In my opinion, just call her Su Yao. Yao is a word that represents a beautiful meaning. Only such a name can be worthy of our little granddaughter. Old man Su also nodded at the side. His wife was smart. No matter what kind of precious or not, Su Yao sounded better. Yao has always represented a beautiful meaning to them. But in order to make it easier to remember, farmers usually call her Dia, Diyu, Xiaohua, Xiao Chao. Those names are so. How can they match such a lovely granddaughter? Su Yao stared at old lady Su with her eyes wide open. She didn't understand if this was fate. Otherwise, how could this old lady be named after her in her previous life? It was really fate. Looking at his mother's happy look at this time, Su Laosi couldn't help but feel very happy. The family is harmonious and beautiful. Before, he felt that his brothers in the family didn't have a daughter. Now it's great that the eldest brother has such a lovely little daughter. Old lady Su held Su Yao in her arms and said, I don't know if our baby is satisfied with the name given by Grandma. Su Yao nodded desperately. Thank you, Grandma. I like this name. When Grandma Su heard Su Yao's babyish words, her face was flushed with love. She touched her little face and said, I'm glad you like it. Grandma can't read, but I know Yao Yao sounds very nice. Su Yao nodded, and then the third wife looked at Grandma Su. Mom, what are we eating tonight? Grandma Su rolled her eyes at her. You only know how to eat every day. I get annoyed when I see you. Don't call me anymore. Su Yao thought of what she was thinking in her heart, but didn't know how to start. She just pretended to be ignorant and naive and looked at Grandma Su. Grandma, Brother Mufeng is so handsome and has double eyelids. He is different from the third uncle and the third aunt. When Mrs. Su heard this, she looked up at her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Her heart skipped a beat. If it weren't for Yao Yao, she would have never noticed it. Her third daughter-in-law and the third son both had single eyelids, but the baby she gave birth to had double eyelids. Moreover, this child has never looked like her third son since he was born. When she thought about the scene when she saw Qin Zhaodi and that person in the village being affectionate before she fled, she wondered if she had been having an affair with that person when she got married a few years ago.
Right.
Could it really not be that it belongs to the third son? He covered his chest and forced himself to calm down. It is better to deceive the third son's wife when no one is around. Otherwise, if it is just a misunderstanding, wouldn't it make the third son lose face? Su Yao looked at the look in Grandma's eyes and knew that Grandma was awakened by her. The follow-up matters have nothing to do with her. Now Su Yao doesn't care about the many suspicions in the hearts of these adults. Instead, he is thinking about how to take out the things in his space. Pulling the sleeve of the old lady Su, Grandma, I want to go to the toilet. Take me there. The old lady Su came back to her senses from her daze, and then she took Su Yao's hand and went to the bushes not far away. At the moment when Su Yao squatted down, the old lady was still watching. Su Yao frowned. Grandma, go to the side. You are here. I can't pull it out. The old lady nodded. Okay, if there is anything, tell Grandma not to run around. Su Yao replied okay loudly, and then the old lady, Su, took a few big steps forward. Then she stood there waiting for Su Yao in the bushes. After a while, Su Yao's shouting was heard from the bushes. Grandma, Grandma. The old lady heard Su Yao calling her and rushed over quickly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Su Yao was lying on the ground. The old lady thought she had fallen and hurriedly tried to help the little girl up. Su Yao said, Grandma, a rabbit ran to my feet just now, and it's still in my arms now. Grandma, save me, I'm scared. When the old lady heard this, her eyes widened. She looked carefully and found that the little girl was holding a big rabbit in her arms. The old lady held the rabbit's ears tightly with one hand and stretched out another hand to help the little girl up. She patted the dust off her body and then led her to where they were. The Su family was at the end of the team, and they were all sitting together. As long as they were careful, other villagers might not notice it, especially now that it was getting dark, except for the small fire that everyone lit in the middle. Just as Su Lao and the old lady brought Su Yao back, the family was shocked again. Everyone looked at Su Yao in unison. Su Yao looked embarrassed. Wang Suehua, who was not far away, naturally saw it, and she was so angry. This dead girl couldn't catch anything when she was at her own home. When she went to other people's homes, it was either pheasants or rabbits, and from the tone of the family, it was the blessing brought by this girl. No, I am the biological mother of this child, and such a good thing cannot be given to outsiders. Then, with a fierce momentum, she walked towards the place where the Su family sat. Su family, this is the rabbit caught by my daughter. I won't bother you to make it for me. I will take it back directly. Then she stretched out to the big white rabbit in the hands of the old lady Su, but the old lady Su dodged it directly. What do you mean your daughter caught it? This is my granddaughter. What does the child of the old family have to do with you? You are so shameless to want our rabbit. When the third wife of Su Lao San heard that someone wanted to the rabbit that was about to be in her mouth, how could it be possible? She stood up with a roar and slapped Wang Suehua directly. How shameless! What does this have to do with you? She didn't want a child anymore and was bought back by our eldest brother. So the baby of our eldest brother is also the baby of our Su family. The things that our own baby caught from outside are naturally our Su family's. What does it have to do with you? Shameless thing. Get lost. After saying this, she pushed Wang Suehua. Wang Suehua has always been a fierce person. How could she be bullied by others like this? She fought with the third wife of Lao San. Qin Jiaodi was not a good person either. She had been taking care of the farmland since she was a child. She was also a good hand at home and outside. She had endless strength. How could she be afraid of this fat woman? Lu Songtao saw that his wife was bullied and rushed over quickly. What's the matter? You're just bullying the few. When the eldest and third Su saw Lu Songtao coming, they punched him in the face. If you can't teach your own wife well, someone else will. Why are you barking here? Wang Suehua looked at her husband who was beaten, and how could so many people in the Su family be their match? She quickly shook her head and said, No, no, no. What belongs to your family is yours. Then she took her husband back. But after returning, Yaozu cried out of breath, Mom, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat. Then he rolled on the ground, his face covered with snot and tears. Wang Suehua felt so distressed when she saw her son crying like this. That witch is really too arrogant. She didn't even send the wild rabbit back after catching it. Instead, she gave it to those outsiders. I'll strangle her to death when I get the chance. Yaozu kept shouting beside him, strangle her to death, strangle her to death. Lu Songtao just sighed, it's already been given away, so it's someone else's child. Don't go near them in the future. When Wang Suehua heard her husband say that, she yelled directly, You useless thing. If you weren't useless yourself, how could I care about the hair caught by the money loser? Who am I doing this for? It's for your family. Then he took a look at his eldest daughter, walked up to her, and slapped her in the face. What's the matter? She can pick up pheasants and rabbits. Why can't you? Daya's face was swollen instantly after being hit by her mother. She covered her face and lowered her head, not daring to say a word. The Su family gathered together. Old Mrs. Su handed the hair to the eldest son. You peel off the hair skin, and then I will sew a small scarf for our baby. It must be warm to wear in winter. The old lady now truly feels that the little girl in front of her is the lucky star sent by God to her family. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have both pheasants and wild rabbits on the first day she arrived at home. Soon, Old Lady Sue began to cook the wild rabbit, and the whole family was happy. They could actually have 2 meals of meat that day. Although a rabbit can be cooked into a whole pot, to be frank, at most half a bowl can be shared. The old lady did not share it in the evening, but directly brought up a large bowl. In addition, some noodle dumpling soup was cooked. Su Yao frowned when she looked at the bowl of noodle dumpling soup. Not to mention that the grain is too coarse to cut the throat, but the water is too turbid. Will you really not have diarrhea after eating this thing? Old Lady Sue picked a bowl full of rabbit meat for the little girl and handed it to Su Yao. Eat quickly. What are you standing there for? Su Yao nodded, but pushed the bowl of noodle dumpling soup aside. Grandma, I can't eat so much. I'll be full after just a little. Old Lady Sue looked at the little girl's flat belly. If you don't eat much, eat this bowl of meat. If you can't finish the noodle dumpling soup, let your mother eat it later. Su Yao nodded. Now everyone has come this way. I can't just say that the water is too muddy and don't allow my family to drink it. I can only find a way to get the water out of my space later. Qin Jiaodi rolled her eyes when she saw Su Yao like this. She whispered, she is smart. She knows that she can't eat much and only picks the good ones. But because Qin Jiaodi's voice was too low, no one paid attention to what she said. But Su Yao heard it clearly and looked up at Qin Jiaodi suddenly. This scared Qin Jiaodi. She thought, my voice is so soft, can this loser hear it? The second daughter-in-law Ma Chunhua took a chopstick of wild rabbit meat and immediately exclaimed, Mom, your cooking skills are getting better and better. It's so delicious without any seasoning. I almost want to swallow my tongue. Su Yao heard this and said while chewing the meat, the tongue can't be eaten, but it's still useful. Old Mrs. Su laughed when she heard this, and Ma Chunhua was instantly amused by the little girl in front of her. Yes, the tongue can't be eaten, but it's still useful. You are such a cute kid. Then she touched Su Yao's little face. Su Yao lowered her head to eat the wild rabbit meat in the bowl, but still frowned. Why do these people always like to touch their faces? I still have to get used to it slowly. Then the family stopped talking, and everyone quickly ate the noodles in the bowl and the wild rabbit meat on the plate. Seeing the third brother's wife wolfing down the food, everyone's faces turned black. Su Laosen looked at his wife, who looked like a starving ghost, and couldn't help but close his eyes. The wives of his 2 brothers were either gentle or virtuous. Why was the wife he married like a shrew? Qin Jiaodi didn't care about the faces of these people and ate the big plate of wild rabbit meat desperately. Although Mrs. Su wanted to scold her at this time, she thought that since she had said that everyone would eat together, she couldn't go back on her word. Besides, the third brother's wife behaved very well today. She even knew to defend her family and fought with Wang Suehua. Alas, just eat it after all, it's a pity. Su Yao ate the rabbit meat bit by bit. The rabbit meat was stewed soft and tender. The meat was full of meat fragrance when it took a bite, and the meat slid down the throat into the stomach, not to mention how delicious it was. Before Su Yao had time to taste it carefully, she looked up and saw a large pot of rabbit meat on the table, which was directly eaten up. She was dumbfounded for a moment, thinking that she had only eaten 2 pieces in total. They were eating too fast. The eldest brother Su looked at his daughter's dumbfounded look and couldn't help laughing. Eat slowly, don't choke. Su Yao nodded, thinking, what do you mean by eating slowly? I only ate 2 pieces of meat in total. You guys have finished your meal and still asked me to eat slowly. Fortunately, my grandmother directly gave me a small bowl of meat. Otherwise, I would be hungry. After the Su family finished eating, they began to clean up and prepare to go to bed. But Qin Jiaodi looked at the unfinished rabbit meat in Su Yao's bowl with shining eyes. Then she pulled her son aside. Xiaofeng, tell your sister later. How can she finish it all by herself? You take the remaining meat to Mother, and Mother will eat with you. Su Mufeng nodded when he heard what his mother said. Then he looked at everyone in the Su family, who went to the side to rest, and then came to Su Yao. Sister, is this meat delicious? Although Su Yao didn't like Su Mufeng in front of her, she still nodded and said, "It's delicious." Su Mufeng said, "Look, Grandma gave you such a big bowl of meat. You definitely can't finish it. Brother will help you." Su Yao looked at Su Mufeng with shining eyes and shook her head. "I can finish it." Su Mufeng was immediately unhappy when he heard this. But he thought that if he shouted loudly, other people in the Su family would definitely come to check. He rolled his eyes. Then he came to Su Yao and whispered, "Sister, you were bought by our family with a bag of grain. If there are delicious food and drinks at home, you must rely on me. I am the most favored grandson of the old Su family. You can only stay in the Su family if you please me. Otherwise, I will definitely tell my uncle and aunt and let them drive you out. After all, my uncle and aunt and I are a family, and you are just an outsider." Su Yao couldn't help but laugh when she heard this little carrot head say this. If other children heard this, they would definitely be sad and live cautiously in this family. But who am I? Although I have the body of a child, I am an adult. How can I be afraid of the threat of this little carrot head? Then I nodded Su Mufeng's head. "I am the daughter of your uncle and aunt. Besides, I caught this hair. I give you a bite, and you are not grateful to me. You're still thinking of getting an advantage from me. Do you really think I am a 3-year-old baby?" Su Mufeng was immediately angry when he heard the little baby say this. He raised his little fist and was about to hit Su Yao's head, but Su Yao grabbed his wrist. "You only know how to hit people at such a young age." Su Yao slapped Su Mufeng on the belly. Then the little carrot head screamed and burst into tears. Qin Jiaodi heard her baby son crying and rushed over. "What's wrong, Afeng?" At this time, Su Yao also began to sob softly. Seeing their daughter crying, Su Laoda and Feng Yulian hurried over. When Mrs. Su heard the noise, she also went forward to check, and then she saw Su Yao pointing at Su Mufeng and sobbing carefully. "He said I shouldn't eat this meat and that I'm not his child. Everything in the house belongs to him, and the meat should be given to him. He even beat me." Then she looked at Su Laoda and Feng Yulian with a pitiful face. "Dad, Mom, Grandma, I won't eat this meat, but I'll give it to him, okay? But can you please not beat Yao Yao? Please don't chase Yao Yao away, okay?" Woo woo woo. Su Mufeng was still crying loudly in the last second, and his eyes widened when he heard Su Yao say that in the next second. What is she talking about? Did she say that he beat her? It was Su Yao who beat him, so why did she frame him? After a brief surprise, Su Mufeng began to fly into a rage. "Mom, listen to me. It was she who hit me. I didn't hit her at all. She hit my stomach." Qin Jiaodi heard her son say this, and saw her son's tears dripping down his cheeks like beads that had broken off the string. This made Qin Jiaodi feel very distressed. She quickly lifted her son's clothes and found that there was no mark on his stomach at all. Old Lady Su naturally saw it, and couldn't help but sneer. "You've learned to lie at such a young age. Have you not eaten meat? After eating and drinking, you come to steal your sister's things and hit your sister. If I don't teach you a lesson today, won't you dare to hit me, an old woman, in the future?" Then I saw Old Lady Su take off her cloth shoes from her feet and slap Su Mufeng's ace twice. Su Mufeng felt even more wronged now, because it was obviously this little witch who hit him. But there was no mark on his stomach. The most important thing is that no one believes him. Even his own mother looks at him with suspicion. The more Su Mufeng thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and he burst into tears. Su Laosen also sighed on the side, thinking that he had not taught the child well after all. They were arguing when the head of the family, Old Man Su, spoke. "Noisy. We have to travel tomorrow, so let's all rest quickly." Only then did these people quiet down and go to rest. Su Yao came to Old Lady Su with a half bowl of wild rabbit meat that she couldn't finish. "Grandma, Yao Yao can't finish it, so let Grandma eat the rest." "Will Grandma dislike Yao Yao's saliva?" Old Lady Su shook her head when she heard her little granddaughter say that Grandma won't dislike Guai Guai's saliva. Su Yao smiled brightly when she heard this, and the old lady held the bowl, ate 2 pieces, and handed it to Old Man Su. But Old Man Su didn't want to eat it, and finally the half bowl of rabbit meat went into Old Lady Su's stomach. After everyone fell asleep, old Mrs. Su opened her eyes and said to her old man Su, "I think Yao Yao is filial, and the blessings of the eldest couple are still to come." Old man Su nodded when he heard this. Yao Yao is a good child. I think the one in the third family is a bit in trouble. Old Mrs. Su snorted coldly when she heard this. He is just as selfish as his mother. If the third child relies on this rascal to support him in the future, I think it is better to save some money as soon as possible to rely on him when he is old. Old man Su sighed when he heard his wife say this. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, so let's not worry so much. Then everyone fell into a deep sleep. Old Mrs. Su had a strange dream at night. In the dream, there was an old man with a white beard, holding a fat little baby in his hand. This little baby looked familiar. When old Mrs. Su reacted, she remembered that this was her granddaughter Yao Yao. The old man with white beard said, "Old lady, you are blessed. Treat the baby well in the future. Your family's good fortune is still to come." Old lady Su nodded, and the old man with white beard waved his sleeves and left. Then old lady Su woke up from her sleep. After waking up, she found that it was already dawn. She was still thinking about the dream in her heart, and then old man Su woke up. He quickly grabbed the old man's sleeve and said excitedly, "Old man, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that our little granddaughter was entrusted by the old immortal. It seems that she must be the boy under the old immortal. No wonder this child is so blessed as soon as she came to our family. I'm afraid that the Lu family is not good to the child, so no blessing has come." When old man Su heard his wife say this, he just nodded to deal with it. He thought that it must be his wife who was still thinking about the little granddaughter when she was sleeping. Because of the pheasant and hare yesterday, he thought that the child was blessed, so he had such a dream at night. Early in the morning, when Boss Su went out to relieve himself, he was tripped by something before he walked far. He heard him shout, "Ah," and fell on his back. At this time, old man Su ran towards the place where his son was shouting. He thought his son had encountered something. After all, Boss is the most down-to-earth person and will never shout. Then everyone who woke up in the morning rushed over. When half of the Su family came to Boss Su laughed wildly. "Haha, I said my daughter is a lucky star." Just when everyone in the Su family was still confused, Boss Su pointed to a small pit on the ground where he had urinated. There were small potatoes that looked very familiar. Boss Su didn't dislike it at all and started to dig it up. Then the family understood and started to act quickly. After all, what they saw was their own. Of course, if it was discovered by others, they would probably grab them all at once. Old lady Su looked at the unbelievable scene in front of her, but she was more convinced that her granddaughter was a boy or fairy under the immortal seat. Now there are people fleeing famine everywhere, and even grassroots and tree bark are gone. How could it be possible that her eldest son could see potatoes when he just peed here? Old lady Su did not follow the people in the family to dig potatoes, but walked back. She kept looking at Su Yao, who was still sleeping, just staring at her blankly. Su Yao opened her eyes instantly, and when she saw that it was her grandma, she pretended to have just woken up. "Grandma, you got up so early." Old lady Su was startled by the way her little granddaughter opened her eyes instantly. Hearing the soft voice, she patted her chest. "You girls suddenly opened your eyes, which really scared your grandma." Su Yao stood up obediently, came to old lady Su, and patted her on the back. "Grandma is not afraid. Grandma is not afraid." When Mrs. Su heard what the little guy said, she couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, Grandma is not afraid. Grandma will make you potatoes for lunch." Su Yao nodded when she heard this, and then Mrs. Su went to help. After the eldest brother Su went back, he held his daughter in his arms and refused to let go. Feng Yulian directly snatched Su Yao from the eldest brother's arms, hugged Su Yao, and kissed her on the face. Su Yao's ears turned red instantly. Now she thinks that traveling through time is really a happy thing, especially having such a big family of lovely people. In the future, she will be little Su Yao, and she can grow up happily in the arms of her family. The Su family here is overjoyed. The people on the Lu family cried their hearts out, especially Yaozu. Yaozu hugged Wang Tsuehua's body and cried breathlessly. Mom, wake up. You can't leave Yaozu alone. Bo Wadaya lowered her head timidly. Lu Songtao looked at Wang Tsuehua and wondered. She was fine when she went to bed last night, but she was hard when she woke up in the morning. Then he glanced in the direction of the Su family. Lu Songtao didn't know why he always felt that the death of his wife was related to the Su family. But there was no evidence, so it could only be left unresolved in the end. Su Laosen looked at Su Yao and nodded. She is indeed blessed, but this child has suffered a lot at the hands of the Lu family. Such a well-behaved child. But that family is really a scoundrel to treat her like this. Qin Zhaodi rolled her eyes at the side. I have never seen anyone who cares about outsiders. There's not much food at home, and they took out a whole bag to exchange for such a small loss. How can they live like this? Su Laosen looked at his wife's sarcastic face and quickly pulled Qin Zhaodi's sleeve. You will die if you don't say a few words. Qin Zhaodi looked at her husband and shook her sleeves at this look. She sat back in her place with a snort. At this time, Su Laosi cursed and said, What are you worried about, third sister-in-law? Food has nothing to do with you. If it weren't for the care that our eldest brother has given us over the years, we wouldn't have been able to escape the famine and would have starved to death. We are all family. What can't we overcome? Qin Zhaodi rolled her eyes at Su Laosi, thinking that everyone in this family had a problem. She was the only one who was normal. The Su family quickly lit a small fire early in the morning, throwing potatoes into the fire. At this time, the third daughter-in-law started to make trouble again. She took 2 potatoes out of the fire when no one was paying attention. Then she squatted down in a place where no one was around and started eating them in big mouthfuls. As she ate, she found that they were not cooked, but she thought that it was food anyway. She had to eat it even if it was not cooked. How could Su Laodai not know that Qin Zhaodi took 2 potatoes away when no one was paying attention? Thinking that the potatoes were not yet cooked, it would be better to let the third daughter-in-law suffer. She had severe diarrhea, and then she realized that she shouldn't do such sneaky things. Soon the aroma of potatoes from the fire floated down. Old Mrs. Su picked out all the potatoes and put them aside. After they cooled down, she handed the potatoes to Su Yao. Su Yao took a bite of the potato and found it soft and sticky, and tasted tasteless, without any seasoning. The other members of the Su family devoured it with hearty mouthfuls, as if they were holding delicacies from the mountains and the sea. At this time, a group of about a dozen people came from not far away, and the leader was seen holding a big knife in his hand. Smelling the fragrance in the air, they followed the fragrance and came to the Su family. Boss Su was the first to see the dozen men coming over, and he stood up quickly. What are you eating? It smells so good. Boss Su looked at the people who came and shouted. Who are you? The leading man said, Hand over the food. Qin Zhaodi saw that the man who came was carrying a big knife, so she left the Su family and ran forward. At this time, other villagers who were not far from the Su family also discovered the scene, and hurriedly took the weapons in their hands and went back. When the village chief heard the news, he called on all the young and old in the village to come and see what was going on. Looking at the more than 10 people in front, the scarred man who led the group looked like their family didn't look like a rich family. They could still have potatoes to eat at this time, and the dozen or so brothers could only dig grassroots to eat. Why can this farmer's family still eat potatoes? Brothers, his family has food, come over. Then, these men rushed towards Boss Su with their fangs and claws bared like monkeys descending from the mountain. Su Yao began to accumulate supernatural powers behind her little hands. Then, lightning struck from the sky, and everyone thought it was going to rain. Then, thunder struck the leading man. The brothers behind the leading man were also affected, and all of them were struck and twitched on the ground. Soon they died. When the village chief came to the front, he saw this scene and took a breath. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. The sky was still clear, without a single cloud. Old Lady Su covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from shouting out in shock. It was not because she was afraid of these men in front of her. After all, there were so many people in this village. There are so many people. The village chief is a good man. How could he not save them? Besides, when that man rushed over, the village chief also walked up with his men. The reason why the old lady was so excited was that she felt that it was a drought and there was not even a dark cloud in the sky, but a drought thunder could suddenly appear. Needless to say, she knew it must be because of her little granddaughter. It seemed that her dream was not a blind dream. Bodhisattva bless, Bodhisattva bless. Fortunately, her eldest son rescued her and did not treat her granddaughter badly. Otherwise, such benefits would not be passed on to their family. Those refugees saw that their eldest brother and brothers were all struck to death. Now their calves are shaking, and they are running back in panic. Some people fell several times with shaking legs, and they just couldn't get up. They kept saying, "I dare not. I will never dare again. Please God forgive me." Some were so scared that they urinated directly, while others could not stand up. They could only crawl away. Su Yao was immediately amused. She chuckled on the side. The village chief looked at the old Su family and saw that they were all fine, so he took the villagers back to their seats to have breakfast. Old Mrs. Su looked at the people in the Su family, and then she found that Qin Zhaodi was missing. Where is the coward from the third brother's family? When old third Su heard this, he remembered when this group of people just came over. His wife screamed and ran to where the other villagers were sitting in the village. Here, Qin Zhaodi learned that those who came over were killed by God. Then she trembled and returned to where the old Su family was. But as soon as she came over, she saw several corpses on the ground. She exclaimed, "Dead people." Old Mrs. Su looked at the appearance of the third brother's wife and couldn't help but sneered. "It's just a few corpses. You are so scared just by looking at them. You are really useless. It's really selfish to run away without caring about your own son at this time." Qin Zhaodi heard her mother-in-law say this to her. She didn't say anything, but just cursed in her heart. Her life is just like this. How can she not run? Those people still have big knives in their hands, and this old man knows how to scold her every day. The third brother looked at Qin Zhaodi viciously from the side. "It's okay if you don't care about me, but even if you want to run, you have to take our son with you. You actually left your son and ran away by yourself." Su Laosen was really disappointed with this daughter-in-law. Qin Zhaodi heard her husband say this, especially when her husband's tone was full of complaints. She couldn't help but act coquettishly. Okay, I know I was wrong. In the future, I will definitely run with our son, and then run with you, okay? Isn't it instinct? These people have big knives. Don't I want to rush over and tell the village chief that someone is coming to rob things? The third brother snorted when he heard this. At this time, Boss Su came to Su Yao and touched her head. "Why aren't you scared?" Su Yao shook her head, and Boss Su breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that his little girl would be scared by these people, especially the corpses on the ground. Looking at the clear and ignorant eyes of the little girl, he thought that she probably didn't understand the meaning of death. So she didn't feel scared. Boss Su and his brothers found a vacant lot and started digging holes to bury the corpses. Although the villagers returned to where they were sitting, everyone couldn't help but sigh that the Su family was really lucky. Just now they saw that there were potatoes. It looked like they were newly dug. It must be that a potato nest was found nearby last night. So they dug them all back. It was because of these potatoes that the refugees were jealous. They wanted to rob their food. But this day is really strange. One of the villagers said to his eldest brother, "Brother, this day is really strange. It's not raining, but there is thunder. It would be fine if it was just thunder, but it just happened to strike the leading refugees." As soon as the voice fell, an old lady next to her waved her hands. "Don't talk nonsense. For something like this to happen, the Su family must be very lucky. Only then will they be blessed by God, so don't say anything nonsense." The man who had spoken originally turned his head to look at his mother. "Mom, you still believe in these things? There is no such thing as God or luck." The old lady heard her son say this and sighed. "You are young and have little experience. How can you know these things?" The old lady started fiddling with the things in her hands after she finished speaking. She didn't believe that there were so many coincidences in the world, and that God must have made arrangements in the dark. The old lady's former brother was an old fortune teller. Later, because her brother told her that he had revealed too many secrets and would not live long, she asked her to live well. In addition, her brother donated all his money. He did not give her a penny. She hated her brother in her early years. Later, she thought it through. Everything was just as her brother said. Everything had been predetermined in the dark. Refugees occasionally passed by here. Every time they walked up to the Su family, they could always smell the aroma of food floating in the air. It made their eyes red, but although they cast greedy eyes. But no one dared to do it. The four brothers of the Su family looked tall and strong, so they could only put away their evil thoughts. The Su family was ready to start on the road, and asked the little rascals to go to the bathroom quickly. "We will be on the road soon. Don't go to the bathroom this way and that way. I'm so annoyed. If you need to go to the bathroom, go now." Su Yao also joined these little carrot heads and walked towards the bushes not far away. Not long after Su Yao walked, she found an empty bird's nest in the bushes. She thought she could take some quail eggs from the space and put them in as bird eggs. Su Yao looked at the little carrot heads who were not far away and shouted, "Come here and see what I found." When the little carrot heads heard their sister calling them, they ran over. Although they were young, they already knew that they should avoid girls when going to the bathroom, especially knowing that their sister was a girl. But since their sister called them, there must be something wrong. What if their sister was in danger? The little carrot heads ran desperately and finally ran to Su Yao. Su Yao pointed to the nest of quail eggs in the bushes. She said to the few people, "Look, I found this." "What is this?" Su Muching from the old house took a look and said to the place where his sister pointed, "These are bird eggs. Come on, take all the eggs back." Then he touched Su Yao's head and said, "Sister, be good. At noon, let Grandma make you egg drop soup." Su Yao nodded, and then the little kids ran back with a few quail eggs each. When they got to Grandma Su, the little kids were out of breath. Only Su Yao was still walking slowly behind. Su Mufeng came to his mother with 2 quail eggs in one hand. "Mom, look, I found bird eggs." Qin Jiaodi took a look, and it was true. Although it was small, it was big enough to make egg drop soup.
My son is the best.
I think my son is the lucky star. Grandma Su heard it clearly on the side and saw that the other grandchildren had bird eggs in their hands. Then she asked, "You found this?" Su Muching shook her head. "Grandma, these bird eggs were found by my sister. Then she asked us to go and get them back." When Mrs. Su heard this, she nodded and then asked the children to put down all the bird eggs. After all, they were about to set off, and the kids were very obedient. They put down all the bird eggs in their hands. When it was Su Mufeng's turn, he spread his hands, meaning that he gave his bird eggs to his mother. Mrs. Su reached out her hand to Qin Jiaodi, who reluctantly handed over the bird eggs in the end. But she still bargained. "Mom, my son found the bird eggs. Should I let my son eat more at noon? Why didn't you hear what the kids said just now? Or are you deaf? What does this have to do with your son?" It was Yao Yao who found it and asked him to take it back. Qin Jiaodi was dissatisfied when she heard this. After all, it was my son who brought it back, so naturally my son should have a share. After hearing this, Mrs. Su felt really helpless towards the short-sighted Qin Jiaodi. Since there were so many egg drop soups made from bird eggs, they would definitely be shared among the children. Qin Jiaodi was just short-sighted and ignorant. She seemed to be afraid that she would not share them and had to get her guarantee. "You only know how to eat. If I made these bird eggs, how come your son wouldn't get a share? You don't have a brain at all." Qin Jiaodi didn't care about that. After hearing the accurate words from her mother-in-law, she nodded in satisfaction. Mrs. Su put the little radishes on the luggage cart. It was the first time for Su Yao to ride on a cart. "You guys have to protect your sister. If she falls accidentally, you guys will have a bad skin." After Mrs. Su finished speaking, the children nodded vigorously. Only Su Mufeng curled his lips. "Look how precious she is, but she is just a money loser. It would be better if she fell and died." Su Muyu, the youngest son of the Su family, heard Su Mufeng say this at this time. He immediately said with a stern face, "My sister doesn't allow you to say that. You are the one who fell down and died. You are the one who loses money. Mother said Yao Yao is our baby. Su Yao looked at her second brother defending her, grinning at him sweetly. This fascinated Su Muyu, who felt that the sister in front of her was particularly beautiful, like a fairy. Su Laoda also glanced at the child of the third child, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After all, her father was not far away. She didn't even say anything. If he, as the eldest uncle, was too harsh, the third child's wife might throw a tantrum again. But thinking that he must not let his daughter hear it, Su Laoda touched Su Yao's head and comforted her. Yao Yao, don't listen to Su Mufeng's nonsense. He is joking with you. You are your parents' baby, not a money-losing thing, do you know? Su Yao nodded repeatedly when she heard what her father said. Dad, Yao Yao knows. Yao Yao is not a money-losing thing. Su Laoda looked at his well-behaved daughter, and his heart softened. Sit still when your father comes to pull the cart in a while. We won't let our dear baby fall down. Su Yao replied in a baby voice, okay. Soon the team began to move forward slowly, but the third daughter-in-law wanted to climb onto the cart at this time. Su Yao frowned when she saw this. Third aunt, what are you doing? Are you trying to grab a spot with us kids? Qin Jiaodi heard Su Yao say this and snorted coldly. What does it have to do with you? Am I not allowed to take a break when I'm tired? Old lady Su hurriedly took 2 quick steps from the back, came directly to Qin Jiaodi, and slapped her on the back of the head. I'm not dead yet. How dare you call yourself old lady? It's good enough that I didn't ask you to pull the cart, but you actually want to ride in the cart like the kids. How shameless. Qin Jiaodi looked painful, looking at old lady Su. Mom, it's not that I'm lazy. It's really that I have so many blisters on my feet that I can't walk anymore. If I walk any further, I'll bleed. Mom, please have pity on me. Old Mrs. Su rolled her eyes when she heard this. Why do you have blisters on your feet, but others don't? Su Yao nodded her head as she listened. Third aunt, you're not ashamed. My mom occasionally helps push the cart, and Dad has to pull so much luggage and also pull us, and you want to ride on the cart while walking with nothing in your hands. How shameful. Qin Jiaodi looked at the old lady and said, Isn't there still a seat? I really can't walk anymore, otherwise I wouldn't sit. You see, I didn't want to sit for the past few days and this seat is idle anyway, so why not let me sit? At this time, Su Mufeng looked at his mother's pitiful appearance and begged his grandmother, Grandma, please let Mom sit. Mom definitely can't walk anymore, and there is an empty seat on the cart. Su Yao naturally refused to do it when she heard this, as her father was still pulling the cart. If it was just a child, it would be okay for such an adult, but her father must be so tired. Su Yao said in a baby voice, No, third aunt is so big, if she sits on it, father can't pull it. If anyone wants to sit, it should be the most hardworking grandma, not your third aunt. If Dad gets tired, who will pull our luggage? Old Mrs. Su was instantly enlightened by Su Yao. Yes, if the eldest son gets tired, the fourth son in the family is still young. The second son sprained his foot 2 days ago. If the third son is asked to pull the cart, Qin Jiaodi will probably make a big fuss again. Once the quarrel starts, they may not be able to keep up with the team. Old Mrs. Su thought for a while and said to Feng Yulian, come here and sit on it directly, and let your wife pull you for a while first. Then let the eldest son and the third son switch, and each pull their own wife for a while. Su Yao finally compromised after hearing this. Since her grandmother had spoken, it was not her business. Su Laoda didn't think it was a big deal to be in the front. After all, he had eaten meat the day before and some potatoes in the morning. So he pulled the cart very vigorously today. He passed many villagers along the way and walked straight to the front. No one stopped until noon, but just took a short rest when the sun was hottest. Everyone ate some black flour cakes to fill their stomachs. Then they continued on their way until it was getting dark, and it was almost impossible to see clearly. The village chief then took the gong and knocked it, and everyone then people found a place to rest nearby. Su Laoda especially found a place close to the official road and sat next to it. The main reason was that they had to sleep at night. If they were too close to the back mountain, there would be many snakes, insects, rats, and ants. The children who had been sitting on the cart all day had sore backs and waists, and they could finally get off the cart to move around. After the children jumped off the cart, they ran around, and the adults went around looking for dry firewood to prepare dinner. Everyone started to get busy. Feng Yulian took out a relatively new piece of clothing that the father of the child had kept, intending to alter Su Yao's clothes. Old Mrs. Su came over and just shook her head. It's going to get dark soon. Let's do it tomorrow. Feng Yulian shook her head. It's okay, mother. Aren't we going to light the fire soon? You can see it later. Old Lady Su was watching from the side, and the several ceramic jars of water that she had brought with her began to sigh. Su Yao saw the old lady sighing from the side, and she couldn't help but feel curious, so she walked towards Old Lady Su. When she got close, she found that she was sighing into the ceramic jars. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Old Lady Su shook her head when she heard this. It's not that it doesn't rain. Grandma is a little worried, and the water is almost used up. Su Yao nodded when she heard this, thinking that she had to quickly release the water in the space. Otherwise, how would she get through the road? After all, there are so many people. She also found that everyone in the family had cracks at the corners of their mouths. She could see the pain when their lips touched each other when they spoke. Besides, when she had nothing to do at night, she would go to the space to drink some water and eat some snacks. She looked very rosy now, but she thought that these people were her family members who saved her life after all. Since she had already regarded them as her family, she couldn't be stingy. Thinking of this, she directly pulled the old lady and said, Grandma, I want to go to the bathroom. The old lady nodded repeatedly when she heard this. Grandma will take you there. Su Yao took the old lady's hand and walked towards the grove on the side. She thought that she couldn't always take food and drink from the space, and she had to find a lot of excuses. Yesterday, she heard her grandma and grandpa say that she had a dream and dreamed that she was an immortal. In this case, she might as well make this matter true. Although she has only been with this family for 2 days, she still knows what kind of people they are. If they have bad intentions to hurt herself, or if they control herself, let her get them endless supplies, and then she will just leave. Now she has recovered her strength a long time ago, and it doesn't matter whether she goes with them or not. After Su Yao pulled the old lady to the woods, she said directly, Grandma, I dreamed yesterday that an old immortal said that we were pitiful along the way, with no water to drink and no food, so he gave me some things. When the old lady heard this, she swayed all over, and then she stood firm by holding onto the tree. At this time, the old lady immediately remembered her dream. It seems that her granddaughter must be a fairy. Old Mrs. Su nodded repeatedly, Yao Yao. Grandma won't hide it from you. I also had a dream yesterday. I dreamed that the old fairy asked Grandma to take good care of you. Su Yao nodded when she heard this. Then Grandma will think Yao Yao is a monster? Old Mrs. Su squatted down and touched Su Yao's head. How could it be? You are Grandma's little lucky star and a fairy, not a monster. Grandma will protect you well, but you can only tell Grandma about this matter. Not even your parents, understand? Su Yao grinned and said, I know, Grandma. She thought that she really made the right bet. The first thing this little old lady thought about was not what was given, but how to protect herself in the future. She didn't even tell her parents this little old lady is really good. Grandma, I have some water and some food, but I don't know how to get them out. I'm afraid you will think I'm a monster and abandon me, woo woo woo. Su Yao said in a baby voice, and wiped her eyes. She looked like she was about to cry. This made Grandma Su very distressed. Don't talk nonsense. Grandma will not abandon our little Yao Yao. Su Yao raised her hand and took out a bag of 10 kilograms of food from the space. Grandma, this is the food that Grandpa gave to Yao Yao, and he also gave a lot of water. Let me find a pothole to put it out for the villagers in our village to drink. Su Yao figured it out. The village chief brought those men to save her. Naturally, she had to repay those people. She couldn't be an ungrateful person, especially to save her parents, but she still didn't tell them about this for now to avoid scaring them. And this little old lady dreamed that she was a little fairy, and the old man believed in these things more, so let's do it this way for now. In her previous life, she was a cold-blooded and cold-hearted person, But since she has to start over in this life, she wants to be a flesh and blood person. The old lady was excited when she heard this. Water, there is water. But she was really shocked when she saw Su Yao's technique of making things out of thin air. Even though she had made psychological preparations and knew that the little granddaughter in front of her was a little fairy, but she was still frightened by her fairy technique. Su Yao shook her grandmother, and the old lady slowly came to her senses. Grandma will find a place for you to put water. Then she took Su Yao around in the woods and stopped when she came to a small pond with a pothole. Su Yao squatted down in the pothole and then raised her hand, and soon this area became a small pond. Old Lady Su was shaky on the side, and there were too many shocks today. The key is that although she accepted that her granddaughter was a fairy, she could not accept her ability to call the wind and rain. What is the most feared thing when fleeing? Naturally, there is no water, and the second is food. After all, those tree barks and grass roots can always get through. But without water, people will die of thirst. Thinking of this, the old lady hurriedly pulled Su Yao back. After waiting in the team, they came to the village chief. Village chief, come quickly, my family has found water. When the village chief heard this, his eyes widened. Where is it? Take me over to have a look. The village chief originally thought that he had found a little bit like before, but when he arrived, he realized that it was actually a small pond of water. The village chief shouted excitedly, "There is salvation! There is salvation! The villagers in our village are all saved! Ha!" The whole person ran back happily. Su Yao and the old lady squatted beside. Soon, other people in the village ran here with ceramic jars or other things to hold water. I'm afraid it will be gone if I come too late. When they arrived, they opened their eyes wide. The pond didn't look too deep. How could there be so much water in such a hot weather? The village chief tilted his head and looked at Su Yao. What he thought in his heart was, could this little guy really be a lucky star? But this little guy didn't find it a lucky star in the Liu family. Could it be because the Liu family was not good to this little guy, so? Su Yao naturally noticed the village chief's scrutiny and gave him a sweet smile. After everyone filled the water tank, the village chief said, everyone can boil water and cook here in the evening. In addition, those who need to wash clothes and take a bath in such a hot weather can do so. But don't waste too much water. The remaining water can save lives if there are people fleeing from famine passing by. Everyone nodded when they heard this. They could finally drink water in big gulps. They could also wash away the dirt on their bodies these days. After the old lady went back, she made rice porridge and also made egg soup and fried potatoes. Before going to bed, everyone went to wash their bodies. Feng Yulian also fetched a bucket of water to wipe Su Yao's body, but as soon as she took off her clothes, Feng Yulian couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears. Originally, she didn't see any wounds on the child's face, hands, and arms. But after unbuttoning her clothes, she realized that there was almost no good flesh on her body. Her thighs were all bruised and purple, and even her stomach and back were covered with shocking scars. Basically, new wounds were stacked on top of old wounds, which made people tremble. Su Yao also noticed that Feng Yulian started to beat her with a stick and quickly reached out to wipe her tears. Mom, don't cry. Yao Yao doesn't hurt. As soon as Su Yao finished her babyish voice, Feng Yulian couldn't help crying. This scared the whole family. Old Mrs. Su hurried over here and found this scene. She couldn't help but start crying. My dear, you have suffered so much. I didn't take you back from his house earlier. I am sorry for you. The old lady cried more and more sadly, thinking that this was the little man that the immortal asked her to take care of. But he was abused like this by such a family. That was her own mother. How could she be so cruel and do such a cruel thing? The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Feng Yulian gently washed Su Yao's body, trying to avoid those places where she was seriously injured. Su Yao was thinking that she didn't drink much spiritual spring water. Only 2 drops were dripped down. It was mainly because she was afraid that the change was too big and would give others clues. After all, she was still fleeing from famine. Feng Yulian saw the lotus birthmark on Su Yao's wrist with the help of the firelight. She didn't pay attention to wiping off the mud around it and then she found that it was a purple lotus birthmark. Oh, our Yao Yao, there is a birthmark on this wrist. Old Lady Sue looked at it when she heard it. Oh my, it's actually a lotus mark. Old Mrs. Sue seemed to have thought of something and quickly shut up. After a while, she told Feng Yulian, okay, wash the child and put on clothes. Isn't it normal to have a birthmark? Old Mrs. Sue turned around and saw other people coming over here. She scolded directly. The little girl is taking a bath. Why are you gentlemen peeking around? In old Mrs. Sue's heart, Yao Yao is a little fairy, not an ordinary baby. Such privacy naturally cannot be seen by them. Old Master Sue was a little nervous. What's wrong with Mother Yulian? I heard her crying. The old lady thought about telling them about the injuries on the child first. It would also save them from carrying the child around and hurting the old injuries on the child. She came to old Master Sue and sighed. Oh, the child is covered with scars. How can a mother be so cruel? It hurts me too. How could your wife bear it? She's crying over there when she saw it. When the other family members heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Only the third son's wife, Qin Zhaodi, snorted coldly. You treat an unwanted child as a treasure. You keep saying Fubao, Fubao, but have you forgotten that you just attracted the attention of those refugees? If you are really a lucky star, you should bless us to have a safe journey, but you have been noticed by other refugees on the first day you arrived. You are not a lucky star at all, in my opinion. You are a disaster star. When the old lady heard this, she slapped Qin Zhaodi the face. I am telling you, get out of my Sue family right now. In the heart of Mrs. Sue, Su Yao is not only a fairy in the sky, but also the benefactor who saved the whole village. When old man Su heard this, his eyes widened. It was normal for his old wife to beat the third daughter-in-law. After all, the third daughter-in-law was either cursing or on her way to cursing every day. But he had never seen the old woman get so angry. Mrs. Su looked at Qin Zhaodi. She finally made up her mind. Such a woman would bring disaster to 3 generations of descendants at home. Mrs. Su called the third son directly to her. Third son, come here. The third son heard that his mother was angry and came to her obediently. Mom, Zhaodi really doesn't think before she speaks. She talks nonsense about everything. Please don't bother with her. I will teach her a lesson later. When old lady Su heard the third son say this, she shook her head and said, you should divorce her today. Otherwise, get out of this house with her. The third son immediately felt embarrassed when he heard his mother say this. Mom, Zhaodi really didn't mean it. Please forgive her this time. I promise she won't say such nonsense again in the future. Qin Zhaodi also widened her eyes at this time. The old lady actually wanted to chase her away. She also colluded with her husband to divorce her. She was really a vicious old lady. Old Lady Sue sighed at the stupid appearance of her third son. I'm going to say it out loud today so that you don't have to lose sleep every day because of this little thing. Your wife is having an affair with Wang Chong in our village. I saw it with my own eyes. Qin Zhaodi felt dizzy and dark when she heard her mother-in-law actually tell the truth. She felt like she was going to fall down the next moment, and then she saw her husband turned around and looked at her. Su Laosen looked at Qin Zhaodi and yelled, Qin Zhaodi, tell me what exactly mother is talking about. Qin Zhaodi heard her husband say this and knew that he naturally believed what the old woman said. There was no point in quibbling. Instead, she calmed down and said, do you really have to make me speak clearly? Don't you know what's going on? When the others heard this, they immediately moved aside. Even Su Yao, who was not far away, heard it clearly and touched her forehead directly. They really didn't intend to show each other any mercy. Su Laosen slapped her directly. You witch, you dare to act so fickle outside. I'll beat you to death today. Then he was about to chase Qin Zhaodi to beat her. But Qin Zhaodi suddenly flicked her sleeves. Do you think I really want to continue living with you, you useless thing? Su Laosen nodded when he heard what Qin Zhaodi said. Well, since you don't want to live anymore, then get out of here early. You don't have to come back to see the child in the future. Get out of here now. Qin Zhaodi said, the child really can't be left to you. I have to take the child away. When old man Su heard this, he snorted coldly. My Su family's grandson. Why should you, an outsider, take him away? Qin Zhaodi couldn't help but laugh when she heard what her father-in-law had said. Then it has to be a child from your Su family. Su Laosan understood instantly and fainted immediately. Qin Zhaodi looked at Su Laosan, who had fainted, and was also indifferent. Since the relationship had already been torn apart, she would take Wang Chang's child to seek refuge with the Wang family. She had seen that the Wang family still had some food in stock. Moreover, Mrs. Wang had said to her before that if she remarried to Wang Chang, he would naturally not treat her badly. Before fleeing the famine, Wang Chang was a well-known gangster in the surrounding area. Although his family conditions were a little better than the old Su family, he was unwilling to do it. He spent his money on wine and women outside, and gave the little money he had to the widow in the next village. But it was different when he started fleeing the famine. His family exchanged all the money for food. Now there should be a lot of food left, which is better than the old Su family. Thinking of this, he took Su Mufeng's hand and was about to leave. Su Mufeng widened his eyes. Mom, what do you mean? Qin Zhaodi said, this is not your father. Your father's family has food and you don't have to eat coarse grains with them anymore. Su Mufeng was a little bit unbelievable at first, but when he heard his mother say that his own father had food at home, who would be willing to suffer in this old Su family? He clapped his hands happily. Mom, I knew that this is not my father, haha. At this time, Su Laosan had just woken up slowly. As soon as he woke up, he heard the words spoken by the son whom he had taken good care of for so many years, and his heart instantly turned cold. Old Lady Su yelled, get out. What are you doing here? Old Mrs. Su had some doubts before, but she didn't expect that the child was really not from his Su family. Qin Zhaodi took the child and walked towards the center of the team. After Qin Zhaodi left, the farce was finally over. Su Yao looked at the Su family members who were in a low mood, and she didn't dare to say anything. After all, she was not good at comforting people. In the next 10 days, it was obvious when walking on the road that more and more refugees were gathering from all directions. Just as Su Yao was sighing, Old Man Su came over and touched Su Yao's head. Hold on a little longer. We will soon reach another city. I heard that there are tents set up by the court, and people are giving out porridge. By then, our Yao Yao will have a place to live. Su Yao nodded, but she didn't agree in her heart. Other people in the village were curious about the old Su family. After all, this family had caught either pheasants or rabbits in the past 10 days. The most outrageous thing was that they could even catch fish in a river that had dried up and had little water. If it wasn't in broad daylight, they would really think it was haunted. They were about to reach the city gate. The village chief was shouting in front, hurry up, we'll be there at noon today. Old Man Su also called out to his family to hurry up, and they all stood together, preparing to line up to enter the city. But the other refugees around them discovered something strange. In the team before them, all the villagers were pale and thin. Only one family did not look thin at all, and everyone had a rosy face. Even one of the little girls was chubby. How could they look like refugees fleeing famine? People who didn't know would think they were just having fun. If they weren't wearing patched clothes, they would really be thought to be a rich family. Some people in the village thought that the Su family was lucky. Not only did they not lose weight, but they got fatter. It had only been more than 10 days since they fled from famine, and the other villagers in the village were as thin as bamboo poles that would fall down when the wind blew. Old Lady Su naturally noticed it, and the other people looked at their family with strange eyes. She and Old Man Su looked at each other, and then they were sure that it was not a dream. Old Lady Su glanced at Old Man Su and said, Old man, we can finally have some hope. Old Man Su nodded when he heard this. At this time, the village chief came to the city and saw the notice in the city. The meaning was roughly that if there were people who really didn't want to leave, they could also settle down in the city. But the number of places is limited, first come first served. Su Yao shook her head. Her goal was originally the same place as the village chief's. That was naturally the capital. It was said that the capital was prosperous and it was the imperial capital. Whether it was doing business or something else, it was more convenient. The city gate was heavily guarded, and from time to time there would be soldiers with long swords on their waists, going back and forth to drive away the refugees blocking the city gate. Go to both sides, don't gather here. The rich people line up to go in, and the poor people get out of here, right? A soldier looked ferocious, but the Sioux family members entered the city obediently. They paid the money and entered the city, but before they had taken a few steps, a soldier asked if they had a pass. Fortunately, everyone in the village had a pass, otherwise it would be difficult for them to move. But the people next to them were not so lucky. They were directly driven out as refugees. The money was not returned. At this moment, someone rode a tall horse and rushed over from this side. Get out of the way, everyone. We will not be responsible for anyone killed by urgent documents. The previously crowded and impassable road on the official road instantly opened up into a wide path. Old Man Sioux and Old Lady Sioux took their family members to a slightly remote place and sat down. The village heads took other villagers not far from the Sioux family, but there were still a few refugees who were eyeing the Sioux family. They wanted to see what secrets they had. Not only were there no skinny guys, but they were also fat. Old Lady Sioux found an open space, sat with her family, and took out 2 fish from the basket. The few people who followed her immediately widened their eyes. Boss, look, it's such a big fat fish. Where else can you find fish at this time? The man called the boss nodded. In his heart, he imagined that if this could be stewed into a pot of milky white fish soup, it would be so delicious to drink. This family actually hid so much food. Let's steal all their food at night. And steal the chubby baby. It must be very delicious to eat such fat. What do you think, boss? When the eldest brother heard what his brother said, he nodded. Everyone was almost starving to death, but this family still fed their children so well. They were so envious and jealous. Although they had never eaten human flesh before, they might as well make an exception. At this moment, a man in the back patted the leader on the back. Boss, I wonder if I can join you. I'm from this village, and I know them very well. When the refugee heard this, he turned his head and looked. It was a man who was not too old. Why do you have a grudge against this family? Wang Chong nodded quickly. Yes, okay, let's go together at night. Wang Chong nodded repeatedly when he heard this, and in his heart he looked at the Sioux family fiercely. Now he also has a wife and children. Naturally, he can't let his wife watch her ex-husband's family eat and drink well, while he can only give them coarse food. It's not that he loves his wife and son, but he just feels embarrassed. Then the Sioux family gathered together and ate with big mouthfuls. These people squatted all night, and those who didn't find a suitable opportunity were drooling with greed. When they wanted to take action, they found that there were actually some patrols organized by themselves in this village. They simply couldn't bring themselves to do it, and the eldest brother threw his sleeves and left in anger. After all, it's rare to see such unity in the village. The eldest brother left, but the other brothers looked at Wang Chong fiercely. They thought that it might be Wang Chong who went to complain secretly. Otherwise, how could the village be so united? Other villages had never seen patrols, and several men beat Wang Chong until he was bruised and swollen before leaving. Wang Chong was so angry that he didn't get any benefit from this trip, but he was beaten like this. After returning, some people in the village asked in unison, was it Qin Zhaodi who beat him? Wang Chong just smiled and said nothing. He couldn't say that he did something bad and wanted to cheat the old Sioux family, but there were always patrols in the village. He didn't succeed, so he was beaten up by others. Su Yao held her chin and watched everyone prepare to continue on the road. In the next 2 days, Su Yao looked at the increasingly lush forests and her eyes lit up. Although it was a drought, the plants in the forests were still very lush. Although there were still gold, silver, and jewelry in his space, he thought that he couldn't take out such high-purity gold. Now they are fleeing from famine. When they get to the place, they can still to settle down. You need to buy land and food and build a house, which all costs money. The most important thing is that Su Yao doesn't want to live in the same room with other people, so why should she rebuild it? The main thing is that she is not used to sleeping with others. The village chief who took the lead naturally discovered that the vegetation in the mountains and forests is very lush. He was thinking about whether he could pick some wild vegetables. Su Yao looked around. She didn't know other herbs very well, but she knew the rare ones such as ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. The family followed the team and dispersed. Su Yao looked at her father and said, "Dad, I'm going to walk around and my legs are numb from squatting here." When Su Lauda heard his daughter say this, he quickly rubbed Su Yao's calf. "Are you okay, dear? If you are tired, tell Daddy that Daddy will carry you." Su Yao nodded and walked to the side. Boss Su thought that when his daughter said she was going for a walk, she must have gone to relieve herself. The child is now 5 years old, and it is not easy for him to follow. The old lady and his wife were watching the luggage on the cart. To go to the capital, you have to cross these heavy mountains and walk a long way to get there. Boss Su was still picking at the grass to see if there were any wild vegetables that he knew and could eat. He picked so seriously that he didn't notice what Su Yao was doing not far away. When Boss Su finished the things in his hands, he turned around and found that his daughter was gone. This made Boss Su very anxious, and he didn't even want the wild vegetables in his hand. He ran in the direction where Su Yao left. While searching, he hated himself. How could he be so obsessed with digging wild vegetables? Boss Su covered his chest as he walked. Could his soft and sticky little daughter be taken away and lost by him? My dear, Yao Yao." Su Yao heard her father calling from a distance, and she quickly said, "Dad, I'm here. Come here quickly." When Su Lauda heard Su Yao's voice, he immediately locked the direction. He saw a small figure behind the half-human high weeds not far away. When he came to the front and picked up the little milk ball, he realized that this was his own deer. He actually ran so far. Su Lauda wanted to hit his little girl's ace twice. But looking at her soft and sticky appearance, he didn't dare to do it. What if he, a farmer, didn't know the severity of the situation? He just nodded Su Yao's head. "You have always been very sensible. What happened today? I will report you when I go back and let your mother spank you." Su Yao heard Su Lauda's angry voice, but she didn't care. "Dad, look what I found. Dang, 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 big radish. Let us stew radish soup tonight, okay?" Hearing this, Boss Su took a look at the thing in her hand. A head appeared inside, and after a closer look, he found that it was actually a radish head. When he looked carefully again, he found that something was wrong. The yellowish-brown rhizome exposed on the edge had whiskers when he dug deeper. He was immediately excited. In his early years, Boss Su had seen people in his village dig up ginseng and sell it, and it sold for a lot of silver. Now Boss Su was completely excited. He quickly hugged his darling in his arms, kissed him hard a few times, and then started digging. "Darling, wait here. Dad will take you back after digging this out." Boss Su knew that he had to be extra careful when digging this thing. It is said that the root cannot be broken. It was not until the ginseng was dug out that he put the ginseng into his sleeve. Although he was excited, he did not call the other two brothers next to him, but hugged Su Yao and went to where they came from. But he still muttered, "Darling is really a lucky star, Yao Yao. You must not make a sound. Dad will take it back for your grandparents to see." Su Yao nodded when she heard this. She was not an ordinary child. She knew this kind of thing, so she would not say it out loud. The reason why she said it was a big white radish was because she was still so young and had never seen ginseng before, so she could only say it was a radish. Boss Su was still thinking about the ginseng he had just held in his hand. Although he was not sure, he was almost certain. The only thing he was not sure about was how it could be so big. He had seen ginseng sold in the village before, and it looked quite small. Although it was so small, it was sold for more than 100 taels of silver. In the village, but Yao Wuyang was a long time ago, and finally looked down on the poverty of the village. When he took it back, most people came back. After watching it carefully, the throat was stuffed directly to his chest. Then she covered her chest and walked towards Old Man Su. When she arrived in front of Old Man Su, Old Lady Su quickly took out the wild ginseng in her arms. "Old man, take a look. Is this ginseng?" Old Man Su looked at it carefully and nodded. "Where did you get it from?" Old Lady Su leaned over to Old Man Su's ear and whispered, "This was brought back by your eldest son. I guess it was brought back by Fubao again. You also know that along the way she either picked up pheasants or rabbits. Even the wild vegetables she picked up were more beautiful than those picked by others. Hearing this, the old lady nodded repeatedly and asked, "How much silver do you think this ginseng in our hand will sell for?" Old man Su touched his chin. "I estimate it will be at least a few hundred taels of silver. If we go to the capital, the price will probably be higher. After all, the price over there cannot be raised. But this thing is a rare treasure in the capital city, and it is in short supply." After getting a positive answer, Mrs. Su became even more excited. She went back to the cart and searched for 2 pieces of better cloth. She wrapped the thing carefully. But after thinking again and again, she really didn't know where to put it. She stuffed the thing directly into her old man. "You keep this thing. It's not an ordinary thing. Holding this thing in your hand is like holding hundreds of taels of silver. I can't do that." Mrs. Su was thinking about this thing. If it was in her hands, she would probably not be able to sleep at night. Old man Su looked at his wife's uneasy look and smiled. "Okay, I'll take it." The sky gradually darkened. Old man Su's ginseng was placed in one of the bundles on the cart. The bundle was clothes that he didn't wear all year round. He wrapped the ginseng in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and put it in the sleeves of the clothes. At this time, the second son's wife was cooking wild vegetable soup. Soon the family gathered together and drank the wild vegetable soup. After dinner was almost over, Su Yao took some duck legs from the space. She tore the bag open and threw the bag into the space. What she thought was that she had the conditions, so why should she hide it? She was not without the ability to protect herself. This old Su family member was her lifesaver anyway. Since she became someone's granddaughter, she naturally had to treat them as her own relatives. Then she took the duck legs and went in the direction of Old Man Su and Old Lady Su. She had some other skills that only the old couple knew. So for the time being, she could only cook for the 2 of them. Old Lady Su looked at her little granddaughter coming to feed her again, and happily held Su Yao in her arms. "My dear, if the old god gives you something, just eat it yourself and don't take it out. Before the drought, we could only eat meat twice a year at home. Now that we are fleeing from the famine, we can eat meat twice every 3 days. This is all thanks to my dear. It's already very good. It's not bad to eat these wild vegetable soups with pancakes occasionally. If you are not full, you can save these things given by the old immortal for yourself at night. Don't take them out." Su Yao shook her head and said, "I still have some. Grandpa and Grandma will have strength only when they are full, and Grandma will have to watch Yao Yao grow up in the future. When we get to the capital, Yao Yao will earn money for Grandma to buy a big gold bracelet." When Grandma Su heard this, she hugged the little baby in her arms tighter. Okay, my dear baby, buy me a big gold bracelet, and Grandma will enjoy the blessing of our dear baby." Old Man Su's eyes were red at the side. He had regarded Su Yao as his own granddaughter all this time. He didn't dare to believe what his wife said was a dream at first. Until that time, he saw it with his own eyes. The little granddaughter turned into something out of thin air. Although he was also afraid, it only took a moment for him to change from fear to surprise. After all, she was just a little girl. Su Yao thought of him and his wife at the first time when she had such a thing. She trusted him very much, so he naturally couldn't disappoint this child. Su Yao urged them. The 2 elders took a bite each and felt it was really delicious. And the taste inside was something he had never eaten before. He just didn't know what seasoning the duck legs were made of. When Su Yao went back, she saw several boys holding their stomachs, lying on the ground tossing and turning. Su Yao also felt sorry for these brothers. The Su family was very good to her along the way, especially these brothers, who followed her around every day and talked about their sisters. At this moment, the voice of Su Laosi was heard. "Bear with it. You are all little men. If your sister heard this, you wouldn't be embarrassed." When the little boys heard their 4th uncle yelling, they stopped moving immediately and closed their eyes and pretended to sleep. Su Yao looked at her brothers with amusement. After her 4th uncle left, she came to them. Like a magic trick, she took out a few duck legs from the space and gave one to each of them. "Brothers, this is a secret between Yao Yao and you. Don't tell anyone." The little boys nodded frequently and swallowed their saliva. 10-year-old Su Muching frowned when she saw this scene. She had noticed that Grandma had been sneaking around for a while, and she felt that they must have some secrets with her sister. Now, it seems that these are the things. But thinking about the things that suddenly appeared, regardless of whether her sister is a fairy or something, I just don't know if it will do any harm to her body. Su Muching stood up and touched Su Yao's head. Sister, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere, such as a headache, or feeling uncomfortable all over? Su Yao looked at her eldest brother with amusement and shook her head. Brother, I'm fine. I'll tell you in secret. Then Su Yao leaned over to Su Muching's ear and said, I have a fairy master, and these are all given to me by him, so Yao Yao will share them with you. Su Muching nodded repeatedly when she heard her sister say this. The two 7-year-old twins from the second child's family looked at the duck legs in their sister's hands with sparkling eyes. This was something they had never seen before, so Su Yao handed the duck legs to the two of them. The two of them couldn't wait to gnaw on it. They stopped only halfway through. Su Yao took a look at the two of them. What are you two doing? Sister, I want to save this for Mother to eat, okay? Su Yao didn't reply, but was stunned when she heard this. But when Su Muching saw the two younger brothers like this, she said, No, since this is a secret between us and my sister, we can't let the family know. You'd better eat this thing first and throw the bones away later. Hearing this, the twins Mu Wen and Mu Wu also timidly replied okay. Su Yao looked around and saw Su Muyu next to Boss Su. Su Muyu pestered Boss Su and told him about the interesting things he encountered when he was young. After the three little rascals finished eating, they waved to Su Muyu. Second brother, come here quickly. Su Muyu heard his sister calling him and ran over. Su Yao handed over the duck leg in her hand. Eat this quickly. Don't tell anyone. This is a secret between us. Su Muyu nodded, but looked at his brother and two younger brothers. Su Muching touched his head. We have all eaten. Su Muyu then began to eat with big mouthfuls. It's just that they had to go to bed after eating, and the people at home also washed the dishes and everything. Ma Chunhua was the first to discover that something was wrong with her two sons, and saw that their lips were greasy. The most important thing is that there is a smell of meat when she speaks. When she thinks of the little girl from the old family who came over, it seems that the little girl has some secrets. She feels that the little girl is not simple. Especially the good luck in the past few days, it is a bit too good. Others can only dig grass roots and tree barks along the way, but wherever this little girl goes, small animals bump into her. Not only the two wives of the Su family found out, but also other people in the village. Some people always run to the Su family sometimes, just wanting to hug Su Yao and get some blessings. But they are always driven away by the old lady Su. They are exhausted after a day's journey, and now everyone goes to bed early after dinner. The patrolmen arranged by the village chief also started walking around. These people not only have to patrol, but also occasionally add some dry wood to the fire when they pass by each family at night. Others slept so sweetly, but the old man Su from the Su family team took out the thing. Everyone in the family gasped. The second and fourth sons covered their mouths tightly. I was afraid that I would shout out too excitedly. The third brother has always been a relatively honest person and knows that this is ginseng. But thinking that it was brought back by the eldest brother's daughter after all, he doesn't want the money of his niece. So for him, no matter how much it can be sold, it doesn't matter. But the second and fourth brothers don't think so. They just think that since it was taken out by old man Su, they can use this thing to exchange for money to build a house when they arrive at the destination. It doesn't matter whether they want it or not, but when they arrive at the destination, they are afraid that they will have money to rebuild the house. They can always get a room, and they also think that they can have a stable little home in the future. Even if the eldest brother loses money, the worst that can happen is that he will pay back the old family when he earns money. A house doesn't cost much money. Feng Yulian hugged her daughter excitedly and kissed her several times. Su Yao, with saliva all over her face, stretched out her hand to go to her grandmother's arms. Seeing this, Mrs. Su quickly rescued Su Yao. Everyone in the old Su family has a problem. When she was excited, she would either pick herself up and spin around or kiss herself madly, especially her own mother. Old lady Su looked at the other families and spoke first. You also know about this thing. Since it was dug out by Su Yao, it is hers. It doesn't matter what we eat and drink along the way, but we can't embezzle such a precious thing. When the time comes, we will sell it and save up a dowry for Yao Yao. When my daughter gets married in the future, she will have a generous dowry, so she won't be looked down upon by others when she goes to her husband's family. You uncles and aunts can't always think about your niece's money. You all have no objection, right? When the other families heard this, they all nodded. Seeing this heartwarming scene, old lady Su couldn't help but feel happy. If the third son's wife were still alive, who knows what kind of trouble she would make. Fortunately, that troublemaker was finally driven out. Su Yao raised her chubby little arms and said, "I'll give the silver from selling these carrots to Grandma. After Grandma builds a house, Yao Yao will make more money. I'll send my brothers to school with the money and buy Grandma a big gold bracelet." When Mrs. Su heard Su Yao's babyish words, her eyes reddened. She had been managing this family for so many years, and she had never heard any son, daughter-in-law, or grandson say a word of filial piety to her. Even if they just said they made money and bought food and drinks for themselves, that would be fine. Now the newly recognized granddaughter is thinking about making a lot of money to buy a big gold bracelet for herself. Old Mrs. Su directly hugged Su Yao tightly in her arms. She strongly controlled herself to prevent the tears from falling. The other families couldn't help but feel more distressed for the little girl when they heard her babyish words. This child is really thoughtful. She is still so young, but she is thinking about making money for her brother in the future. Old man Su also saw the appearance of his old woman and waved his hand quickly. "Okay, it's late. Go back to sleep." After hearing this, several people took their children back to rest. It was just not long after lying down that the howling of wolves came from the mountain. The men who were on night watch reacted instantly and shouted to all the villagers. The village chief took the gong and knocked it. Because everyone was sleeping at the foot of the mountain tonight, no one slept too soundly. In a famine like this, there will always be some wild beasts in the deep forest. If they can't find food in the mountains, they will come down the mountain to hunt. Su Yao also woke up slowly at this time, but she was held tightly in her mother's arms. Soon, she heard the sound of fighting outside. There were also the screams of the villagers. When the old, weak, women and children heard that there were wolves, they all hugged each other and trembled. Feng Yulian directly covered Su Yao's ears tightly, for fear that the howling of the villagers would scare her little girl. Feng Yulian was also worried about her husband, but she couldn't stop her husband from fighting those wolves. After all, most of the men in their prime in the village had gone. At this moment, Su Yao suddenly yelled, "Grandma, hold me quickly." Feng Yulian was frightened by her little girl, and old lady Su reacted immediately. She rushed directly to the eldest daughter-in-law and took Su Yao out of her arms. Su Yao said to the old lady, "Grandma, let's go and take a look." At this time, the old lady Su hesitated. "My dear, the village chief is leading the villagers to resist the wolves. Let's stay behind." Su Yao shook her head. "It will be too late if Grandma doesn't go." "Grandma, have you forgotten that I have the guidance of the gods?" Su Yao knew that if she didn't go to help, how could the people in the village be the opponents of the wolves? When the old lady Su heard this, she reacted immediately. She strode towards the village chief and the villagers. When she got there, the village chief saw the old lady Su holding a little baby. He quickly scolded, "Why are you here to make trouble? Go back quickly." When Su Lauda heard the words of the village chief, he looked back. Suddenly, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. His mother and little girl also came over. At this moment, a wolf bit Su Lauda's arm fiercely. Then another wolf saw that Boss Su was bitten and lying on the ground, and it was about to bite Boss Su's neck. Su Yao didn't care whether to expose her superpowers or not. Instead, she pointed with her little hand, and the wolf was instantly chopped down from the air. The village chief and other individual villagers saw this scene, and saw that the village chief stared at Su Yao with wide eyes. The whole person began to tremble. The other men were also frightened by the little milk ball. But after reacting, they're still struggling to resist the attacks of these wolves. Naturally, they dare not be distracted. Su Yao quietly used her superpowers. Just this scene made all the men in the village gasp. After Su Yao chopped all the wolves to death, she panted and lay in the arms of old lady Su and fell asleep sweetly. Before falling asleep, she was still sighing that her superpowers were still too weak. Old lady Su stood aside, looking at the village chief with a nervous face. Finally, she spoke. "Village chief, my little granddaughter does have some opportunities. But she is a kind-hearted person, and she has saved so many people in our village. Do you think it's possible? But don't worry, village chief. If not, we will take the child on the road ourselves." Before Mrs. Su finished her words, the other villagers waved their hands. "What are you talking about? Even God can't bear to see us encounter a pack of wolves. We killed these wolves. What does it have to do with your little granddaughter?" Another man next her nodded and agreed. "Your little granddaughter? She is the reincarnation of a lucky star who will bring good luck to your family. You must treat her well. If your family can't afford to raise her, you can send her to my house." The other men also nodded frequently after they realized what was happening. "And my house is also fine. If she goes to my house, even if the bad boy at home is hungry, our little lucky star will not be hungry." Even the village chief looked at the child in the old lady's arms meaningfully. Then, looking at the men in the village with sharp eyes, the village chief said, "You have also seen that this kid is very lucky. With such ability, he must be the reincarnation of a god. I hope all of you will keep today's incident to yourself. If I know that you have told others about today's incident, don't blame me for being rude to you. You also know how the Liu family was driven out. I don't want there to be a second Liu family in our village. This child is not only the lucky star of the old Su family, but also the lucky star of our entire Talu village." Speaking of this, the village chief sighed as if he had thought of something. He continued, "This child was abused in the Liu family before, so this blessing cannot be passed on to the old Liu family and our villagers. But I think you have also discovered that so many things have happened since the child was taken back by the old Su family, and you all have some idea of it." The village chief saw that the villagers in front of him all nodded. He cleared his throat. "If it weren't for this child, we would have died on the road. The water might have something to do with this child. At the time, I was thinking that it was just a low-lying river in such a hot day. How could the water not be dried up? So now that you all understand, I don't need to say too much about the next thing." After hearing what the village chief said, the other men nodded frequently, and even old man Su looked approving. The village chief has always been the backbone of the village. Since the village chief has spoken, these villagers will naturally not do anything to their own granddaughter. And the villagers are basically good. Old lady Su came to Boss Su and looked at his arm. "Boss, is your arm okay?" Boss Su shook his head and looked at Su Yao. "My dear is probably tired. She looks like she fell asleep. Let's take her back to rest first." The village chief said to Boss Su, "You go back too and bandage the wound on your hand." Then he said to the other men in the village, "Drag all these wolves back and pluck out their fur. The wolf skins are completely ruined and can't be sold anymore. But the meat inside can be divided among the villagers in the time being, and we should be able to get half ahead. When the time comes, dry the wolf meat, and we won't have to worry about having nothing to eat on the way." The men in the village became excited when they heard this. Yes, so many wolves. This is all meat. The village chief looked at the villagers who were dealing with the wolves, and before leaving, he emphasized, "With so many wolves, we should all die in them tonight. If it weren't for the little girl of the Su family, none of us would see the sun tomorrow. Then the family members behind us would also be killed by these wild wolves. All of us in the village owe that little girl a life." After saying this, the village chief ignored the villagers and went back first. He was not afraid that the men would take all the wolf meat. After all, his 2 sons were among them. The 2 sons would naturally take back their own share. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su went back, and they didn't fall asleep until the second half of the night. The 2 looked at Su Yao worriedly and only felt relieved after checking her breathing.
MRS. Shushaid.
The men in the whole village basically know about her granddaughter's extraordinary abilities. What should we do? Mr. Su thought for a while, and then he said, "If the villagers can't tolerate our good boy, We will take our good boy and leave the village with our family. Let's go on our own. Is it possible that we can't reach the capital with just our 4 sons? Mrs. Su heaved a sigh of relief when she heard her old man say that. It was not until the next morning that Su Yao woke up slowly. But she found the atmosphere around her was extremely strange. She suddenly thought of her father and got up immediately. Dad, are you okay? Let me take a look at the injury you suffered yesterday. Boss Su looked at his little girl who had woken up and stroked her little hair. My daughter is awake. Dad is strong, and the minor injury has healed long ago. Then she retracted her arm. Su Yao glared at her father, then took out a small porcelain bottle from the space and handed it to her father. Dad, pour this on your injured wound. Seeing her daughter's unhappy look, Su Lauda did as she was told. What Su Lauda didn't expect was that the water looked clear, but after pouring it, his wounds recovered at a speed visible to the eye. Even Grandma Su, who came behind, saw it. She immediately snatched the half bottle of water that Su Lauda had not poured out. Su Yao looked at Grandma Su with a puzzled look. Then she saw her grandma slapping Su Lauda on the head. You idiot, this thing was given to our baby by the old immortal to save his life. Do you need to use this thing for such a minor injury? It's not that old lady Su doesn't feel sorry for her eldest son. It's just that the old immortal entrusted this little guy to her, so she is to take good care of him. Such a precious thing must be used by the old immortal to save his own baby's life. How could she let her stupid son be so wasted? After being scolded by his mother, old lady Su finally realized it. Yes, this is a life-saving thing. Why was he so confused? This arm was just bitten by a wolf, and it will probably take a short time to recover, and the scar will probably form. How could he use such a good elixir? Su Yao felt warm in her heart. Logically speaking, she was very bold. She dared to take out all these things and use them. But although she was not a biological child of the Su family, these people were very good to her. She didn't want to lose this family affection, especially when she saw her father being bitten by a wolf. When a wolf rushed towards her father's neck, her heart was in her throat. Fortunately, there was no danger in the end. Su Yao took out another bottle from the space and gave it to her grandmother. Grandma, give this half bottle to Dad. I have another bottle for you to keep. Then the old lady reluctantly gave the remaining spiritual spring water in her hand to her eldest son. But after giving it, she warned, don't tell anyone about this. Su Lauda nodded and muttered as he left. I'm not a fool.
You have to tell me about this.
After listening to her eldest son's words, Su Lauda wanted to chase him and give him another big bag. But she was stopped by her old man. Okay, what are you arguing about? Old man Su was behind and naturally saw the treasure his granddaughter took out. My dear, don't take this thing out again, especially to let others know. Several villagers in the village were more or less injured, and one of them had his leg bone broken. But if you take this kind of thing out, others will definitely miss it. Grandpa knows that you are kind-hearted, but kindness can't be used like this, understand? Su Yao nodded and naturally understood. If it weren't for her father being in danger, she would never have rashly used her special ability in front of so many people. What's more, this thing was like magic water. Su Yao was held in the arms of old lady Su and followed old man Su to the injured people over there. As soon as she arrived, she saw an old doctor with a white beard who was examining the injuries of several people. The doctor said the herbs on the mountain along the way are basically dying. I'm afraid your uncle's leg is not easy to cure. Su Yao turned around and saw the woman sitting next to her. Her eyes were so red and swollen that she could hardly open them. Another old lady wiped her tears with a sad face. The whole family seemed to be in despair. There was only one male in his family. What if he became disabled? Su Yao also sighed, but she remembered clearly that the man in front of her was not among the people brought by the village chief to save her. So she did not intend to save this person. The family was shrouded in a dark cloud, but the doctor was also very depressed. In fact, most of the herbs brought by the village chief on the way to escape the famine had been used up. After the village chief got the news, he called let a few men take the doctor to look around in this mountain. See if they can find some herbs that can be used. Fortunately, They did find some hemostatic herbs in the end, and Min barely saved the man. Old Mrs. Su only planned to make a pot of white rice porridge this morning, and the rice given by her own darling had not been used up. After Su Yao came back, she squatted next to her grandmother and watched her cook white porridge. After thinking about it, she beat 3 eggs into it. In addition, she found some diced bacon from the space and put them in together. Finally, she threw in the wild vegetables that were not used up yesterday, and the old lady quietly watched her darling busy. When it was time to eat, old Mrs. Su said, "Today's meal is cooked by our darling. Everyone should taste our darling's cooking skills." Feng Yulian hugged her daughter, and then blew on the small half-bowl of porridge before handing it to Su Yao. "Our daughter's cooking is definitely delicious. It smells good." Then everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks and started eating. Everyone was satisfied with the meal, and several children were so happy that they danced with joy. They actually ate salty meat. Although the meat felt a little salty when they ate it, it was really delicious. After these people finished their meal, the village chief shouted to everyone to continue on their way. When everyone was about to leave, the injured woman knelt down directly. "Thank you all for running around for my family and for saving my husband from the wolf's mouth yesterday. Because of our family's affairs today, we were delayed from setting off at dawn. It is my Wang family who is sorry for everyone. If you have any problems on the road, you can come to me for help." The village chief's wife looked at the woman like this and hurriedly walked up to her. She pulled her up from the ground. "We are all villagers. Why do you say that? Your Daju is injured, and you are the ones who suffer the most. It would be best if we can have herbs to cure him now. It's okay to waste a little time. I believe the villagers will not blame you." After saying this, the villagers who were on good terms with the woman all echoed. The village chief also said, "We are all farmers, and we are not spoiled. If we hadn't escaped from the famine today, we would still be working in the fields at home. It's not too late to leave now." Then everyone began to persuade the woman in front of them. Tell her to think more positively and not feel guilty. It's just a delay of 2 hours. The village chief waved his hand and led the large group of Talu village to continue moving forward. They walked for more than 3 hours, and it was getting dark. The village chief looked at the village not far away and waved his hand to stop. There was a way for those who were fleeing famine. As long as these people who were fleeing famine did not enter the village, but rested half a mile outside the village. In this year, the villagers would not make things difficult for them. But if they were too close to the village, it would not be okay, especially in this kind of famine year. Any village would be very resistant to outsiders. So naturally, a large number of people were not allowed to approach the village. If they were provoked, they might take the initiative to attack. Everyone stopped, rested, and started to cook dinner. The Su family stopped after coming down. Everyone picked up a water bag and gulped down a belly full of water. After they drank more than half of the water, Su Yao would refill their water bags. Before, the old lady said it every time because she poured the water from the prepared pottery jars over to them. They didn't doubt it at first, but after Su Yao conjured food for their son, they had a deep suspicion of Su Yao. But thinking that after all, she was their family, and it was for the good of the children, although they didn't understand where the food came from. Since they didn't want to say, why bother asking more? Wang Chong did not participate in the wolf hunting activity yesterday, so he was still complaining about the old Su family at home.
Wife.
If you ask me, the Su family is just stupid. Look at the wolves in our village last night. Basically, every family only needs to send 1 or 2 strong men to follow the village chief. Look at his family. Even the old man went into battle. TSK, 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 TSK. At this time, old lady Wang also echoed, "Families is honest, as theirs just can't save money. I told you to divorce Su Lao San and come to my house, but you didn't listen. Look how much you have suffered over there." After the old lady finished speaking, she went to the side to busy herself. Wang Chong touched Qin Zhaodi and said, "I told you to come here a long time ago, but you didn't listen. I feel bad seeing you suffer over there." Qin Zhaodi heard what Wang Chong said and threw herself into his arms. "You re the best, you rascal. I knew I didn't make a mistake in choosing you back then." Old lady Wang, who was not far away, frowned when she saw Qin Zhaodi in her son's arms. All she wanted from the beginning to the end was her eldest grandson. Ever since she knew that Qin Zhaodi had an affair with her son and gave birth to a child for him, she has been thinking about this eldest grandson. Whenever she met Su Mufeng in the village before, she would give him some food, either a handful of peanuts or a handful of melon seeds. At this time, the old lady did not avoid people. As if she thought of something, she came directly to the couple. She said, "Son, since Zhaodi and the child are back, the child's name must be changed. He can't still be surnamed Su." Wang Chong nodded when he heard this. Of course, my son must have my surname. How could he have someone else's surname? Qin Zhaodi nodded when she heard this. Yes. At this moment, Wang Chong looked at Su Mufeng not far away and waved his hand. Come here. Su Mufeng came over obediently. But in his heart, he was very dissatisfied with the Wang family. Ever since his mother took him away, the old Su family has lived a happy life. They can catch pheasants and rabbits every now and then, and there is no shortage of food at home. Unlike the Wang family, who said they had good food, it was just that small bag. They were still stingy and only ate the black-faced cakes for 2 meals. He felt his throat was sore. But he was not stupid and knew that if he broke up with the Wang family, he would have nowhere to go. No matter how good the old Su family was, he could not go back. Wang Chong looked at Su Mufeng, who came over with a face full of resentment, and frowned. Who are you showing your face to? Did I give you less food or less clothes? Why do you think I'm not good, right? If you think my Wang family is not good, go back to your fake father and see if the old Su family still wants you. Qin Zhaodi heard Wang Chong say this and immediately started to act coquettishly in front of Wang Chong. What are you talking about, you rascal? The child is your own. Isn't it too sudden for him to accept it? After all, Su Lao Sen has called you dad for so many years. The old lady on the side also advised, yes, Qiangzi, this child can't accept it for a while. After a long time, he will know who is good to him, and he will know in his heart. Why are you being mean to the child? Wang Chong heard his mother and Qin Zhaodi say this, and he couldn't help but feel that it was right. After all, the child has called that fake father for so many years. It is normal that he can't accept it for a while. He waved at Su Mufeng with a smile. Come here, Dad will give you a new name today. Su Mufeng nodded when he heard this. He was not a biological child of the Su family, so naturally, he had to change his surname. Wang Chong said, Why don't you call yourself Wang Xiaoqiang? Su Mufeng frowned immediately when he heard this, and even Qin Zhaodi disagreed very much. Can't you give yourself a better name? Wang Chong rolled his eyes when he heard Qin Zhaodi say this about him. Why is it that my name is not nice, but yours is nice? Your name is Zhaodi. Do you want our son to be called Guangzhong Jiazu? The old lady's eyes lit up when she heard this. That's fine. Wang Chong rolled his eyes. In Wang Chong's mind, Guangzhong Jiazu was the most rustic. A name like Wang Chong sounded very good to him. After thinking about it, he looked at the mountains in the distance. Then he said, Why not just call him Wang Lin? This name sounds nice and easy to remember. Su Mufeng nodded when he heard the name. This name is much better than Wang Xiaoqiang. The old lady just muttered a few words on the side. Wang Lin, not bad, not bad. This name sounds pretty good. Everyone was resting here, and suddenly a few strong men ran over from a distance. After coming over, they said, Who is the village chief here? One of the men brought these people to the village chief. He thought they should be the farmers, not far ahead. The village chief looked at these people and didn't understand why they came here. But he still smiled and said, I am the village chief of Talu village. I wonder what you are doing here. The strong men said, You probably don't have water. It hasn't rained here for a long time. But we have dug a well in our village before, and it is quite deep. There is still some water in the middle. I wonder if you want some. The village chief's eyes lit up when he heard this. Although every household in the village still has a lot of water, who knows when the next time there will be water at such a distance? He drank a lot of it, so a little bit would be fine. He thought these people were kind enough to give it for free. The village chief just nodded and heard the man continue. Fetching water costs money. How about this? I only charge you 100 coins for a bucket of water. Or just give a bucket of food, what do you think? This is not expensive, right? After all, water is a rare commodity in a famine year. Several men looked at the village chief like this. When the village chief heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He really thought that these people were kind enough to give them water, but he didn't expect that they were taking advantage of the situation. One of the men from Talu village said angrily, "Village chief, let's ignore him. We don't want their water. We will definitely find a big river if we walk a little further. We still have some water." They are just taking advantage of the situation. As soon as the man from Talu village finished speaking, several people over there laughed. Since you want to find a big river, then go ahead. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Even if it is the closest one to us, it will take more than 200 miles. And it is not certain whether there is water over there. I just don't know if you can get there alive. When the village chief heard this, his heart skipped a beat. More than 200 miles. According to their walking speed, it would take at least a few days. The most important thing is to cross mountains and ridges, so it would take a little longer. By the time they get there, the whole village might be out of water. The village chief bowed to the men who came and said, "I really can't make the decision on this matter alone. Why don't you go back and discuss it with me?" When the men in the village heard this, they nodded directly. Everyone who passed by their village would be ripped off. So even if they were dissatisfied with the fleeing team in front of them and felt that they were taking advantage of the fire, they would definitely agree in the end. Silver is not as important as water. Besides, they won't starve to death if they don't eat for 2 or 3 days, but they can't live without water. After the village chief discussed with others, the crowd exploded.
What?
The village chief and others are really too much. What kind of water actually costs 100 coins? That's right. Could it be that it is inlaid with gold? A bucket of water actually costs 100 coins. Even if I go to the dock to carry goods, it will take me nearly half a month to earn back 100 coins. It's really unrealistic to ask for 100 coins for nothing. Those who were indignant were some old people in Talu village. The other young people thought it was normal. After all, people would die of thirst without water these days. It was normal for them to take advantage of the fire. The village chief looked at some people who remained silent and said, "Let's discuss it. Those who are willing to buy should prepare silver or food to exchange with others. If you don't want to, then don't go." When the other men looked at Old Man Su shook his head and said, "We don't want it. We can't afford the silver." The village chief sighed when he heard this. Who can afford so much silver? There was really no other way. The other villagers were in great pain. They didn't have much money to begin with. They were thinking that they could use the money to build a small thatched house somewhere to live in. Now, if they really escaped to the city, they might be penniless. At this time, the village chief suddenly looked at Su Yao. Su Yao blinked her eyes. What did the village chief mean? She stared at him blankly. What was she going to do? The village chief came to Su Yao and said, "My dear, tell me if we can find water later." Su Yao just nodded yes. When the village chief heard this, he immediately laughed. "Okay, since our little lucky star said he could find water, then we won't buy water anymore." Old Man Su looked at the village chief and hesitated. He wanted to say that children's words might not be taken seriously. But looking at the village chief's excited look, he thought it would be useless for him to say anything, so he just let him do it. The villagers were still discussing, and the others looked at the little girl in the arms of Old Man Su. They immediately thought of something and said to the village chief, "We don't want it either." "Yes, village chief, we don't want it either." At this time, Wang Chong looked at the villagers in confusion, thinking that these villagers were really stupid. They said that the nearest water source was 200 miles away. Besides, it was not certain whether there would be water after that. Could it be that the whole village would die of thirst on the road? Anyway, I am not as stupid as the others in the village. I know what it feels like to be thirsty, and in the end, I don't care about my mother's painful face. I happily took out 200 coins and walked towards the group of people. They don't want it, but I do. After the men took Wang Chong over and fetched the water back, there were also several families in the village who were ready to move. They knew that if they really couldn't find a water source on the road, the whole family would probably die of thirst. Finally, some people paid 100 coins to buy a pot of water. The village chief saw it, but did not stop them. After all, it was such an uncertain thing. It was fine if his family believed it, but he could not force others to believe it. The rest of the people did not buy water like the village chief. They thought of the ability of the little milk ball that night. In addition, the little milk ball could find water, and it was a lucky star. So they naturally believed what the little lucky star said, although the people at home were a little confused and even opposed them. But they were still willing to follow the village chief to gamble on whether the little lucky star would work. The most important thing was that they really couldn't afford the money. Wang Chong carried the water he bought and looked at the villagers happily. Then he said, "If you want to buy water, go as soon as possible. I have said it in advance. Don't run out of water when you come to my house to borrow water. There is no water. This water is only enough for our family of old and young to drink. Don't say I am ruthless when the time comes. I have advised you." When the others heard this, they sighed. Who told the head of the family not to buy water? What else could they do? There were only a few copper coins left in the family. If they really spent it all, they would not be able to survive in the capital. Old Man Su and Old Lady Su were a blessing to Yao Yao, but they knew all of them. But the second son's wife was a little scared. She was really afraid that there would be no water on the road. Looking at her husband, she said, "Does our family really not buy it? Otherwise, let's buy less." The second son of Su just shook his head and said, "Don't worry. There will be some on the road." The villagers who came back from buying water were particularly disappointed when they saw the turbid water. This water is so turbid. And they dare to charge such expensive silver. Another woman nodded, "Yes. There is mud and sand in it." Several of them were indignant, and Wang Chong hurried to see the 2 ceramic jars of water he had brought back. He found that it was actually because he was happily chatting with the man in the village just now. But I didn't pay attention for a moment, and half of the pottery jar was full of mud and sand. My temper flared up immediately. I turned around and walked back. The village chief quickly asked a few men to follow me. After all, we are from Talu village, so we don't want to be bullied. Wang Chong turned around and saw a few men following him. He immediately rushed towards the water cellar with full confidence. "What's wrong with you? I chatted with you for so long. And you used this thing to fool me, right? There is half mud and sand in this pottery jar. How can I drink it?" The water cellar didn't take it seriously. It asked this day and age. "Where can we find clean water? As long as you don't leave this drought-stricken area, you'll never have clean water wherever you go. It's good enough to have water to drink, but you are complaining about this and that." Wang Chong was immediately furious when he saw this. "I don't want this water. Give me back my money." The men rolled up their sleeves. "What did you say? We worked so hard to get this water for you. And you just say you don't want it. How can this be possible in the world?" Wang Chong looked at them rolling up their sleeves, as if they were going to hit him. Finally, he waved his hand and went back with a pottery jar. The other villagers who followed behind also smiled at each other and shook their heads. This Wang Chong is really a coward. He is useless. Yeah, we are all behind him. Naturally, we won't let him suffer any loss, but he doesn't dare to do anything. Wang Chong cursed all the way back to where the Wang family was. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Seeing Qin Zhaodi wandering around in front of him, he slapped her directly. Qin Zhaodi was slapped to the ground by this sudden slap, covering her face and looking at Wang Chong. "You dare to hit me?" Wang Chong snorted coldly. "What's wrong with hitting you? I'm in a bad mood. Why are you still wandering around in front of me?" Qin Zhaodi looked incredulous. In the past, Wang Chong said that he would be nice to him and would not hit him. Bai Ji was beaten just a few days after coming to the Wang family. Wouldn't it be? Woo woo woo. Qin Zhaodi felt more and more wronged the more she thought about it, and ran to her son. She cried, "Son, oh, a mother is wronged." Wo Wu Wang Lin rolled his eyes at his mother. "Why are you crying? You deserve to be beaten. If you don't hang around him, he will beat you. You are so annoyed that you should cry somewhere else." Qin Zhaodi covered her chest for a long time and couldn't recover after hearing what Wang Lin said. Her son has been very kind and considerate to her since he was a child. Why has he become like this now? Old Lady Wang looked at Qin Zhaodi's hypocritical appearance. She couldn't help but spit. Bah, you really think you are a lady from a noble family. What's wrong with the beating? If you don't provoke my son, can he beat you? Why doesn't he beat others but you? It's all your fault. Next time you see he is in a bad mood, don't walk around in front of him. Qin Zhaodi had grievances, but couldn't say them. Before she brought her son back, this old lady praised her to the sky, saying that she was virtuous and capable. In the old Su family, old Lady Su treated her like this, and stood up for her. She also said that if she got along with Wang Chong in the future, he would treat her like his own daughter. Now she can see the true face of the Wang family, but now she can't go back. What can she do? She can only make do with her life. Wang Chong looked at Qin Zhaodi, who was still crying there, and he became even more annoyed. I told you not to make any noise, can't you hear me? Wang Chong grabbed Qin Zhaodi's hair with one hand and knocked her against a big tree nearby. Qin Zhaodi felt black in front of her eyes. She quickly said, Stop hitting me. I really know I'm wrong. I won't cry, I won't cry, I won't bother you. Wang Chong let go of Qin Zhaodi's hand after hearing what she said. He sat aside angrily. This scene was seen by Su Lao-san, who was not far away, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. How good he was to Qin Zhaodi before, how much he hated Qin Zhaodi now. She only gave birth to this child for him, and in the end it was not his own. Now he has become the laughingstock of the whole village. He wants to see what kind of person Qin Zhaodi can become after going to the Wang family. Su Yao looked at the back of his third uncle, but felt a little distressed. Qin Zhaodi was so fierce and didn't treat his third uncle very well, but his third uncle was in a very bad mood, always protecting her. Such a good man is honest, and he doesn't mess around with other women outside. And he protects Qin Zhaodi very much. As a result, Qin Zhaodi was blind and found such a domestic violence man. She really deserved it. Early in the morning, the village chief called the villagers and planned to go out to find some food. Looking at the mountain not far away, it was not too high, and thought there should be no ferocious beasts in it. So the village chief told the villagers to go to the forest to see if they could find some pheasants and rabbits. When the village chief was leaving with these men from every household in the village, one of the men ran to Su Yao. Little Lucky Star, can I shake hand with you? Let Uncle get some blessings, okay? Su Yao nodded and stretched out her little hand. Seeing this scene, Su Lao frowned. How can you, a man, touch my girl's hand? The man didn't care about Boss Su's furious look, but touched Su Yao's hand gently. Then he happily followed these people to the mountain. Su Yao called her father, Dad, hug me. Boss Su thought that Su Yao was reluctant to leave him. He took the little guy in his arms and coaxed him easily. Yao Yao, be good. Daddy will be back soon, okay? Su Yao nodded and said with certainty, Dad will definitely catch the prey and come back. Boss Su scratched Su Yao's nose and said with a smile, Little clever boy, whatever you say is what it is. Daddy will definitely catch a fat little rabbit and cook it for Yao Yao. Then several other men in the village came to Su Yao in unison, insisting that Su Yao shake hands with them. Su Yao had no choice but to touch their fingers one by one. These people followed the village chief and left contentedly. On the way, they talked a lot. I feel that I will definitely catch some prey today. I think so too. The village chief looked at these men with amusement. If you can get this blessing, it will be an incredible thing, ha ha. What are you thinking? Although these men were talked to by the village chief, everyone still firmly believed in his own ideas. Su Yao was drowsy in the arms of Old Lady Su. It was because she did not rest well at night. Old Lady Su gently shook Su Yao. If you are sleepy, sleep for a while. Your father and others will be back in a while. Su Yao nodded, and then fell asleep in the old lady's arms. After holding her for a while, the old lady couldn't help but feel that her arms were really sore. The baby was getting bigger and bigger. I'm afraid that my old bones won't be able to hold the child in 2 months. After Su Yao fell asleep, she gently put her on the mat. This mat was brought from home at that time, but it was convenient to use on this journey. Old Lady Sue looked at her granddaughter sleeping soundly on the mat and gave her the hair on both sides to her ears. Then she looked in the direction her son left, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. I just don't know if they will encounter any wild beasts in the mountains. At this time, Su Yao's face was pale, and she was dreaming. In the dream, her father, 3 uncles, and the village the men had a good harvest. Everyone basically had some prey and wild vegetables in their hands. Although some wild rabbits were indeed thinner, they were also considered meat dishes. But at this time, 2 big wild boars ran towards them. Behind them was another wild boar, and the 2 big wild boars indiscriminately hurt the men in the village. They even stabbed their father's stomach. Su Yao suddenly sat up from the mat and covered her chest. After opening her eyes, she found that she was dreaming. But because she basically didn't dream in her previous life, and the dreams she had were either prophecies that came true. So Su Yao was panicking at this time. In her mind, she kept recalling her father and every bit of him. Old Lady Sue took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Su Yao's forehead. "Don't be afraid, my dear. Don't be afraid. Are you having a nightmare? Grandma is here. Don't be afraid." Su Yao grabbed her grandma's wrist. "Grandma, quickly hold us to find Dad." When old Mrs. Sue heard this, she shook her head again and again. "My dear, your father has gone into the mountains with the village chief and the uncles in the village. Let's not talk about whether we can catch up with him now. How can Grandma protect you in this mountain where we are unfamiliar with the place? What if some snakes, insects, rats, and ants bite my dear? My dear, just wait at home. Your father will catch some wild animals and cook them for you." Su Yao shook her head desperately. "Grandma, do you believe me, Yao Yao? Dad and the others are in danger now, and only I can save them. Grandma, just take me with you." When old Mrs. Sue heard this, her eyes narrowed immediately, and she quickly called Old Man Sue, who was still beside her. "Old man, go find the eldest brother, and the others quickly. Our dear said that the eldest brother and the others are going to be in trouble." Old Man Sue didn't react when he heard this and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Before Old Man Sue could say what he was thinking, he heard Su Yao yelling, "Grandpa, hurry up, Dad, and the others are in danger." Then Su Yao opened her arms. Upon hearing this, Old Man Sue immediately hugged Su Yao in his arms and rushed up the mountain. Old Man Sue basically ran all the way and walked for nearly half an hour. He finally found them, but when he came over, he found that the men in the village were holding machetes in their hands, facing 2 wild boars not far away. The 2 wild boars looked adult, at least 300 or 400 pounds. Especially the fangs in front. If they were stabbed, wouldn't their stomachs be pierced? Old Man Sue was very scared at this time. If he had known earlier, he would rather come alone. How could he bring his granddaughter here? For some reason. What should he do? Su Yao broke free from Old Man Sue's arms and ran towards her father. Old Man Sue slapped his head. He never thought that he couldn't even hold a child. He actually let her break free. Naturally, other people in the village also saw it and waved their hands again and again, especially the village chief who yelled, "Little boy, hurry up and don't come over here." Su Yao didn't care what the village chief said, but ran to her father's side. Seeing that her father was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. She finally arrived. At this moment, one of the wild boars rushed towards the direction of Boss Su. Su Yao used her supernatural power to run 2 steps quickly and smashed the wild boar's head with a bang. The wild boar fell to the ground. There was a dent in the head. This scared the men in the village. Even the village chief, who had experienced many storms, was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. Su Yao looked at the big wild boar in front of him angrily. He remembered clearly in his dream that it was this wild boar that stabbed his father through. He could have used his supernatural power to deal with the wild boar, but Su Yao was so angry that she wanted to use her own strength to fight the wild boar. The other wild boar saw that his companion was killed by a punch from a human kid. He ran away quickly. Su Yao would never let it run away easily, but used his thunder supernatural power to chop at the wild boar. The wild boar immediately fell to the ground and convulsed all over, and soon he stopped breathing. Several little wild boars were howling beside the dead wild boar. The men in the village were still standing there in a daze. Old Man Su couldn't react all of a sudden, but thinking that this was his own granddaughter. If they are really scared, then it seems that I will really have to part ways with these people in the village this time. Su Yao didn't think so. First of all, the villagers must be good. Secondly, with my strength and strange abilities, these people dare not do anything to me. Those who have a little brains will not think of driving me out of the team. After all, it is a famine year now, and I don't know how many bandits and wild beasts I will encounter on the road. With me, they can at least survive and arrive at their destination safely. Especially those of the older generation, they know that in order to escape from the famine, more than half of the people in a village will die along the way. Only a small number of lucky people can reach their destination alive. Su Yao looked at the two big wild boars lying on the ground, and his mind was full of meat. Although there was no shortage of meat, his body was seriously deficient, and he had not eaten meat twice since he was a child. Su Yao's voice suddenly rang. "Dad, can I eat meat later?" Su Yao's voice had just fallen, and the men in the village finally reacted. Looking at the soft and cute little girl, she was hugging her father's thigh and acting coquettishly. Thinking back to the scene before, where a wild boar was killed with one punch in front of them, it was still vivid in their minds. Even the village chief was a little scared, but he thought it was just a little kid. He also wanted to protect his father, so he used that ability. Having said that, if it weren't for this little guy, with just a dozen men in the village, they would not be the opponent of this wild boar. It is possible that all the people in the village would have to die here. Su Yao looked at the piglets and licked her lips. The roasted suckling pig must be delicious. At this time, the village chief came to Su Yao. Looking at Su Yao, he asked, "Yao Yao, can the wild boar uncles carry these wild boars back for you?" Su Yao nodded, then shook her head. Then he said, "Grandpa Village Chief, since everyone came out hunting together, let's share some with the villagers. But can Yao Yao want these small pigs?" The village chief's eyes immediately turned red when he heard this. Okay, since Yao Yao said she wanted these little pigs, then these little pigs will be given to our Yao Yao. Old Man Su just nodded on the side. His little granddaughter was great. Just now when the village chief walked over here, the little granddaughter asked for his opinion. The village chief glanced at the villagers who were still frightened, and then he said, "Did you hear it? Our village's little lucky star said it. Everyone will have a share of these two big wild boars. Why are you still standing there? Does our little lucky star want to carry it down by himself?" The people in the village finally came back to their senses from their daze. They nodded and bowed one by one. The current village chief did not dare to treat Su Yao as a real child. Instead, he asked Su Yao as if she were an adult, what were the plans for these wild boars? Su Yao felt that there were already quite a few wild boars, and she had everything to eat in her space. She was not very rare for these wild boars. The most important thing was that these uncles who came here to hunt were basically the ones who had saved her before. Seeing that the villagers had no food, she naturally could not let them return empty-handed. And if she did not give them anything, it would be difficult for the old Su family to be a human being in the village in the future.
So she planned to divide it equally.
Although she was dividing it equally, she believed that the village chief would never give it to her family but to the other families. When the villagers walked to the resting place, another hour had passed. Old Mrs. Su was turning around, worried about her son and granddaughter. "Yulian, why didn't you remind me just now? What's the point of this old man taking Yao Yao away? Alas, what help can a little baby like her provide? She may be in danger if she goes there." Mrs. Su started to resent herself for forgetting her granddaughter. Later, she told all the members of the Su family who were still there about it. Feng Yulian sighed. "Mom, you know that Yao Yao is a very capable child. Besides, she is a lucky star and is blessed with great fortune. Naturally, nothing will happen to her." Mrs. Su reacted after hearing Feng Yulian's comfort. Yes, her granddaughter was not an ordinary baby. She felt relieved when she thought of this. When she looked up, She saw her son and other villagers carrying a wild boar and walking towards them not far away. When other people in the village saw this, they rushed over to help. When the women saw this, their eyes widened. Some even forgot what they were doing. Mrs. Su rushed to Old Man Su. She cried out loudly. She hugged Su Yao in her arms and touched her face and body with trembling hands. She asked in a crying voice, "My dear, are you injured anywhere? You really scared Grandma to death." Su Yao smiled, and the old lady didn't ask if her son was injured, but cared about herself first. Su Yao looked at the old lady like this and stretched her little hand directly in front of Grandma Su. Then she said in a baby voice, it's hurt, Grandma. Look at my little hand. It's all scratched." When Grandma Su heard this, she lowered her head and saw a scratch as long as a little fingernail, and there was not even a drop of blood on the palm of the hand. If you don't look carefully, you can't see this wound at all. If you say it later, the wound will probably be completely healed. But Grandma Su still touched Su Yao's head with pity. As if she thought of something, she nodded Su Yao's little head. Then she said angrily, "Now you know it hurts. See if you will run around next time. If there is any danger, just let your grandfather go. Why did you follow him?" After saying this, she turned her head and saw her 3 stupid sons carrying wild boars, standing beside her and talking to her. This made the old lady very angry. "You 3 idiots, what's the matter? Do you want to carry this wild boar all the time? If you don't have enough strength, you can carry the cart when you leave tomorrow. I am such a smart person. Why did I give birth to you stupid sons who must be like your stupid father?" Old Man Su looked aggrieved on the side. "What does it have to do with me?" Su Yao looked at her grandmother with a smile. Then the eldest son, Su, was next to her and told the old lady, Su, everything that happened on the mountain. The old lady, Su, kept calming her down and looked at the baby in her arms. She couldn't help but feel happy for her stupid sons, but she sighed again after thinking about it. Her little granddaughter saved the whole village, and she saved her son for the second time. She was thinking about the reactions of those who saw her little granddaughter's special abilities. The village chief came to Old Lady Su and explained the matter of the wild boars that they had discussed on the mountain. Old Lady Su nodded and said, "It doesn't matter if I give you the wild boars. But my little granddaughter wants the piglets, so you can't take them." The village chief nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Of course. Old Master Su also interrupted and said, "The wild boars are divided equally among the villagers. But we don't need to divide the prey we each hunt." The village chief nodded repeatedly. Of course, it's not necessary. Then Old Master Su took out a white and tender rabbit from somewhere like a magic trick and stuffed it into Su Yao's hand. Su Yao touched the rabbit's head and looked at the little white rabbit with sparkling eyes. Then she looked at her father and said in a baby voice, "Thank you, Father. You are the best. You brought a rabbit to Yao Yao." The village chief on the side looked at the little guy with a smile and couldn't help complaining in his heart. His sons are really useless. They can't catch a little rabbit. If he catches a rabbit, he can also make this girl happy. After looking at the little girl for a while, the village chief turned around and left and walked towards a strong man in the village. The man was a hunter in Talu village. He was the best at killing wild boars like this. And his family gave birth to 4 sons, and each child looked like a hunter with big shoulders and waist. It was also a family that no one in the village dared to provoke, but no matter how powerful the hunter was, it was impossible for him to kill a wild boar weighing 300 or 400 kilograms by himself. Even if he called all his 4 sons, it would be impossible. What's more, there were 2 wild boars. Since going down the mountain, the father and his 5 sons have changed their eyes when looking at the little girl. But without exception, they all admired her deeply. The hunter even wanted to take the little girl as his apprentice. But after thinking about it, let alone the fact that she was just a baby, what was there for him to teach her with her strength? The village chief said to the hunter, "Please help deal with this wild boar. When the time comes, you can take all the wild boars back to supplement your grandchildren at home." The hunter nodded, and then the village chief said, "Cut off a hind leg and make 2 more pork belly to send to the old Su family." Okay. The hunter agreed, and the village chief left. Although the other people in the village didn't understand why the village chief made such an unfair division, they also understood from their sons that their sons' lives were saved by the old Sioux family. And the wild boar was also killed by the old Sioux family, and it had nothing to do with them. They should be grateful to the Sioux family for getting a piece of meat, and they also told their family members not to make trouble. The old women in the village shut up. They were not ungrateful. Since it was not their son who fought back, what did it have to do with them whether others got more or less? It was good enough to have a bite of meat for myself. Some villagers said those words of gratitude with a grateful look on their faces, and some women enthusiastically pulled Feng Yulian to ask questions. Some people even came directly to Su Yao, either touching her face or kissing her little hands, which annoyed Su Yao to death. Old Mrs. Su also saw her granddaughter's displeasure and waved her hands quickly. It's just luck that I encountered a wild boar. My little granddaughter is still young. Don't scare her with your enthusiasm. Then I saw the old lady holding her little granddaughter directly in her arms. When everyone heard this, they touched their noses. The child was really too young. They directly surrounded the little milk ball. Don't scare the little milk ball to tears, or the village chief will definitely scold them later. So they dispersed and ran to the side of the wild boar slaughter and watched quietly. After all, the meat will be divided among them soon. At this time, Su Laosi also came to Su Yao and touched her head. So Yao Yao likes rabbits. Then when fourth uncle has a chance to find prey in the future, he will find rabbits for Yao Yao. Su Yao nodded and said, "Of course I like it. Rabbits are the most fragrant when they are roasted, especially spicy rabbit heads." Su Laosi's eyes widened when he heard this. "What did you say?" "Spicy rabbit heads." Su Yao looked at Su Laosi's face full of disbelief. He smiled. He lowered his head and fiddled with the rabbit in front of him. Mrs. Su took the hind leg meat and 2 fat and lean pork bellies sent by the hunter. Su Yao took advantage of the fact that everyone was away and ran to Mrs. Su and took out a few bags of salt from the space and handed them over. "Grandma, don't you want salt? Yao Yao happens to have salt given by the old immortal. You can take it all." Old Mrs. Su quickly stuffed all the salt in Su Yao's hand into her arms and then breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked around to see that there was no one around, and then she whispered to Su Yao, "Yao Yao, don't take things out of thin air next time. What if others see this?" Su Yao nodded when she heard this, and then she jumped away. Old Mrs. Su sighed on the side. What should she do? Her little granddaughter always thinks about her family. But if outsiders knew about her ability, it would be a disaster. Especially since the little girl not only has special abilities, but also has a lot of strength. If the villagers knew that she could make food out of thin air, would they still be so harmonious? Old Mrs. Su was afraid that she would not be able to take good care of the little guy entrusted to her by the old immortal. However, Su Yao would not expose the fact that she had a space and could make food out of thin air. It's okay for her family, after all, everyone in the family is very good. And she had heard a saying in her previous life, if you want to get something, you have to believe that it exists. If you want to get it, you have to give your heart. If you are not willing to give your heart, you will never get what you want. So, if they are sincere to me, I naturally have to show 100% sincerity to them. But if they disappoint me, I will leave directly. Although she longs for family affection, she is not stupid. At least she can tell whether they are sincere to me or insincere. After the old lady pickled all the wild boar meat, she put it aside to dry. Seeing that it was getting late, all the villagers started to make lunch. Su Yao took a bottle of floral water from the space. Pour some floral water into your hands and then apply it on your arms. She also came to the old lady Su to demonstrate to her. When Su Yao heard her father say that they might have to cross mountains and rivers in the future, she suddenly thought of wrapping her legs. Then she found some linen clothes in the space and cut them into strips. First, she started with her grandma's socks and wrapped them in circles. It was wrapped all the way up to the trouser legs. "Grandma, try it to see if it's tight like this." Although old lady Su didn't understand, she still shook her head. Old Master Su asked curiously, "My dear, what is this for?" Su Yao explained to them, Wrap this thing around your pants so that the bugs won't crawl into your pants. We'll be walking in the woods later, so the grass and branches won't scratch our pants and legs. Little Su Muyu raised her hands excitedly. I know. The hunters in our village also wrap their legs every time they go up the mountain. Isn't it the same idea? Su Yao nodded. Brother is so smart. Su Muyu smiled happily when she heard her sister praising her. Seeing this, Old Lady Su was overjoyed. Old Master Su took the lead in wrapping himself. Su Yao said after wrapping, check that it's not too tight or too loose. If it's too loose, it won't be able to prevent insects. But if it's too tight, your legs won't be able to bear it when walking. When Boss Su heard this, he nodded repeatedly, and everyone gathered together to start bandaging their legs. After tying their legs, they had lunch and rested aside. Soon, the sound of gathering in the village rang out, and the village chief was counting the number of people with his son. Seeing that all the people in the village had arrived, he nodded. Everyone was ready to set off in a mighty manner. The village chief also saw the bandages on the legs of the Su family, and after asking, he understood. He quickly asked the villagers to try the method of the old Su family. In the next few days, everyone crossed mountains and rivers and finally arrived at the next city, Huadu, a few days later. Looking at the long queue at the city gate, the village chief discussed with several old people in the village. I think it's dark when we wait to enter the city. Why don't we rest outside for a night and pass by the city tomorrow? If anyone wants to buy something, we will continue to head to the capital as soon as we buy it. The old people in the village nodded repeatedly. So everyone started looking for an open space not far from the city gate. Finally, they found a place that was not too far from the city gate, but relatively remote. They happened to be at a corner that could not be seen from the city gate.
Take a break.
Everyone in the village started to cook meat. After all, they had to hurry on their way at noon, so they just had a quick meal. They all had to spend the night outside the city, so the villagers started to cut the wild boar meat into pieces and stewed it. The village chief dared to do this because there was no one else around, otherwise he was really afraid of being robbed by others. Old Lady Su took out the uneaten rice at home and made white rice porridge. After the pork was cooked, the potatoes were put in. It was the first time for Su Yao to eat stewed pork with potatoes. Looking at the full bowl in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh. How could she finish so much? But Old Lady Su looked like if you don't eat it, Grandma will be angry. Just when Old Lady Su was thinking whether to give her baby a bowl of egg drop soup, she saw many women from the village coming to her home. The leader, Aunt Hua, said, "Thank you. I heard from my son that your little baby saved my son's life twice. Although I don't know how he saved it, he won't tell me when I ask him. But I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for him, right?
So,
there's nothing good to give away in this family. You must take these dried vegetables. If you don't take them, I'll feel bad." Another old lady behind her also nodded. "Yes. Old sister, I heard that these wild boars were also hunted by your Su family. You were so kind to give a portion to the kids who went with you. I haven't eaten meat for more than half a year, and I don't have anything good to give you, so don't despise it." The other women behind also nodded in unison. These people were all simple villagers in the village. They didn't know how to say nice things, and they only said a few words. What is the gratitude to Su Yao for saving her child's life, and the other is the gratitude to the wild boar. Each of them is holding a handful of dried vegetables, or 1 or 2 eggs that the whole family is reluctant to eat on the road. Old Mrs. Su naturally knows what they are thinking. Even if she has received such a great favor, she will rack her brains to think about what to give to others. After all, they are all honest villagers. How can they accept such a big favor with peace of mind? It is unreasonable not to repay such a great favor with good things. If you don't even say thank you, are you still a human being? Su Yao was eating meat on the side, watching her grandmother and the women in the village making excuses. After everyone finished their meal in the evening, the village chief asked the villagers to stay together as much as possible. It's not like other places where there was no one around. This is so close to the city. If someone steals or robs in the middle of the night, they will run away before they can react. After the village chief finished his instructions, He began to order who would guard the first half of the night and who would guard the second half of the night. The night was quiet and pitch black everywhere. Only in Talu village, there were still a few fires next to the villagers that were not extinguished. Su Yao was sleeping soundly at this time, and suddenly a scream rang out. Almost everyone in Talu village was awakened from their sleep. The village chief quickly pulled out a big knife from his cart and walked forward quickly with the men in the village. Before leaving, he also told the people of Talu village, "Everyone, please pay attention. I don't know what's going on. I'll take the villagers to take a look." After saying this, the village chief walked towards the place where the sound came from with a fierce momentum. When they arrived, they found that it was a mother and daughter. They saw that the mother and daughter were being teased by other refugees. Su Laosi hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing?" The men who were teasing the mother and daughter heard this and were frightened. They looked up and said to the men of Talu village. These refugees saw that the people of Talu village looked ferocious and had big knives in their hands. They were instantly scared and took a few steps back. One of the leaders said to Su Laosi, "What does it have to do with you to meddle in other people's business?" Su Laosi glared at him fiercely. "We are at the city gate and are about to enter the city gate. You actually dare to tease a decent woman. Aren't you afraid that the judge will punish you?" The teaser reacted immediately after hearing what Su Laosi said. "Yes, this is not a way to escape from the famine. Now, they have arrived at the city gate. If they are discovered by the judge, they will be demoted to due corvée." After these people figured it out, they cursed bad luck and turned away. The mother and son suddenly knelt in front of Su Laosi. "Please, sir, please save us. We are homeless and have no other way. Our family suffered from a locust plague, and everyone in the family starved to death. Only my little girl and I are left." After the woman said this, she patted her daughter on the shoulder. The little girl also knelt down quickly. "Please, kind uncles and aunts, please take us in. Don't worry, Xiao Zhao will repay your kindness when she has the ability in the future." The village chief shook his head. "We really can't take you in. We have already reached the city. You should see if there is any better way to go, whether to settle down in the city or go somewhere else. It is really inconvenient for us to take you in." Then the village chief was about to take these men away. The woman saw that it was the old man's words that worked. Then she kowtowed to the village chief repeatedly, and her forehead turned red. The other villagers were moved with sympathy, thinking that this woman was bringing a little girl to such a cannibalistic time. If they didn't save her, wouldn't she just be waiting to die? The village chief naturally saw the villagers' hesitation, so he snorted coldly. "Have you forgotten that our village is different from other villages?" Then the village chief coughed twice, and these men reacted. "Yes. This village is not like the previous village. There is this little Fubao in the village now, and Fubao has some special abilities. The most important thing is that if it is seen by outsiders and the matter is publicized, won't little Fubao be caught?" Yes, they almost harmed little Fubao accidentally. Then all the men nodded vigorously, and then they all walked back. The woman looked at the men who turned around and left, and she clenched her hands in anger. She never thought that these far men would be so ruthless. The little girl who was still kneeling on the ground looked fiercely at the villagers who had left. She helped her mother up again. "Mom, I think the old man is really hard-hearted." We all knelt down and kowtowed to him, but he was still unwilling to take us in. He didn't ask them for food and drink. These people are really not human. The woman in front of her nodded after hearing what her daughter said.
Keep your voice down.
They may not have gone far. It would be bad if they were heard. The little girl snorted coldly. What's wrong with that? They don't plan to take us in. Why should they show any mercy? After saying this, she sat back on the city wall angrily. She was thinking about where to go in the future. After the men went back, they heard a woman from Talu village shouting, "Ah! Help! Help!" The men hurried to the woman's shouting and found a snake crawling on the ground. Several brave people in the village grabbed the snake 7 inches directly. The woman was relieved when she saw this. Just now, when she was sleeping, she suddenly touched a cold object. When she opened her eyes in a daze, She found that it was a snake and she didn't know whether it was poisonous or not. She was so scared that she screamed out. This attracted the men in the village to come over. The woman in front of them was named Ho-Hot, and she was the youngest daughter of the Wang family in the next village. However, Wang's parents died early, and the sister-in-law didn't like her very much after she came into the family. So they decided to marry her to this family. What are you yelling about? Don't you think you are embarrassing? Why are you screaming like a ghost in the middle of the night? You don't have the life of that rich lady, so you really think you are nothing. Why are you being so hypocritical in the middle of the night? Isn't it just a snake? Just catch it. After the old lady finished speaking, she snorted coldly and lay down again. Ho-Hot felt even more wronged when she heard her mother-in-law say this. The most important thing is that her man was sleeping soundly next to her, and his snoring was deafening. The old lady just fell asleep and suddenly opened her eyes again, snatching the snake from one of the men's hands. This was discovered by my daughter-in-law first, so it belongs to me, so don't think of taking it for yourself. Then she pulled the snake's head and threw it on the ground. But after the snake head fell to the ground, it suddenly bounced up and bit the old lady's arm. The old lady pulled the snake head off her arm and threw it away. Looking at the pattern on the snake, it seemed to be non-venomous. Then she said to Ho-Hot, "Take it and make a snake when it's daybreak. Porridge for everyone." Wang Ho-Hot trembled as she took the snake whose neck had been broken by her mother-in-law. Seeing that everything was fine, the other villagers went back to their own resting places. Ho-Hot just patted her husband, who was still asleep. "Sleep, sleep, sleep, you just know how to sleep. Can't you hear what your mother said?" The old lady had just laid down when she heard Ho-Hot's sarcastic words and immediately sat up again. The villagers had already left, so she was relieved. If anyone dared not to give her face in front of the villagers, she would definitely teach her a lesson for her son. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but curse. It's really against the sky. It's just a money-losing product born by a shabby family. Your brother and sister-in-law from your mother's family don't want you anymore, but you dare to be so arrogant. If you make me angry, I will let my son divorce you and leave you with nowhere to go. You are really a useless thing. You can't even give birth to a son just by eating. What's the use of you? It's better to use a bowl of rice to find a new wife for my son." At this time, Ho-Hot's husband was also awakened by his mother's noise. "Mom, it's already so late, and you are still scolding Ho-Hot. Why don't you go to sleep? If you can't catch up tomorrow, no one in the village will wait for you." The old lady looked at her cowardly son and snorted coldly. "Humph. You really have forgotten your mother after you got married. I have raised you in vain." Then the old lady fell down again. Ho-Hot looked at her husband with tears in her eyes. Lu Dazhuang said to Ho-Hot, "You should try not to make mother angry in the future. You know our mother's temper. If she is not satisfied, the family will be in chaos." "Okay, don't cry. Go to bed early. We have to travel tomorrow." Wang Ho-Hot nodded when she heard this, but she couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning after lying down. She thought that she had been raised in the palm of her parents' hands all her life, but since her brother married his sister-in-law, there was no room for her in the family. Her sister-in-law even sold herself to this family for a little dowry. Her mother-in-law was too aggressive, and her husband always pretended to be a good guy to please both sides. But in the end, she was still the one who was wronged. Ho-Hot, who was feeling aggrieved, saw her mother-in-law, who was tossing and turning and couldn't sleep at this time, so she sat up directly. She saw her mother-in-law slap her eldest daughter directly. This scared Ho-Hot. "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting Daya? Daya was sleeping soundly and didn't provoke you." The old lady snorted coldly when she heard this. "If it weren't for this money-losing guy blocking my eldest grandson's way, how could my eldest grandson not have come to our family until now?" As the old saying goes, as long as the girl in the family dies miserably, there will naturally be no daughter to reincarnate.
Ho-Hot.
If you really want a son, strangle Daya to death tomorrow. Wang Ho-Hot was stunned. She never thought that her mother-in-law would say such a thing inexplicably. Even Lu Dazhuang, who had just fallen asleep, sat up. "Mom, what are you crazy about? Daya is sleeping well. Why are you beating her? The old lady looked at her disappointing son and rolled her eyes. What's the matter? What's the use of your wife for all these years except giving birth to such a money-losing thing for you? In my opinion, you should beat them both to death, and then I will find you a new wife. I guarantee that they can give you more sons to carry on the family line. Wang Hohat hurried to see how her daughter was. Seeing the little girl lying limply on the ground, Hohat was scared to death.
Daya. Daya.
What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. The old lady also reacted at this time and yelled at Daya. Why are you pretending? I just slapped you. What's the matter? You were slapped to death by me. Hurry up and get up, or I will beat you to death, you useless little loser. Hohat was really scared at this time, seeing her daughter was dying. No matter how she called out, there was no response, so she immediately burst into tears.
Divorce.
We must divorce. Your family doesn't treat us as human beings. Aren't you a woman? Why do you say that my daughter and I are money-losing goods? In my opinion, you are the old and restless one. You are the old money-losing one. Old money-losing man, if anything happens to my eldest daughter, I will die in your tent. I will see if the bad luck can be attached to your family. I will haunt you even if I become a ghost. I want to see if there is anyone who dares to marry into your Lu family in the future. The old lady was shocked to see that her always docile daughter-in-law suddenly contradicted her. Then she reacted and sat down on the ground. She clapped her hands on her thighs and burst into tears.
Oh.
My life is so miserable. Everyone come and have a look. I have raised my son with great difficulty, but the wife I married threatened to die just for disobeying me. De Zhuang, did you hear that? Did you hear what your wife said? I want you to divorce her immediately. Did you hear that? At this time, Lu De Zhuang was also annoyed by his mother's yelling. Wang Hohat did not have time to continue arguing with the old witch, but hurriedly carried her daughter to the doctor not far away. The old Su family and the Lu family were not far away. Su Yao frowned when she saw the noisy appearance of this family. It was really not quiet at all this night, and she just couldn't sleep. She looked at the child in Wang Hohat's arms again and sighed. I'm afraid that this girl has a concussion from her grandma. It looks like it should be serious. After tossing for half the night, the doctor said that the little girl is a little serious. It all depends on the next 2 days. If she can wake up, it's fine. If she can't wake up, it might be dangerous. Wang Hohat was really shocked this time. For her, it didn't matter how bad her mother-in-law and husband treated her. She just thought of it as for her daughter. But now her daughter was almost beaten to death by this old lady. How could she continue to live with this family? Before she fled the famine, she worked like in this family. She had never worked in her natal family. After her sister-in-law got married, she married her into his family. Since she came to his house, she has been getting up early and working late to serve the whole family, and even the crops in the fields were cultivated by herself. But every time I was scolded by the old lady, I thought that my parents were gone and my brother was not the head of the family. My sister-in-law and my mother's family was too difficult to deal with, and I couldn't go back. I could only make do with my life. Later, when Daya was born, I felt a little comforted. Every time I saw Daya calling her mother sweetly, I felt that it was worth it no matter how tired I was. In the early morning, Su Yao was still in the arms of old lady Su, and everyone began to line up to go into the city. An old lady next to the Su family was chatting with her son, and Su Yao listened. I think what Wang Hohat did was wrong. No matter what, she is her mother. How can she talk back to her elders like this? Su Yao frowned when she heard this. Could it be that these ancient people were really so foolishly filial? You are only allowed to beat my daughter to death, but you can't say a few words? Just as Su Yao pouted, old lady Su shouted back. Filial piety does not mean foolish filial piety. Wang Hohat has been filial to her parents-in-law since she got married, and she is even more kind to her children. She has been the one who takes care of all the work in the family. She even served the whole family meticulously. Why should she be beaten and scolded? Being beaten and scolded is fine, but this old lady didn't even let the children go.
Oh,
Old man Su listened to what his old woman said and pulled her sleeve. Old woman, stop talking, don't quarrel with old lady Lu again. Old lady Su couldn't help but sneered when she heard what old man Su said. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of her? Old man Su shook his head. His old woman has never been a person who suffers losses. How could he not know? Su Yao agreed with the little old lady's thoughts very much, and immediately raised her thumb in front of old lady Su. Yes, Grandma is right. The people around were all amused when they heard Su Yao's baby voice. The village chief couldn't help but laugh at the back, thinking that it would be good for this little milk ball to be adopted by the old Su family. If he is adopted by those people who are not serious about their intentions, it will be bad. And this little milk ball was educated very well by the people of the old Su family. At this time, the old lady took out some dried meat from somewhere and handed it to Su Yao. You didn't eat breakfast this morning. You chew this dried meat to fill your stomach first, and we will eat it at noon later. Su Yao nodded and looked at the dried meat handed over by the old lady Su. This dried meat is still the meat of the wild boar. The old lady Su smoked and roasted it overnight and prepared it for herself. It stands to reason that it is not delicious to eat something like this that is not completely dried at this time. But Su Yao tasted it, and it tasted pretty good. After eating 2 bites, he found that it was a bit dry, so he quickly took out a bottle of milk from the space. Then he lay in the arms of the old lady Su and drank it up. After drinking it, he quickly threw the bottle into the space and then continued to rest in the arms of the old lady with his eyes closed. Qin Zhaodi, who was not far away, looked at old lady Su with hatred. I don't know how the old Su family got so lucky. Since I left, their family has never been out of meat. There was no meat when I was here, huh? And that little witch, what lucky star, or not, is just good luck. The village chief is also confused. He actually said that the baby that others want is a lucky star. I don't know how much benefit he has taken from the old Su family to say such a false statement. Soon after entering the city, the village chief asked if anyone in the team wanted to buy anything. After seeing that everyone shook their heads, he led the villagers to continue heading towards the capital. It was not until dark in the evening that they found a forest, and everyone began to rest. Some people began to massage their feet. Their feet were full of blisters after walking day after day. Everyone found a place to cook, and old lady Su dealt with the live pheasant. Then he asked the old man to scoop some water from the earthen jar, thinking of stewing the pheasant. Although there is no seasoning, you can only stew it in water and add some salt. But soon the smell spread, and most of the villagers got wild boar meat. The village chief was not stupid. Those men who were willing to go into the mountains to hunt naturally got meat, but other villagers who didn't send anyone out did not. Although those people went to the village chief to make a fuss yesterday, the village chief refused to give in, so they could only return home in disappointment. The old lady saw that the pot was bubbling, and soon many people were secretly looking over here. A boy of 7 or 8 years old smelled the fragrance in front of his mother and started crying loudly. The child cried a few times, and when he saw that his mother ignored him, he rolled on the ground. While rolling and crying, "I want to eat meat. I have to eat meat. Others have meat, but we don't." The child cried so miserably, but the woman next to him pretended not to hear it and sat there in a daze. After a while, the old lady who was in charge of the family ran over. She slapped her daughter-in-law in the face. "You witch, can't you hear my precious grandson crying?
What?
Are you deaf? You are such a jinx. Look at how hungry the child is. Do you want to kill my grandson?
You're such a bad guy."
The woman just lowered her head and wiped her tears, sighing. "Mom, there is no meat at home. You are the master of the house, you know that." The old lady got even angrier when she heard this, and pinched her daughter-in-law's arm hard. "Don't you know how to solve the problem if there is no meat?" The woman said timidly, "Mom, you can't do anything, so where can I find a solution?" The old lady cursed and took her precious grandson's hand. She walked towards the place where the old Su family was. When she arrived at the Su family's territory, she saw that the old lady Su was cooking soup. She quickly said, "Old sister, you see, this child is so greedy that he can't stand it. If there's a way, I won't be so shameless to come here. What do you think? Why not give this child a bowl of chicken soup to satisfy his craving? The old lady smiled and spoke to Old Lady Sue, but her eyes never left the pot of soup. Old Lady Sue was unwilling. This pheasant was brought back by her eldest son yesterday, and the pheasant was very thin, without any meat. I didn't have time to eat lunch at noon today, so I planned to stew the pheasant in the evening. I just wanted to make up for my precious granddaughter. My granddaughter didn't even get to eat. Why did others think about it? Old Mrs. Sue added another handful of firewood to the basement. Then she stood up and said, "Old Sister Lou, I really can't give you this. It's not that I'm stingy, but there's just not enough meat on this pheasant. Mainly for the soup. Look at my family, old and young. I was thinking of giving each person half a bowl of soup, and there's so many children in my family who are looking at it eagerly. Even half a bowl may not be distributed to each person, so I really didn't give it to you. I think there's still time, so why don't you let your son go to the mountain to look for it? See if you can try your luck and find a pheasant to satisfy your child's craving." But old Mrs. Lou's face was very ugly. But she muttered to herself, "Old sister of the Sioux family, we are from the same village after all. It's just a matter of adding one more bowl of water. Don't be stingy like other families. It's spread all over our village that you are the best. Besides, why should this little girl drink chicken soup? How about giving her share to my precious grandson?" Old Mrs. Lou still thought her idea was very good. After all, boys are the treasures these days. This girl is a little loss. How can she give such a good thing to this little loss? Besides, this little loss is not the biological child of the old Sioux family. It's better to give it to her precious grandson as a favor. When old Mrs. Sue heard that old Mrs. Lou in front of her actually called her granddaughter a little loss, her face immediately frowned. "You are the one who loses money. Your whole family is the one who loses money. My precious little granddaughter is not the one who loses money. You old thing are shameless to come here to beg. How come you don't have water at home and you haven't urinated yet? What are you talking about adding another bowl of water? Why don't you go back and drink some water? Bah, you old thing." After saying this, he spit at Old Lady Lou, which made Old Lady Lou so angry that she jumped to her feet. "If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. Do you have to scold me? People like you say that you spoil your little granddaughter. Who doesn't know what kind of dirty things you are doing? Maybe you are looking for child brides for your grandsons. Do you really think I can't see it?" When Old Lady Sue heard this, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to hit Old Lady Lou in the mouth. But she was stopped by her own old man. Then she said to Old Lady Wang, "Sister Lou, we don't have much to cook here, so we can't share it out. You'd better go back quickly and don't ruin the good mood of our family." Seeing that Old Man Sue had said so much, Old Lady Lou had no choice but to turn around and leave. But at this time, the boy that Mrs. Lou was holding started to cry loudly. "No! I want to eat pheasant. I want to drink pheasant soup. I won't go back." Then the child broke free from his grandmother's hand. He rushed towards the pot of chicken soup, but Su Yao grabbed his arm. Seeing the little girl holding her precious grandson, Old Lady Lou quickly snatched her precious grandson from Su Yao. Then he looked at Old Man Su and said, "What's so good about this? We should share it with our fellow villagers. You shouldn't keep it for yourself. After all, we are from the same village. You helped my family today. If there is anything in the future, I will naturally let my son help you. Don't you think so?" Old Man Su waved his hand and said, "No need. I have 4 sons. There is nothing that needs the help of one son like yours." When Old Lady Lou heard that Old Man Su dared to poke her heart with these words, she immediately took her precious grandson's hand and walked back. A family of misers. But the grandson cried all the way and cried directly to the place where the Lou family sat. Old Lady Lou slapped her daughter-in-law in the face twice. "What a useless thing. You can't see that your mother is being bullied over there, and you don't know what's the use of having you over there." Then the old lady rolled her eyes and looked at her daughter-in-law. Then she stuffed the bowl from home into the daughter-in-law's hand and said, "Go to the Sioux family and get me a bowl of soup. If you don't get it, don't come back." The woman looked at her mother-in-law's face and knew that if she didn't get the bowl of soup back today, she would have a hard time entering the house again. She came to the old Sue's house tremblingly with the bowl in her hand. At this time, the old man Sue had already served soup to his granddaughter. The woman tremblingly stretched out the bowl. When Mrs. Sue saw this, she stood up in anger. "If you say you don't have it, then you don't have it. How can you be so shameless? You have become a beggar after only a few days of fleeing from famine." The woman blushed, but still refused to leave. Holding the bowl, she said pitifully, "Andy, just give the child a bowl or half a bowl of chicken soup. After all, you have watched the child grow up, and I believe you will not bear to let him watch helplessly like this. Auntie, the 2 wild boars in your family have been divided. Is it possible that you are still short of this bowl or half a bowl of chicken soup? Please, Annie, if I can't take this chicken soup back, I am afraid I will be divorced today." Su Yao frowned directly on the side. Mrs. Liu left and asked her daughter-in-law to come over. And she wanted to blackmail her grandmother morally. I don't want to indulge her bad habits. Then she said to the woman in front of her, "My grandma said that it is not enough for us children to drink, so how can there be any for outsiders? You'd better leave quickly, otherwise I will call the village chief to come and judge." The woman didn't agree with what the little girl said. In her heart, a little girl had no right to speak. Old man Su had just handed the soup to Su Yao when the woman in front of him wanted to take it. This made old lady Su very angry, because her mother-in-law was scolding her granddaughter just now. She wanted chicken soup now. It was a pipe dream. Old lady Su pushed the woman aside. The woman didn't expect that old lady Su, who was the easiest to talk to in the village, would turn against her for half a bowl of chicken soup. "Aunt, don't be angry. It's really because my child keeps crying and I have no choice." Then the boy, who had been lowering his head, came to the woman and asked with tears in his eyes, "Mom, I want chicken soup. Bauer is hungry, really hungry." The woman in front of her suddenly began to cry. "Sister-in-law, if you don't want to give it to me, just let the child starve to death." Mrs. Su was about to curse when she heard this, but Su Yao suddenly yelled, "Get out of here. It's like you don't understand what I'm saying. I've already said that there is no money, and you're still acting like a sad drama here. In my opinion, the Oscar is really short of a little golden man like you." The woman in front of him didn't understand what the little girl was saying, but she still stood aside motionless, wiping her tears and sobbing softly. The people around heard the noisy sounds here and came to watch the fun. One of the women snorted coldly. "The old Su family is kind and righteous, but that doesn't mean they are easy to bully. Everyone come and judge for yourself. They have said that their own children don't have enough to share. How can they tell you an outsider, right?" After the little woman finished speaking, another person next to her said, "She is so shameless that she just stayed in front of us. Next time we have to be more careful so that people don't come to you crying while you are eating." The woman listened to the people around her talking about herself. She felt ashamed instantly and was about to go back holding her son's hand. But how could the child be willing to do that? The boy was thinking that his grandmother had not been able to take a bowl of chicken soup from this house before, so how could he leave easily? He immediately burst into tears and insisted on squeezing in front of the old Sue's house. The woman suddenly slapped her son in the face. "You only know how to eat. Can't you see that people don't want to give it to you? Mother has said so. Even if you starve to death, others will not give it to you." At this time, the old lady Lu, who had already left, also came over and said to the old lady Su, "Good sister, in my opinion, we are all from the same village. You can't be so stingy. We women have to be virtuous. Otherwise, it will bring shame to the husband's family. You have to set an example for the little ones in the family. Just listen to me and serve him a bowl. You see, our little grandson is crying and gasping for breath, which is also pitiful." Old Mrs. Su looked at the shameless old man who actually came to her again and couldn't help laughing. "Who do you think you are? This chicken soup is not enough for my own family, and you come here with a bowl to grab it openly. You come to squeeze me openly and secretly, and now you want to force the issue and put such a big hat on me while everyone is here. Does my family owe you something or what? Why should I give you something for no reason? Do you have a bigger face than others, or Are you, Lu Dahua, a beggar? Don't blame me for being rude if you come to me and cause trouble next time. Right after she finished speaking, Mrs. Su slapped Mrs. Lu in the face. Mrs. Lu was so embarrassed this time. She was an old woman and was slapped in the face by someone else. The people in the village were talking about it at this time. Mrs. Lu waved her sleeves and was about to fight with Mrs. Su. At this time, the four sons behind Mrs. Su came out together and blocked their mother behind them. Mrs. Lu had no choice but to leave with her sleeves. But she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She had never suffered such grievances in her life. She was old and was beaten by that old man. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. But thinking that she only had one son, she naturally couldn't beat the old Su family. Other people in the village were still talking about it, and Su Yao looked at the village chief who had just come over in a baby voice. Then he said, "Grandpa Village Chief, doesn't our family contribute the most to the village? The better we are, the more we are bullied by others. If this is the case, our family will not dare to act as a good person in the future." As soon as Su Yao finished her babyish voice, the other people in the village wanted to go back and kick old Lady Lu. Especially the men who were watching. How could they not know this little kid? Don't look at his young age. He is a real capable person. Those people at home don't know, but they still know. When the village chief heard this, he immediately said to the villagers who were still talking just now, "People should not be ungrateful. Today it's just a skinny pheasant, and the old Su family has so many children and it's not enough to share, so you have to give it to others. People are kind, but it doesn't mean that others are easy to bully. Today I have to say ugly words in advance, you people who have received favors from the Su family. If one day you do such an ungrateful thing, don't blame me for driving you out personally." Everyone around nodded, and one of the men said, "How could the village chief do that? My wife was just saying that the Lu family is nothing. They are so shameless that they wanted the chicken soup for the baby." Another woman also said, "That's right. There are so many children in their family, and it's not enough to share. He is an outsider, and he comes up and wants to it." The village chief looked at the old Lady Lu, who was standing not far away, and walked over. "The old Su family saved the lives of everyone in our village. It's okay if you haven't been there and don't know, but your son knows it. Since you are ungrateful people, there is no place for your family in our Taolu village. It's better for you to leave Taolu village as soon as possible, otherwise our Taolu village will set this precedent, and won't it be full of those ignorant and unruly people in the future?" The other people around were shocked when they heard what the village chief said. The village chief was really too decisive. The most important thing isn't it just to make a fuss and want a bowl of chicken soup? There was no need to drive them out. But they didn't dare to say much. The village chief's authority in the village was obvious to all. If it weren't for the natural disasters and man-made disasters that happened to the village chief, it was because of the village chief's leadership that all the people in the village survived. Like other villages, many people died in the famine. Only Taolu village had not lost many people so far. So they didn't want to offend such a good village chief. When old Lady Lu heard this, her face turned pale, and she knelt down in front of the village chief. She cried with snot and tears. "Village chief, I really know I was wrong. I won't drink anymore. Really won't drink anymore. Even if my children die of thirst and hunger, I will not go to the Su family to ask for it. It's just because of poverty. If it weren't for this natural disaster, I wouldn't be so shameless to ask for things at my age. Village chief, I'm going to apologize to the old sisters right now. Can you forgive me? It will never happen again in the future." At this time, the eldest son of the Lu family also squeezed in from the crowd. Then he said, "The village chief is indeed my mother. She doesn't know that the Su family saved our whole village. It's mainly my fault for not telling my mother about this. I'm really sorry, village chief. The main reason is that life is hard, and my mother really has no bad intentions. And you also know that if we drive her out of the village, won't we cut off our livelihood? Village chief, you have been kind to others all your life, and you have always been thinking about us villagers. Please forgive my mother this time because she is old and her mind is not clear." The son of the Liu family talked to the village chief in a good tone for a long time, but the village chief did not give in. Then old lady Liu knelt down and crawled towards old lady Su, crying. This made old lady Su sick, especially when she saw old lady Liu crying and snotting, her snot flowing into her mouth, and she cried like a baby with her mouth wide open. Old lady Su quickly stepped back and then turned her head to look at the village chief. This matter is not big, but it is not small either. If you don't give an explanation today, everyone will follow suit in the future. Then how can our Su family stay in the village? This is a village, and it is reasonable that we should protect and help each other. But how can we calculate others everywhere? Everyone agrees. His family is not really going to starve to death, so how can they be greedy for the children's soup? The villagers around all nodded, thinking that what old lady Su said was right. Old man Su also sighed. If it weren't for you, an old woman, pressing us step by step, things wouldn't have turned out like this today. My Su family has a clear conscience and deserves the trust of everyone in our village. But what you did today also made me deeply understand what it means to repay a favor with a grudge. When it comes to helping others, you have to do it within your ability, and not everyone can help. After old man Su finished speaking, he went back to the big tree nearby and squatted down. Then he began to puff on his dry tobacco, which he had hidden in the cart, so that his wife wouldn't find it. The most important thing is that it's just the last bit left, and he had been reluctant to take it out before. When the village chief heard what the head of the Su family said, he finally nodded. But when he turned his head and looked at old lady Liu, he glared at her fiercely. The village chief felt that this old lady was really stupid. The most important thing was that she had offended the old Su family, and it would be fine. She also had to implicate the whole village. At this time, old lady Su sighed and said to the village chief, "Forget it. It's not good for me to be aggressive for such a small matter, as it would make my Su family seem unreasonable. Let's just leave it at that, but if there is a next time, don't blame my Su family for being rude. If you dare to come to my house and make trouble again, my 4 sons are not afraid of you." After saying this to old lady Liu, he turned around and walked away, imitating old man Su. After the village chief saw the farce come to an end, he took his son and wife back. After a dreamless night, the village chief called all the men together the next morning and said something. The main thing he said was that they should hunt and eat by themselves in the future. If they couldn't hunt or find food, they should take care of their own children. Don't run to other people's houses like a beggar, staring at them eagerly. He also said that if they were more diligent, they wouldn't be really hungry on the way. After all, they were still lazy and noisy. They should raise their own children. There is no reason to let others raise children for nothing. Old lady Su started to make breakfast and then started to move forward. But when they were walking in front, they found a mother and daughter following behind their team. The village chief saw this and didn't stop them. After all, the official road is so long and they're just walking together not far from them. Since they did not join their team, he could not drive them away. Qin Zhaodi was somewhat fortunate that her mother-in-law said she wanted to go to the old Su family to ask for a bowl of soup, but she was stopped by him. After all, it was her ex-husband's house. If she asked her mother-in-law to go there to ask for some chicken soup, how could she save face? Wang Chong felt that he could not bring himself to do that, but Wang Lin felt that his mother was a fool. Before his mother took him away from the old Su family, they started eating meat. Even if he was not a child of the old Su family, he should have kept it a secret until the capital. Now he had to follow her to suffer in the Wang family. The more he thought about it, the more he hated Qin Zhaodi. His mother only thought about herself and did not think about her son at all. After walking for a few more days, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The village chief said to the villagers at this time, "Do you want to take the official road or go directly over this mountain? As long as we cross this mountain, we can quickly reach Wuzhou City. But there are probably some dangers in this mountain. You have seen those official roads. If we continue to go forward, we will definitely encounter those robbers or child robbers. We have encountered many cases of child robbery in the past half day, so what do you think about going through the mountains?" Hearing the village chief say this, everyone immediately hesitated. There may be big insects in this mountain, but they also know the good intentions of the village chief. They have encountered many refugees with weapons on the road in the past half day, and they went to rob those who were alone. However, it was only half a day before there were many people, and they encountered several waves. If it weren't for the unity of all the people in Talu village, they would probably be robbed. Everyone hesitated to take the official road, but they were afraid of encountering those refugees who robbed people, food, and children. If they went through the deep mountains and old forests, they were afraid of those tigers and wild beasts. At this time, the village chief suddenly seemed to think of something and came to Su Yao. Yao Yao, do you think we should take the official road or go through the deep mountains and old forests? Before Su Yao could say anything, she was glared back by Old Lady Su. Village chief, you are the head of the village after all. How can you ask our 5-year-old child directly when you encounter such a matter that requires a decision? The men behind the village chief couldn't help but sigh when they heard this. Aunt Su, don't worry. Just let little Fuxing go wherever he says. No matter what happens later, we won't blame Fu Bao. The village chief's son also hurried to help explain. Yes. Don't worry. It's just for good luck. But Old Lady Su shook her head and motioned Su Yao not to say anything. Old Lady Su has seen the most vicious human hearts. If the little guy says so and everyone follows, if something happens, they will definitely blame their own baby. The village chief nodded and understood Old Lady Su's concerns and said quickly, let's go through this old forest. Even if there are wild beasts, it is better than those who eat people. Finally, after the village chief made a decision, he walked into the deep mountains. When they reached the foot of the mountain, he let the villagers rest first. Let everyone eat and drink enough before leaving. After all, if they entered the old forest, there would be no time for the villagers to make fire and cook. Su Yao watched the villagers spread out and look for various wild vegetables. Su Yao really didn't want to eat the wild vegetables cooked by Old Lady Su anymore. Many of those wild vegetables were old and hard, and even if they were cooked, they still pulled her little throat. She took a few boxes of milk from the space and distributed them to the children. She hid under a big tree alone. The Old Lady Su saw it too, thinking that her little baby had suffered so much. When they reached their destination, they would make delicious food for her every day. Su Yao often cooked for her family, but the Old Lady Su didn't want to. She never allowed Su Yao to give it to other people in the family, and at most, she would let the little grandchildren at home eat a little. After noon, the village chief led all the villagers into the mountains. From noon to night, all the villagers held torches to light their way forward. After all, who dared to rest in this deep mountain forest? The old people in the village could only sigh. Just when they reached the innermost part of the mountain, one of the old ladies couldn't stand it anymore, so she found a crooked tree and was about to die. But the village chief's wife accidentally found her and saved her. What are you doing? The child at home is so young. Who will take care of your grandchild if you just leave like this? The road behind the forest will be much easier to walk. We have settled down in the capital, and good days are still to come. The old lady glanced at the village head's wife, shook her head, and sighed. If I don't die, the children at home will starve. There is not much food left. If this continues, everyone will starve to death. It's better for a useless old woman like me to die. Su Yao heard every word of this.
Su Yao said,
These people are indeed too miserable. The village chief was frowning behind his wife, but he couldn't say a word in the end. The village chief thought that he had already reached the deep mountains, so he would check tomorrow morning to see if there were any prey to catch on the road. After dawn, the village chief said what he was thinking. When the men heard what the village chief said, they immediately turned their heads to look at Su Yao, thinking that they had touched the little girl's hand last time. They just caught pheasants and rabbits, and basically all the men who touched their hands returned with a full load. Even those who didn't touch the little milk ball's hand last time were eager to move. This is the little lucky star of their Tao Luqing. Originally, they didn't believe it. If they hadn't returned empty-handed with them, they really didn't believe that touching it would bring good luck. But the facts were right in front of them, and even the village chief's son was eager to move. Old Mrs. Su directly circled Su Yao in her arms. Looking at the wolf-like eyes of the other men in the village, she couldn't help but snorted coldly. "What are you looking at? What if so many of you hurt my baby again?" Su Yao looked at her old lady's arrogant and domineering appearance and laughed in the old lady Su's arms. Everyone listened to Su Yao's giggles and couldn't help but dispel the haze buried in everyone's hearts since fleeing famine. The hunter in the village took the men from each family and walked to a place not far away. The hunter's sense of direction was pretty good. After a long time, these people came back with the prey they had hunted. Su Yao saw that they basically had hares or pheasants in their hands when they came back, and some had bird eggs in their hands. I saw that after the villagers came back, they started to stew directly. They had been walking for half a day early in the morning, plus a night. If they didn't eat something, they really couldn't hold on. And those in a village who didn't hunt prey were hanging their heads. But thinking about the prey they had shared before the wild boar meat was also burned. The village chief looked at his own water and thought he had to save some for drinking. Old Lady Su took Su Yao to a place not far away, and they found a small stream not far away. Su Yao grinned and originally planned to see if there was any low-lying place. She planned to release some water from the space, but she didn't expect that there was a small stream here. There are so many small animals in this deep forest, so there must be a water source. Thinking of this, after walking to the front, she added a lot of water from the space. Soon, the stream, which originally had only half of the water, overflowed directly. The old lady hugged Su Yao and ran back quickly and told the village chief where she found the stream. The village chief led all the villagers to the water source, and only Wang Chong heard this and threw the ceramic jar in his hand angrily. I took out all my money to buy water. Now, they actually found a source of water. Wang Chong originally wanted to use all his money to buy water for fear of dying of thirst on the road, but half of the ceramic jar was filled with mud and sand. He originally thought that it was better than those people in the village who had no water to drink, but now they actually found water. It really him off. Old Mrs. Wang next to him couldn't help but sigh when she saw her son like this. She was hesitant at the time, but her son didn't even think about it and went to buy water with the money. She looked at the ceramic jar that was broken into pieces by Wang Chong on the ground and immediately covered her chest with her heartache. Wang Lin looked at his useless father and immediately became annoyed. How could a stupid mother be with such a waste? He has no brains at all. There are only 3 ceramic jars in the house, and now he broke one. Wouldn't there be even less water to hold? Qin Zhaodi was about to step forward and say a few words, but suddenly thought of Wang Chong's beating, so she didn't dare to step forward. Now Qin Zhaodi couldn't help but regret it. She would rather be scolded by old lady Su every day. She didn't want to be beaten by Wang Chong every day, and she was strong even if she didn't have enough food. The most important thing is that old lady Wang is not a good person either. She is not much better than old lady Su. It's okay for her to be sarcastic every day, but she even said bad things about herself in front of Wang Chong. She just wanted her son to beat her up. When all the villagers drank the water, they filled all the things that could hold water with water. Su Yao said to her father, "Since there is water, don't those little animals have to drink water by the stream? If we see little animals coming to drink water, can we catch them, and then we can have meat to eat?" The village chief heard the words of the little milk ball not far away, and stood up directly. The villagers around were still drinking water, and they nodded their heads after hearing the baby voice. Yes. The sun is so hot now, the small animals in the mountains will definitely come to drink water soon. Will they be able to catch some prey then? The men in the village hit it off, and then they lay down in the grass not far from the stream. At this time, they saw 2 very beautiful spotted deer walking from not far away. The 2 spotted deer walked towards this side leisurely. Su Yao's eyes widened. Just now, the village chief and the men were going to wait here. Su Yao was unwilling to follow her father, but now she saw this scene. Thinking that in her previous life, she had never seen deer in real life except on TV. The most important thing is that this deer is so beautiful. It feels completely different from what she saw on TV, especially the big antlers. Just when she was sighing that these two deer were so big and thinking about how to eat them, a few fawns came running not far away. Su Yao looked at the fawns shining and said to her father, "You can do with a big deer. Can you give me a few fawns?" Su Lauda was in trouble. After all, there are so many men in the village. These venison must be divided equally. If all these fawns are taken, won't the villagers have opinions? The village chief on the side nodded and said, "Don't worry. These fawns are all our little lucky stars. If any villager is unwilling, then Grandpa will drive them out of the village, okay?" Su Yao narrowed her eyes with a smile. It's really unreasonable for the village chief to spoil someone. The men next to him twitched their mouths. "Village chief, how did you become like this? You used to be the most selfless. How can you say such things now?" Although the men were complaining in their hearts, no one dared to start a disagreement. They are not fools. Why should they offend the little lucky star in the village for no reason? When the deer approached the stream, the men in the village rushed out. The male deer was startled at first and wanted to run away in panic. But it seemed to think of its own children and ran back directly. One of the female deer ran deep into the forest with several other fawns. Su Yao picked up a lump of earth from the ground and smashed it on the deer's head. The deer was knocked dizzy and fell to the ground with a thump. Several fawns surrounded the female deer, and the male deer had been caught by the men in the village. Su Yao's movements were so clean and neat that the female deer was already dead when the villagers arrived. Just as Su Yao touched the fawns, the male deer not far away rushed towards Su Yao like crazy. The village chief was so scared that he used his body to block it, but was hit in the stomach by the male deer and flew far away. This scared Su Yao, and she hurried over to see the village chief. The village chief was holding his stomach and couldn't get up from the ground for a long time. Su Yao dripped a drop of spiritual spring water from the space into his water bag. Then he handed the water bag to the village chief. "Grandpa village chief, drink some water. You'll be fine after drinking some water." The village chief nodded when he heard what the little girl said, knowing that his internal organs were injured. But this girl is a lucky star after all, and although this water is useless, it is also the little girl's kindness. He can't let this little lucky star down. Then he tilted his head back and drank it in big gulps. After a while, the village chief felt that his body seemed to have changed a little. He felt a warm feeling in his abdomen that was originally hurt by the collision, and soon he felt that his whole body seemed to have strength. If you don't know, you might think you are a few years younger. The village chief got up from the ground. He moved his hands and feet and found that he was fine. The stag was so strong that it knocked him out. But he was fine now because he drank the water given by the lucky star. He was indeed a lucky star. After the village chief was knocked out, the men in the village hurriedly cut the neck of the stag. The men breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the village chief seemed fine. The village chief's son supported the village chief and said, "Dad, are you okay? Let the doctor check you later." The village chief waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. I feel like I'm a few years younger."
Hee.
After saying this, the village chief looked at the two deer lying on the ground and ordered the villagers to carry them back. Su Yao was holding one of the deer and rubbing the deer's head. Seeing that Su Yao liked the deer so much, the village chief gave them all to the little girl of the Su family. Su Yao and Su Lauda walked at the back, and Su Yao put the deer in her arms directly into the space. She also put one of the little female deer in Su Lauda's arms into the space. It would be a good thing for a male and a female to reproduce in their own space in the future. When the village chief came back with people, they found that the two deer in Su Lauda's arms had disappeared. Even the deer that the little guy was holding was gone, which made the village chief very anxious. "It's Su Lauda. How could you lose a deer while holding it?" Su Lauda scratched his head when he heard this. "I really didn't pay attention just now. The deer ran away quickly. I chased it for 2 steps, and then I saw it disappeared. It might have disappeared into the bushes. I thought I had to come back quickly and not take the child around in the forest. After all, the deer is so small that it doesn't have much meat. My baby is a lucky star. Since it ran away, let the deer reproduce in the forest." The village chief sighed when he heard this. This boss usually looks very stable. Why is he so unreliable when doing things? Boss Su had no idea that the blame he had taken on himself had changed the village chief's opinion of him. When the village chief brought the men to carry the deer back, the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to his ears. The village chief felt that these days were like pie in the sky, hitting his head one by one. He was so dizzy that he sometimes wondered if he was dreaming. It was not until he pinched his thigh that he realized that it was not a dream. Su Yao asked Boss Su to leave all the deer skin, antlers, and blood to her. After all, they had no way to preserve these things, but it was different if they had space. The village chief told the hunter to send a leg to the Su family when he killed the deer. Only then did he cut the remaining 2 deer into even-sized pieces and distributed them to other people in the village. As evening approached, everyone enjoyed a meal of venison. The village chief couldn't help but sigh. Even if it's such a treasure on weekdays, you can't eat it. This escape from the famine has eaten all the good things that I haven't eaten in the first half of my life. Ha ha ha. Seeing her old man so happy, the village chief's wife poured him some of the treasured wine. Su Yao's family was roasting venison. Smelling the fragrant venison, she sat directly on Su Laoda's lap. Su Laoda looked at the eager little guy and couldn't help laughing. "You're just a little greedy cat." Su Yao didn't care what Su Laoda said. Anyway, she had never eaten this thing, so she had to try it to see if it was delicious. Not far away, old lady Su pickled all the remaining venison, thinking that she would eat it later. At night, the village chief found a piece of land, thinking that everyone couldn't stay up all night. So he asked the men in the village to keep watch, but divided them into a group of first and second half of the night, so that everyone had time to rest. The forest seemed to be quite humid, or it looked like it was going to rain. The village chief looked up at the sky and sighed as he looked at the sky full of stars. Still thinking about whether it will rain? How can it rain when the sky is full of stars? The village chief's wife also sighed and didn't answer the village chief's words. Su Yao had a good sleep, but she felt a pain in her arm before she woke up the next morning. When she woke up, she found that she was stung. When she looked up, she saw a bee flying around in front of her, and Su Yao rushed out in one step. This scared the old lady who was sleeping with Su Yao in her arms. "My dear, what's wrong with you?" Su Yao looked aggrieved, looking at her grandmother. "I was stung. Woo woo woo." She said it aggrievedly, and then raised her arm to Old Lady Su. Old Lady Su looked at the stung place, and she felt distressed. Holding the little guy's arm and sighing, when Su Laoda knew about it. He immediately walked to the village doctor and asked him for some herbs. Then he crushed it with his hands and came to Su Yao and applied it to the stung place. "My dear, it won't hurt after applying this for a while." Su Yao only felt that the herbs crushed by her father were applied on her arm, sticky and very uncomfortable. But she also knew that her father had good intentions, thinking that it would be healed soon after applying this, so she didn't force it to get rid of it. But the more Su Laoda thought about it, the angrier he got, and he went directly to Su Lao Si. "Old Fourth, don't you know that a bee stung your little niece? Look for it, and make sure to poke its nest." Su Lao Si got up immediately after hearing this. "What did you say? My dear was stung." Su Laoda nodded, which made Su Lao Si very angry. This little guy is his treasure. How could he be stung by those wild bees? How painful it must be to cover it up. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He started looking around. He didn't see a beehive until he saw it on a tree trunk not far away. He then sealed the hole with dirt. Then he used a torch to smoke the bees inside to death. Boss Su seemed to have thought of something and went back to get the big knife. He cut a hole in the middle, and a sweet smell wafted out. Su Yao also saw it and was about to come over. But she was hugged by her own grandmother. "Be good, the bees might run out and sting you again. You'll cry." Su Yao thought of her arm being swollen from being stung in the morning, and immediately thought it was better not to watch the excitement. Boss Su hurried back to find a jar and caught all the honey. Several children in the village came to join in the fun. This honey was originally wild honey, and they didn't know how long it had been there. He caught half a jar of honey. Boss Su then left with a smile and the jar. When the jar of honey was brought to Su Yao was so happy. This thing is so rare, especially wild honey. The children in the village were standing aside, licking the honey water with their hands. Boss Su deliberately did not take all the honey away. In the next few days, the village chief led the villagers to continue to move towards the other side of the mountain. Seeing that they were about to leave the mountain, the village chief ordered everyone to pick more wild vegetables and fruits around to take away. There are still many wild grapes and wild dates on this mountain. Su Yao took advantage of their inattention to pick up stones and hit the pheasants on the branches. Several children in the village also imitated, but they missed every time. Instead, the pheasants were scared and flew away directly. Just when the village chief thought that they were about to leave the mountain, he suddenly heard the roar of a tiger. This frightened the villagers, and the village chief whispered, "Everyone, hurry up. As long as you get out of this mountain, you will be fine." Everyone carried their children on their shoulders, and the rest of the people rushed forward with their luggage. After everyone came to the road, they finally came out, panting and patting their chests. It was not until lunchtime that Su Muyu covered her stomach and cried. This scared the whole family, and they didn't understand what was going on. Su Laoda hurriedly asked a doctor to come over. The doctor took Su Muyu's pulse and looked at her tongue. Then he pressed Su Muyu's stomach and asked where it hurt. Su Muyu's face turned pale with pain. Other villagers in the village also ran over, and they all thought that they had eaten some poisonous wild vegetables on the mountain. So they were directly poisoned. But Mrs. Su denied it. "It's impossible. We always eat together. If he really ate something poisonous, everyone should have a stomachache, not just him." Su Yao looked at her brother on the side, and her eyes rolled. Then she said, "I think my brother must have drunk raw water. There are worms in the raw water. I said before that it should be boiled before drinking. My brother lay down beside the stream and drank it all up." When Mrs. Su heard this, she looked at Su Muyu. Are you disobedient again?" Su Muyu finally nodded, and the old lady nodded his head. "It's okay now, you have worms in your stomach. What are you going to do?" Su Muyu was scared. Grandma, let the worm go out. I have a stomachache. Is it eating me?" Woo. The village chief frowned at this time and looked at Su Yao. But other people in the village also drank raw water, and no one was in trouble. Su Yao shook her head. "Village chief, everyone's physique is different. Some people have weak constitutions, and drinking raw water will cause stomachaches and diarrhea at the mildest, and even sickness at the worst. So in the future, we should try to boil water like this in the wild before drinking it." When the villagers heard this, they all kept Su Yao's words in mind, although they didn't understand how a little kid could understand so much. But they thought about going back and explaining to the children at home that no matter what water they drank along the way, they had to boil it before drinking. Firewood is free, it's just a little troublesome. But if you get sick, let's not talk about how much it will cost. The key is whether you can cure it. After dinner, Old Man Su held Su Muyu in his arms and rubbed his stomach. "I told you to listen to your sister. Does it still hurt now?" Su Muyu shook his head. "My sister just gave me some sweet candy, and my stomachache is gone." Old Man Su nodded when he heard it. "You've learned your lesson, right? Don't do it again next time." Su Muyu nodded his head. He really remembered it. He would never drink raw water in the future. He would boil it before drinking it. Otherwise, he was almost eaten by insects. They finally got out of this remote area and came to Zhocheng, which is closer to the capital. As soon as they entered the city, they saw that it was very lively, but there were not too many refugees. The village chief asked everyone to separate and buy what they needed. Su Yao was held in the arms of Old Lady Su and came to a shop selling buns. Old Lady Su asked for 10 big meat buns and gave the meat buns to her 2 little ones. The rest were for the little grandchildren at home. The hot buns were put into their bamboo baskets. Old Lady Su looked at them vigilantly. She looked around, afraid that someone would it away. Although she had entered the city, there were still many refugees in the city. Su Yao looked at the meat bun in her hand and felt that it was big and white. The meaty aroma overflowed before she even bit it open. Su Yao held a meat bun in both hands and bit it like a little hamster. The juice in the bun immediately seeped out. A few drops of juice flowed down the corners of her mouth and onto the back of Old Lady Sue's hand. Old Lady Sue licked the back of her hand quickly and licked it clean. Old Lady Sue asked Su Yao to eat slowly, and then she carried Su Yao to the tea stall nearby. She asked the tea seller for a bowl of sugar water. She pushed the sugar water towards her own sweet baby. Eat slowly. Don't choke. There is water here. Su Yao nodded, and then looked at her own grandma. Grandma, you eat too. Then Mrs. Su shook her head. You eat it. Grandma doesn't like it. When Su Yao heard what Mrs. Su said, she immediately stopped biting the big meat bun in her hand and said angrily, Grandma is lying. How could I not like to eat big meat buns? If Grandma doesn't eat it, Yao Yao won't eat it either. When Mrs. Su heard this, she waved her hands repeatedly. My dear, this precious thing. You and your brothers can eat it. Grandma has eaten a lot of this kind of meat buns before. I'm tired of it and I really don't like it. You just eat it and be obedient. Su Yao didn't care how Old Lady Su explained. She just wanted Old Lady Su to eat one. Finally, she had no choice but to take out a meat bun from the backpack and began to chew it carefully. When Su Yao finished the meat bun and drank half of the sugar water, she refused to drink it. After saying that she was full, Old Lady Su drank the half bowl of sugar water. She gave 2 cents to the tea stall owner and took her baby to the gathering place. When they arrived, everyone sat together and saw that there were not many people in this corner. Other people in the village handed some of the food they bought to their children. Old Lady Su naturally gave the big meat bun to several grandchildren. Su Muyu held the big meat bun at this time and handed it to Old Lady Su. Feed it. Old Lady Su looked at Su Muyu and yelled, Eat it. Just eat it if I give it to you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? What an annoying thing. If you don't eat it, do you want other refugees to eat away? Su Muyu was scolded pitifully by Mrs. Su, and finally, she sat with her brothers and sisters holding the buns and ate them. Mrs. Su handed the other 3 buns to her 3 daughters-in-law, leaving none for her son and the old man. The remaining buns were all for her beloved granddaughter. After the family left the city, they couldn't help but shiver at the sight of the corpses on both sides of the road. Some of these corpses thrown on both sides of the road were gnawed by wild dogs and beasts. Some people didn't even have clothes on them, and it seemed that they were stripped away by other refugees. But these corpses were all skin and bones without exception. And most of them had bulging stomachs, and it was obvious that these people must have eaten mud, otherwise they couldn't be like this. The villagers of Taolu village looked at the corpses on both sides of the road, and they covered their children's eyes one by one. The sad atmosphere directly infected everyone in the village. These are all living people. The village chief wanted to dig a pit and bury these people directly. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Who knows if these people have any diseases, and then they will infect the men in the village. After thinking about it, he set a fire and burned all the bodies of these people. In fact, in ancient times, it was absolutely impossible to burn the bodies like this. After all, it would be better to throw the bodies in the wilderness than to burn them completely. But for the village chief, if the bodies were left for a long time, if these people had any diseases, they might be infected to others. At that time, it would be transmitted from person to person, just like the plague when he fled from famine in the early years. So, naturally, he didn't want this kind of thing to happen again. Some old people in the village naturally knew some inside information. It was said that the death toll of fleeing from famine in the early years reached hundreds of thousands. A natural disaster directly killed hundreds of thousands of people, which was enough to imagine how terrible that natural disaster was. When they set out on the road this time, Su Yao was held in the arms of Su Lauda and Lu Dia stopped Su Yao from behind. Little girl Su Yao didn't know that someone was calling her from behind. When that person jogged to her, she realized that it was her original sister. Su Yao raised her head and looked at her. What's wrong, Lu Dia? Is there something wrong with you? When Lu Dia heard Su Yao calling her like that, her face immediately frowned. Little girl, I am your sister after all.
How can you call me sister like that?
How come you were adopted by someone else, and now you don't even call me sister? Su Yao just frowned. When I was beaten at home before, I didn't hear you say that I was your sister to protect me. Instead, you made a fuss on the side. Why do you remember that I am your sister now? Su Laoda held Su Yao's hand and immediately tightened it. It was as if he thought of something bad. He looked at Lu Dia with a cold face. The eldest daughter of the Lu family. What's the matter with you coming to my daughter? Lu Dia glanced at Su Laoda, but didn't respond to him. Instead, he looked at Su Yao and said, Come here, I have something to tell you. Su Yao raised her little head. If you have anything to say, just say it in front of my father. He is not an outsider. Besides, our team is still moving forward, so how can I have time to play with you? Lu Dia was immediately unhappy when she heard this. In the past, this younger sister did a lot of work for her at home. All the work at home basically fell on this younger sister, and her sweet mouth made her parents happy. So her parents still had a big difference between her and Xiaoya. Seeing Lu Dia hesitating for a long time without saying anything, Su Laoda continued to walk forward. Lu Dia chased for 2 steps but failed to catch up, so she returned to her father like a deflated ball. Lu Songtao looked at the expression of his eldest daughter and knew that she must have not done it well. He slapped her in the face. Little money loser, you are really useless. You can't even do this little thing. How come you want me and your brother to starve to death? Lu Dia glanced at her father. This was the first time her father hit her. In the past, it was her mother who would occasionally hit her. But since she was sweet talker and well-behaved, even when she was in a bad mood, it was only her sister who got hit. Now, since her sister left, she has become the punching bag in the family. Although her mother is gone, she still has her father and grandmother. Oh, she sighed. Finally, she lowered her head and said timidly, Dad, don't worry. As long as I find a chance, I will convince Xiaoya. And that Xiaoya used to listen to me the most. She will definitely bring all the meat from the Su family to honor you. Lu Songtao nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. He had been so hungry these past 2 days that he was dizzy, but he was still rushing on the road. There was no woman at home, so he didn't even recognize those wild vegetables. Before, it was his wife and Xiaoya who took care of the whole family. Now that his wife was gone, Xiaoya was taken away by someone else. Naturally, the burden of the family fell on his eldest daughter. Old Lady Lu glanced at Lu Dia and said, I'm fine, but I'm fine. She couldn't help but snort. Humph. If you are as useless as your mother, don't blame me for being rude to you. After saying this, Mrs. Lu stopped looking at Lu Dia. But Lu Dia was frightened. Could it be that her mother's death was related to her grandmother? As if she had figured out something, she retreated in fear. But the team was still moving forward quickly, and soon the Lu family walked directly to the end of the team. The mother and son who followed closely at the end of the team seemed to have caught the opportunity. The woman pretended to sprain her ankle and threw herself into Lu Songtao's arms. Lu Songtao immediately supported the woman. After the woman rolled her eyes, she held Lu Songtao's hand and said, Thank you for saving me just now. Good people like you are rare in this world nowadays. Lu Songtao was tickled by the woman in front of him calling him young master. Old Mrs. Lu naturally saw a little frown, thinking that Wang Suihua was gone and there was no woman in the family. Wouldn't it be herself who would suffer in the future? She looked at the woman in front of her and thought she was not bad. Her ace was big enough, and she could give her another grandson. Old Lady Lu came directly to the side of the woman and began to get close to her, saying, What's your name? The woman said softly, My name is Huan Yang. You can just call me Huan Yang. The old lady nodded when she heard this. It's a good name, not bad. You are alone and my son is also alone. Otherwise you can just make do with each other and live together. Huan Yang's eyes lit up immediately when she heard this. She glanced at Lu Songtao and saw that he looked okay. She looked at Dia next to her and saw that she was not young anymore, just enough to help the family with work. If she married into his family, she would definitely enjoy a happy life in the future. Finally, she nodded shyly. Auntie, I am an orphan and a widow, and I really have no one to rely on. If your son has a good character, it's not impossible. When old lady Lu heard her say this, she knew without thinking that it would be a success. Lu Songtao's eyes widened directly. He never thought that he could actually pick up a wife for free. The most important thing is that Huanyang looks pretty good. She is much better than Wang Tsuehua. Daya on the side frowned, especially when she looked at the little girl she was holding hands with. She was 2 years younger than herself. The little girl's eyes were full of hostility. If she married into her family, she would have to serve both the mother and daughter in addition to the grandmother and the little grandmother at home. That won't do. At this time, she looked at Lu Songtao and said, "Dad, we are on the road to escape famine anyway, so let's wait until we reach our destination. Besides, the world is in chaos these years. Who knows what happened to this girl that made her flee alone with her children? She might have committed some crime. Don't let it implicate our family." Lu Songtao frowned when he heard this. He knew very well that his daughter was thinking about something, and she would definitely not want to let this woman in. But old lady Lu took her eldest granddaughter's words as an excuse. He took it to heart. The world is in chaos these days. Who knows if she is a fugitive or has committed something wrong? That's why she ran away. Otherwise, the daughter of any good family would follow her husband's family. Even if she doesn't have a husband's family, she will go back to her mother's family. Even if she doesn't have her mother's family, she will flee with the village. How could she be alone with a child? And the woman looks so beautiful. She must be a seductress. If she gets in, can she really keep it? Don't let their family provide food for the two of them, and when they reach the destination, the woman will kick her son away. I'm afraid she will be at a loss. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Then he said to the woman, "It's not impossible to come to my house. We can protect your safety. After all, you have been following our village for so long and you know it. It's so united, but there is not much food these days." After the old lady said this, she didn't continue. The beautiful woman knew what the old lady meant and nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, Auntie. I have a child with me. I can't eat your food anymore. I still have some food with me and I have some money on me. I want to build a house after we reach our destination so that we can all settle down." When Lu Songtao and old lady Lu heard this, their eyes lit up. This woman has money on her, so she must be a young lady from a family that has fallen on hard times. The two of them were still fantasizing about marrying this woman, and when they reached their destination, they would use the money to build them a 4-room blue brick and tile house. Then they would be a well-known family. Wouldn't life be easy after that? They had such beautiful thoughts, but they had no idea that the woman in front of them was just making up a lie. She just wanted them to take her in without any scruples, and they would talk about it when they reached their destination. The woman only had a dozen copper coins left on her body. If it was really as the woman said, they would have hired a carriage to rush to the capital long ago. There would be no need to follow these refugees and walk slowly behind them. Daya saw that it was a done deal and finally did not dare to stop it. If her father, who was too concerned, found out about her little trick, she would definitely suffer in the future. The next 2 days were safe and sound. Until this morning, the team from Talu village was targeted by another small team. The villagers in the village held their weapons tightly. Some people had machetes, while others just had ordinary kitchen knives. During the break, the village chief consulted with some of the heads of the village. After seeing that they all gathered around, he said, "Those people have been following us." The only hunter in the village looked at the group of people not far away and said, "They are not many and will never dare to attack us. As long as we try to leave as quickly as possible, I believe they will not dare to do anything to us." The others nodded. "I think even if we attack, these people are not our opponents. Look at them. They are so hungry that they will fall down at the wind." After the discussion, the village chief knocked the gong a few times, asking the villagers to leave quickly. The village chief asked his son to lead the team in front, while he watched the villagers from behind to make sure they didn't fall behind. However, after only 2 hours, the group of refugees at the back disappeared. Before the people in Talu village could breathe a sigh of relief, a large group of refugees came towards them, squatting in the woods not far ahead to rest. The village chief waved his hand and asked everyone to stop first, wanting to find out the situation before leaving. Su Yao looked at the group of people and felt that this group of people was very similar to the people in her own village. They should be the same village that fled together. The village chief probably noticed it and asked everyone to be alert. Everyone be careful. These people look a bit like robbers. The villagers nodded silently at the back. Just as the village chief finished speaking, a person who seemed to be the leader came to the village chief. He asked directly with his nose in the air, "I don't know where you are from and where you're going?" The village chief bowed and said, "Of course I am fleeing, wherever I go. I really can't live anymore. Can you lend me away when you meet me on the way?" The strong man couldn't help laughing when he heard this. "No problem. No problem. Since you are just borrowing my way, how can I not let you go? I am giving you away, but I don't know why you are." Then the strong man poked back and forth with 3 fingers. The village chief didn't understand what he meant, but he pretended to be confused and said, "Isn't this road for people to walk on? Since you're giving me away, I still thank you very much." The big man heard the words of the village chief and knew that the person in front of him was unwilling to pay the toll. The smile on his face immediately became fierce. "I have the final say on this road now. You can only pass if I let you. Otherwise, you have to leave something behind. Don't ask me if I, Scar, am on this road. I'm a man of my word. But don't be afraid. You are all honest people. I, Scar, am not unwilling to give you a way out. Hand over all the silver on you, and you can leave." The village chief looked back at the villagers in the village. The men who led Talu village looked at the village chief looking at them. Probably knowing that this matter could not be negotiated, everyone clenched their weapons. Su Yao asked in the arms of Old Lady Su, "Are these people bandits? Should we hit them hard or lightly?" Old Lady Su didn't react, but Old Man Su beside her immediately understood. He said quickly, "My dear, hit them lightly and don't kill all these people." Su Yao heard this and giggled. "It's still my grandfather who understands me." Old Mrs. Su twitched her lips at the side, but she seemed to think of Su Yao's terrifying power. If she was struck by lightning, wouldn't these people just kick their legs? She just didn't know if her darling said it more gently, would the lightning strike be a little smaller. Su Yao didn't know what her grandma was thinking, but silently took out some small stones from her pocket. She picked them up on the road and put them in her pocket. The main thing is that these small stones are very easy to hold in the hand. The scarred man on the opposite side saw that the old man in front of him was not tactful, and then looked at the back and saw that he was going to fight. He immediately became angry and yelled at the village chief, "You really don't want to drink a toast and drink a forfeit. In this case, don't blame us for being rude to you. Brothers, come on." After saying this, she waved to the men behind her. Just when those men were about to rush towards the villagers of Talu village with knives, a small stone flew out from nowhere. With a whoosh, it hit the scarred man on the shoulder. Instantly, the scarred man felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and he couldn't lift his entire arm. The pain made his face pale, and his back was covered with cold sweat. Who is it? What's the point of hiding in the dark if you have the guts to come out for me?" As soon as the words fell, Su Yao threw another stone at the mouth of the scarred man, who was still screaming. Then the scarred man covered his mouth instantly and spat a mouthful of blood on the ground, with a few teeth mixed in the blood. The scarred man didn't give up yet and used his uninjured hand to command the brothers behind him. "What are you still standing there for? Come on, kill these people. The one who beat me must be among them." Su Yao immediately threw a few stones at the scarred man. First the other arm, and then the legs. The scarred man fell to his knees with a plop. Seeing their boss like this, the other brothers hurriedly ran over to help him up. But the scarred man was screaming on the ground. The village chief looked back at Su Yao and found that the little guy was looking at him with a smile. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Their village has a lucky star. Who dares to bully them easily? Ha ha ha. The village chief laughed in his heart. The rest of the scarred men's brothers didn't want to do that. The boss protected them all the way. They are all from the same village and grew up together. How could they let their big brother be bullied easily by others? Then this group of people rushed towards the people of Talu village like a ruthless person. The men in Talu village were not vegetarians either, and they blocked the old, weak, women and children behind them. The men rushed with whatever weapons they could find. Then the melee began, and even the 11 or 12-year-old boys in Talu village joined the battle. But after all, they were all from farmers' families, and even if they had knives, they didn't dare to really kill people. Basically, you hit me with a stick and I kicked you. Su Yao was secretly throwing small stones not far away, and those who were thrown with small stones basically fell to the ground. Then they were kicked hard by the people in Talu village. In just a cup of tea, the 200 or 300 people on the opposite side were all lying on the ground wailing. But most of them were hit by Su Yao with stones. The village chief was very happy, and he walked up to the scarred man who was still lying on the ground and couldn't move and said, "Originally, you let us go, but now you have to make a fuss like this, and you don't even show any mercy, so you can't blame us." The village chief rubbed his hands and laughed. Then he called a few men to come to these people and collect their bodies. Everyone look for them. They must have the stolen silver on them. Since they dare to rob us, why can't we rob them in return? We are also doing justice for the heaven. After the village chief said that, the men came to the village chief. Su Yao twitched her mouth not far away. She always thought that her village chief was an upright person. It turned out that he was also a black-bellied master. Those villagers were ruthless when they searched. Basically, they stripped these men and searched them. After all the money on those people was looted, the village chief took the people of Talu village and left. After walking far away, they sat down to rest. They planned to count the stolen.
Oh no.
It was the silver for the justice of heaven. When they arrived in the capital, they would keep the silver and use it as the cost of building the ancestral hall in the village. The only scholar in the village was called to the village chief. Record the silver, and when the time comes, whatever money our village spends will be deducted from this silver. The man nodded, and all the men in the village and the boys in every household were very happy. Especially those children who were 11 or 12 years old. The family praised the children to the sky. They all said that their children were the most promising. It was decided to reward these children with a delicious meal tonight. It was also promised that they would buy them candy after they settled down in the capital. When everyone went to bed that night, Huanyang tiptoed to the place where another old lady put things and started searching. But this scene happened to be seen by Lu Songtao. But thinking that even if she was caught, the person who would be beaten would only be Huanyang, not herself. But if she found something to eat, she must have her own share. Thinking that she would not suffer any loss, she let Huanyang steal. When the next morning, an old lady started to curse. "Who dares to steal my pancakes? You will give birth to a son without an." The rest of the people who were still asleep were all awakened by the old lady's roar. The old lady continued to curse. "Bah, when did this kind of petty theft appear in our village?" At this time, the village chief also heard the noise here and came over to ask, "What's wrong?" When the old lady saw that it was the village chief, she immediately stopped howling. She looked at the village chief with a face full of grievance. "Village chief, you have to make the decision for me. When did this kind of dirty people appear in our village? I just baked a few pancakes last night, but my family didn't want to eat them. I got up this morning and thought about taking them out to feed the children, but they were all gone. Oh my, that's the last bit of food in my family." The village chief frowned when he heard this. After all, when the old village chief was in office, the village chief was in charge of all matters in the village. Although there are some selfish people in the village, such theft has basically never happened. The old lady seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly looked at Huanyang not far away. Pointing at Huanyang, she said to the village chief, "Village chief, it must be this woman. When I was making pancakes yesterday, she kept staring at me. We have been in the village for so long, and I know what kind of people are in each family. People in our village will definitely not do such a thing. You go and search her body, and you will definitely find my pancakes." The village chief frowned when he heard this. Let alone whether she is from your village, you can't frame others without evidence. Huanyang lowered her head guiltily at this time. She even covered her chest quietly, where there were several pancakes hidden. After stealing the pancakes back yesterday, Lu Songtao snatched 2 of them and ate them whole. If it weren't for her nice words, saying that she would give him a son in the future. She didn't have any food, and this was her ration in the future. Lu Songtao would have taken it all away. Xiao Chao just glanced to her mother on the side, and she knew from her expression that it must have been her mother who took it. But my mother stole it so that they could have food to eat in the future. I would not be an ungrateful person. The village chief said to the old lady, I will investigate this matter and give you an explanation, but you can't frame others without evidence. The old lady snorted coldly after hearing what the village chief said. After the village chief left, the old lady looked at Huanyang and cursed. What a shameless person who even stole the cakes of an old woman like me, and she is not afraid of eating a rotten tongue. After the old lady finished cursing, she drank some water, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The village chief said that he would investigate, but who knows how long it would take for his family to run out of food. Then he quietly came to Huanyang. Although she was talking to the village chief just now, she still caught a glimpse of Huanyang's nervous face. The most important thing is that her hand has been on her chest, and she has never taken it down. It seems that her cakes are really hidden in her clothes. Just when Huanyang breathed a sigh of relief, the old lady rushed over directly. The old lady pulled Huanyang's clothes out, and then the cake inside was exposed a little. The old lady took a look and became more excited. The others tried to pull the old lady. Stop it. This fox girl stole my cake. I saw it. Get out of my way. The others who tried to pull the old lady let go immediately. If it was really stolen by an outsider, it would not be a trivial matter. It is still some distance away from the capital. If this thief is left in the team, it will be stolen from them sooner or later. Huanyang covered her chest with her hands and cried. I didn't take your things, go away. But the old lady had already seen the exposed cake, so how could she let her go easily? You witch, I saw the cake in your arms a long time ago, and you said you didn't take it. Finally, the old lady took out her cake from her arms. The village chief heard the noise and walked back. He originally wanted to scold the old lady for making trouble. Although she was indeed anxious because she lost the food, he couldn't say that someone else took it without any evidence. When he got to the front, he found that the old lady was holding a few cakes in her hand and shouting loudly, Did you see it? This is a dishonest person. If she was really hungry and stole one, I wouldn't have made it so difficult for her. But everyone was fleeing from famine and had no food left, and this little witch didn't even leave a single piece for my family. Isn't she just going to watch my whole family die? How dare such a person stay in our team? The other villagers also echoed yes, just like what the old lady said. If you are really hungry, it's understandable that you steal one or half a piece. But if you take away everything that someone has, how are their family going to survive? Su Yao stretched her neck to look at Huanyang. Although Huanyang looked pitiful, her eyes were full of endless malice. Such a person really couldn't stay in the team, and said to old lady Su, Grandma, this kind of person is not a good person. Just like what the grandma said, if she was hungry and took a little, I believe others would not really do anything to her, but this person actually took it all. Old Mrs. Su naturally knew what her granddaughter meant. Their family either eats meat or rice, although the villagers haven't paid much attention to it. And the villagers think that it is because the good baby is blessed that they have no shortage of food. Outsiders will not think so, but will be envious and jealous. Who knows what they will do to their own granddaughter? After figuring it out, she walked towards the village chief in a menacing manner. The noisy old lady here was still roaring loudly. Lu Songtao was far away, and his family had been driven out of the team. Although his wife was regarded as the culprit of cannibalism, his current position was still very embarrassing. Although he was following closely behind the team, but the villagers tacitly excluded themselves. The village chief looked at Huanyang. I don't care who you want to follow. But if you sneak into the village, that's not okay. Stay away from our village in the future, and if I see you again, don't blame the people in our village for being rude to you. The Huanyang just kept shaking her head and explained, Village chief, I really didn't mean it. It's just that my child is starving. That's why I thought of borrowing some cakes from him. When I get there in the future, I will pay you back 10-fold or 100-fold. The old lady jumped up when she heard this. Bah, you sound nice. I don't care. You have stolen my cakes, and I clearly baked 7 yesterday, but now I only have 5. Return the food. The Huanyang knelt down in front of the old lady. when she heard this. "Annie, I really have no food, please. Please let me go this time, and I will never do it again." The old lady shook her head. "These days everyone has nothing to eat, and you are the only one who can do such a thing worse than pigs and dogs. Return the food quickly, or I will let my son be rude to you." Old Mrs. Su also came up at this time and smacked her lips twice. She said to the village chief, "People like this can't continue to follow our team. Otherwise, I won't dare to close my eyes at night in the future." The village chief nodded when he heard this. Of course. Huan Yang just looked up at old Mrs. Su fiercely and then looked at the old woman who was looking for food from her aggressively. She was so angry in her heart. The people in this village were more indifferent than each other. In the end, she had no choice but to take out 10 copper coins from her sleeves and send the old lady away. The village chief asked Lu Songtao to take the woman away from their team. This matter came to an end. Just a few days later, they had just entered the city. They met a carriage at the city gate. The carriage was rushing towards the clinic. The village chief and the villagers happened to pass by the clinic and saw a woman inside holding a child and running to the clinic in a hurry. She was still shouting, "Doctor, doctor, please help look after my child. I'm afraid my child is dying." Su Yao took a look and saw a disheveled lady holding a 7 or 8-year-old boy in her arms. The lady was crying bitterly, and the boy was pale and looked like he was dying. Behind her was a man in a long gown, but his face was full of regret. He was now slapping himself in the face. He kept muttering, "I've hurt you." The man became more and more angry as he fought. If he hadn't been greedy and wanted to bring more things with him when fleeing from the famine, he would have tried his best to pack more things just because he wanted his wife and young master to live comfortably on the road. But he didn't expect that he would miss the large group fleeing from the famine because of his delay. Then he and another brother drove a carriage along the way, which attracted many people's envy. Although the two of them were also skilled in martial arts, most of the food was still robbed. With only 2 people, they could only save the lives of their wife and young master. At this moment, the man wished he could just crash into the ground and die here. He felt sorry for his master. His life and the lives of his family were all saved by his master. Although the master was a wealthy man in the capital, he only had such a son in his middle age. The reason why his master had been desperately going to he earned this huge fortune just to provide security for the child in the future. He doted on the child because he was old and had a son. If the young master died, he would be too ashamed to see his master again. The lady watched the doctor giving acupuncture and cried out of breath. She had survived many hardships to give birth to this child. Su Yao was unwilling to leave at this time. She was staring at the carriage without blinking. Although she didn't have anything to cure the disease, she had the spiritual spring water. If the baby was saved, not to mention other gold, silver, and jewelry, just the carriage would make his family feel much lighter. They no longer had to walk like this and sleep in the open at night. Donkey carts and ox carts were very rare on the road to escape famine. Moreover, horses are strategic materials here. Ordinary people really can't afford them, but her family happened to have a cart. With all the luggage on the cart, people can just sit in the cart, which is comfortable. Looking at the pretty face of the lady and the 2 guards with swords beside her, it is obvious that this family must have some status. Su Yao ran forward, and the old lady Su hurriedly followed. Just when Su Yao ran to the door of the clinic, she saw one of the guards with a sword directly draw his sword and said to Su Yao, "Stop. The doctor inside is treating our young master. If you dare to get close again, don't blame us for being rude." For this guard, how can these ordinary people compare with his young master? Now the doctor inside is treating his young master. If anything happens to him, he will lose his life. Su Yao naturally knew what they were thinking, but still rolled her eyes. She looked at her short stature. How could she be a threat to their young master at the age of 5? Old Mrs. Su was scared, so she pulled her little granddaughter aside. Just when she was about to take her granddaughter away, she heard Su Yao say in a baby voice, "Your young master is sick, but I have medicine." The lady inside heard the doctor say that there was no hope and asked to prepare for the funeral. Her eyes went dark and she almost fainted. At this moment, She heard a baby girl at the door saying that she had medicine. The woman's crying stopped immediately, and a light of hope burst out in her eyes. She walked towards Su Yao anxiously. The guard next to her shouted, "Madam, this is just a baby, and he will definitely not be cured." In the eyes of this guard, he was just a 5-year-old baby, so his words could not be taken seriously. The lady was thinking that her son was dying and was still far away from the capital. By the time he got to the capital, her son's body would be stiff. It would be great if this baby really had a way. She had to try it anyway and try it out. But then she thought about her son's illness, which was brought from his mother's. He had a cold body since he was a child. She spent a lot of money on it, but there was still no improvement. Later, a miracle doctor prescribed the prescription basically contained all kinds of expensive medicines. Every time her son was sick, she would boil the medicine and give it to him, which would more or less relieve the symptoms. But this time, those refugees snatched the medicine away, and the guards couldn't catch up with him. And the baby in front of her was just a 5-year-old baby. How could she have medicine that could cure her son? But her intuition told her that this might be the last glimmer of hope for her son. She couldn't miss it. The lady squatted in front of Su Yao and asked softly, "I wonder if you can let me see the medicine in your hand? As long as it is useful, you can offer any conditions, and I will not treat you unfairly." Su Yao nodded and said, "Can you let me in?" The lady quickly made way for half of her body. When Su Yao walked forward carelessly, the guard behind her came to her and whispered, "Madam, this is just a baby. She must be talking nonsense. For the young master's illness, let's go to another clinic." The woman shook her head. "You can see that my son may not even make it through today. In this case, I'll try my best. After all, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I have to try." The two guards sighed, knowing that their wife was desperate. When Su Yao arrived at the clinic, old lady Su was looking at her granddaughter nervously. She didn't understand what she wanted to do. Su Yao glanced at the child, then nodded affirmatively. "Madam, I can save your child, but I need a carriage and some silver." The lady nodded. "As long as you can save my son. Even if it can keep him alive for a few more days, these things are not a problem." Su Yao nodded when she heard this, and said to the lady, "This medicine is quite mysterious. It was given to me by my former master, and there is only this one pill." Then she took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve, and when they were not paying attention, she poured it directly into the mouth of the little boy lying on the bed. The lady was too late to stop it at this time. What she was thinking in her heart was that if this medicine could save her son, she could satisfy this little milk ball no matter what he wanted. But if it harmed her son, she would make their whole family buried with him. There were only 5 or 6 drops of spiritual spring water in the small porcelain bottle. Su Yao thought that although it could not make the child heal immediately, it would be no problem to save his life. Just as the little boy finished drinking the water that Su Yao poured into him, the lady sat aside and watched nervously. Then she saw that her son's face gradually eased up. He actually had a complexion, and then Su Yao said to the woman, "Give him some more water." The guards at the side heard this, and hurried to pour water. They also saw that their young master was obviously getting better. When feeding the little boy water, the little boy suddenly coughed twice, and then woke up slowly. Su Yao saw this, thinking that there were family members waiting for her outside. She said to the lady, "The medicine has been fed, and he has woken up. Can I give him what he deserves?" When the lady heard this, she nodded repeatedly and said, "Thank you, but I don't know the name of your master. Can you introduce me to someone later?" Su Yao shook her head when she heard this. "My master travels all over the world, and now I don't know where he is." The lady sighed when she heard this, and thought of what the little girl had said before, that there was only one pill of medicine. She felt a little sad. If there was more, her son's illness could be cured. Now the lady didn't know that her son didn't take any medicine, but just a little spiritual spring water. The two guards packed up the carriage. The lady took off a jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Su Yao. "I don't have any money on me, but if you go to the capital and take this jade bracelet to the bank, someone will naturally come to me and reward you handsomely. Even if you sell this bracelet, you can sell a lot of silver." Su Yao nodded with a smile when she heard this, and the lady touched Su Yao's head. Thank you for saving my life, little girl. I don't know what your name is. Su Yao shook her head. We met by chance. It's just a small favor. And I have already collected your medical fee and settled the matter.
Goodbye.
Then he waved to the lady, took his grandmother's hand, and left the clinic. Although Su Yao only got a jade bracelet in her heart, she got the carriage she wanted most. The reason why she didn't want to reveal her name was that she didn't want the lady in front of her to investigate her. One of the guards handed the carriage to Su Lauda, who was standing aside. Just now, Su Lauda saw his little girl and her mother go to the clinic, and he didn't know what they said. They couldn't get in, so they could only worry outside. The guard learned that the man was the father of the little milk ball. Only then did he feel at ease to lead the carriage to him, and then turned around and left. The lady saw that her son's face had turned completely rosy not long after drinking the medicine. His eyes were clear, and he could even sit up directly. He hugged his son and sobbed softly. The boy kept looking at Su Yao, who was no longer visible. The lady touched her son's head. The girl just now was your savior. If you meet again in the future, you must repay her. The little boy nodded in ignorance, and the lady was very grateful to the little girl. If she had not been short of money and food, she would have given more to the child. Look at the clothes he is wearing. He must be from a poor family. Just as Su Lao San was driving the horse beside her, Su Lao Tai carried Su Yao into the carriage. The guard who had already walked back hurried over and said, Little girl, Our Lady said that if you go to the capital, don't forget to go to the money house. Just show the bracelet to the owner of the money house, and Our Lady will come to find you. If you have any difficulties in the future, just go to the money house. Our Lady said that no matter what the matter is, she will help. Thank you for saving my life, little girl. When Su Yao heard this, she just nodded to the man outside. Old Lady Su lowered the curtain of the carriage, and Old Lady Su drove the carriage towards the city wall. The carriage was cleaned up, and there was a small bag of food in the carriage. When the villagers turned around and saw that the people from the old Su family got a carriage from somewhere, they all widened their eyes. Among them, the old woman who was closest to the old Su family looked at Old Lady Su excitedly. Old sister, did you meet a noble person? Old Lady Su waved her hands when she heard this. How could it be possible? I just happened to save the kid. When the others heard this, they wanted to slap themselves in the face. Why were they rushing along in front so hard at that time? They didn't notice at all that the lucky little star was taking his grandma to rescue people. Now, he got a carriage for free, so the journey would be much easier. Su Laosi rushed over from the crowd. Just now, his niece and mother were walking towards the clinic. The village chief took them to rest under the city wall not far away. Who knew that when they met up, there would be an extra carriage at home? Su Laosi rushed up in one step and kept looking at the carriage. Although the village chief was surprised, he still organized the villagers to continue moving forward. As soon as they got out of the city gate, they met a few old women in tattered clothes. Each of them basically held a child in their hands. When they saw the passers-by, they immediately plopped down and knelt down in front of them. Please be kind enough to give me something to eat. My granddaughter is really hungry. It doesn't matter if my wife dies, but my child is still so young. I beg kind people to give us something to eat. Several old women knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the people from Taolu village. They wailed while kowtowing, and their voices were so miserable. Su Yao felt sour when she saw the scene, but she was also afraid that she would do something too irrational. She just closed her eyes and kept repeating in her heart that she didn't see it. After all, there are so many poor people in this world, and her ability is limited, and she can't save so many people. The main thing is that Su Yao is not stupid. She saw that there are still many refugees not far away. As long as she dared to speak, she would squeeze these people. Then this team would be completely unable to leave. Old Lady Su listened to the miserable crying of these people and immediately frowned. Why are you howling? Get out of here. Don't you see what the difference is between our team and yours? If you want to find someone, you should find those rich families. Why are you crying in our team? The village chief also waved his hands. We are not much better off than you. We are also fleeing famine. You can go and look at others. The village chief waved his hand and asked the team to continue moving forward. But when those people heard them say that, they couldn't help but get angry. They really thought they were stupid, although their clothes were not much better than their team. But there's a carriage behind them. It must be a wealthy family. One of the old ladies said to the village chief, I see there is a carriage behind your team. It must be a wealthy family. Can you give us a couple of bites to eat? I just want the children in your family to have a way to survive, please. At this time, Mrs. Liu jumped out and said, His family has money. You can go to his family. Why are you bothering us here? Looking at his mother's expression, Liu Dazhuang quickly pulled her sleeve and said, Mom, please say less. Wang Hohot held her baby in her arms without saying a word, but she was thinking that the Su family was the most beloved by the village chief. Especially the girl. It was a bolt from the blue before, and it would be best if the old woman could kill herself. Her life in the future would not be too difficult. Thinking so in her heart, Wang Hohot tightened her hands around her daughter. The girl began to hum in Wang Hohot's arms. Wang Hohot subconsciously let go and said, Don't be afraid, my daughter. I'm here. I'll let you live a good life in the future. Liu Dazhuang, who was standing aside, looked at his wife, a swearing look, and couldn't help but sneered. Live a good life? You should let me live a good life first. Old Mrs. Su couldn't help but sneered when she saw that he was actually thinking about her own carriage. We have no silver and no food. This carriage is empty. You should find other people. The wretched old lady said to old Mrs. Su, Please have pity on my grandson. You can't have food and watch him die without helping. If it doesn't work, you might as well kill the horse and let us share it among us, right? Old Mrs. Su laughed out of anger when she heard this. She saw from the corner of her eye that the refugees who were still sitting in the original place not far away were slowly moving towards this side. The old lady who spoke was thinking that even if there was no food, this tall horse could allow each of them to share some meat. Anyway, there are not a few people on their side. They will definitely be able to rob a little at that time, although there are more people fleeing famine on their side. But I believe that those people will not attack them for an outsider. Old Mrs. Su snorted coldly when she heard this. It's none of my business if your grandson starves to death. If you want to take my things, you have to see if the knives in my son's hands agree. Then I saw the 4 brothers of the Su family holding knives in their hands, pointing directly at the wretched old lady. Old Lady Su would not pity the old lady in front of her. This old lady is really bad. Now that she can say such words in this famine year, isn't it a disguised way to want the lives of their family? Especially the villagers who are slowly approaching this side, not far away. Now, no one has food. If they are targeted by so many refugees, you can imagine the fate of their families. Old Man Su on the side also looked at the old lady in front of him and said, If you are talking nonsense, don't blame us for being rude to you. The old lady is not afraid of them. After all, they are also fleeing from the same village. It's just a rest here for a while, and they happen to meet the people of Talu village. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. I saw it all. There is food in your carriage. If you don't give me food, you are bad people. Our children are starving to death, but you are guarding so much food. Oh my, your family is really heartless. At this time, the 2 children next to the old lady started crying. Grandma, I want to eat. I'm hungry. One of the women looked at the old lady who spoke and said, Annie Hua, I think these people have no sympathy. We are all starving to death, and they're still guarding so much food. In my opinion, we should rob all their food. Look at how hungry these children are. How can these people be so cruel? The village chief of Talu village frowned at the team of people who kept approaching the side. They looked like they were going to rob the Su family, and they were directly angry. They took the men in the village and surrounded these people. Why do you want to rob things? The old lady named Hua looked at the village chief and greeted him with a smile. You must be someone who has a say here. We are all ordinary villagers. How can we do such a thing? It's really that their family is so bad. They obviously have food but don't share it. You can't even tell the people from your own village apart. You are so evil. Don't you think so? When the village chief heard what the old lady Hua said, his face immediately frowned. The old village chief is so old. How could he not hear the old lady Hua's instigation? What's it to you if others have food? But if you want to rob our villagers, then I, as the village chief, will be the first to disagree. Then several men behind the village chief also shouted, Yes, I disagree. A little grandson next to the old lady named Dahua rushed towards the old lady Su angrily. You old woman has food but doesn't give us, you die. With that, the little boy rushed towards Grandma Su like a firecracker. Su Yao looked at the little boy rushing towards her grandma and wanted to hit her. Su Yao kicked the little boy half a meter away. Then Su Yao ran to the boy again and kicked the little boy who was already lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out in the waist. I told you to scold my grandma. I told you to hit my grandma, but I can't kill you. The little boy was beaten so hard that he cried and screamed. Old lady Hua rushed out quickly, trying to protect her little grandson. Then she wanted to grab Su Yao. But Su Yao kicked her on the knee. The old lady fell on the boy with a thud. Then the little boy fainted. This scared the old lady to death. The old lady pinched her grandson's renjong and finally watched the little grandson wake up slowly. Then she shouted to the villagers not far away, Fellow villagers, I saw that there was food in this family's carriage, and it was all white rice. If you don't grab it, it will be gone. Think about the children who are starving in front of you. Do you really want to let the children starve to death on the way to escape famine? Old Mrs. Hua's eyes were extremely vicious. Like a madman, she yelled loudly at the villagers of her village. They actually dared to hit her grandson. If she didn't live well, then no one would live well. The old woman did not see whether there was any food behind the Su family's carriage, but she did see a small sack in the carriage, and it must be food without a doubt. After the old lady yelled like this, the refugees around could no longer hold on. One by one, they rushed over here, led by a few strong men. They surrounded the carriage tacitly. The village chief took the men in the village with machetes in their hands and stood in front of the Su family. Those who rushed to the front stopped immediately. This team of people had machetes in their hands. How could they beat them with bare hands? Old Mrs. Su snorted coldly, a bunch of bullies. Do you really think we are easy to bully? At this moment, old Mrs. Hua behind shouted loudly, Hurry! Everyone, hurry up and do it! That family has food. We can either grab the food or starve to death. The tall man standing in the front listened to what old lady Hua said behind him. After thinking about it, he realized that it was true. Either they fight to the death with this group of people and then take the food so that their family can be saved. If they are defeated, the worst thing is death. Anyway, there is no food at home now. What difference does it make to die early or late? The man no longer hesitated, but kicked the man in front of him, who looked weaker. Erju, the villager of Talu village who was kicked down, just fell down, and his cousin Zhu next to him took the axe and chopped directly at the man. The axe instantly stabbed into the man's chest. The chest was bulging with blood, and the man opened his eyes wide, but finally fell down unwillingly. Zhu pulled out the machete and shouted fiercely at those who continued to rush forward. Those who are not afraid of death, come to me.
Come on.
I'll kill one. These men stopped abruptly, their eyes full of fear. Someone among them shouted someone's dead, and then those who wanted to come up to steal things just froze in place. No one dared to move forward. They never thought that these men would actually dare to kill people. This group of people was really cruel. At this time, Boss Su also stood in front and shouted, Who else wants to come up and die? I'll grant his wish. Then he kicked the already dead body. Those who wanted to fight to the death trembled and dared not move forward. At this time, Su Yao said in a baby voice, You were all deceived by the old lady. We have no food. Although there is a horse, everyone in your entire village can't even get half a bite. You were actually instigated by this old lady to risk your life. TSK, you are really brainless. Then the little girl lifted the curtain of the carriage and motioned the refugees in front to look into the carriage. When the refugees took a look, they found that the carriage was empty. Only then did they realize that it was the old lady Hua who lied to them, that the carriage was full of white rice. One by one, they reacted at this time, and as soon as they left, old lady Lu jumped out and said, "It's because you, the Su family, want to kill people. You can obviously lift the curtain and tell them that there is no food in your carriage. Why did you wait until the guys in our village killed people from other villages before you said it?" The village chief frowned, looked at old lady Lu and yelled, "Can't you see that those people are already starving? They don't care whether you have food or not. Just this horse is also seen as a piece of meat, and they can't wait to take a bite." Old lady Lu couldn't help curling her lips when she heard the village chief scolding. "That's not the fault of his Su family. Why don't you compensate this horse to our villagers? Each person can still eat 2 pieces of meat." The old village chief looked at old lady Lu and snorted. "I remember that you still have some food at home. Why don't you take out the food and give it to those families in our village who have run out of food? Seeing that you are such a kind-hearted person, you won't refuse, right?" When old lady Lu heard what the village chief said, her face turned pale and yelled, "That's my family stuff. Why should I give it to others?" The village chief stopped talking. What to say to such an unreasonable old woman? The people around laughed out loud. "If the knife doesn't fall on your own head, you naturally won't feel the pain." Who said it's not? She wanted to covet other people's horses. She also dragged us into it. How shameless. Lu Dazhuang listened to the villagers' discussions. He quickly pulled his mother's sleeve. "Mom, don't talk nonsense. This horse originally belongs to the Su family. What does it have to do with you? Why should they give their own things to the villagers?" When old lady Lu heard that her son was helping outsiders, she couldn't help but sneered. "Humph, you useless thing." Su Yao narrowed her eyes. Now basically every family in the village is doing well, except for the Wang family and the Lu family. The village chief waved his hand and let the team move on. And the 2 guards who were still in the city finally went to many houses and bought a carriage again. One of the guards looked at his wife and asked, "Madam, I think our young master is much better." The beautiful woman in the carriage hugged her son and nodded, "Yes, much better. He can even get up and walk for a while. It seems that he is no longer sick. Let's hurry to the capital and ask the miracle doctor to help us." The guard nodded when he heard this and drove the carriage even faster. Finally, they arrived in the capital after half a month. As soon as he arrived in the capital, he told his master what happened along the way. He also said that the young master's condition seemed to be getting better. The master had only one son. How could he not be happy to hear this? Although his son and his wife were also safe, the master immediately rewarded the 2 guards with a lot of silver. Even the miracle doctor said that the disease that his precious son had been carrying since his mother's would definitely not be cured. He could only treat it slowly. "Come on, go, and invite the miracle doctor over quickly." The people below heard the master's order and hurried to do it. After the miracle doctor came over and checked up and down, he was surprised to find that the sick young master was basically half recovered. If he had the medicine that the lady said, he would be completely cured after taking it for a few more days. The lady widened her eyes when she heard it. This miracle doctor had said before that there was no medicine in the world that could cure his son. He could only take medicine to keep him going every time he got sick. Oh my God! What an amazing person she had met. If she had known earlier, she would have come to the capital with that girl. What should she do? What if she didn't come to the capital, or didn't come to the bank to find her? The world is so big. How can she find this little milk ball? After walking for half a month, old lady Su remembered early in the morning that the horse still had to eat grass. Didn't she feed anything? She sat up from her resting place all of a sudden. She came to the horse and touched its head. She went to the side of the horse and touched its belly and found that it was bulging. Then she came to Su Yao and asked, "My dear, what has this horse eaten these days?" Su Yao smiled and said, "Of course it's hay." But what Su Yao didn't say was that she would only feed the horse some food at midnight. After feeding the horse with spiritual spring water on the first day, I found that the horse seemed to have regained consciousness. It was particularly close to me, and I didn't dare to continue feeding it with spiritual spring water. I was afraid that the horse would suddenly speak human language, which would scare the whole team. Although I just thought about it, it would definitely not have such an effect. But what if? Besides, it is not a good thing for an ordinary horse to be too spiritual. The main thing is that I haven't settled down yet, and there are many people around. Old Mrs. Sue sighed on the side. She was so confused. She didn't even know to feed the horse grass. My dear baby must have gotten up in the middle of the night to feed the horse. I don't know if my dear baby was tired. The village chief also came to the side of the horse and said, "This horse has nothing to eat along the way. What will happen if it continues to be hungry like this?" Su Yao smiled at the village chief and said, "It's okay, village chief. It can just eat some wild grass on the way. If there is really nothing to eat, just kill the horse and eat its meat." The village chief nodded when he heard this, and then left. The horse, which was originally eating grass happily, immediately stopped chewing. The long horse face seemed to be written with great shock. The whole horse's eyes widened a little. Su Yao rolled her eyes at the horse and patted his head. "Eat. Why don't you eat?" Old Mrs. Su also picked up some grass from the ground and fed it to the horse's mouth. But the horse howled. Su Yao immediately understood what it meant. It seemed that the horse understood what she was saying. A slap was slapped on the horse. "Bark again. If you bark again, I'll really kill you and eat your meat." After saying that, she still looked at the horse with a smile and gestured to its hooves. The horse was frightened by the bad look of its young master and immediately lowered its head to chew grass and dared not continue to bark. Old Lady Su touched Su Yao's head. "Good boy, this horse looks so well behaved. Let's keep it in the future." Su Yao nodded when she heard her grandma say that. She had no intention of eating this horse. It was even more impossible to sell this tall horse. At this time, such a big horse head arched towards Old Lady Sue's arms. It looked like a flattering look, which made Old Lady Sue laugh. "Good boy, look, it can understand what Grandma said." After saying this excitedly, Old Lady Sue turned her head and looked at the horse again. "I will definitely not eat you, good boy." Then Old Lady Sue touched the horse's head with a doting look. Su Yao rolled her eyes. Nowadays, even horses know how to flatter. As the sky gradually darkened, everyone rested. Wang Chong's family drooled at the horse because they had been traveling for the past few days and Wang Chong's family was not diligent. Qin Zhaodi was even more lazy and gluttonous, and the old lady was not a good person either. Every time they stopped in the woods, they would find a lot of wild vegetables or other edible things. Only his family was lazy and did nothing. Wang Chong's family had eaten all the food in their hands until the past 2 days, and they had no choice but to think of going into the mountains to pick a handful of wild vegetables. Now others have eaten and drunk enough at night and have already lain down to sleep. His family tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. "I'm so hungry." Qin Zhaodi looked at the horse not far away with eager eyes. This is all meat. Now she is so hungry that she can't sleep, not to mention that she has to travel during the day. Looking at this horse with all that meat on its body, I'm so jealous. When Mrs. Wang saw the horse's ace facing them, she wanted to go up and take a bite of the horse's ace. Not to mention eating the horse, even the people around her wanted to come up and take a bite. At this time, Su Yao was not asleep. She glanced at the Wang family not far away. In the light of the fire, she could clearly see the greed in their eyes. If she didn't have enough strength since she fled from the famine, she couldn't protect her family at all. If she didn't have those superpowers, she would have been eaten up without even a bone residue left. Looking at the hungry Wang family, she dared to do anything. But she was not a saint, and it was impossible for her to be kind to the enemies who were against her family everywhere. Their hunger was not caused by themselves, but because they were lazy. So Su Yao didn't have any sympathy for the Wang family. Just when Su Yao was thinking about something, Wang Chong ran over secretly. Wang Chong thought that the whole team was sleeping soundly at this time if he secretly killed the horse. It should be possible to go somewhere else and cut the horse meat into small pieces and take it with you. When Wang Chong came over, Su Yao was standing outside the carriage and staring at Wang Chong. This scared Wang Chong. "Why are you not sleeping at night? What are you doing here?"
Sudałeś nortet kouli. 아침에밥.
Why are you not sleeping at night and hanging around my house? Wang Chan couldn't help but sneer when he saw Su Yao's aggressive look. How is this your home? It's just an empty lot. What do you care where I walk? Su Yao didn't get into the carriage, but just sat on the ground and looked at Wang Chong with her eyes. Wang Chong walked towards the horse with a knife. As if he thought of something, he turned back and looked at Su Yao threateningly and shouted, "You little witch, you'd better not shout. Otherwise, I'll kill you with a knife." Su Yao laughed out loud when she heard this. She rushed towards Wang Chong and kicked Wang Chong's knee hard. Then Wang Chong fell to the ground with a thud. Su Yao raised her head. "What I hate most in my life is being threatened by others. You are so bold to steal my horse." Wang Chong looked at the fierce girl. The little girl with a big nose was quite fierce. After Wang Chong got up from the ground, he looked around with a dagger. He found that everyone was still sleeping soundly, so he walked towards Su Yao step by step. Even if he killed this little witch today, who would know? Before he came to Su Yao, he saw Su Yao raised her hand. Wang Chong was chopped to the ground. The huge noise also alarmed the villagers of Talu village. Everyone got up to check the situation, and at this time the village chief also ran to the front, looking at a man lying on the ground with his back to the sky. After going forward and pulling it open, he looked at the person in front of him, who was chopped into charcoal. "Isn't this Wang Chong from the Wang family?" The village chief looked at Su Yao with a puzzled look. What happened? Su Yao showed a scared look. The village chief grandfather held a knife and said he wanted to kill my horse, but I didn't agree. He said he wanted to kill me. Whoa, he is so scary. When he walked towards me with the dagger in his hand, I don't know why he was struck by lightning. The village chief twitched his mouth immediately after hearing this. The other men in the village couldn't help twitching their mouths when they saw the scared look of this little milk ball. The village chief probably understood that Wang Chong wanted to steal the horse but failed, and was finally discovered by this little milk ball and wanted to silence Fuxing. He was struck to the ground by the special ability of this little Fuxing. When Wang Chong woke up slowly with a twitching body, he found that all the people in the village were surrounding him. This scared Wang Chong. Where had he seen such a posture? The village chief looked at Wang Chong with disappointment and said, You? It's fine if your whole family is lazy and greedy, but you actually want to kill people for money. In this case, I can't keep you in this village anymore." The village chief thought about it and finally decided to drive Wang Chong's family out of the village like Lu Songtao's family. Even if they followed behind the team, they would let them go. But from now on, they were no longer members of his Talu village. Wang Chong's eyes widened when he heard this. Village chief, you can't treat me like this. My ancestors have lived in Talu village for generations. You can't drive our whole family out of the team just to escape from famine. And this little witch, she must have said something nonsense in front of you. That's all untrue. Don't listen to her nonsense. The village chief snorted coldly, humph. Then tell me why you were struck by lightning? Why was it struck in the place where the Su family rested? Why was it struck next to the horse? Wang Chong hesitated for a long time and couldn't say anything. These villagers in the village only truly witnessed the power of Xiao Fuxing at this time. They were even more fortunate that their family had never had any evil thoughts about Xiao Fuxing. Looking at the village chief's resolute look, Wang Chong knew that no matter what he said, he would not let him stay in the team. Wang Chong seemed to have thought of something. He rolled his eyes and finally turned his head and left. He is not stupid. Even if he is kicked out of the team by the village chief, he can still follow the team. But he is a member of the Su family, so he can't blame himself for being rude. The village chief waved his hand. Okay, go back to sleep. Su Yao was also held in the arms of old lady Su at this time. Until the second half of the night, Wang Chong sneaked into the territory of the Su family again. He patted old man Su on the shoulder. Several brothers of the Su family slept outside the carriage, and everyone got up after just sleeping for a while. Old man Su sat up and saw that it was Wang Chong. He asked, "What are you doing here again?" Wang Chong smiled. "Old man Su, I know all the secrets of your family. Since I was kicked out by the village chief because of your family, you naturally have to compensate me for something, don't you think? Old man Su narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and then looked at Wang Chong. He said, "There is no secret in my family. You can spread it around without affecting my family." Wang Chong heard this and cried, "If that's the case, I'll just spread it around."
Don't blame me. There are so many refugees on the road.
If others knew that your family had a lucky baby, they would definitely join forces to rob it. The other brothers of the Su family all stood up when they heard Wang Chong's shameless words. Old man Su finally clenched his fists, looked at Su Yao, who was still sleeping soundly in the carriage, and finally gritted his teeth. "Boss, cover his mouth for me." Boss Su heard his father say this, came to Wang Chong, covered Wang Chong's mouth, and looked at his father. Old man Su finally rolled his eyes. "Take this dog with you, and follow me." Then everyone in the Su family and Wang Chong walked towards the mountain not far away. At this time, Wang Chong suddenly felt a little scared. He originally wanted to threaten his family, let them give him more food. But then he thought, this old Su family member, could it be that they dragged him to this wilderness to beat him up? He was really a bit reckless. But old man Su didn't think so. Since he wanted to harm his precious granddaughter, he couldn't blame himself for being cruel. It wasn't until they reached the small hill that Boss Su pushed Wang Chong to the ground. Old man Su looked at Wang Chong viciously. "What exactly did you mean just now?" Wang Chong still looked like, "If you really dare to do it, I will definitely spread this secret to other teams tomorrow." Boss Su looked at Wang Chong, who was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and kept silent, and punched Wang Chong. "Tell me what you want to do?" Wang Chong smiled. "I'm not afraid to be honest with you. The fact that I was expelled from the team was indeed caused by your old Su family. I have nothing to eat now, and you must support our family all the way to the capital. Otherwise, don't blame me for spreading this secret of your family everywhere. If you dare to hit me, I will make your family suffer tomorrow." Old man Su finally sighed. "In that case, then you should not go back." Then he looked at his 4 sons. "Are you afraid?" Old fourth Su shook his head first. "Dad, no. Keeping this kind of evil will only harm our Su family. The most important thing is that we have such a lovely baby. If he is harmed by him, I will never be at peace in my life." The second and third sons of the Su family only reacted at this time. What exactly did their father mean? The eldest son of the Su family nodded beside him. The old man Su took out a small dagger from his sleeve. He came to Wang Chong and was about to cut Wang Chong's neck. Wang Chong's eyes widened immediately. He never thought that this always honest Su family would dare to really kill people. He immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Please let me go. I just said it casually. We are all from the same village. How can I spread it outside casually? I was really hungry and had no choice but to think of this idea. Please let me go. I will never say anything nonsense outside again." But the old man Su shook his head. "It's too late." Then he slashed Wang Chong's throat. Wang Chong finally fell down slowly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He didn't understand why such an honest family would risk their lives for an outsider. Su Laoda looked at the blood gushing from Wang Chong's neck, finally closed his eyes, and then looked at his 3 younger brothers. "You should just pretend that you have never seen this today. Even if I have to bear the crime of murder in the future, I have to do it. After all, Yao Yao is my daughter." After Su Laoda finished speaking, the other 3 brothers shook their heads. Su Laoer said, "What are you talking about, brother? We are a family. We share happiness and difficulties. My baby ate all the food that Yao Yao ate. How can you say that we shared the blessing? If anything happens, you will have to bear it alone." Old man Su looked at his 4 sons, who were chattering, and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the men of the Su family, they were responsible. Old man Su rubbed the dagger on Wang Chong's clothes, and after wiping it clean, he put the dagger into his sleeve. He picked up this dagger when he went up the mountain many years ago. He has been carrying it with him since then, and he didn't expect that it would be useful today. The Su family looked at the sky and saw that it was still dark, so they hurried back. But what they didn't notice was that there was a small figure in the bushes beside them. Shadow, running quickly towards the gathering place of the villagers. Su Yao lay in the carriage before they came back. She heard clearly what Wang Chong said when he threatened her grandfather and father. When her father, grandfather, and uncles took Wang Chong to the mountain, Su Yao followed curiously to take a look. The final result made her very satisfied. Su Yao originally wanted to dispose of the body, but thinking that the bloody smell was so strong, the body would soon be bitten by wild dogs or beasts in the mountains. So she didn't waste time and effort. Until dawn, Qin Zhaodi did not see Wang Chong coming back. She could not help but get anxious. Before dawn, Wang Chong said that he would go to the Su family to ask for some food. At that time, she thought that they would not give it, but Wang Chong said that he would find a way. But while waiting, she fell asleep. She waited until dawn, but Wang Chong did not come back. She immediately had a bad feeling in her heart. She waited until the morning when everyone in Talu village had finished eating. When they were about to leave, Qin Zhaodi rushed up. Village chief, my Wang Chong came to find the Su family before dawn. But he has not come back yet. He must have been murdered by the Su family. Village chief, you have to make a decision for me. The village chief saw that it was another member of the Wang family coming and immediately frowned. You are not from Talu village anymore. Your family's life and death has nothing to do with our Talu village, and even less with me as the village chief. When Qin Zhaodi heard what the village chief said, she glared at him fiercely. Then she ran back to discuss with her mother-in-law. Mom, what do you think we should do? When old lady Wang heard what Qin Zhaodi said, she slapped her in the face. I can't even take care of my own man. What's the point of you looking for him? The village chief was about to set off soon, and old lady Wang and Qin Zhaodi immediately started looking nearby. Old lady Wang walked all the way to the foot of the mountain, and when she found her son's bloody clothes, she was about to faint. Qin Zhaodi also ran over at this time and hurriedly supported her mother-in-law. Mom, what's the matter with you? Then old lady Wang pointed at the blood-stained clothes hanging in the woods. Qin Zhaodi naturally recognized that this was the clothes Wang Chong wore yesterday. She immediately took the clothes off the branch. She immediately lowered her head and walked towards her mother-in-law. Qin Zhaodi was afraid that she would laugh out loud at this time. The old woman was not young anymore. Wang Chong was dead, and all the property of the Wang family would belong to her son in the future. She supported her mother-in-law and ran to Talu village, where the village chief was sitting. Village chief, look, this is my Wang Chong's clothes. Look, it's all blood-stained. Before dawn, Wang Chong said he would go to the old Su family to have a good talk, but he never went back. Now I see my husband's clothes in the woods. He must have been murdered by the old Su family. Village chief, even though we are no longer people in your village, but this has caused a loss of life and is related to the villagers in your village. You can't ignore it. The village chief took a look at the clothes and couldn't help but sneered. Humph, Wang's wife, you probably didn't look carefully. The bloody clothes in your hands were all eaten by wild beasts. You don't have to think about it to know that a wild beast must have passed by at night, so it took Wang Chong away. This tragedy happened. What does it have to do with the Su family? After saying this, the village chief waved his hand. Okay, everyone, hurry up. We will be in the capital soon. Everyone heard the village chief's call and immediately packed up the pots and pans. The village chief had already led people forward. Old Mrs. Su mainly asked her wife to wash the dishes and put them away, and she also drove the carriage to chase the village chief. At this time, Qin Zhaodi ran directly to old Mrs. Su's side. Old woman, was my Wang Chong killed by you? Old Mrs. Su was stunned where she was. Whether your husband is missing or dead, what does it have to do with our family? Su Yao looked at Qin Zhaodi and shouted, That's right. Everyone saw clearly yesterday that your family was driven out by the village chief. It was already the middle of the night. How could it be that before dawn, your husband came to my house again to steal the carriage? So he was taken away by the wild beasts in the mountains? Qin Zhaodi was speechless, and Mrs. Wang on the side was still in grief. The old lady couldn't accept it at all. Her son, who had been with her for so many years, was gone. In the end, because Qin Zhaodi had no evidence and she didn't really want to seek justice. It was just a show for her mother-in-law, so the matter could only be left unresolved. Mrs. Su sat steadily in the carriage, and when she saw that she was not far from the team of Talu village, she quickly stuck her head out. What did Qin Jiaodi say? Old man. Does her man's death have anything to do with our family? Old man Su shook his head. What are you thinking, old woman? What does the death of his husband have to do with us? There is no guarantee that they will be taken away by wild beasts in the mountains. Old Lady Su was relieved when she heard this. They continued on their way. When they were still 20 miles away from the capital, the prefect had already opened a refugee shelter outside the city. It was mainly to receive refugees from other places. There were some temporary outdoor sheds at the shelter. Some people lost their household registration, and they could be registered here one by one. The reason why you have to register when your household registration is gone is a lot of trouble. The main thing is that the government officials have to check whether you are a fugitive or a vagrant bandit. Fortunately, everyone in Talu village had their household registrations, and it was done quickly. Registered. The government gave each household a small sign. It was mainly used to prove identity. With this small sign, they could get 2 meals of porridge every day at a special place. In addition, they would be allocated land to rebuild their houses. The emperor was kind and not only allocated a lot of land to each of our households, but also exempted certain taxes in the first 2 years. One of the old men was sitting on the side, chatting with a few people from the same village. Su Yao nodded when he heard this. This emperor was pretty good. The Su family was assigned to a thatched hut. Although the thatched hut was small, the whole family could still squeeze in. It was good to have a piece of land to shelter from the wind and rain. Everyone ate the porridge distributed by the government. These refugees were very eager to rebuild their houses on the distributed land so that their families could live in peace. Even if they couldn't build brick houses, even 2 thatched houses would be better than living in a crowded place. After all, there was only 1 meal in the morning and 1 in the evening, and each person only had a small bowl of porridge and nothing else. This small bowl of porridge was not even enough to fill one's stomach, and it could only barely keep one mouthful of water. Angry. It was just barely enough to avoid starvation. The other villagers continued to eat the black flour cakes made by Mai Kong. That was the last bit of food for everyone. The black flour cakes were made of coarse grains and wheat bran, and it felt like my teeth would break if I took a bite. Every time I pooped, there was blood. Su Yao was drinking the porridge distributed by the government, and an old man next to her spit out 2 mouthfuls. Then he spit out a small stone and a broken tooth from his mouth. Su Yao scooped up the bottom of her clear porridge, and there were indeed stones. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. Why do these officials just distribute porridge, but also throw these small gravel in? How annoying! Old Mrs. Su looked at her darling's puzzled expression and touched her little head. Dear baby, these stones were put into the rice by the people above. Did the people above put them into the rice on purpose? Su Yao was even more confused when she heard this.
Why?
Old Lady Su nodded Su Yao's little head and said, Think about it. Although this kind of rice is the worst rice, it is still to prevent some corrupt officials from embezzling the rice. That's why some small stones are specially mixed in it. This thing is for us refugees who have nothing to eat, not for ordinary people. If this thing is put on the market for sale, no one will buy it no matter how cheap it is. Su Yao nodded her head immediately when she heard this. So that's it. Since everyone was exhausted from the journey, Su Yao was willing to wait quietly here for the government to allocate land to them. And I heard from the people on the government side that if there were a large village together, they would be divided together in the end. Su Yao was naturally satisfied. Old man Su ate bland porridge for a day and turned his head to look at his granddaughter, who only drank a few sips of rice soup each time. He couldn't help but frowned. Old woman, let's go to the city tomorrow to see if there is anything to buy. The main thing is to buy some food for the children. Old Lady Su nodded when she heard this. After looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, she hurriedly rummaged in her bag and took out a large string of copper coins and handed it to Old Man Su. The money at home is not too much, and there will be many places to spend money in the future, so you have to spend it sparingly. The boys in the family are thick-skinned, and they are men, so there is no need to buy anything for them. Just buy something for our good baby. Su Yao, who was not far away, felt warm at heart as she listened. Her grandma really loved her more than the other boys in the family. Fortunately, her second Aunt Ma Chunhua did not have any big objections. Old man Su nodded when he heard this. Okay, let the eldest and second sons go with me tomorrow. The third and fourth sons stay here to watch the luggage. Old fourth son Su looked unhappy on the side. Dad, I want to go in and take a look too. This is our first time in the capital, so it's okay for me to go and take a look. Old lady Su slapped her fourth son on the back of his head with a slap. When everything is settled, you can take a look however you like. Now just stay here and watch the luggage. Old fourth son Su touched the back of his head, looking aggrieved. While they were still discussing going to the capital tomorrow, the officials over there had already received the documents from the capital. A lot of land has been allocated to the adults, so let's arrange these people from the same village first. The adult took the document and walked towards the villagers. After the villagers here got the news, they gathered in twos and threes to discuss. They first asked how much silver was needed for 1 acre of land. And each household could buy a maximum of a few acres of land, and the other was the allocated land. How many people in a family, and how much land is given as the foundation. Su Yao also learned from their conversation that 1 acre of land requires about 13 to 15 taels, and the house needs to be built by oneself. When it was Talu village, the village chief heard that the adult meant to arrange them to the piece of land backed by the mountain. There is a large area backed by the mountain, and the wasteland can be reclaimed by these villagers for free. And after the reclamation, it will belong to these villagers. And there is no need to pay taxes within 3 years, only after 3 years. Su Yao followed her father in the crowd, quietly listening to the adult talking about the allocated land. Then she saw the adult patted his chest. Your place is still very good, backed by the mountain. You can hunt some game and dig some wild vegetables on the mountain. If there are doctors who know about medicinal herbs, they can get some herbs and sell them for money. As long as we live by the mountains, we will not starve to death. We can grow some food in autumn and good days are still to come. The village chief felt that what the adult said was right. There was no wasteland in the plains allocated to them. They still had to pay for building houses and buying fields. At the beginning, they could not even guarantee the most basic life. At least they could get some wild vegetables to eat with the mountains behind them. The villagers of Talu village can form an independent village without merging with others. The village chief thought this was a very good thing. The villagers of his Talu village were new. If they were to be integrated into any village again, they would inevitably have conflicts with those people. Although he felt that the villagers in his village were honest and decent, it did not mean that others would not bully you. The village chief agreed, and almost no one in the village objected. Then the people in front began to write documents. What is the name of the village? The village chief replied, It's called Talu village. Where are you from? Village chief, yes. How many households are there in total? Sir, there are 40 households in total. Why are they here? The village chief replied, They had to flee here to settle down because of the drought. When the adult in front of him saw the place where the village was going to be arranged, he frowned. Why are they arranged to such a remote place? A man next to him hurriedly replied to his adult in a low voice, Sir, there is no place that big anymore. There is only the land at the foot of this mountain. After hearing what the man next to him said, the adult finally sighed and nodded. The adult then said to the village chief, Since you have chosen to open up wasteland and farm, you are really brave. Hereby, you will set up a separate village and don't need to assign people to this village anymore. Registration is done here. After settling there, each family can get 2 taels of silver as resettlement fee and 10 kilograms of relief food. The village chief will measure the homestead by himself. The village chief of Talu village went to another place to claim the resettlement fee and relief food. The people behind them widened their eyes instantly. They never thought that they would receive relief food and resettlement fees after coming here. Most of the villagers had no money left, and they were still smoking. What should they do? Now they were instantly happy. With the mountain behind them and the labor force at home, wouldn't it be quick to build a mud house? Everyone was very happy and felt that it was a blessing for all of them to have such a great master. It was the right choice to flee here. The village chief and the villagers shouted excitedly, "Thank you, great master." But this adult felt pity for these simple villagers. Look at these skinny people, alas. Then the villagers lined up and handled the settlement in an orderly manner. After everything was done, everyone was very excited, and the days of fleeing famine were finally over. When everything was over, the Yamen runners took everyone from Talu village to the settlement place. When they arrived, although the villagers had prepared themselves mentally, they were still poured a basin of cold water by this desolate place. The Yamen runners looked at the group of villagers, and they looked like they were hit, and comforted them quickly. This place has mountains and water. In addition to the need to open up wasteland, there are some difficulties at the beginning. After the new village is built, everyone will have no worries about food and drink. There are also many animals in the mountains. If it rains, the mushrooms and wild vegetables in the forest will grow wildly. Aren't they enough for you people to eat? Good days are still to come. By the way, you can't go deep into the mountains. There may be tigers and wild beasts there. After these Yamen runners left, the people of Talu village discussed their future home one by one. Old Mrs. Su smiled. The village chief said, "Let's be a little more diligent in the future and open up more wasteland. It's all ours, and we don't have to spend money to buy it. You have also heard that an acre of land outside costs more than 10 taels of silver. How can we buy land with this money? It's better for us to open up wasteland ourselves." Su Yao was looking at this fresh land without pollution. Instantly fell in love with this place surrounded by mountains and water, and the scenery is even more beautiful. If I earn more money, I can build a big farmhouse in this small mountain village. I can also buy a small hill next to it, plant a few acres of land, and dig a small fish pond. Oh my God, this is too wonderful to think about. There is also a bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain, and the place for the foundation is determined. Everyone started to disperse, but the village chief came to Old Man Su. The village chief said somewhat disapprovingly, "Why do you want to build a house at the foot of this mountain? It's so close to the mountain behind. What if the animals on the mountain run down?" Old Man Su waved his hand and looked at his granddaughter again. "It's okay. Isn't it still a little distance from the mountain behind? It's not far from other villagers." Su Muyu poked her head and looked at the village chief and asked, "Grandpa Village Chief, if there are small animals coming from this mountain, just catch them and cook meat for my sister." The village chief touched Su Muyu's head. "Okay, if there are small animals coming down from the mountain, catch them and feed them to your sister." Although the village chief disagreed, since he had already chosen it, let him go. It is indeed some distance from the mountain behind. But now the village chief doesn't know, and it's a good thing that they chose a piece of land closer to the mountain behind. Otherwise, when the small animals in the mountains come to play with Xiao Fuxing every day in the future, they have to pass through the whole village, and then the other villagers will be scared. Su Yao was looking at the open space at the back of the mountain. She said to Grandma Su, "Grandma, we will plant some peach trees here, dig a lotus pond, raise some fish, and plant some lotus roots." Grandma Su listened to her granddaughter's chattering. She couldn't help laughing. Okay, our darling can plant whatever she wants, and then plant a whole peach forest. Su Mo looked at Su Yao with longing, and then pulled the sleeve of Su Lauer. "Dad, just listen to your sister, and we can eat peaches in the future." Grandma Su looked at her grandsons at home, turned around and said to her sons, "Now this place is close to the capital, and we will settle down. You all go to the capital to find a job. Earn more money, and let the children in the family go to private school." The 4 brothers of the Su family nodded when they heard their mother say this. But each of them knew that if they relied on them to go out to work, when will the kid at home be able to go to school? That would cost a lot of money. Su Yao looked at her father and other uncles who were frowning and smiled sweetly at Old Lady Su. "Did you forget that I dug a ginseng? When we take it to the capital and sell it, won't we have money to send my brothers to school?" Before Old Lady Su could say anything, Old Man Su frowned. "How many uncles spend their niece's money? Let them earn it themselves. My dear, let your grandma keep this money and use it as your dowry in the future." Old Lady Su just nodded. "Yes, my dear. You are still young now, you don't understand it yet, but you will understand it in the future. What old lady Su didn't say was that the richer the dowry you bring, the less people dare to bully you in your husband's family. Like those noble ladies, they want their daughters to live well in their husband's family. Basically, after getting married, everything needed in the husband's family is all ready. Su Yao listened to what old lady Su said and shook her head repeatedly. Grandma, Yao Yao can still continue to earn money. Take out the money to build a house first. Besides, Yao Yao has to live in the house, right? The rest of the money will be used for the brothers to study. When the brothers pass the imperial examination, they must not forget me, their sister. Old lady Su hugged Su Yao in her arms with red eyes and shouted to the boys at home. Did you hear me? You have to cherish such a good sister. Even if you become an official and have abilities in the future, don't forget your sister. If you don't have a sister, you will be digging for food in the fields all your life. The boys nodded heavily. Ma Chuanhua's tears rolled in her eyes. What she hoped most in her life was that her son would have a promising future. Don't be like their uncle. The teacher clearly said that he would definitely pass the imperial examination. But there was no money in the family, so he could only come down to dig for food in the fields and live a muddle-headed life. Ma Chunhua looked at the little baby in her mother-in-law's arms, and she held her chest for a long time before she suppressed her crying voice. She would love Su Yao as her own daughter in the future. Then everyone started to get busy, and only Su Yao sat aside with her cheek in her hand. There were as many supplies as she wanted in her space, and the gold and silver were countless. But she didn't want to take them out for the time being, but wanted to find an open trade. After thinking about it, she decided to either set up a stall or go to the mountains to collect herbs. But Su Yao didn't know too many medicinal herbs, such as the simpler ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Poria cocos, and wild Panax nodo ginseng. She knew the common ones. She didn't know the rest of the herbs very well. But there were a lot of books in the space, such as the Plant Encyclopedia and the Medicinal Material Encyclopedia. These were not things she should worry about. There were a lot of ginseng and purple Ganoderma lucidum planted in the land in the space. There were also some slightly more expensive spiritual medicines. This was also the only small piece of red land that Su Yao discovered after she had the space. The village chief and the villagers were busy. There were more than 200 men, women, old and young in the village, but only 45 of them knew how to build houses. Now, every household wants to build a house quickly, so they naturally want to build their own house first. In the end, the village chief decided that everyone over 16 and under 55 would participate in building houses. Even if they don't know how to build houses, they have to follow behind and do what they can. And every family has to pay 10 cents a day for building houses. Those who are also villagers but don't know how to build houses and come to your house to help have to pay 5 cents, and whoever's house they build will pay. And the village chief also used a lottery to decide the order of building houses. After the builders were determined, the next step was to cut wood and bricks. The village chief still thought that it was better to build a brick house. Even the worst one was better than the mud house. After all, they would settle down here later. It's impossible to tear it down and rebuild it again when the time comes. Besides, the adults said that the wood in the mountains could be cut and used for free. Then everyone started to build a temporary thatched hut. Put all the things in the thatched hut and move in after the house at the back was built. The next morning, Old Man Su took his 2 sons to visit the city not far from here. Su Yao said, "Didn't Grandpa say he was going to the capital?" Old Man Su stroked Su Yao's little hair. "It's still a long way from the capital. Let's go next time. Let us go to the market to buy some things we need, and then sell the ginseng." Su Yao nodded. "Grandpa, I want to go with you, okay?" Old Man Su looked at his little granddaughter, who was pulling a sleeve with a coquettish look on her face, and finally compromised. Okay, let's go together." The 4th son of the Su family also imitated Su Yao and pulled the sleeve of the old man of the Su family. "Dad, I want to go too, get out of here." The old man of the Su family kicked the 4th son of the Su family so far away, which made the old man of the Su family feel sick. The eldest son of the Su family drove the carriage, and the old man of the Su family carried his little granddaughter into the carriage. He sat outside the carriage. Su Yao looked outside curiously all the way. After arriving in the town, the old man of the Su family pulled the carriage to the open space next to it. Second son, you watch the carriage here, and your eldest brother and I will go in to buy some things. The second son of the Su family nodded. He didn't have much interest in this market. The eldest son of the Su family carried Su Yao and walked towards the market. There were all kinds of stalls on both sides of the market. There were endless hawking sounds coming from the stalls. Some were selling fruits and vegetables, and some were selling various snacks and cakes, handkerchiefs, purses, and some small things. Su Yao looked around in her father's arms. Su Yao saw a stall selling seeds and thought of the spiritual spring water in her space. As long as these seeds were soaked in the spiritual spring water and then planted in the ground, the harvest would definitely be great. She glanced at her father, but it was useless to call him.
Grandpa, Grandpa.
Old man Su turned his head and saw Su Yao with her hands open as if she wanted to be hugged. He held Su Yao in his arms and said, "What's wrong? Is there anything you want to eat?" "Grandpa, I want to buy some seeds, okay? The old man told me to grow more food so that Grandpa and Grandma can have enough food." When old man Su heard this, he understood that this was taught by the old immortal in his granddaughter's dream. In this case, of course I bought it. Fortunately, I brought enough money today. Holding Su Yao, I came to the seed stall. The owner of the seed stall saw someone coming to see. He asked quickly, "What kind of seeds do you want? The seeds here are quite good. Look at these full grains, it is certain to be a good harvest." Old man Su saw that there were all kinds of vegetable seeds for sale, as well as the most common corn seeds and wheat seeds, which looked pretty good. Old man Su nodded and the owner asked, "How much do you want to buy? I can give you a slightly cheaper price if you buy more." Su Yao pointed to several kinds of vegetable seeds in front of her and said, this, and these, give me a little less of each." Su Yao also gestured with her little hands. The reason why she wanted each one. The main reason was that there were all kinds of seeds in her space. When the time comes, as long as she buys seeds, she will have something to say to the outside world, saying that they are some unknown seed she bought. Or maybe ordinary vegetable seeds are mixed with other seeds, so those strange things are grown. What Su Yao wanted to plant the most was strawberries and watermelons. They tasted so good in summer, especially when the watermelons were put in the iced well to cool down. When you take them out and eat them, you will feel cool all over. When the stall owner heard the kid say that, and the old man beside him nodded with a doting look on his face, the stall owner was overjoyed. After all, the seeds on the stall were very complete. Even if you only need a little of each, it would be a considerable income. In the end, old man Su spent 160 won to buy all that his granddaughter wanted. Old man Su looked at Su Yao. "Yao, you bought so many seeds, but we don't have so much land to plant." Old man Su knocked on old man Su's head directly. "Why are you talking so much nonsense?" After handing over the money, he hugged Su Yao and turned around and left. Old man Su resignedly carried the seeds that the boss had packed behind him. Old man Su went to the meat stall and bought a lot of pork belly. Thinking about the hardship his baby had gone through on the journey, Boss Su went to the place opposite where hair flowers were sold and looked around. Su Yao saw her father's appearance and thought he was buying them for her mother. Finally, she saw her father holding 2 golden hair flowers and walking towards her, and she couldn't help but cover her face. "Dad, you're not buying these for me, are you?" Boss Su stopped when he heard this. "What? I won't buy them for you. I have other daughters." Su Yao was immediately disheartened when she heard her father say that. "Dad, can we change the color?" Old man Su couldn't help but feel a little confused when he heard this. "My dear, doesn't this color look good? I see that people choose bright colors like this. Otherwise, I'll change 2 red ones for you." Su Yao waved her hand when she heard this. "Dad, let's do this one." Su Yao's mind was full of New Year dolls. She didn't want to wear 2 big red hair flowers on her head. Old man Su wanted to ask those house builders here how much money they need in a day. In addition, he wanted to ask about the price of bricks and tiles, and wanted to build a big blue brick and tile house. Old man Su still had some hesitation in his heart, and looked at Su Yao. "Yao, what do you think about building a blue brick house? We can build a smaller one when the time comes." Su Yao nodded when she heard this, Grandpa will build a big blue brick and tile house. If we build a mud house built by ordinary people in our village, we will have to rebuild it after living in it for less than 2 years. Build it all at once, and then find a wife for fourth uncle. Oh, yes, and Uncle San.
Hee hee.
After Su Yao finished speaking, Boss Su nodded her little head. You don't talk nonsense. Su Yao quickly covered her mouth, okay? Yao Yao, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise Uncle San will be sad. When Old Man Su heard that Su Yao was still worried about the marriage of his 2 sons, he couldn't help but sigh. It was because he had no ability and no money saved that the marriage of the 4th son was delayed until now. Now that he has settled down, he naturally has to find a wife for the 4th son. Old Man Su asked around and came to the craftsmen who specialized in building houses. After a general understanding, he made a decision and asked them to build a brick house for him. Su Yao was naturally satisfied. Fortunately, her grandfather was more open-minded. Anyway, she had the ability to earn money, so she naturally didn't want to be wronged. Boss Su kept covering his pounding heart. What kind of craftsmanship costs 35 coins a day?
And it's a team with its own team.
1 person gets 35 coins a day. This.
How many people are 10?
Oh my, don't think about it. Don't think about it. Old Man Su didn't care about what Boss Su thought and carried Su Yao to the pharmacy not far away. The main reason for coming here today is to sell the wild ginseng. After asking around, I heard that the price of wild ginseng here is not cheap. Standing at the door of the pharmacy, the guy inside glanced at the 2 farmers standing at the door and said nothing. People like this usually don't have money. Looking at the little girl in his arms, it seems that the little girl is sick. Otherwise, farmers like these would not come to such a good pharmacy. They must come to get those good medicines, but whether such people have money is another matter, and they will not go out to greet them. Thinking of this, he sat directly on the stool inside. Old Man Su wandered outside for a long time and finally gritted his teeth and walked in holding Su Yao. Boss Su followed timidly behind. After all, they had never been to such a big pharmacy before. As soon as Old Man Su entered the pharmacy, he saw the clerk sitting on the stool. He asked, "Is the shopkeeper here? I want to sell some herbs." When the clerk heard this, he rolled his eyes at Old Man Su. "We don't accept all herbs here. We only accept the best herbs, and we won't accept even the ordinary ones." Su Yao looked at the clerk, who didn't even ask what the herbs were, and looked down on her grandfather. Pulling the grandfather's sleeve, "Grandpa, let's go. I see there is another one opposite. It's also a big pharmacy like his. Let's go and take a look." Old Man Su nodded when he heard his darling say that. His little darling is a lucky star, and whatever he says is what he does. People like this are not easy to get along with at first glance, even if he takes out the ginseng. The designated shopkeeper here will deliberately lower the price to the lowest. If the shopkeeper is good, he will not accept such a contemptuous clerk. After figuring it out, Old Man Su turned around and left, and the clerk behind him snorted coldly. Sure enough, farmers are farmers. You just grab 2 handfuls of wild grass and say they are medicinal herbs, right? You are smart and run fast, Boss Su turned around and wanted to find the clerk to argue, but was stopped by the voice of Old Man Su. "Where are you going? It's better to have less trouble than more outside. Farmers like us can't afford to fight with others. Why don't you go quickly?" Old Su shook his sleeves in frustration and followed his father's footsteps. Su Yao clenched her fists, and she must make her family live well. Never let others look down on him again. Old Man Su now has the courage to step into that kind of big shop for the first time. When he came to this shop, he was no longer like before, not daring to go in for a long time. Instead, he walked in directly and carelessly. Anyway, if they accepted it, they would accept it. If they didn't accept it, they could just go to Beijing to sell it. As soon as he stepped into the shop, a clerk came to greet him. "Are you here to get medicine or see a doctor?" Old Man Su heard and waved his hand. "Hey, is your shopkeeper here? I have something to ask your shopkeeper." The clerk frowned when he heard this. "It's not that I don't want to introduce you. In fact, our shopkeeper is very busy every day, and I don't know what you have to do. If I can't solve it, I will let our shopkeeper come. Is that okay with you?" Old Man Su looked at the sincere look on the waiter's face and finally nodded. He pulled the waiter aside and took the ginseng from his bag. It leaked out. The clerk's eyes widened immediately.
Come with me.
Then he took Old Man Su and Boss Su to the backyard. Wait a minute, I'll go and inform our shopkeeper. Then the clerk rushed to a room in the backyard and knocked on the door. A deep voice sounded from inside.
Come in.
After the clerk went in, he said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, there is a man selling ginseng outside. I think the ginseng is about 200 years old, but I'm not sure whether you need to keep an eye on it." When the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately stood up and walked towards the door. When he stepped out of the door, he saw Old Man Su and a small cloth bag in his arms. Thinking that he was holding ginseng, he quickly led Old Man Su in. He said to the clerk beside him, "Go and get 2 plates of cakes to sweeten the kid's mouth." When the clerk heard this, he hurried to do it. The shopkeeper poured each of them a cup of tea and stroked Su Yao's little hair. Then he said to Old Man Su, "May I have a look at the ginseng you brought? If it is of good quality, don't worry about the price. Hua Chuntang is famous for its good quality and low price in this area, and we never cheat ordinary people." Old Man Su nodded when he heard this, opened the cloth bag in his hand, and handed over the ginseng. The shopkeeper in front of him took a look at the quality of the ginseng, and his eyes widened immediately. "Good, this ginseng is really good. I just don't know where you picked it, brother." Old Man Su waved his hand and said, "I also picked it in the deep mountains on the way to escape from famine. I came all the way here to settle down, so I want to sell it." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly when he heard this. "There are such good treasures in the mountains. Brother, I won't lie to you. This ginseng is the best wild ginseng. And it's nearly 300 years old, so I won't give you less. I'll give you 900 taels of silver. What do you think? I won't lie to you. If you sell it to those dignitaries in the capital, it can be sold for thousands. But the price in our small place is indeed a little less, but it's safe. If you sell something, we won't check where you live, but it's different for those dignitaries in the capital. And even if you sell it in a shop in the capital, the price won't be much different." Old Man Su listened to what the shopkeeper said, and he probably thought so in his heart. There are many nobles in the capital. If someone like him doesn't have any connections, what if he accidentally goes to a black-hearted pharmacy? At that time, he will be cheated by others or beaten half to death. So, even if it's a little less, then it's a little less. Old Man Su nodded. But Su Yao raised her head and looked at the shopkeeper, thinking that the price could not go up any more. But she still asked softly, "Uncle, does your family collect other medicinal herbs?" Yao Yao knows other medicinal herbs like Panax, Nodo ginseng, and chrysanthemum. Yao Yao knows them all. If Yao Yao steps on them in the future, I will send them to you, okay? The shopkeeper listened to the soft voice of the little girl and the little hair on her head shaking and nodded with a smile. "Of course I will collect them. From now on, I will collect all the medicinal herbs you collect."
Shu Yao grinned happily.
The shopkeeper looked at the little girl and really wanted to put her in a sack and take her away. His family is full of boys and they are not at home every day, and his wife is very worried every day. Why doesn't he have a little girl? Look how cute this girl is and how soft she speaks. Unlike those stupid sons at home, they quack like drakes every day. Old Man Su rubbed his hands in embarrassment at the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, we are also farmers, so can the silver you give us be a little smaller in denomination?" The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly when he heard this. "Don't worry, I will give you some silver, and I will fold all the silver notes into the smallest denomination for you." He nodded again and again after hearing this. "Thank you very much." Old Man Su thought very simply. If a farmer like him took hundreds of taels of silver notes to the bank to exchange money, at that time, others would definitely be suspicious. But if it was only 10 taels, 20 taels, or 50 taels, it would not make others think too much. When Old Man Su was holding the silver and Su Yao in his arms, he thought about going back quickly. With so much silver on him, he didn't know which leg to take when walking. Su Yao only felt that she was in her grandfather's arms, trembling from being held. She was really afraid that her grandfather would not be able to hold her and would fall out again. Old Man Su took some silver from his arms and gave it to the eldest Su. Go buy some cloth and some candy. If you see anything delicious, buy some for our dear baby. Go quickly and come back. I'll wait for you at the carriage first. Old man Su didn't care whether the eldest Su came back or not. He held Su Yao in his arms and walked towards the second Su. The eldest Su looked at his father's trembling legs and roughly understood that his father didn't dare to run around in this town anymore. He thought he had to go buy things quickly. When old man Su came to the carriage, he carried Su Yao into the carriage. In addition, he stuffed the silver note in his arms into one of the small drawers of the carriage. In addition, he asked Su Yao to sit in it obediently, and old man Su breathed a sigh of relief outside the carriage. After the eldest Su finished buying things, they went home. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, there were thatched houses on both sides of the village. They saw a group of people making a lot of noise, and Su Yao curiously poked her head out. Seeing Qin Zhaodi with Wang Lin, Qin Zhaodi's mother-in-law was groaning on the ground. I tell you, the official specifically ordered me to come here. You said I can't come, and I won't come. The village chief said with a straight face, You are really shameless. If you hadn't told them that you were from Talu village and got separated on the road, how could they assign you to our village? Qin Zhaodi wiped her tears and said to the village chief when she heard the village chief say this, You also know that our man is gone, but we are still villagers. Wang Chong did such a heinous thing, and God took him away. Please let us enter the village for the sake of our old and young. The village chief's wife looked at her husband's determined face and pulled his sleeve. After all, this family has been recognized by the official. That's why they came to Talu village. Even if her husband didn't agree with this, it was a foregone conclusion, and she couldn't refuse. Su Yao had just got off the carriage when she ran into Lu Dia head-on. Su Yao looked up and realized that it was really a narrow road for enemies. It was just right that she could avenge her original body later. Unexpectedly, her family also came. Seeing that it was her own sister, Lu Dia immediately held Su Yao's arm. Xiaoya, do you miss your sister? What do you think about your sister living next door to your house in the future? Su Yao shook her sleeves and patted her sleeves with disgust. Stop pretending here. How can I not understand what you are thinking? Please don't do that, otherwise I will feel irritated every time I see you. Lu Debao, who was standing aside, saw that the little girl actually spoke in this tone. He couldn't help but step forward to kick Su Yao like he did before, but was knocked to the ground by Su Yao. Lu Songtao hurried over to help his son up. You little witch, this is your own brother. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want when you go to someone else's house? Now you even dare to bully your brother. Old man Su protected his little granddaughter behind him. What do you want to do? This is my girl now, and you can't bully her. Do you, as an adult, want to intervene in the fight between these children? Your family was driven out of our village. Why are you still sticking to us now? Old lady Su spat at Lu Songtao on the side. Bah, a bunch of shameless things. Lu Songtao was humiliated by the old couple of the Su family. But old man Su and old lady Su were also old, and it was impossible for him to really do it. He couldn't help but snorted coldly, Humph. Since this child is yours, you have to educate him well. Otherwise, if you dare to bully my child again, don't blame me for being rude. Su Yao raised her head and said, Oh, how can you be rude? Lu Songtao looked at Su Yao's playful eyes and suddenly thought of the death of his own wife. His heart trembled immediately, and a chill rushed through his body. He quickly hugged Lu Debao in his arms, and then walked towards his own luggage. Because of the small number of people in their two families, they had not been in line, so it was not their turn until this morning. After thinking about it, the two families finally reported the name of Talu village. After all, the two families are unfamiliar with the place, and if they go to other villages, they don't know how they will be bullied. Xiao Chao glanced at Su Yao at this time, with a curled mouth. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since the little lucky star in this village doesn't like Dia, can I ruin Dia's reputation by then? Then I can solve the problem of Lu Debao, the bad boy, and all the property of the Lu family in the future will belong to her. Huanyang glanced at old man Su and said sarcastically, picking up a child that someone else doesn't want and treating it as a treasure. Feng Yulian came over and was about to hug her daughter when she heard Huanyang muttering dirty nonsense. She walked up to Huanyang and slapped her in the face.
You are such a mouth thing.
I can't bear to say a harsh word to my daughter. How can you, a witch who didn't know where she came from, have the right to say anything? Su Yao looked at her mother with sparkling eyes. She was usually so gentle at home. Now, this look really made her unable to react. Ha ha ha, but she is really too beautiful and cool. Feng Yulian turned around and saw her daughter looking at her with sparkling eyes, with an admiring look. Huanyang collapsed to the ground after being beaten and looked at Lu Songtao. She looked like you have to make the decision for me. Lu Songtao took a look, and the eldest and second sons of the Su family who had already walked over immediately shut up. How could he be better than the 4 brothers of the Su family alone? The village chief not far away also came over. Since you want to stay in this village, then keep your mouth shut. Su Jia is the lucky star of our village. You can't just scold her casually. The surrounding villagers also pointed and talked, and Lu Songtao gritted his teeth. A little girl who used to be humble in her family and only knew how to work hard every day has transformed into the lucky star of the whole village. What lucky star or not is just a coincidence. And those prey may be hunted by the old Su family who tried every means. In the end, the credit was given to a little milk ball. Feng Yulian walked in with her daughter in her arms, but Su Yao clearly saw the look in Lu Songtao's eyes when he looked at her. It was a trace of resentment and hatred. The culprit of the Lu family has been killed by me, so the next one is Lu Songtao. Although when Xiaoya was little, Lu Songtao didn't really beat or scold Xiaoya, he just watched coldly. It was because of the indulgence of Lu Songtao, who was in charge of the family, that Wang Suihua abused her so unscrupulously. After Su Yao was brought back by her mother, she saw that Mrs. Su washed her hands quickly. After drying her hands, she took Su Yao from Feng Yulian's arms and put it in her arms. Oh, my dear, are you starving? When you went shopping, did you buy a meat bun for my dear to fill her stomach first? The eldest son Su, who followed behind, heard what his mother said and scratched his head. I forgot about it because I was so busy. When Mrs. Su heard her stupid son say this, she rolled her eyes at him. You can't even remember something you didn't tell me. You are so stupid. Then she looked at Su Yao with a smile. I'll steam 2 eggs for you, and they will be ready soon. Su Mowu was watching from the side. His grandma wanted to take out the egg custard to feed her sister, so she turned around and left. Su Yao looked at Su Mowu who was walking away, and she knew what he meant. He must have felt that there was too little, and it was only enough for him. His grandma would give him some while he was here, so he just ran away. Grandma Su blew on the egg custard and handed it to Su Yao's mouth. My dear, fill your stomach first, and we will have lunch soon. Su Yao nodded her head, and she felt a bitter taste when she took a mouthful of the egg custard. Is Grandma's egg custard bad? Grandma Su heard her dear say that and quickly tasted a little bit and found that it was not bad. Then she turned her head to look at Su Yao. Grandma tasted it, and it is not bad. Su Yao scratched her head. Grandma, don't you think it tastes a little weird? When old lady Su heard her son say this, she slapped her head. Oh, dear, look at Grandma's memory. Didn't you use the salt you gave her to marinate meat on the way? So this salt was bought later, and it's okay for us to eat it ourselves. I still have a little of your fine salt, and I'll put that fine salt in the food I make for you next time. Your fine salt is very expensive here. Su Yao also learned from old lady Su's words that the country's control over salt is very strict. Not only is salt expensive, but it is also difficult to buy even if you have money. Ordinary people like them buy the coarser salt, and it not only tastes astringent but also bitter. But if you want to buy those expensive fine salts, don't even think about it. Fine salt is not enough for those dignitaries to eat. I heard that fine salt is only for royal relatives. Su Yao thought of an idea to get rich. Old lady Su touched Su Yao's little head. Good boy. Just make do with this meal. Su Yao nodded and looked at old lady Su and said, let my immortal master prepare some fine salt. Old lady Su waved her hands when she heard this. Good boy. Your master has given you a lot of things. You can't ask the immortal master for more things. Otherwise, the immortal master will be unhappy. Su Yao shook her head. The immortal master said that those things can't be used up. Old lady Su finally compromised and just said, "Then if there is more of this fine salt, Grandma will save it, and you can eat it alone in the future." Su Yao didn't say anything when she heard this, and didn't want to argue with her grandma anymore. "When the time comes, I will prepare more fine salt, and I believe Grandma will not use it." Old lady Su still regretted the fine salt used on the road. Originally, she thought that she could reach the destination alive, and she didn't care about the fine salt used to marinate meat. If the meat was not marinated, the meat would definitely go bad. If the meat goes bad, they will have no food, so they don't think it's a pity even if the fine salt is used up. Su Yao looked at Grandma Su and asked, "Grandma, is the salt in our great dynasty very expensive?" Grandma Su nodded. "Not only expensive, this salt is much more expensive than the meat you love the most." Su Yao opened her eyes slightly when she heard this, and her eyelashes moved. Grandma Su looked at Su Yao's cute little expression and was simply melted. Su Lao Si, who was standing aside, looked at his mother's expression and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Before his mother fled the famine, she was either angry or scolding people all day long. When did she ever speak softly to people? Su Lao Si was really not used to his mother's current appearance. Su Yao thought of an idea and looked at her grandma. "I can make coarse salt into fine salt so that we can sell the salt. Then we will have money, right?" Old Mrs. Su laughed when she heard Su Yao say that. "My silly girl. Even if you grind the coarse salt into fine salt, the taste is still the same. And if you grind this kind of salt on graphite, the salt will only become dirtier and dirtier in the end." Su Yao waved her hand. "Grandma, I'm not talking about grinding salt, but refining this fine salt.
Just steam it in a pot."
The old lady, Su, didn't quite understand what Su Yao said next. Su Yao looked at her grandma's expression. Finally, she sighed, "Grandma, you'll know when I do it." Old Mrs. Su nodded. She didn't think much about it, thinking that it must be the child's fantasy. For a period of time in the following period, the whole village was building houses non-stop. The Su family was no exception, but the difference between them and the villagers was that they invited workers from outside who were professional in building blue brick and tile houses. The villagers didn't have any opinions on this matter. After all, they really couldn't build the houses that others wanted to build. In the next month, all the houses in the village were built one after another. Old Mrs. Su looked at her own blue brick and tile house, and she couldn't help but feel that her family was really blessed by her ancestors to have such a lucky star come to her home. When old Mrs. Su thought about how she disagreed at the time, she even complained that the old family actually used their own food rations to exchange for a girl. Now that she thinks about it, she wishes she could give herself a couple of earfuls of melon seeds. Su Yao was very miserable in the past 2 months. Because the house was not built, she had been living in a thatched hut. In addition, other people in the village also lived in thatched huts. The house was empty, so my grandma was not at all at ease with me. No matter what I did every day, she had to hold me by her side. She would not let me leave for a moment, and she was afraid that I would get lost in the wilderness or be dragged away by other animals. Su Yao thought of her spiritual spring water, which could attract those animals, and looked at the mountain behind her house. She used her mind to look at the little cicad deer in her space, which had now grown into adult deer. There was even a doe with a bulging belly, which must be pregnant. And the wild boar cub in the space was also fat now. I just don't know if these animals can recognize their master after being baptized by the spiritual spring in this space. Grandma Su prepared the meal in a short while, moved a table in the yard, and the family ate happily around the table. Now they have finally settled down completely. At this moment, there was a crackling sound above their heads, and a burst of coldness came. Grandma Su looked up and found that it was raining. She quickly clasped her hands together. "Oh my God, it's really God's blessing. It's raining just when we've settled down." The villagers of Talu village also heard the crackling sound of rain outside. They all ran out. Some old men and old ladies knelt on the ground with their hands clasped together. They shouted loudly, "God, you finally opened your eyes. please rain harder. If old lady Su hadn't been holding her baby in her arms, she would have knelt on the ground devoutly. Su Yao was hit on the face by the rain and licked the rain on her lips. No wonder people say that ancient people liked to use rainwater to make tea the most. After all, modern rainwater is polluted, and there are factories and even radiation everywhere. But it was different in ancient times. Rainwater was called rootless water. So the ancients loved to make tea with this rootless water the most. The sound of raindrops became more and more frequent. Old lady Su was no longer outside, but held her baby under the eaves. The family quickly put the dining table in the room, and old man Su said, "It's raining now, and we can sow in the next 2 days. But should we grow brown rice or rice? Although brown rice is drought-resistant, its yield is not high, and rice needs enough water. I just don't know what will happen in the future." Old Mrs. Su looked at her old man with a worried look on his face, and couldn't help but said, "Why rush? We can just follow what the village chief and others grow." Old man Su nodded when he heard this. Su Yao, who was listening on the side, thought of using the wheat seeds in her own space to plant. It cannot be said that the yield per moo is tens of thousands of kilograms, but several thousand kilograms are still no problem. During this period of time, she has also clearly understood that in ancient times, basically 1 moo of land could only produce 1 to 300 kilograms of grain. This is also under the condition of sufficient rain. Su Yao learned from Xiaoya's memory that when the wheat was harvested, the mature wheat inside, basically more than half of the wheat ears, were empty. Like those with wheat, they were basically flat and small. In addition, the 2 or 3 acres of land that every household has now is still reclaimed. This land is naturally the worst, and the yield at that time can be imagined to be even more miserable. Fortunately, there is no need to collect taxes, otherwise there is no need to plant. It was not until after lunch. Old Mrs. Su suddenly thought that she should go to the market to buy some old hens that can lay eggs. When they lay eggs, her own baby will have eggs to eat. She glanced at her locked cabinet, and there were not many eggs in it. "Boss, come out." Su Lauda came out and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong with Mom?" "Lauda, go to the market and buy some hens." Su Yao heard her grandma say this, and immediately looked at her father. "Grandma, I want to go too." Old Mrs. Su hesitated when she heard this. Originally, she wanted Su Lauda to go alone. If he brought his own sweet baby with him, he would have no time to buy things. Old for Su Lao Si looked at his mother calling him. In addition, when he heard his mother say that he wanted his eldest brother to buy chickens, he roughly understood in his heart and rushed over immediately. "Mom, then I'll take Yao Yao." After Su Lao Si said this, he was about to hug Su Yao. But old Mrs. Su was worried about letting old For hold her sweet baby. She stuffed Su Yao into Su Lao Da's arms. "You take the sweet baby with you, and let old For do anything. In addition, let old For get the things, and you can't let go of our sweet baby." Upon hearing this, Boss Su nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, mother. I can't lose my daughter." Su Yao giggled in Boss Su's arms. Along the way, Boss Su held Su Yao in his arms and rode in a bullock cart from the next village. They finally arrived at the city gate after a bumpy ride. Su Lao Si hurried to line up, and Boss Su behind him hurriedly followed with Su Yao in his arms. While queuing, Su Yao silently observed the people entering the city. The gap between the rich and the poor is really huge. Like those rich people who were dressed in brocade clothes and wearing gold and silver jewelry. They just walked through the long line and stuffed some change into the guards. They could walk in directly. There were even some nobles in carriages who only needed to lift a corner of the curtain. The soldiers guarding the city couldn't even see the faces of the people in the carriages, and they quickly ordered to let them go. Su Yao looked at the people queuing up with a dignified face. Some soldiers. As for the rich people, they immediately changed their faces. Each one was like a pug, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Those who didn't know would think that there was a powerful person sitting in the carriage. Su Yao was shaking her little head in Su Lao Da's arms. Su Lao Da and Su Lao Si were wearing coarse linen clothes, which was the cheapest material in this dynasty. This type of clothes is mainly woven from plants and is relatively rough to wear. Old Mrs. Su felt sorry for herself, so she bought herself clothes made of fine cotton cloth. Su Lauda looked at his darling shaking his head and thought it was very cute. Thinking that he had been out for so long, he wondered if the little guy was thirsty. He quickly took off the kettle from his waist and handed the kettle to his darling. Yao Yao, you must be thirsty. Drink some water first. Su Yao took the water handed over by her father, raised her head, and drank a few big gulps. She was indeed thirsty. Although it had just rained, the weather was still very hot. Finally, it was Su Laoxi's turn, and Su Laoxi took out a few copper coins. Pointing at Su Lauda and Yao Yao, the soldier guarding the city nodded. Su Lauda held Su Yao and followed Laoxi into the city. When they first entered the city, the streets were still very lively, and there were many stalls selling wild mountain products. Occasionally, you could see those selling stored grain. Su Lauda looked at those people selling stored grain and sighed. Oh, these are all poor people. The old grains in the homes of these common people are basically kept for their living. Unless the family is in urgent need of money and has no other choice, they will sell all the grain in the home. However, if ordinary people like them only bring such a little grain to the grain shop, the price of the grain will be very low. In this case, those people would think, why not just set up a stall and sell as much as possible? Just when Boss Su walked to the stall selling chickens, the voice of the old lady who had just squatted down rang out. Su Yao was startled. Customers are buying chickens. Do you want to buy hens or roosters? Su Lauda rolled his eyes at the ant in front of him. Then he patted his darling on the back. Su Yao really didn't expect that the person in front of her would suddenly howl. The most important thing is that he is still close to her. She shook subconsciously, which made Su Lauda feel distressed. The ant also knew that her excited voice just now scared the little kid. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It has been selling since morning. It's almost afternoon. None of the chickens she brought were sold. She was really excited to see the people coming. Su Laoxi was the first to ask, "How much is your old hen?" The ant said, "This old hen is 55 wen each. I only have 4 left. If you want all of them, just give 210 wen. Su Laoxi said, 200 wen if you are willing. I will take all these hens. The ant waved her hand quickly. This is already the lowest price. I really can't give it. The eldest Su picked up his baby and turned to leave. The 4th Su also wanted to leave after seeing his eldest brother's appearance. The woman saw how decisive they were and waved her hand. Hey, here you go, take it. Don't tell anyone else about the price, otherwise my business will be difficult in the future. Su Laoxi nodded when he heard this, but didn't say much. The woman untied a few old hens and tied the legs of another 4 old hens again and handed them to Su Laoxi. Su Yao also roughly understood the prices here. This big meat bun costs 2 cents each, and 1 cent can buy a big white flour bun. 1 cent can also buy 7 or 8 wild fruits. So although these 10 cents don't look like much, they can buy a lot of things. Su Lauda held Su Yao and just stepped into another street. Su Yao smelled a lot of fragrance at the tip of her nose. Looking up, she saw shops selling pastries and some selling buns and preserved fruits. Walking further, she looked at the rows of restaurants. This street mainly sells food. At this time, Su Yao's stomach was rumbling. Su Lauda smiled and touched Su Yao's belly. Are you hungry, dear? Daddy will take you to eat delicious food. Then they crossed the busy street and soon came to another small street. This street was filled with various small stalls. Su Lauda pointed to a noodle soup shop not far ahead and said, "The noodle soup sold by the shop tastes almost the same as the one sold in the town before Dad fled from the famine. Although Dad has never tasted it, it smells not much different. Why not try it?" Su Laoxi looked at the wonton shop next to the noodle soup shop and pointed to the wonton stall. "Yao Yao, do you want to eat wontons?" Su Yao nodded. "I want to try both." Su Yao felt the love from her father and 4th uncle, so she tried both today. Su Lauda looked at his little girl and tapped her little nose. "Okay, then let's eat noodles and wontons. If you can't finish them, let your 4th uncle eat them." Su Yao giggled when she heard this, and Su Laoxi curled his lips on the side. "You only know how to bully me. When Boss Su heard his fourth brother say that, he chuckled. Then he carried his darling to the stall selling noodle soup. But his eyes were still rolling around. There were too many people on the street, and he had to keep an eye on his darling. The most important thing was that the darling was sitting on the stool. What if someone took him away from behind? It was said that there were kidnappers in the town who loved to kidnap those pretty little babies. Suyao looked at the stall and saw that the stall owner was using wooden poles to support a large piece of cloth made of unknown material. There were 4 tables under the cloth. Although the tables were not big, each table could seat at least 4 people. There was also a wooden sign at the very edge of the stall with the words "Century-Old Noodle Soup" written on it. It was past lunchtime now, so the rest of the tables were all empty. Su Laosi ran to the boss and asked for 2 bowls of noodle soup, and then ran to the wonton shop next door and asked for a large bowl of wontons. After the 2 bowls of noodles and 1 bowl of wontons came up, Su Laosi pushed the wontons and noodles to Yao Yao. Su Yao wiped the sweat from her head and said, "Fourth uncle, do you think I can finish 2 bowls if these bowls are too big for me?" Su Laosi laughed and said, "My dear, eat first. If you can't finish it, your uncle will eat it." Su Yao waved to the boss. "Uncle, can you give me a small bowl?" When the boss heard the voice, he looked up and saw a little baby holding his hand and talking to him. He quickly brought her another bowl. Su Yao picked a few wontons in the bowl and picked up 2 chopsticks of noodle soup. Her small stomach couldn't eat much, and she mainly wanted to taste the taste of this ancient snack. Then he pushed the 3 bowls to his father and fourth uncle. Su Lauda saw that there was not much in his baby's bowl, but he thought that his baby's little belly could not hold too much. Finally, he started to eat with a huff, while the woman at the stall was wiping the table next to him. Turning to Su Lauda, he said, "Your baby is really beautiful, like a lucky doll. When he grows up, he will definitely be a beauty that topples the country." Su Lauda smiled when he heard the woman say that. Su Laosi also held his head high. Su Yao was very happy. Which girl would not be happy to be praised for her beauty? The most important thing is her big eyes, and the pink and tender little mouth, and the white skin. As long as she doesn't become a fat man of more than 200 pounds when she grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty. Su Laosi was struggling for that big bowl of soup noodles. The portion of this bowl was very large, and Su Lauda and Su Laosi only felt full after eating it. Su Lauda looked at Su Laosi and said, "You are such a spendthrift. Our sweet baby can't eat much, so just buy 2 bowls. 3 whole bowls will make me feel full." Su Laosi pouted, looking like he didn't want to pay attention to his eldest brother. After Su Lauda paid the money, the woman touched Su Yao's little face and said, "You are really a little lucky doll." Su Yao smiled sweetly at the woman. "Thank you for the compliment, Auntie." The woman's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Your baby doesn't look very old. How come she is so smart? She even knows to thank me for the compliment." Su Lauda nodded when he heard this. "My daughter has always been well behaved." After a few more polite words, he hugged Su Yao and left. As soon as he walked out of the stall, he heard the hawking not far away. "Selling candied haws 5 cents a string, lick it with thick maltose. Oh my, it's so sweet." Su Laosi looked at the candied haw seller not far away and ran over happily. His mother gave him a lot of money. Before leaving, she told him to buy one for his baby if he saw anything delicious or fun in the city. Selling buns. Fresh and hot big buns. When you bite them, they sizzle and ooze oil. 2 cents a big bun, delicious and cheap. Come and buy it quickly. Su Yao listened to the voices of hawkers on both sides and couldn't help looking around. At this time, a beggar-dressed man came to the bun shop. He was seen trembling as he took a porcelain bowl with a missing corner and shook the bowl at the door of the bun shop. "Have mercy on me. Just give me a steamed bun. I haven't eaten for 3 days." The boss waved his hand. "Go away. Don't do business at my door." Su Yao glanced at the beggar, and then looked at several little beggars squatting together in ragged clothes in the alley not far away. At this time, several masters and ladies wearing gold, silver, and jewelry just walked out of the restaurant. There are more rich people than Su Yao imagined. It seems that it is these people at the bottom who suffer forever. The eldest brother, Su, was stomping on the spot, wondering why the fourth brother had been gone for so long and didn't come back. He quickly carried Su Yao and walked to the place where candied haws were sold not far away. When he arrived, he found that his fourth brother was surrounded by several little beggars. He saw his fourth brother explaining to those beggars, "It's gone. It's really gone. Why don't you believe it when I tell you?" Then he rushed out of the crowd of beggars desperately. When Su Laosi rushed out, he pushed down a thin beggar. After the man fell to the ground, he couldn't get up for a long time. Su Laoda didn't dare to get too close, after all. He was holding Guaibao in his arms. It would be bad if these people hurt Guaibao. Su Laosi just looked back and ran to Su Laoda. "Brother, I felt really sorry for two of them. Especially the child was almost dying of hunger. I kindly gave him a few copper coins, but who knew that he would be surrounded by other beggars?" Su Yao just nodded, thinking that it was because it was close to the capital, although there were many rich families there. But from her own observation, she found that those rich families always stayed away from the beggars on both sides, not to mention being kind enough to give them money. Su Yao knew her situation, so naturally she couldn't help those people now. The most important thing is that there are so many poor people in the world, and you can't help them one by one. She didn't say anything on Su Laoda's shoulder, while Su Laosi looked back at the little beggar who finally got up and sighed. He felt really guilty in his heart. Su Laoda looked at his own good boy, and then at those beggars. Thinking that the good boy was the reincarnation of a little god, he had to help a little, which was also considered to be accumulating blessings for his good boy. Even if they can only eat this meal, they can probably hold on for a while. Thinking of this, he took out a tael of silver from his sleeve and handed it to Su Laosi. "Go to that bun shop and buy some white flour buns, and use all the silver to buy white flour buns. Give all the steamed buns to those beggars." Su Laosi nodded when he heard this, took the 1 or 2 taels of silver handed over by his eldest brother, and rushed to the place where steamed buns were sold. He came to the front and shouted to the boss, "Give me 1 or 2 taels of silver for steamed buns." The boss' eyes widened immediately. "What? How much did you say you want?" "I want 1 or 2 taels of silver." The boss heard it and said happily, Okay, I'll get it for you right away." Thinking that all the steamed buns could be sold out at once, the boss wrapped them with oil paper, and each oil paper package contained several white steamed buns. Su Laosi asked the boss to wrap them slowly, and he took a few oil paper packages and walked towards the group of beggars. "Don't fight, everyone has a share. I bought a lot of steamed buns over there, and share them with you." One of the older beggars knelt down in front of Su Laosi. "Thank you, benefactor. It was our fault to surround you and not let you leave." "Benefactor, we really have no choice. We didn't flee from famine to other places, but came to this town, so the officials will not reallocate houses to us. Naturally, there will be no pension money and pension grain. We encountered bandits over there, and the village is very remote. So basically everything was robbed, and we have no choice but to come here to beg." Su Laosi nodded repeatedly when he heard this, and he knew that these people must have no other choice. Su Laosi gave all the steamed buns to the beggars, and then he went back with his eldest brother. Su Yao hugged her father's neck happily. "Dad, you're a very good person."
Su Laoda touched Suo's head.
"That's not the case. Dad, you have to gather blessings for my family, and from now on, our Yao Yao will definitely grow up safely and smoothly." When Su Yao heard this, she tightened her arms around Su Laoda's neck. Su Yao said nothing on the ox cart on the way back. Su Laoda had always thought that the darling in his arms had fallen asleep, but when he looked down, he discovered that his darling had big, round eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Su Laosi put the flower he had secretly bought on Su Yao's head, but Su Yao's hair was still a little sparse. It couldn't support such a big flower. Not long after she put it on, the flower fell down before she moved twice. Su Laoda patted his younger brother. "Don't you see how much hair our darling has? And you bought such a big flower. You should keep it for yourself and give it to your future wife." These words made Su Laosi blush. "Brother, what did you say?" Su Yao just blinked her big eyes, and this look fascinated Su Laosi. He thought to himself that no wonder his eldest brother, father, and mother all liked Guaibao so much. When he gets married in the future, he must give birth to a girl as lovely as Guaibao. In this way, he can hold her in his arms every day and play with her everywhere, instead of being like this now. His eldest brother doesn't even let him hold her, huh? I hope I can have a daughter in the future. Su Laosi carried a lot of things in his hands. Buns, candied haws, and a lot of snacks for the kids at home. The most important thing was that there were 4 old hens tied in front of his feet, flapping their wings. Su Yao looked at the appearance of her 4th uncle and giggled. The things on his waist and his arms were hung with ropes. Under the ropes were some things wrapped in oil paper. No matter how you look at it, it's funny. It wasn't until they got home that Su Yao picked up a candied haws and ate it with his brothers. This candied haws was particularly big and was made from big hawthorns. Looking at this candied haws that was bigger than his mouth, he couldn't help laughing. Now he is a baby eating this kind of thing, and he doesn't feel any shame. In his previous life, Su Yao liked to eat desserts, but every time he secretly took out candy to eat when I was eating, I was always looked at by other people with strange eyes. Over time, I seemed to not like sweet food so much. Later, Su Yao also understood that they probably thought that since I was so unusual, how could I like the same snacks as them? Those children probably didn't have any big malice, but I was still young at that time. I always felt that eating these snacks would make me an alien in their eyes. At that time, I tried hard to be an ordinary person like them, but my special ability was here, and I could not integrate into their circle after all. Su Yao tasted a candied haws and thought it was not bad. After dinner, Su Yao felt her eyelids drooping, and finally, she couldn't resist the call of sleepiness. It didn't take long before she fell asleep. The next morning, Su Laosi took Su Yao first. "My dear, today your uncle will take you to the back mountain to play. Do you want to go?" Su Yao nodded immediately after hearing this go. "Uncle, you are so nice." Su Laosi happily picked up Su Yao and was about to go out. At this time, Mrs. Su rushed out of the yard. "Where are you going, Laosi?" Su Laosi chuckled. "Mom, I'm taking my baby out for a walk. Don't worry, we won't go far." Mrs. Su nodded after hearing this, but she was still a little worried about the unstable Laosi. But thinking that Laosi only said to take a walk around the village, she didn't take it too seriously. Su Laosi held Su Yao in his arms like a tour guide all the way, introducing every household in the village to Su Yao. They came to the foot of the mountain and began to introduce whose land was reclaimed and which piece of land was theirs.
Listening to Su Laosi's introduction, Su Yao nodded in Su Laosi's arms.
After reaching the top of the mountain, Su Laosi put Su Yao under a tree. He ran to another big tree and was about to climb up. Looking up, he saw red fruits on the tree. These fruits were his own. I have never seen it before. At this moment, a rabbit suddenly appeared under my feet, and the rabbit bumped its head on my legs. I saw that this rabbit was particularly big. After a short while, the rabbit did not move under Su Yao's feet. It circled around Su Yao and kept sniffing. The pink and tender little nose was very cute when it wrinkled. Su Yao then remembered that when she was washing up in the morning, she secretly put a few drops of spiritual spring water in the big vat in the kitchen. It seemed that a drop of the spiritual spring water dripped on her feet. I think the rabbit must have smelled it. It should be because when I and my 4th uncle came here, the rabbit was nearby, so its sense of smell was particularly sharp. It seemed to have thought of something. Reach out to the rabbit's mouth. Suddenly, there is a handful of spiritual spring water in the palm of the hand. The rabbit seemed to have seen some treasure. It began to lick Su Yao's hand. After a while, the squeaking that was originally incomprehensible could now instantly understand what the rabbit was saying. Su Yao's eyes widened immediately. It could actually speak. She was shocked. Su Yao didn't quite understand whether it was because the rabbit drank the spiritual spring water that it had a bond with her, or what. At this time, she could clearly understand the meaning of the rabbit's squeaking. The rabbit also widened its eyes and looked at Su Yao. Just after drinking the spiritual spring water, it seemed that its mind was instantly clear. Su Yao then said to the rabbit, "Can you understand what I say?" The rabbit squeaked. Su Laosi was on a tree not far away and had just picked a bag of green fruits. He saw a big rabbit squatting next to his own sweet baby. The man and the rabbit were chatting happily. It turned out that the lucky star was extraordinary. Wherever he squatted, there would be rabbits delivered to his door.
Squeak.
Little boy, do you want wild vegetables, wild fruits, wild flowers, or wild rabbits and pheasants? As long as you say it, I will get them for you. The rabbit clearly understood what was going on with him. It was because he drank the water given by the little boy that he regained his consciousness. Su Yao heard the rabbit's shameless words and laughed to the ground. What did you say? You want to get me all the wild rabbits? Aren't you a little too cruel? You don't even let go of your own kind.
Ha ha ha.
You actually want to catch them for me to eat. Ha ha ha. The rabbit immediately became unhappy when he heard Su Yao's words. What do you know? I am a fairy rabbit with a sense of enlightenment now, which is different from those ordinary rabbits. I've been a rabbit for so many years, and with the magic water you gave me, I am now a fairy rabbit. Su Yao listened to the boastful words of the rabbit and felt that the rabbit was even more interesting. She directly picked up the fat rabbit's ears and put it in her arms. Then you'll follow me in the future. But what name should I give you? Why not call you Fei Fei, which is very suitable for your current body shape? The rabbit didn't understand what Fei Fei meant. In the end, it nodded. When it found out later, it was speechless. A few squirrels also came out not far away, looking at Su Yao with curiosity. Su Laosi thought that this was only the outermost part of the forest, and he hadn't entered yet. There were so many animals, and he was afraid that if any wild beast appeared, it would hurt his baby again. And there was no place to put such a big bag of green fruits. In addition, his own baby also caught a big fat rabbit. He took Su Yao's hand and walked down the mountain immediately. The main reason was that he still had wild fruits in his arms and couldn't hold his baby. Just when the big and small left for a while, a tiger ran out of breath from the depths of the mountain. It was seen standing where Su Yao had been sitting, humming with grievance. It just felt that there seemed to be a special smell here that attracted it. So it ran towards the side from the deepest part of the mountain. The smell seemed to have become very faint and went down the mountain. The white tiger smelled the land under the big tree and instantly cried out. Su Laosi had just brought his baby, and before he got home, he heard the roar of a tiger in the forest. He was so scared that his heart trembled, and it sounded like the tiger was not in the deep, so he walked faster, holding Su Yao's hand. The people in the village at the foot of the mountain naturally heard it. Everyone ran out of their homes and gathered together. One by one, they became worried. There is a big tiger in the mountain behind us. What should we do? The village chief looked at the villagers standing at the door with anxious faces and said, "Take good care of your children in the future, and don't go to the mountain. Also, women in our village, don't go to the mountain to pick wild vegetables for the time being, in case you encounter a tiger." Old Mrs. Su saw Su Laosi rushing back from the foot of the mountain at once. She took her own baby and slapped Su Laosi on the back of the head. She looked from head to head and saw that her baby was fine, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she took a broom at the door and slapped Su Laosi. "You rascal, didn't you say you were going to walk around the village? How dare you take your baby to the mountain? Let me see if I will beat you to death today." At that time, Mrs. Su heard a tiger roaring in the back mountain. When she went out, she saw her disappointing son, leading his good boy back from the foot of the mountain. She suddenly felt dizzy and felt terrible. Feng Yulian looked at her mother-in-law and slapped Su Laosi violently and hurried to separate them. "Mom, what are you doing? What did my fourth brother do wrong to make you so angry?"
Calm down.
Mrs. Su heard her eldest daughter-in-law snort when she advised her. "Humph. I'm going to beat this rebellious son to death today. He told me that he would take our good boy for a walk in the village, but he actually ran to the mountain. There are big insects on the mountain." Feng Yulian's face turned pale when she heard this, and she hurried to Su Yao. She saw that Su Yao was holding a very big fat rabbit in her arms. She looked her up and down and touched her here and there. She was relieved to see that her daughter was fine. She hugged her daughter in her arms. "My dear, You can't run around with your fourth uncle anymore." Then she didn't try to stop the fight and went straight to the main room with her daughter in her arms. Su Laosi was stunned. He saw his eldest sister-in-law coming over. He thought he would be saved, and his eldest sister-in-law was always the best. He hoped that she could help him persuade his mother, but his eldest sister-in-law just left. Just left like that? Su Laosi looked at Su Yao, who didn't even look back and couldn't help but feel sad. This little guy didn't help him, woo woo woo. Old lady Su was still chasing Su Laosi and beating him. Su Laosi only felt that her back hurts so much. She was scared because she was really angry this time. She ran towards the village entrance as fast as she could. She thought there were many people there, and she would feel embarrassed to be beaten in front of so many people. Old Mrs. Su looked at the fourth son, who had already run far away, and then she threw the broom at the door of her house. She walked in angrily. Feng Yulian carried her daughter into the house and looked at Su Yao seriously. She was about to say these harsh words, but when she saw her daughter's clear eyes, she finally sighed. "My dear, you can't go to the mountains with your fourth uncle anymore in the future, understand?" Su Yao nodded when she heard her mother say that. "Mom, I know what you're thinking, but it is impossible not to go up the mountain." Old Mrs. Su also returned to the main room at this time, but she lifted the big fat rabbit's ears from Su Yao's arms. The rabbit was so heavy, but her stupid son let her good baby carry it all the way back. She was really mad. Old Mrs. Su frowned, looked at Su Yao and said, "Next time your fourth uncle takes you out to play, you are not allowed to agree, understand?" Su Yao nodded. "Grandma, the big tiger can't beat me." Su Yao didn't dare to say no now. After all, she heard the tiger roar in the forest when she came back. Although she had supernatural powers and was able to kill the tiger, her family would definitely still worry about her. When Mrs. Su saw her darling nodded, she was contentedly carrying the rabbit to the yard. Su Yao sat on the stool with a look of having made a mistake and acted coquettishly to her mother. Feng Yulian was angry and didn't want to pay attention to Su Yao. Su Yao comforted her mother for a long time before finally comforting her. At this time, she suddenly remembered that her grandma had taken her big fat rabbit away. Could she skin it and kill it? She cried out inwardly, "Oh no!" She quickly jumped off the stool and ran towards the yard. At this time, she saw her grandma taking firewood to the kitchen, and her heart skipped a beat. Could the rabbit have been cooked and eaten while she had only said a few words? When she rushed to her grandma, she shouted, "Grandma, my big fat rabbit, you didn't kill it, did you?" When Mrs. Su heard this, she pointed at the big white rabbit tied to the side. "Let's wait until dinner time. Grandma is cooking." "It's still early now." The big white rabbit squeaked, "Little master, please save Fei Fei. If you come a little later, Fei Fei will be dead. Woo woo. If you want to eat other rabbits, just tell me, and I will them for you. Woo woo woo. You said that I can follow you in the future and eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. But you didn't say that these delicious food and spicy drinks are for eating me. Woo woo woo." Su Yao covered her head and shouted at the big white rabbit, "Shut up." Mrs. Su smiled and looked at her own darling, with a stern face facing the big fat rabbit's fierce look. She thought it was very funny. "My dear, don't like the squeaking of this rabbit. Grandma will kill it and fry it for you later." The big white rabbit's red eyes immediately opened wide. It shouted to Su Yao, "Little master, you can't do this to me, wuh. I have an old mother above me and cubs below me, wuh. If you really do this to me, I will not close my eyes even when I die." Su Yao didn't want to pay any more attention to the big white rabbit that was tied to the ground, struggling and screaming. Instead, she turned to Grandma Su and said, "Grandma, can you keep this rabbit instead of killing it? It's my little friend." Mrs. Su was stunned at first and finally nodded. "Okay, since our darling said that it is your good friend, then I will play with you and won't kill it." After Mrs. Su said that she would not kill it, the big white rabbit that was still struggling on the ground immediately stopped resisting. It laughed at Su Yao. Mrs. Su looked at the big white rabbit in confusion. "This rabbit is very smart. It stopped struggling as soon as I said I would not kill it." The big white rabbit tilted its head and looked at Mrs. Su, who was angry. Su Yao stepped forward to untie its hands and feet. Mrs. Su saw that the gate of the yard was not closed. She hurriedly said, "My dear, Grandma will close the door, and you can untie it. Otherwise, if it escapes, you won't be able to find it." Su Yao waved her hands. "Grandma, he is very smart." After Su Yao untied the rope of the big white rabbit, it also circled around Grandma Su as if trying to please her, which made Grandma Su giggle. Su Yao grabbed the big fat rabbit's ears and held it in her arms, then walked towards her room. "Fei Fei, you will live with me from now on, but you can't in my room. Otherwise I will skin you and stew you for meat." Fei Fei shook his fat body and nudged Su Yao's cheek with his little head in a flattering manner. "Okay, little cub, can you give me some more of your delicious water?" Su Yao rolled her eyes at it. "Why did you call me little master when you shouted for me to save you just now? But now I'm saving you, and you're just a little cub." Fei Fei looked embarrassed at this time and looked at Su Yao. "Isn't it a bit strange to keep calling me little master?" Su Yao nodded at Fei Fei's ears and said, "You will call me Yao Yao from now on." Fei Fei nodded quickly. At this time, the little kids who came back from outside were playing in the yard. When Su Yao was holding Fei Fei and standing at the door of her room, looking at her brothers, Su Muin rushed to Su Yao's sister. "Is that a big rabbit in your arms? We will have rabbit meat tonight." Then Su Muin stretched out his little hand and touched Fei Fei in Su Yao's arms. The rabbit got angry and wanted to bite Su Muin, but was flicked on the head by Su Yao. "These are all my brothers, you watch me. If they hold you and touch you in the future, if you dare to touch your two big teeth, I will remove your two teeth for you." Fei Fei nodded humanely when he heard the kid say that. But what he was thinking was that he looked very cute on the surface. "I didn't expect that the child would be so irritable. I should have finished drinking the magic water and ran away. This time its life was almost lost. It was just rescued. Who would have thought that another child who wanted to eat its meat would come?" Several carrot heads touched the rabbit's head in front of Su Yao, which made Fei Fei very angry. Su Yao waved to the brothers. "Brother, I want to take a nap." The little carrot heads nodded repeatedly when they heard their sister say that. Su Muin wanted to take the rabbit from his sister's arms and give it to his grandmother. "Sister, this rabbit is so fat. Aren't you tired of holding it all the time?" Su Yao shook her head. Then she said to the brothers, "He will also be our little friend in the future. Grandma said that this rabbit will not be killed for meat, but we will keep it at home." The little carrot heads heard this and their eyes lit up. Okay. They thought that it would be great for their sister to have a rabbit to play with. When they went out to play, their younger sister didn't want to follow them. Especially the younger sister, who was particularly resistant to the little boys in the village. Su Mu thought that her younger sister must be shy, so she didn't like to play with other little friends in the village. But Su Yao was not like what her brothers thought. The main reason was that she also wanted to get in touch with the little kids in the village at the beginning. She wanted to spend her childhood with them. After all, her childhood was either spent learning things or training. Who knew that she would be disgusted after going out? Especially the boys who played well with her second brother, one by one. Their big snot flowed into their mouths. Just wipe it with the sleeve, and the sleeve was full of big snot. There was another kid who didn't lick or wipe the snot, but the snot that flowed into his mouth back into his mouth. It was because of this that Su Yao completely gave up the idea of playing with the children of the same age in the village. After the little radish heads left, Su Yao picked up Fei Fei's ears and threw Fei Fei on her bed. Fatty squeaked and screamed, "Can you be gentler? If you are so unkind, no one will dare to marry you in the future." Su Yao smacked the rabbit's head. "How come you rabbits also say you want to marry a wife? Isn't it called finding a female rabbit? Oh, by the way, are you a male or female rabbit? Let me see." Su Yao forced the fat rabbit to turn over. But after looking left and right, he couldn't tell whether it was a male or a female. "Squeak, you bad kid, don't get close to me." Then the rabbit used its hind legs to kick Su Yao's little hands that were on its body. After Su Yao played with a fat rabbit for a while, it suddenly occurred to her that the rabbit could understand what he said after drinking her spiritual spring water. Then he asked the rabbit, "After I gave you the spiritual spring water, what did you feel?" Fei Fei said, I just felt a cool feeling, then warmth, and then I felt like I understood a lot of things and I could understand your human language in my mind. I'm no longer the kind of rabbit that can only squeak. Su Yao nodded when she heard this. If her spiritual spring water can make these animals awake, then she can let the small animals in the forest find medicinal materials for her. Especially those rare medicinal materials such as Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng. She thought that if she wanted to find such a long-term worker, she would naturally have to find the most prestigious animal in the forest. As soon as she thought of this, she immediately recalled the roar of the tiger on the mountain. But while Su Yao was still thinking about it, there was a commotion outside. The village chief shouted, "Come out quickly, the tiger is coming down the mountain." When Mrs. Su heard this, she rushed directly to Su Yao's room and hugged Su Yao in her arms. Before Su Yao could get the fat on the bed, she was hugged by her grandmother and rushed out of her yard. When she went out, she saw a large number of people in the village walking towards the village chief's house. The men in the village were walking in the opposite direction of the villagers from the direction of the village chief's house. They all walked towards the foot of the mountain. The village chief's wife shouted to these people, "The tiger has come down the mountain and is at the foot of the mountain, but it has not come to our village yet. My wife asked me to gather you and let everyone stay at my house." The village chief led the other men in the village and walked towards the foot of the mountain. The village chief's wife explained to everyone, "Everyone is together. There are men in the village guarding at the foot of the mountain. It should be fine soon. Everyone go to my house first." The village chief originally wanted to send someone out to the government office to call people. But thinking that the government office was so far away, by the time people really went there, the tiger would have eaten his fill and patted his buttocks and left. So, he could only call the men in every household to take their axe to guard at the foot of the mountain. As long as the tiger dares to come down the mountain to their village, they can only fight with it. Su Yao immediately thought of going to the mountain, and soon Fei Fei was attracted by the spiritual spring water that she accidentally dropped on her shoes. She also took out a small amount of spiritual spring water from the space on the mountain for Fei Fei to drink. Could it be that the tiger was attracted by the spiritual spring water she released? After figuring it out, she quickly said to her grandmother, "Grandma, take me there quickly." The village chief's wife glanced at Su Yao and said, "No." The village chief said that all women and children should hide in my house for the time being. Su Yao looked at her grandmother. "You know what I mean?" Old Mrs. Su looked at the village chief's wife and said, "Don't worry. I will protect my granddaughter. Please go back to the yard and lock the door. I will go to the village chief to see what is going on." Then, without waiting for the village chief's wife to agree, she hugged Su Yao and left quickly. This made the village chief's wife so anxious that she turned around in circles, but she didn't dare to chase after her. When the village chief's wife returned to her yard, the whole yard was full of people. They were all the old, weak, women and children, holding their own children, looking at her with a nervous and scared look on their faces. "Don't be afraid. There are so many men in our village, and they have weapons in their hands. Even if the tiger comes down the mountain, it can be dealt with immediately, so don't worry." These villagers were worried about the children in their arms, and they also had to worry about their own men who were outside dealing with the tiger. The people here all stood in a row, holding weapons in their hands, looking at the tiger slowly approaching from a distance. Some people's calves were trembling. The village chief saw the tiger getting closer and closer, and suddenly realized that it was a white tiger. I have heard before that white tigers are more ferocious. Just when the tiger smelled the smell he had been thinking about, it suddenly ran away as it got closer to him. This scared these men and made them tremble with fear, and their hands were not flexible to hold things. The machetes in the hands of two of the men fell to the ground with a pop. The village chief roared, "Now is not the time to be soft-handed and soft-footed. If you don't fight hard, what about the parents, children, and wives behind?" The men in the village listened to the village chief's loud speech and immediately clenched their weapons. Su Yao ran over and looked at her grandfather's back, softly calling Grandpa. Old man Su heard the voice of his darling behind him and turned around quickly. He saw Su Yao looking at him with innocent eyes. Old man Su seemed to have thought of something, and quickly put down the weapon in his hand and came to Su Yao. Yao Yao, this is a tiger. Before Old Man Su finished speaking, Su Yao's voice rang out. Grandpa, I have a way to deal with this tiger. Old Man Su thought about it, and finally nodded. He carried Su Yao to the village chief. The village chief naturally understood that as long as Xiao Fuxing was there, nothing would happen in their village. With so many wolves, this little guy could summon thunder and kill all the wolves. What's more, even if it was a tiger, there was only one. How could it withstand the thunder and lightning? Su Yao looked at the tiger getting closer and closer, and asked her grandfather to put her down. Su Yao ran towards the tiger. When she was 5 meters away from the tiger, she stopped. Looking at the tiger, she wondered if it was her spiritual spring water that attracted this big guy. If the big guy hurt the people in the village, wouldn't these villagers in the village suffer heavy casualties because of her momentary fault? Fortunately, she followed. The tiger tilted its head left and right, staring at Su Yao blankly, and its steps became lighter. He roared at Su Yao twice. You have that fragrant smell on you. Su Yao's eyes widened immediately when she heard the tiger's cry. The tiger had never drunk her spiritual spring water, but she could understand what it said. She thought that since it could understand, it would be easy to deal with. But she didn't know if this tiger, which had never drunk the spiritual spring water, could understand what she said. Su Yao shouted to the tiger not far away, "Just stand where you are, and don't come over again. We are all afraid of you." The tiger seemed a little surprised. He looked at Su Yao quietly and then roared, "You can actually understand what I said." Su Yao smiled and said, "Of course, I roughly know what you mean by coming here. You go back to the mountain first, and I will bring you water when I go up the mountain in 2 days." When the tiger heard what Su Yao said, it immediately rolled on the ground. Then it shook its hair and took 2 steps forward. The villagers behind immediately came to Su Yao with their weapons, shouting loudly at the tiger. The men in the village wanted to scare the tiger away with their shouting. Old Man Su hugged his own baby into his arms, protecting him tightly like a chick. The tiger was immediately angry when he saw someone holding this human cub in his arms. He roared at Old Man Su and wanted to rush towards him. Su Yao immediately broke free from Old Man Su's arms and said to the white tiger, "If you want to drink water, be quiet, or I have a way to kill you." The tiger looked at the little man, but the momentum in his eyes made this forest beast retreat a little. Since the kid has said that he is willing to get water for himself, it doesn't matter if he waits for a day or 2. Then he roared at Su Yao, "It's a deal. Don't forget to find me on the mountain. But don't worry, I will naturally bring other things to you in exchange." Su Yao nodded when she heard the tiger's words. The tiger turned and jumped, running towards the direction of the mountain. The men in the village breathed a sigh of relief. Old Man Su picked up his own baby again and walked towards his yard. The villagers behind him shouted loudly. Everyone thought that there was a lucky star in the village, and even the tiger had to listen to her obediently. Old Lady Su asked from the side, "Baby, why don't you set off a thunder and kill the tiger?" Su Yao smiled. "The tiger doesn't hurt people. It may have come out of the mountain for other reasons." Old Man Su interrupted, "What kind of water are you talking about? The tigers in the mountains don't need water to drink." Old Mrs. Su nodded beside her. "Yes, and the tiger looks like it can understand you." "Oh my, our baby is a lucky star. Even a tiger is afraid of our baby." Old Man Su was not as whimsical as his wife. He thought that his baby must have reached some kind of exchange with the tiger. Otherwise, how could he say that he would send water to the tiger and let the tiger go back first? Old Man Su was worried about his baby. His baby didn't use the method that could kill the wolf this time. Could there be something wrong with his body? Or maybe the old immortal took back the magic. Then he had to tell the village chief clearly, "Don't push your baby out if there are any ferocious beasts in the mountains." Su Yao didn't know what her grandfather was thinking, and she was still thinking happily about giving the tiger some water. Let this tiger become his long-term worker, specializing in finding some herbs in the mountains and forests. And if there is a fierce tiger accompanying him in this mountain, then he doesn't have to deal with those small wild animals that come in an endless stream when he goes to the deep mountains to collect herbs. It's very convenient. After saying goodbye to Su Yao, the tiger here jumped all the way up the mountain. After reaching the mountain, He began to hesitate. He was afraid that he would go to the deep mountains and he would not have time to appear in front of the little guy next time. Finally, he circled around the periphery of the mountain again and again and chose a very small cave and nested in it. After the village chief returned home, he saw that the yard was crowded with people and there was no place to step. The tiger has returned to the countryside, and everyone should go back quickly. One of the old ladies said to the village chief, "There is a tiger on the mountain, and it ran down. Should we report it to the police?" "Yes, otherwise I'm sleeping at night." "What if the tiger comes down?" "That's right, village chief. You have to figure out how to solve this problem thoroughly." The village chief looked at the villagers, who were arguing with each other. There are mountains everywhere, and there are tigers on the mountains. How can the adults take care of them? As soon as the village chief finished speaking, a man behind the village chief suddenly blurted out, "I don't think the tiger is scary. It might just come to play with our lucky star." When the villagers heard what the man said, they immediately asked what had happened. Several young men in the village looked at the village chief and saw him nod. Then they hurriedly told everyone what had happened. The village chief felt that if this matter was not told to others, the whole village would be in panic. How could people live? It is better to say it openly. I believe these people in the village. Moreover, the two families are still some distance away from them, and the village chief did not notify the two families when he came. In the hearts of the whole Talu village, although the two families are not too far away from them, they are not real Talu villagers. The village chief's idea is the same as that of the villagers. He does not think that his behavior is irresponsible. Seeing that everyone is there, the village chief said to the villagers, "I hope everyone knows this matter by themselves, and don't tell it outside. After all, we escaped from the famine without danger because there is a lucky star in our village. So we can get out of danger. If you don't believe it, go back and ask your son, and you will know what happened. I'm saying it in advance. If anyone dares to go out and talk nonsense, don't blame everyone for going to your house to attack. The reason has been explained on the road, so I won't say it anymore." All the villagers nodded, but everyone blinked their little eyes. "Lucky star, we have to go to the old Sue's house later to get some good luck. It turns out that those wolves are also related to this little lucky star. They say that they know how much their son weighs. How could these men in the village be able to subdue so many wolves? It turns out that it is all the credit of the little lucky star. I will go to the old Sue's house later and touch the hand of the baby. Maybe it will bring me some good luck." One of the women just finished speaking her thoughts, and the others nodded frequently. The village chief gave a general instruction again, and then let everyone go back to their homes. After old man Su came back with Su Yao in his arms, he put Su Yao on a stool. From the corner of his eye, he saw that there was a red spot on her neck. Seeing the expression of her old lady Su also hurriedly pulled her old man away. "What's wrong? Is our sweetheart injured?" He quickly took a look and saw that Su Yao's neck was a little red because of the sackcloth. Old man Su was so distressed. He said to his wife, "This coarse cloth is too prickly. Our little granddaughter has delicate skin and tender flesh. How can she withstand the scratching of this coarse cloth?" Old lady Su nodded after listening. "I thought it would be fine to wear fine cotton cloth inside, but I didn't know that the collar outside could scratch her neck and make it red." Su Yao thought that the old man and the old lady were making a fuss. Old man Su was anxiously running around, thinking that he had to ask his stupid son to buy 2 good fine cotton coats. Su Lao Si looked at his father's nervous expression. He couldn't help but want to tease old man Su, so he said, "Dad, didn't our 4 sons also grow up wearing coarse cloth? And don't your grandsons all wear this kind of cloth? Why didn't you say it was not okay? Why are you so anxious now?" Old fourth Su always spoke without thinking, but he just wanted to tease old man Su, not intentionally not buying good things for Su Yao. When old man Su heard his 4th son say this, he kicked him.
Who are you?
You still want to wear fine cotton cloth? And those stinky boys at home, can they compare with my sweet little granddaughter? They are a bunch of monkeys, with rough skin and thick flesh. Can they compare with my sweet and soft little granddaughter? Go away, go where it's cool. Seeing you gives me a headache. Old 4th Su pouted. Dad, I think even if you have this darling granddaughter, your son and grandson are not good anymore. Old Man Su smiled, thinking that he would ask old First Su to buy some fine cotton cloth later. At that time, I will ask the child's mother to help make 2 more coats, and I will have to buy 2 more ready-made clothes. Su Laozi looked at his father, who completely ignored him. He couldn't help but smirked. Dad, you are so precious now, and you are happy every day. I just don't know how miserable you will cry when your granddaughter gets married. After saying this, he sat down on the stool. He looked at Old Man Su with a look of watching a good show. This made Old Man Su very angry. Marry a daughter? He immediately hugged Su Yao in his arms. How could his dear baby get married when he is so young? Besides, what should he do if he is bullied by his husband's family? Look at this tender little guy in his arms. He will have to wash clothes, cook, and serve the husband's family in the future. Oh, I can't think about it. Old Man Su looked at the pink and tender little ball in his arms, and he was so worried. In the past, he was worried because he didn't have a girl at home. Now that he has a little girl, he is even more worried about her getting married. But then he thought that his Su family is the one that has no shortage of men, with so many uncles and so many brothers. Any blind person who dares to bully his little girl will be beaten to a pulp. After figuring it all out, Old Man Su squinted his eyes and looked at Su Laozi, who was sitting next to him. He hasn't even found a wife at such an age, and now he has the nerve to talk about his own child. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Old Man Su slowly put Su Yao on the chair. He rushed up and kicked Su Laozi hard. You are a nonsense guy. You haven't even found a wife yet, and no one is watching you, right? Su Laozi was beaten and screamed, thinking that he shouldn't have been so rude. He immediately flattered Old Man Su. Dad, I just said that casually. Don't take it to heart. When our little girl gets married in the future, I will definitely support her, don't worry. After saying that, he broke free from Old Man Su's hand and tried to run out. He bumped into Old Man Su head-on. Old Man Su saw that his eldest son had returned, so he let go. Old Man Su saw that his father had let go and ran out of the door at once. His father used to be the most stable one, but now he is so excited about having a little granddaughter. At this time, many people came to the village one after another, and they all had things in their hands. After coming to Old Su's house, his big eyes rolled around, wanting to see the little lucky star in the house. Finally, he saw Su Yao nodding her head on the chair in the main hall. One by one, they came forward to touch her face or touch her hands, which made Old Man Su very angry. Go away, what are you doing? My sweetheart is sleepy. She wants to go back to her room to rest. Old Man Su held Su Yao in his arms like a little calf and went to her little room. After putting Su Yao on the bed and covering her belly, he closed the door and went back to the main room. The people in the village looked at Old Man Su and couldn't help but curl their lips at his appearance. Old Man Su didn't care what they thought in their hearts. What if he hurt his sweetheart? The sweetheart is still so young, and there are so many people in the village. Especially those women have thick skin and calluses on their hands. If they scratched the delicate skin of the sweetheart, I don't know how distressed I would be. Su Yao slept soundly in her little bed until night. Old Lady Su came to call her for dinner, and Su Yao woke up from her sleep. After dinner, she asked Old Lady Su for the remaining seeds that she had bought in the town before. After returning to the room, he started to tinker in the space. No words all night. The next morning, when Su Yao got up, she used her mind to go to the space to take a look. She saw that the seeds she planted last night had already sprouted and grown tall. Old Mrs. Su came to Su Yao's room and changed her clothes that old Su bought yesterday afternoon. Su Yao was very satisfied with this dress. The material felt soft, and the key was that she liked the style. She had rice porridge and a plate of pickles in the morning. Su Yao was small and ate quickly. She felt full after eating 2 bites. She sat at the door and planned to call her father to go to the mountain after her father finished his meal. Su Yao was sitting on the stone at the door. At this time, 8-year-old Lu Xiaoqiao came to Su Yao. She first looked at Su Yao and saw that she was fat and white, so she squinted immediately. This little witch actually eats so well. Su Yao looked up and saw her particularly jealous eyes. The daughter of the mother and daughter, who followed their team halfway, I heard her name was Xiao Chao. At this time, Xiao Chao said to Su Yao, "Sister, my name is Xiao Chao. Are you willing to be friends with me?" Xiao Chao spoke with very confident words. Her well-behaved and sensible appearance has captured the hearts of most children in the village, especially those boys. I believe that this little girl, who is only 5 years old, will like me as well. Su Yao was very faceless and shook her head. I have a brother and don't need friends. Xiao Chao was immediately unhappy when she heard this. Brother is brother, but if you don't have friends, it means that no one likes you. Su Yao rolled her eyes at her. I don't need anyone to like me. What's the matter with you coming here? Xiao Chao thought about her purpose after hearing this, and finally nodded. If I become friends with you, can you give me something to eat? Su Yao heard this, and went back to the house without looking back. After returning to the house, she closed the door to her yard. Xiao Chao stood at the door for a long time. Originally, she thought that the little guy went in to get food for her, but it took a long time to react. The little guy didn't like her at all, so he went in. She stamped her feet in anger and walked home slowly. Huan Yang has coaxed Lu Songtao to his satisfaction these days. In fact, Lu Songtao treats Xiao Chao a little better than his own eldest girl. In addition to giving food to the youngest son, there is also food at home. Apart from Yaozu, the remaining food basically went into the stomachs of Xiao Chao and her daughter. Daya was naturally furious when she saw this, but she couldn't beat Huan Yang. Every time before Daya opened her mouth, Huan Yang would lean on Lu Songtao's arms with a delicate look. She said that the eldest daughter of his family didn't like her, and that she usually did the housework and took care of the whole family. And she was bullied by the previous child, and she really didn't want to live. So Lu Songtao became more and more disgusted with Daya. He felt that this girl didn't care about the family at all. It would be fine if she couldn't do it herself, but now she has found a stepmother who can take care of the family. She also tried every means to drive him away, and Lu Songtao was naturally unhappy. Huan Yang was very good to Yaozu, and Huan Yang was not stupid. Lu Songtao was very concerned about his son. If he didn't care about this child, he would have no place to stay in this family. After Su Yao returned to the house, she told her grandfather and grandmother about going up the mountain later. Although Mrs. Su Shi was reluctant, but thinking about her granddaughter's extraordinary ability, she still had a long way to go. She couldn't just hold her back, right? People say that becoming an immortal requires going through a lot of hardships. She also had to save all living beings. Although old lady Su was worried, she finally nodded and asked her sons to go up the mountain with Su Yao. Old man Su wanted to go with her, and even took out the only axe in the family. Su Yao couldn't help laughing when she saw the family making such a big fuss. Grandpa, you don't have to go. It's fine with Dad and Uncle accompanying me. And Grandpa, don't forget my ability. Old man Su didn't follow Su Yao after hearing her vow. Su Yao was held in her father's arms and went up the mountain with a proud look. Several families in the village who were close to him also greeted Old Man Su. You're going up the mountain. Listening to the villagers' greetings, Boss Su nodded. Yes. Go up and dig some wild vegetables, and be back in a while. The woman nodded when she heard this. The things about Su Jiafuxing had already spread, so they naturally wouldn't say why they brought a little girl up the mountain. When they got to the mountain, the small animals on the trees on the mountain were running around. A few little squirrels ran directly to Su Yao, squeaking. Although Su Yao didn't understand what they were saying, she thought they were very cute watching them jumping around on the trees. After a slight turn, there was no sign of the tiger. Su Yao thought that the fastest way to see the tiger was to get some spiritual spring water from the space. Then Su Yao took out a bucket that he had brought with him. He put the spiritual spring water into the wooden barrel with his mind. The brothers of the Su family looked at the appearance of the good boy and couldn't help but wipe their hands. Sweat on the forehead. Just when there were about 2 bowls of spiritual spring water in the wooden barrel, a rustling sound began to appear in the forest. Pheasants, wild boars, and squirrels quickly gathered here. The Su brothers widened their eyes, and Su Yao also opened her mouth. The attraction of the spiritual spring water in her space was too strong. But what Su Yao didn't know was that in the deep mountains, the group of wolves on the far right were also running towards this side quickly. Before Su Yao had time to sigh, a tiger roar came from behind. When they turned around, they saw the big, white tiger from before, running towards this side quickly. The appearance of the white tiger scared the other small animals away. Su Yao looked at the white tiger coming over and greeted it with a smile. "Hey, white tiger, I kept my promise and brought you water." Although Boss Su knew that the white tiger might not hurt his daughter, he still held his daughter in his arms. He held her tighter, while the other three brothers pointed their weapons at the white tiger. As long as the white tiger dared to take a step forward, they would definitely not be polite. Su Yao looked at the white tiger with his head raised and smiled sweetly. This made the white tiger fascinated, but it was still not as important as the water that exuded an aura that attracted the tiger. The white tiger came to the wooden barrel and licked the spiritual spring water in big gulps. Soon the spiritual spring water was gone. The white tiger stretched and looked at Su Yao lazily. Su Yao broke free from Boss Su's arms and walked towards the tiger. The four brothers of the Su family stamped their feet in anxiety. Su Laosi came directly to the eldest brother and yelled, "You can't even hold a child?" Boss Su touched his head. Who knew his darling was so strong? He easily broke free from his arms. Before Boss Su could go forward to pick up Su Yao had already run to the white tiger and touched the white tiger's head. The white tiger lazily rubbed the little hand that Su Yao stretched out and rolled on the ground. Su Yao looked at the soft hair on the white tiger's belly, touched it, and felt that it felt quite good. Seeing this, the four brothers of the Su family finally put their hearts back in their stomachs. Eweiseo, roar, roar, roar. The roar of the white tiger, although relatively light, still made the four brothers nervous immediately. Su Yao listened to what the tiger said and smiled. "Since you said there is Ganoderma lucidum over there, let's go and take me to have a look." The white tiger nodded, then stood up and lay on the ground, motioning Su Yao to sit on it. Su Yao climbed onto the white tiger's back without hesitation, and the white tiger was about to run away. Su Yao waved her hand and said to her father, "Dad, uncles, you all wait for me here. The white tiger asked me to go get something and come back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the white tiger scurried out. Boss Su had just opened his mouth, and before he could say anything, the white tiger had already run away. The white tiger brought Su Yao to the front of the Ganoderma lucidum. Su Yao saw a particularly large purple Ganoderma lucidum growing on a dead tree. This is probably what the ancient people often called purple Ganoderma lucidum. It's so big, I really don't know how much silver it would sell for. After the white tiger put Su Yao down, Su Yao went forward and picked the purple Ganoderma lucidum. She rode the white tiger towards her father. When the white tiger was walking back with Su Yao, they suddenly saw a black thing. Su Yao hurriedly patted the tiger's head. "Dabai, stop for a moment, I think I saw a small animal." The tiger stopped immediately after hearing this. It ran towards a black shadow in the bushes, not far away. When they arrived, they found out clearly that the black little guy was actually a little bison. Judging from its size, this little bison was probably just weaned. He could ride on it, after all he was really smaller than a little cow. And cows grow very fast. Su Yao had already decided that this cow would become her mount. It was only when she sat on the white tiger that she felt that this mount was really good. But thinking that the tiger could not if you stay in the village, your mount can be this little bison. At this time, the little bison didn't know that danger had come and was still concentrating on eating tender leaves on the ground. Su Yao found a rope from the space, and then before the little bison could react, she put the rope around his neck. After it was tied firmly, she led the little bison to sit on the white tiger. The white tiger also walked slowly and humanely towards Su Lauda. Su Lauda looked at his daughter, who came back not far away, and took 2 steps forward. Su Laosi poked his head to look at Su Yao. "Yao, where did you get this little bison? It looks like it has just been weaned." Su Yao pointed at the little bison happily. "It can't be considered that I caught it. I just happened to pass by and tied it back."
He he he.
Su Laosen walked around the little bison for several times. He was extremely satisfied. Farmers, like him, loved cows the most. Cows can not only pull carts, but also plow fields. The most important thing is a cow. It is very valuable to sell it at the market. He felt that his little niece was like picking up silver in the past half day. At this moment, Su Laosi suddenly said to Su Yao, "The water you made should be the magic water given by the old immortal. Isn't it a waste to give it to the tiger to drink?" As soon as Su Laosi finished speaking, the white tiger roared at Su Laosi. Roar, roar, roar. "It would be a waste to give it to you. If it weren't for the fact that you are the little guy's family, I would have eaten you first." Su Laosi also saw the white tiger's anger and immediately shut up. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart that tigers have become spirits these days. They can even understand human speech. Su Yao touched the white tiger's head soothingly. Okay, my fourth uncle is like this. Don't take anything he says to heart. Next time you want a drink, I'll bring it to you." The white tiger calmed down after hearing the soft voice of the little guy. Su Yao felt that the tiger was loyal enough. After drinking her water, he wanted to find treasures for her. There was plenty of spiritual spring water like this in the space. It would be a good thing to use it to exchange for treasures in the forest. Su Yao wanted to climb down from the white tiger's back. The white tiger was very sensible. Knowing that Su Yao was going to climb down, he quickly lay on the ground so that Su Yao could slide down from his back. Then Su Yao chatted with the white tiger for a while, and the white tiger said goodbye to Su Yao. Then he walked towards the deepest part of the forest. Boss Su came to Su Yao and touched her head. "Can we go back?" Su Yao shook her head when she heard her father say this. "Dad, I want to catch a few more pheasants, and then we will go back." Su Yao clearly remembered that her mother told her father last night that they were going to the forest to catch pheasants. When Su Laoda heard this, he suddenly remembered that before the white tiger came, his little girl released water. The animals nearby ran here like crazy. They didn't care about their own lives at all. I really don't know how attractive the water is to them. Su Yao thought that she had to control it less this time, so she used her mind to drop 2 drops of spiritual spring water on the land. Then the pheasants in the sky flew over here. There were also some little rabbits on the ground, quietly poking their heads out of their caves and running out. All the animals ran towards Su Yao's direction. The tree, one of the little squirrels, was even bolder, jumping directly onto Su Laosi's head. Holding a big pine cone in her hand, Su Yao looked at the vine next to her and tried to pull it down. She would ask her father to tie a few of these small animals back later. Who knew that the vine could be pulled down so easily? Su Yao used too much force and fell on her back, grinning in pain as she climbed up. After she got up, she covered her ace and watched her father and 3 uncles fighting with those hares and pheasants. They didn't pay any attention to her. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, her 4th uncle would have laughed at her embarrassing appearance. Even if she saw it, she was still a baby anyway. But what Su Yao didn't know was that when she fell just now, she covered her ace. She was seen by her father and 3 uncles at home. It was just that they were afraid that the little guy would be embarrassed, so they pretended to be busy. At this time, the little bison broke free, and the rope held by Boss Su was on the land where Su Yao dripped the spiritual spring water from the space. The little bison used its nose to dig it. Su Yao patted the little bison's head. "If you want a drink, I'll go back and let you drink enough. The water has already entered the mud. What's the matter? Do you want to eat this mud into your stomach?" The wild black bull totally didn't understand what the human kid was chattering about. It continued to work towards the land. His father and 3 uncles finally caught some pheasants and rabbits. The eldest Su carried Su Yao down the mountain, while the 4th Su took the little bison and dragged it down the mountain. The bison was still shaking its big head in grievance. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw the people in the village, and they immediately surrounded them. "Oh my, this is the little bison on the mountain. We are really lucky." Then it was Aunt Ma from the village who spoke. She was circling around the little bison. She was so satisfied. Although it was not their own, they were happy to see it. The villagers were very envious of their family. They naturally understood that this adult bison was very wild and could not be domesticated, because it could not be kept at home, but this little bison was very easy to raise. In 2 years at most, it could go to the fields to plow. Su Yao was thinking about the purple Ganoderma lucidum in her arms. She wanted to go back quickly, and then follow her father to the capital to sell it. Like in that town before, the price would not be much different. Su San carried Su Yao and walked in first. Su Lauda was pestered by the villagers in the village and insisted that he tell them what happened in the mountains. How did they catch so many pheasants, rabbits, and little bison? Su Lauda did not hide it and said directly, "It was our Guaibao who went up the mountain to feed the white tiger some water. Who knew that the white tiger would find this little bison with Guaibao? And these pheasants and rabbits were also caught by the tiger in the mountains. We all took advantage of the white tiger." The villagers were discussing it in a flurry. The white tiger did have some special feelings for the little kid from the old Su family, especially the men who were present at the time. The eldest Su said to them, "Go back quickly. The weather is so hot. You are not too hot here." Then he took his younger brother into the room. Su Yao went to the main hall and took out the purple Ganoderma lucidum from her arms. Old Man Su and Old Lady Su widened their eyes. They stared blankly at the big purple mushroom on the table. Old Man Su covered his chest. My dear, what treasure did you bring?" Su Yao smiled. "Grandpa, this is a gift from the white tiger. I gave him the water given by the old immortal, so he gave me this treasure. He also said that if I wanted in the future, I should give it back to him." Old Man Su covered his chest and took a long time to catch his breath. Then he sat down on the chair. Old Lady Su was also panting on the side, and she couldn't react at all. Su Yao said to her grandma, "Grandma, I want to go to the capital with Dad to sell this. What do you think? And I also want to buy some things for you and Mom." Old Lady Su nodded when she heard this. "Let the eldest brother take you there. But this capital is unfamiliar. What if you get cheated again? We can earn a little less, and I heard that the shop you went to with your dad that day was pretty good. The price is not much lower, so you might as well go with your dad to that shop to sell it." Su Yao thought about it and nodded when she heard this. "Anyway, it won't be much less money, and it will save trouble." Old Lady Su saw her darling nodded and then said, "Don't buy the things you sell for Grandma. Just buy some for your parents, okay? Your parents treat you the best." Su Yao nodded vigorously. "Grandma, I know." Su Yao naturally knew in her heart that if her mother hadn't saved her at that time, and her father didn't hesitate at all and took out all the food in exchange for her, otherwise she wouldn't be alive now. The grass on her grave is half a person tall, and now she doesn't know what kind of she has become. So this time she sold the purple Ganoderma lucidum and planned to buy some clothes for her mother and buy a silver hairpin and a gold bracelet. And she promised the old lady before that she would buy her a big gold bracelet. This purple Ganoderma lucidum is definitely much more expensive than the ginseng. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think that so many children in the family should study. If these brothers have a promising future, they can also be her thighs. If they can't learn, it's naturally good to know a few words. Su Yao, who had figured it out, looked at the old man Su who had just come in from outside, and said, "Dad, let's go to the shop where we sold ginseng last time and sell this big mushroom." Boss Su looked at the purple Ganoderma lucidum and finally nodded. It is better to exchange the Ganoderma lucidum for silver than to keep such a treasure at home. What if it is gnawed by mice, or it gets moldy and rotten? I don't know how sad I would be. Boss Su thought that he had to change his clothes. He couldn't wear such tattered clothes when going to the city. "Look at these shoes. They are all covered in mud. My dear, play in the yard for a while. I'll go change my clothes and take you there later." Su Yao nodded when she heard her father say that and looked at her clothes. They were clean, and she didn't need to change, so she ran to the yard to play with the little wild bull. Old Man Su, Old Lady Su, and Feng Yulian in the room started discussing. The ability of their good baby is really too scary. They are really afraid that this news will spread. Logically, others will not believe it. But if everyone says so, that's not necessarily the case. Su Yao has no idea how worried his mother and grandparents are about discussing him in the room. But now he is happily cheering around the little wild bull. The little wild bull's eyes are always fixed on Su Yao, and the little wild bull seems to be particularly happy every time it sees Su Yao. Old Man Su in the room looked at the good baby jumping on the ground outside, playing hide and seek with the little wild bull. He couldn't help laughing. Old woman, I think we are worrying too much. Our good baby is so blessed. And this child has the ability herself. We just need to listen to what she wants to do. When old lady Sue heard this, she nodded. This child is a treasure and must be protected tightly. Don't let others steal him away. Old lady Sue originally thought that this was entrusted by the old immortal, as she must take good care of the baby. Now she likes this little baby more and more. The few kids in the family also came back from outside at this time. As soon as they came back, they saw a black little bison in the yard. Immediately, they all came to the little bison. However, when the brothers Su Muin and Su Mowu came to the little bison, they saw that the little bison suddenly became irritable. The hoof was lifted up as if it wanted to kick the two little guys out. Su Yao was next to the little bison and slapped his hoof. This is my brother. What are you doing? The little bison didn't know what the human kid was saying, but it had a face full of grievance. What it knew was that it was beaten, and it was beaten by its favorite little guy. Woo woo, the cow was sad, but the cow didn't say anything. Su Yao introduced to her brothers how she met the little bison in the mountains. After hearing this, the little guys chatted with their sister for a while. Su Muyu took her brothers and carried their own small backpacks. They were going to collect grass for the bison. Su Muyu said to her brothers, "This bison is still so small. We have to find some tender grass and leaves for it to eat." Several little guys jumped out, and Old Man Su did not stop them. Now all the children in the village are free, except that they are not allowed to go up the mountain. No one cares if they cut some wild vegetables and grass at the foot of the mountain and collect some green leaves. At this time, the village chief outside also came in. He had heard from his wife that Fubao from the Su family had gone up the mountain. Each of the brothers in the family was holding a pheasant or a rabbit in his hand. It was said that the fourth son of the Su family was holding a little wild bull, which was very strong. So I wanted to come and take a look. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Old Man Su and Old Lady Su and their family sitting together and talking. Fuxing was touching and looking around in front of the little wild bull. Su Yao looked up and saw the village chief and greeted him. "Hello, village chief grandpa." Old Man Su heard Su Yao talking outside and hurried out. Seeing that it was the village chief, he greeted him. "You come in such a hot day, sit in the house quickly, and I will pour you a cup of tea." The village chief was not polite. He went to the main hall, sat on a stool, and said to Old Man Su, "Your lucky star should be more careful in the future. After a situation like today, let your lucky star go separately from these brats. Don't let others think that as long as this little lucky star is in the mountain, they can get these prey." Old Man Su naturally understood, thinking that the village chief had good intentions for them. The village chief smiled and said to Old Man Su at the little bison outside, "This bison looks very strong. The bison in the mountains are much easier to raise than the bought calves. When they grow up, they will be good at plowing the fields." Old Man Su looked at the village chief's smiling words and nodded. He was also thinking about waiting for the little bison to plow the fields, which would be about 2 years later. In the past 2 years, they have been backed by the mountains, so there is no need to rush for food for the little bison. The village chief thought for a while and said, "This is what I think. Wait until the little bison is raised. Your family can send someone to specialize in the ox cart business. Then it will be more convenient to take the villagers here to the town. You can also charge 2 copper coins per person. This can be considered as an income." Old Man Su nodded when he heard this, but Su Yao in the yard shook her head. For her, she must do business, and these uncles in the family must help her do business. There are also her own parents, so it's better to forget about pulling people to the town to earn a few hard-earned silver coins. But she doesn't plan to say this for the time being, and will say it when she really wants to do business. When Old Man Su heard what the village chief meant, he naturally nodded and agreed. If it is possible at that time, it will be fine. When the village chief heard Old Man Su's agreement, he happily chatted for a while before leaving. Before leaving, he touched Su Yao's little head in the yard. This only then did she leave the old Su family with satisfaction. On the way, she was thinking that the old Su family would become prosperous in the future, and it would be much more convenient for the villagers. Especially for a place like theirs, if they took a bullock cart, they would have to go a long way. Only in the next village could people drive bullock carts to the town. Especially in this hot weather, they were sweating all over their heads and faces before they had walked for a while. At this time, Su Lauda had also changed his clothes, and Su Lao Ma went to the kitchen to take out an egg, which was a boiled egg she had specially cooked in the morning. Thinking that she would eat it when her own little baby came back, she took 2 eggs and put them in Su Yao's little pocket. She also took out another one from the kitchen, peeled the eggshell, and handed it to Su Yao. Little baby, eat one first to fill your stomach. If you are hungry on the way, there are 2 eggs in the little pocket. Let your father peel them for you then. Then Su Lao Ma turned to Su Lauda and said, don't save money when you take your little baby to the town. Buy your little baby anything delicious, and listen to her about what she wants to buy. When Boss Su heard his mother, who was always stingy, say such words, he nodded. Su Yao looked at old lady Su with a smile, thinking that you can't say that I spend money recklessly when I buy it back. This is with your consent, haha. Su Yao thought of the white tiger in the mountains again. After selling the purple Ganoderma lucidum this time, she will definitely consider getting some medicinal herbs. Then she will train the white tiger and let it find medicinal herbs and give it some water every day. Then she must give her grandpa, grandma, parents a big surprise. Their family will never lack money again. But Su Yao never thought about whether it would be a surprise or a shock to her grandpa and grandma in the future. Whose good child is carrying a tiger and a blind bear home every day? Su Yao was held in her father's arms, and the weather felt very hot. Boss Su put a straw hat on his daughter's head. The straw hat was very big, and it covered Su Yao's whole head. Su Yao swayed in Boss Su's arms along the way, and she squinted her eyes. After a while, she fell asleep with a little snoring. Boss Su watched his daughter fall asleep, and his pace slowed down a little. He didn't know what his mother was thinking. Why did he have to take her with him when she was so young? If she wanted to eat or drink something, she could just bring it back herself. Why did she have to bother the little baby? Boss Su didn't know that his daughter insisted on going, and Mrs. Su was reluctant to let Boss Su take a baby to the market. They soon arrived at the house with the ox cart, and Boss Su knocked on the door. Uncle Nyo, are you home? An old man inside slowly opened the gate. Are you from the next village? You still have to go to the market at this time. Su Lauda nodded repeatedly, yes. But don't worry, Uncle Nyo. I'll charter a car to go to the town for something. How much silver do you think is appropriate for a round trip? When Uncle Nyo heard about chartering a car, he immediately became interested. He was sitting at home doing nothing anyway, so he might as well earn more money. But thinking that they were all people from the same village, he couldn't ask for a lot of money. Finally, he thought about it and said, I'm only taking you a big one and a small one back and forth, so why don't you just give me 10 copper coins? When Boss Su heard this, he nodded. 10 copper coins were not expensive. Normally, when they went to the town, each person would have to pay 1 to 2 copper coins. So this silver was really not expensive. Uncle Nyo hurried to drive the ox cart. Then he pulled Boss Su towards the town. When they arrived in the town, Boss Su was familiar with the route and came to the clinic. When the clerk in the clinic saw Boss Su, he immediately came to greet him. Do you have any good treasures to sell today? Boss Su nodded, and the clerk did not ask what it was. Instead, he took Boss Su to the backyard of their shopkeeper. The shopkeeper said that if this family comes to sell herbs again in the future, they can just bring them in. After Boss Su arrived, the shopkeeper had finished his work. He asked Boss Su, Are you here to sell ginseng again today? The shopkeeper was just joking. But the shopkeeper sincerely hoped that he was really here to sell ginseng again. He received the ginseng and sent it back to the owner, and he got a lot of benefits. Boss Su took out the thing wrapped in fine cotton cloth in his arms. The shopkeeper looked at the cautious look of the man and knew that there must be a good treasure inside. When Boss Su opened it, his eyes widened immediately. He took the purple Ganoderma lucidum in his hands carefully and looked at it carefully. After a long while, he exclaimed, It's actually a purple Ganoderma lucidum that is more than 500 years old. Great, great. Su Yao, who was in Boss Su's arms, was suddenly awakened by the shopkeeper's shout. Although Su Yao was fast asleep, She knew that it was almost time. She originally thought that after her father sold the goods at a good price, she would have fallen asleep. After sleeping well, she would go buy some things in the city with her father and then go back. Who knew that the old man's voice was so loud? He shouted away her sweet dreams. Boss Su saw that his darling woke up and quickly hugged her up straight. He patted her on the back and said, "Don't be afraid, darling." Boss Su was really afraid of his darling, who was scared by the shopkeeper. This shopkeeper was really something. 500 years is 500 years. Why yelling? The shopkeeper touched his nose and looked at Boss Su with resentment. He thought to himself, "You look like you want to eat me up." "I didn't mean it." Then the shopkeeper hurriedly called the waiter. "Go make this kid a cup of sugar water and bring some cakes over." Su Yao sat up straight immediately when she heard there were cakes. She had eaten an osmanthus cake here last time, and it tasted really delicious. She wondered if there would be osmanthus cake in the cakes this time. "After I sell the cakes for silver, I will ask my father to buy some osmanthus cakes to take back." The shopkeeper looked at Boss Su. "I'm not lying to you that your purple Ganoderma lucidum is 500 years old. Such a good thing would cost at least 2,000 taels of silver. But I can only give you 1,900 taels at most. Is that okay with you?" When Boss Su heard this, he nodded. Su Yao thought, "Since you have already said 2,000 taels, why should you give 100 taels less in the end?" But come to think of it, he must want to eat something. So Su Yao didn't say anything. Everything went smoothly. After Boss Su sold the purple Ganoderma lucidum, the shopkeeper gave him a large stack of banknotes and some change. It was the first time for Boss Su to take so much silver, and his hands and feet were out of control. When he carried his baby out, he didn't know which leg to move first. Su Yao looked at her father, who was trembling like this, and he was holding her chest while holding her. When he went out on the street, everyone knew that he must have a treasure in his chest. Finally, Su Yao stretched out her hand. "Dad, I'll keep this banknote for you first and give it to Grandma when we go back. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll throw me down." When Boss Su heard his darling say this, he thought about her extraordinary abilities. He nodded repeatedly and quietly handed the large stack of banknotes to his darling. Su Yao put the banknotes directly into the space. Boss Su widened his eyes. "My darling, you." Boss Su talked about you for a long time, but he couldn't make his words clear. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that his daughter got the stack of banknotes. As soon as the banknotes reached her little hands, the large stack of banknotes disappeared out of thin air. Just disappeared in front of his eyes. Su Yao smiled at Boss Su. "Dad, this is a secret between you and me. You can't tell anyone else." Boss Su nodded when he heard this. Then Su Yao said to his father, "I plan to buy a gold bracelet for Mom, and one for Grandma as well, okay?" When Boss Su heard this, he immediately hesitated. This big gold bracelet would cost more than 100 taels of silver. And from what Guaibao said, he had to buy 2 at a time, and Boss Su looked reluctant. Su Yao brought up her own grandma. "Dad, don't forget, Grandma told you that after selling the purple Ganoderma lucidum, it's up to me to decide what to buy. Besides, I promised Grandma to buy a big gold bracelet a long time ago, and I can't be a man who doesn't keep his word." Boss Su heard that his own darling looked like he would not do it unless you bought it for me. Finally, he sighed, Okay. Since it's your grandma who said so, I won't care about you then. If you go back and get beaten by Grandma, you can't betray me." Su Yao chuckled, but she was thinking that even if she was going to be beaten when she got back, she would be beaten on her. How could she beat a little baby like me? Su Yao nodded heavily, and Boss Su finally compromised. He took Su Yao to the jewelry shop. Su Mu Yao hummed all the way. The family finally had enough money, and the house was built today. Then, the next step was to let the brothers go to school. By then, she could be at ease and start a small business with her family. As Boss Su entered the store with Su Yao in his arms, a clerk came over to greet him. The others curled their lips. A woman shouted and whispered, "Look at this newcomer. He is so active every day. But he doesn't know how to judge people. He is so busy every day, not as good as us." Another person next to her nodded. "Who said it wasn't? Just like the father and daughter. You can tell at a glance that they are poor, and they are determined to buy a small silver hairpin. And what farmers like most is to compare everywhere to see who is cheaper. In my opinion, her order will definitely fail. Several people laughed as they talked. Su Yao naturally understood what they meant. The boss who sells gold and silver jewelry has a good idea. Whoever sells the goods will get a commission. This idea is not bad. But it also makes these shop assistants look down on those ordinary people. The shopkeeper of the shop must be thinking of letting these people sell more things more actively. Su Yao looked at the woman in front of him at this time. He saw that the woman also looked like a beautiful girl from a small family. She didn't look very old, but her clothes were very simple, and the dress on her body was a little white from washing. Boss Su said to the woman, "Do you have any silver bracelets? Take them out and have a look." When the woman in front of him heard this, she hurried to the cabinet to get it. The women not far away laughed. "Ha, I'm right, I specifically buy silver. How can a farmer like this afford gold?" Su Yao looked at her father. "Dad, didn't we agree to buy the gold one? Why do you suddenly want to look at the silver one?" Boss Su touched his darling's head. "Let's take a look at the silver one first. Just take a look." Su Yao had no choice but said to the woman who had already walked over with the silver bracelet, "Is it okay if I take a look at the gold bracelet again?" When the girl heard the kid say that, she didn't take it seriously, thinking that they were customers after all. If they wanted to see, let them see. It wouldn't be a big deal anyway. Then she turned around and put all the styles that the master had just made this year on the tray. Then she handed it to Boss Su. Boss Su took a look at the gold and silver bracelets, and it was true that the gold bracelets looked better. Su Yao didn't care what her father was thinking, and directly pointed to two of the gold bracelets and said, "There are slightly larger ones of this kind." The girl in front of her nodded repeatedly when she heard this. "Yes, I'll bring them over to you to see." He took out two more gold bracelets with larger caliber and heavier weight. Su Yao patted her father on the shoulder. "Just buy these two." Boss Su heard his daughter's firm decision and finally nodded. He looked at the girl. "How much are these two in total?" Then the woman in front of him took one of the gold bracelets and said, "This gold bracelet weighs 2 taels, and the other one is heavier, a little more than 2 taels. Here we have 1 tael of gold for 10 taels of silver, plus the labor cost, so the gold bracelet in your hand will cost about 26 taels of silver." When Boss Su heard the woman say this, he immediately frowned. The labor cost is really not cheap. These 10 taels of silver can be exchanged for 1 tael of gold. But the cost of the work is 5 taels of silver, which is too expensive. Su Yao did not think it was a big deal, just like the lifelike pattern on the gold bracelet. Others also need a master craftsman to carve it bit by bit, so it doesn't matter if it is a little more expensive, at least he can make money. In the end, Boss Su paid 58 taels of silver with a painful heart. Su Yao watched her father pay for the 2 gold bracelets and then went to another display cabinet to look at the silver hairpins. The woman on the side was a little curious that this family was actually decided by a baby. Just now, the baby said that he wanted to buy the gold bracelet, and the man was obviously reluctant. But in the end, he took out the money with a look of reluctance. The women on the side saw this man and bought 2 big gold bracelets, without blinking.
Son.
They immediately regretted it. If they had known that the father and daughter would come in, they would have gone up to receive them.
Who knew they could buy so much?
There are many shops like theirs in the whole capital, and they are not very famous. So basically, it is ordinary families who come to buy more. And they saw the father and daughter first, so how come the newcomer got a cheaper price? The more they thought about it, the more uncomfortable they felt, seeing that the little girl was in charge. And the little girl went to look at silver hairpins again. Now introduce them to the little girl, and when she buys them, it will definitely be their fault. Besides, children don't know anything and are the easiest to deceive. They will definitely like whatever you say is beautiful. Then the 2 women came to Su Yao with the same idea and said, "Little girl, are you going to buy a silver hairpin for your mother? Take a look at this one. It is inlaid with pearls, and these pearls are all top-quality pearls. Take a look." Su Yao did take the hairpin handed over by one of the women, but she waved the hairpin at Boss Su. Boss Su stood in front of the woman, watching her pack up the 2 gold bracelets. Turning around, He saw his daughter surrounded by two shop assistants in another display cabinet. He was really afraid that his daughter would buy some incredible things again. It would be hard to explain these two big gold bracelets when she goes back. If she buys some more, I will beat myself to death. Thinking of this, he hurried to hug Su Yao. My dear, our gold bracelets are packed, let's go. Daddy will take you to buy some delicious food. Su Yao didn't listen to what Boss Su said, but said to the female shop assistant who originally introduced the gold bracelets to them, introduce me some hairpins suitable for my mother to wear. When the woman heard what the little girl said, she ran over quickly. The two women standing next to her looked unhappy. Looking at the new woman, she said, Cui Nyang, you just came here and you may not be familiar with some things. Why don't we introduce them to this little girl? Another woman also said, Yes, you are new here and don't understand many things. What are these? It will be clearer if we introduce them. Su Yao frowned when she heard what the two said, and the woman called Cui Nyang was furious when she heard this. But she didn't dare to say anything. These two people have always been the shopkeeper's favorites. They can often sell some gold and silver jewelry, so the shopkeeper looks up to them both. An ordinary farm girl like herself who has no power and influence has finally got such a good job. If she loses this job because of offending them again, it will be absolutely unacceptable. After all, there is a paralyzed father at home who needs to be supported. Thinking of this, Su Yao nodded without daring to be angry. She felt very unhappy when she saw the two women bullying that person. Pointing to Cui Nyang, who had lowered her head, she said, I want her to introduce me. Seeing the expression of his daughter, Su Lao also nodded. Let her introduce us. We think her introduction is very good. Cui Nyang, who had already lowered her head, raised her head instantly. She looked at Su Yao and then at Su Lao and finally nodded, okay. The two women dared not say anything more after hearing what the customer said. Especially since the customer had already bought two big gold bracelets. If they offended them, the shopkeeper would definitely scold them, but they were gritting their teeth in hatred. What's wrong with this newcomer? He has no sense at all. Su Yao finally picked out 3 more silver hairpins. The one with gemstones was intended for her mother. The other 2 were intended for grandma and second aunt. After paying the money, Su Yao hugged her father's neck and went out happily. Su Lao looked at himself, the happy daughter in his arms, with a face full of doting. Su Yao put the 2 gold bracelets and several silver hairpins she bought into the space.
Su Lao carried Su Yao to a shop selling snacks.
Su Yao was dazzled by the variety of snacks. Red, green, purple, blue, all kinds of snacks. With a wave of his hand, he bought a little bit of everything, especially his favorite sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Su Lao directly paid 1.5 taels of silver and left the shop selling cakes. Su Lao covered his chest and gasped. Oh my God! These things are sold for so much silver. It's better to let your grandma make cakes for you. Su Yao didn't care about the expression of her father, who looked distressed. Pointing to the big meat bun shop not far away, Dad, I still want to eat meat buns. When Boss Su heard the words coming out of his little girl's mouth again, he wished he could grow wings and fly back directly. As he continued to shop with his darling, the money was gone like water. Thinking about how much a big meat bun could cost, he carried Su Yao to the bun shop. Su Yao waved her hand and shouted to the boss selling buns, Boss, give me 30 big meat buns. Boss Su widened his eyes and whispered in his darling's ear, Dear, although we have money, we can't spend it like this. Su Yao glanced at her father, hugged his neck, and acted like a spoiled child. Dad, don't forget, there are so many brothers at home. Can I eat it all by myself? They have to watch. Buy it, buy it. I don't have much money. Old Su was so annoyed by his daughter that he finally said to the boss, Give me 30 big meat buns. The boss originally thought that the child was just joking. When he heard that the parents were so doting, he couldn't help but feel funny. Which farmer's family dotes on their daughters so much nowadays? Okay, I'll pack it for you right away. The boss quickly wrapped all the meat buns that Su Yao wanted with oil paper. Old Su put the meat buns in the basket behind him. Then he carried his baby away quickly. Next, Old Su bought the things he had planned to buy. First, he bought 2 pounds of pork belly. Su Yao pestered him for ribs, so old Su bought another 2 pounds of ribs. After buying the meat, old Su thought of his mother's instructions and said that he would buy some cotton cloth for his baby when he returned. Then he asked his mother to make clothes for the baby. He also went to a shop that specializes in selling candy and bought a lot of candy. At home, Feng Yulian hurriedly carried a basket on her back, planning to go to the foot of the mountain to pick some wild vegetables. Old Mrs. Su pickled eggs at home, planning to pickle them all into salted eggs so that they can be eaten for a longer time. She also made all the wild rabbits and pheasants caught by her son from the mountain into bacon. The children in the family have been growing taller because of the change in food. Even Old Man Su and Old Mrs. Su have become stronger. After a while, Old Man Su brought Su Yao and finally returned to Talu village in an ox cart carrying a basket of things. The people at the head of the village saw Old Man Su going to the market again, and the basket on his back was full, but they didn't know what he bought. One of the old ladies took out 2 boiled eggs from her pocket and handed them to Su Yao. "My dear, third grandma cooked eggs especially for you. Take them back and eat them." Su Yao had no idea that the people in the village were living from head to toe. Her family had no shortage of precious things like eggs. She couldn't bear to eat the food of the villagers. "Third grandma, I won't want it when I come back full. Give it to Brother Urgu." Brother Urgu was the youngest grandson of third grandma. The eldest grandson followed his parents to the town. I heard that he found a pretty good job. They provided food and accommodation, but the salary was not much, so the couple went. Although Su Yao said so, the old lady refused to agree. She forced the egg to Su Yao. "Your brother Urga has one. It's specially left for you. If you don't take it, Grandma will be angry." Looking at the unhappy look on the old lady's face, Su Lauda said to his darling, "Yao Yao, this is a gift from your third grandma, so keep it." Su Yao nodded when she heard her father say that. Boss Su knew that it was not easy for the old lady. When the time comes, bring a bowl or half a bowl of food to her house. The villagers are relatively simple. If they say they will give it to you, they must be sincere. It's not a polite gesture. The other people in the crowd couldn't help but curl their lips when they saw the old lady. After Boss Su carried Su Yao away, he said, "You're smart. Since you can think of it, take the food with you first. Wait for the little lucky star to pass by and give it to her." "Oh, why didn't I think of it?" The other people also curled their lips. "Why didn't you tell us?" The old lady looked at these young women who were talking and said, "Old people are always wise. You still have a lot to learn, ha ha ha." After saying this, she carried her small wooden stool and walked back. The old lady was so happy in her heart, because today she held the hand of this little lucky star. And this little lucky star also accepted her eggs, which made her happy. The old lady felt very relaxed on the way back, as if she had the strength to work in the fields. As soon as Boss Su brought Su Yao back home, Old Lady Su rushed over. Seeing that the backpack behind her stupid son was full of things, she knew that it was definitely for selling. A lot of silver. Otherwise, his son would not dare to spend so much money on buying things. Su Yao was put down by his father, and he took out some candies from the backpack and shared them with his brothers. The eldest brother Su went to the house of Old Lady Su and handed over all the remaining silver. Just before Su Yao entered the village, she had stuffed all the gold bracelets and silver money in her space into her father's arms. Old Lady Su shivered when she saw the stack of silver bills, and even the usually calm old man Su couldn't stop shaking.
"There are so many again."
The eldest brother Su nodded, "Yes, and the good boy has prepared a surprise for you." After hearing this, Mrs. Su did not count the silver, but went to the main hall to see her granddaughter first. Her son said he would give her a surprise. Could it be what she thought? When they arrived at the main hall, the other family members were already standing in the room. Su Yao then took out the silver hairpin from the backpack and handed it to her mother first. Then she took out another one and gave it to her second aunt. Ma Chunhua looked at the silver hairpin handed over by the little girl, and her eyes immediately became red. She didn't even have any jewelry when she got married in her life. The only hairpin was a wooden hairpin that Su Lauer bought in the town with the money he had saved for a long time.
It cost several coins at the time.
She still wears it now, and now this little guy actually bought her a silver hairpin. Ma Chunhwa thought about it and finally pushed it back. My dear, just buy it for your grandma and your mother. Second aunt doesn't want it. Su Yao couldn't help but frown when she heard this. Second aunt, this is specially bought for you. I heard that you like peach blossoms before, and the flowers on it are peach blossoms, so beautiful. After Su Yao finished speaking, Ma Chunhwa's tears immediately fell. Nodding fiercely, okay, second aunt will keep it. If you need your second aunt and second uncle to do anything in the future, just tell me. Su Yao nodded, and Ma Chunhwa took the silver hairpin and went straight out of the main hall. She returned to the room and started crying. What a hard life. Who would have thought that a little lucky star came to this family and life is getting better day by day? This little lucky star can even be thought of by herself. Old Mrs. Su just stood aside and looked forward to it. The second son's wife and the eldest son's wife are both here, so she can't not have her own. Blinking at her little granddaughter, Su Yao took out the wrapped gold bracelets from her father's arms. She handed one of the gold bracelets, which was a few grams heavier, to old lady Su. She handed the other gold bracelet to her mother. Su Yao wanted to buy a good hairpin for her mother, so she gave the one that was a few grams heavier to her grandmother. The most important thing was that this gold bracelet, which was a few grams heavier, looked a bit old-fashioned. It was just right for this little old lady. Old Lady Sue's eyes widened immediately when she saw the big gold bracelet. She originally thought that she would be very happy if she could buy a smaller silver bracelet. Who knew that she actually bought a gold bracelet? Feng Yulian fumbled for the gold bracelet in her hand, and her eyes could not help but turn red. My dear, just buy your grandma a gold bracelet. You have already bought a silver hairpin for your mother. Why are you wasting the money on a gold bracelet? When Su Yao heard her mother say that, she hugged her mother's legs and said, Mom, you are the best mother in the world. If it weren't for you, I don't know how high the grass on my grave would grow. Yao Yao will naturally respect you and other people in the family. When Feng Yulian heard this, she immediately said, Pooh, pooh, pooh. Why don't you think before you speak, little brat? What nonsense are you talking about? The past is all in the past. Feng Yulian touched Su Yao's head, fearing that she would remember the unhappy things in the past. Old Mrs. Su listened to Su Yao's words, and her heart was broken. Thinking of what her dear baby said on the road before, he would buy herself a big gold bracelet after settling down and earning money. Although she thought the child was very filial at the time, she had never thought of really asking her to buy a big gold bracelet. Now the big gold bracelet was right in front of her, and she choked up instantly. Su Yao saw her grandma's eyes were red, and she looked at a loss. She couldn't help but say to Grandma Su, Yao Yao will make more money in the future and let our family live in the capital. Grandma Su heard this and nodded heavily. Okay, whatever my dear says is what it is. In the future, our family will definitely move to the most prosperous place in the capital. Feng Yulian also nodded on the side and soon began to choke up. Su Yao looked at her mother and grandma and couldn't help but sigh. Seeing grandma and her mother put away the things, they looked like they were about to cry. Thinking that they would continue to stay at home, they could not help themselves. Then they looked at Su Laosi and said, Fourth uncle, why don't you take me out to play? When Su Laotai heard her darling say this, she quickly shook her head. My dear, you can't let your fourth uncle take you out again. Your fourth uncle will take you to the deep mountains where there are tigers and bears. Su Yao heard her grandma say this and shook her head again and again. Grandma, I want to go up and see Dubai. Su Laotai was about to refuse, but the old man Su pulled her sleeve. Okay, then let the fourth uncle take you there, and go slowly on the way. Su Yao nodded, and Su Laosi was particularly excited. He hugged Su Yao in his arms. White tiger, that is something that most people can't see even if they want to. He can see the white tiger up close. I just don't know if the white tiger will let him touch it because he is the lucky uncle. After Su Yao was carried out by Su Laosi, Mrs. Su couldn't hold back her tears any longer and burst into tears. Then she rushed into her room, and old man Su followed her. Old woman, you are already old. How can you lose your composure in front of these kids? When Mrs. Su heard her old man say that, She punched Old Man Su's chest with her little fist. "You old thing, I have been with you for so many years, and I have never seen you buy me any gold or silver jewelry. Even a wooden hairpin, I have never seen you buy it for me. I have worked hard all my life and gave birth to so many children, and my children have given birth to so many grandchildren. I have never heard anyone buy me a gold bracelet, let alone a gold bracelet. I have never seen anyone buy me even a piece of candy." The more Mrs. Su thought about it, the more upset she felt. He ignored Old Man Su's comforting words and said to himself, "Now a 5-year-old baby is bought for me.
I feel so sad."
Old Man Su sighed when he heard his wife's crying voice. This child is really too good to us, and we are really useless. We actually have to let a child earn money to support the family." When old Mrs. Su heard this, she sat up straight. "How dare you say that? You are the pillar of the family. You actually let a baby earn money to support the family. This house was built by Yao Yao. The new things in our family were also bought with the money Yao Yao earned from selling ginseng. Now the eldest son has carried such a large basket of things from the market, and there are also my gold bracelets and the things from the eldest and second sons. How can we be worthy of her?" Old Man Su seemed to have thought of something and said quickly, "Let the sons and the family go out to find work tomorrow. I heard today that the dock over there is still recruiting porters." Old Mrs. Su nodded when she heard this. "Let them go over and take a look tomorrow. We can't always spend our darling's money." Old Man Su said okay and took his own cigarette, ran to the gate, and puffed on it. He was worried, too. This family of so many people all depended on a 5-year-old baby. How could this favor be over? It was just a kid that the old family exchanged for half a bag of rice. After this exchange, they got so many things for the family. Su Yao was rushing up the mountain with her 4th uncle at this moment, and she had no idea that her grandfather and grandmother were still talking about her in their hearts. As soon as Su Yao and Su Laosi arrived at the mountain, they saw a big wild boar in a valley in front of them. As soon as they saw the big wild boar, they saw that the big wild boar also turned its neck and looked in their direction. Su Yao stared at the big wild boar with big eyes. Su Laosi immediately became anxious, picked up a thicker branch from the side, and blocked his chest. The big wild boar saw that it was a person and immediately became nervous. It seemed that it would launch an attack in the next second. In the big wild boar's mind, this big and small one was not his opponent at all. As if it had figured it out, it roared like a pig and rubbed its hind legs back a few times, rubbing a hole in the ground. The wild boar used all 4 legs to rush towards Su Laosi. He had already discovered that the only one who could fight was Su Laosi, who was holding a little kid in his arms. He was no match for him at all, but he didn't expect that just as he rushed over, a tiger roar suddenly sounded not far away. Then a white tiger rushed over here in a hurry. Before the wild boar could react and turn around and run away, the white tiger bit off its neck in one go. The wild boar had already used a lot of strength, and now the white tiger hit it. The whole pig was like a throw, and it hit the big tree next to it heavily. When Su Yao stretched her little head to look at the wild boar was lying on its belly with its legs spread out. Su Laosi's calves were still shaking at this time, and the branch in his hand fell to the ground with a click. Then he howled, "My dear, woo woo woo. We really survived a disaster, and we will definitely have great fortune in the future." Su Laosi cried for a long time before sitting up from the ground. "You, Dubai, are really amazing." The white tiger glanced at Su Laosi, thinking, can you call him Dubai? The white tiger looked at the dead wild boar on the ground again, and then ran to Su Yao happily, roar, roar, roar. "Little boy, I brought you a good treasure." After the white tiger finished speaking, it ran to the place where it jumped just now. There was ginseng lying on the ground. Su Yao only reacted at this time. It seemed that something fell out of the mouth of the white tiger when it jumped just now. It seems that the ginseng it bit before was this ginseng. This ginseng has fine yellow skin and beautiful body shape, and it looks better than the ginseng it had before. But the whiskers are too broken. Su Laosi couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw this. He quickly put his little niece on the ground, and then sat on the ground with his buttocks, gasping for breath. Su Yao thought that something was wrong with his fourth uncle and quickly patted Su Laosi on the back. Fourth uncle, what's wrong with you? Su Laosi took a long time to breathe. My dear, your fourth uncle was really scared. You don't have to worry about me. Play with the white tiger by yourself. For Su Laosi, this white tiger is just like a big cat at home. Now this white tiger can communicate with his little niece and protect them. So for Su Laosi, this white tiger now looks particularly close. Su Laosi looked at the wild boar. This wild boar must be more than 300 pounds. He couldn't carry it down the mountain alone. But then he thought that the wild boar was the trophy of the white tiger. How could he think of carrying this wild boar back? And the white tiger actually brought ginseng to his little niece. Su Yao said to the white tiger, I brought you some water today. After you drink the water, help me carry this wild boar back. When the white tiger heard what the kid said, he immediately became excited. Roar, roar. Good, good, human kid. I will help you drag this wild boar back later. Su Yao nodded and took out a wooden barrel from her uncle's backpack. She opened the lid of the wooden barrel and pushed the barrel to the white tiger. Drink it, drink it. Su Laosi didn't quite understand why his good boy had to bring water from home to the mountain for the white tiger to drink. But no matter what, this was the friendship between the kid and the white tiger, and he would not interfere. After drinking the water in the wooden barrel, he came to the big wild boar. He looked left and right and finally bit the back of the big wild boar and wanted to drag it back. Su Yao waved her hands quickly to Bai, stop now. Half of the wild boar will be rotten when you get off the mountain. After saying this, she called her fourth uncle and lifted the wild boar onto the white tiger. Su Laosi stared at Guibao, a small guy who could actually help lift the wild boar. His strength was really extraordinary. Along the way, Su Laosi held Guibao in his arms, and the white tiger walked slowly in front. The white tiger was afraid that if he walked too fast, the human cub would not be able to keep up. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they found that the women in the village were weeding in the fields at the foot of the mountain. When they looked up and saw the white tiger, they were so scared that they dropped their hoes and ran desperately to the village. Su Yao waved her hands behind them, but these people didn't see Su Yao and Su Laosi behind the tiger at all. After they all arrived in the village chief and the men were waiting at the foot of the mountain again. When they got there, they found that the white tiger was carrying a big wild boar. There was also a person following behind, and after a closer look, they realized that this person was Su Laosi from the Su family. The fourth Su was holding their village's little lucky treasure in his arms. When the village chief saw this scene, he reacted. It seems that the old Su family has eaten wild boars again, not to mention that this little lucky star is really amazing. The Lu family is really stupid. They don't treat such a big treasure well. Why didn't they know how to cherish it before? Otherwise, they wouldn't have become such a poor family. In the village chief's heart, the reason why the little lucky star didn't bring good luck to the Lu family is that the Lu family is vicious and treats the little lucky star badly, so this is the result. When the old lady Su and the old man Su also came over, they took Su Yao from the arms of the fourth Su to their own arms. The old man Su covered his chest on the side. His little granddaughter always made such a big noise. His little heart can't stand it. The village chief waved to the men in the village and said, "Disperse. It's all a misunderstanding." When the men in the village heard what the village chief said, they didn't disperse. Instead, they circled around the white tiger. Now, they are not afraid of this white tiger. They think this white tiger must be the beast protecting Shao Fuxing. Isn't that what the book says? It's like there are always some beasts protecting the little gods who come to Earth to experience tribulations. Looking at this white tiger, it must be the beast of Shao Fuxing. Otherwise, how can it understand Shao Fuxing's words? Why can't this white tiger understand what ordinary people like them say? After old man Su carried Su Yao back, Su Yao took out the ginseng in her arms. Old man Su covered his chest and said to his own baby, "Baby, don't pick it up again. My heart can't stand it." Old lady Su was on the side and slapped old man Su on the head. "You are the only one who talks nonsense. You won't die if you say less. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Go away. and just hold my baby." Old lady Su snatched her baby from old man Su's arms. She also instructed her sons, "You guys go and deal with this wild boar. The smell is too strong. What if it attracts other wild animals?" After giving the order, she looked at Su Yao and said, "My dear, you brought back so many good treasures. Grandma really loves you. Grandma will exchange these things for money and keep them, okay? When you get married in the future, you can take them all away." Grandma Su had asked her eldest son to write down some things roughly, and when her baby gets married in the future, all of them will be used as dowry. Su Yao said to her grandmother, "Grandma, I want my brothers to go to school now, okay? Our family has money now, and my brothers can't be so old and not study." Grandma Su heard this and sighed. She didn't want her grandchildren to go to school. But she couldn't really use the money earned by her granddaughter, although this granddaughter could make money. But in the end, this money can only belong to this good boy. This is the little lucky star and the little fellow that the gods have sent to me in my dreams, asking me to take care of him. How can I covet this little girl's money? Moreover, I have already spent so much money from the little girl during this period of time. Even if I want to pay it back, it will take a while to pay it back. Especially the newly built 4-entry house at home. Su Yao looked into her grandmother's eyes and said, "Grandma, have you not considered me as a family member until now?" After Su Yao finished speaking, she pretended to be sad and lowered her head. Mrs. Su was stunned by Su Yao's question. She quickly took Su Yao in her arms. "Yao Yao, what are you talking about? Of course I treat you as a family member. You are my granddaughter."
Su Yao pus temerese. Su away.
"Since you treat me as a family member, why don't you want to use the money I earn? If I don't have the ability, it would be fine if I can't earn money. But I obviously have the ability to make everyone in the family live a better life, and I don't need this little bit. Do you have to be so clear with me?" Mrs. Su listened to Su Yao's aggrieved words and nodded and agreed quickly. Okay. Grandma will use your money to let your brothers go to school." Su Yao was immediately happy when she heard what Mrs. Su said. After Su Yao jumped away, Mrs. Su whispered with Old Man Su in the room, "You say this, child." Old Man Su listened to the old woman's worried words and finally sighed. "If you need her, use her. Why should you distinguish between you and me? Just treat her as your own granddaughter. Don't think that she is a fairy entrusted by the gods. Otherwise, how can you get along with her?" Old Mrs. Su nodded when she heard this. "After all, I don't want to let this child down. Let these brothers go to school. I don't believe that none of these boys can graduate. If there is one who can graduate, he can be a support for our baby, so don't think about spending the baby's money." Old Mrs. Su felt better when she heard the comfort from her old man. The next morning, Old Man Su took his sons to the dock to find work. When Su Yao woke up in the morning, she found the house deserted. "Grandma, where are Dad and uncles?" When Mrs. Su heard her darling say this, she quickly said, "Your dad and uncles went to the dock to see if there are any people needed to move the goods. Yesterday afternoon, your brothers were taken by your grandfather to the school teacher to pay the tuition. They went to the school early this morning." Su Yao nodded when she heard her grandma say this, but she looked outside and saw that the sun was very hot. After going out for a while, she felt that her skin was burning and painful. In this kind of weather, she still went to the dock to move goods. Just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, "Grandma, are there stalls selling things on the dock?" Mrs. Su thought about it and nodded. "I did see it when I passed by last time. But I'm not sure how many people there are. You can ask your grandfather when he comes back, and you will know." Su Yao heard this and said okay, and went back to her room. Thinking that there were all kinds of supplies stored in the space, it was so hot that she took out an ice lolly from the space and started eating it. Thinking that her mother was still cooking, she jumped and handed an old popsicle to her mother. Feng Yulian ate it and found it was a piece of ice. Her eyes widened immediately. "My dear, how can you have ice in the hot summer? This ice is so sweet." Su Yao smiled when she heard her mother say that. "If you want to eat, I have a lot of it." Feng Yulian nodded repeatedly when she heard this. Okay. Su Yao thought that she couldn't just give them half a stick at home and let them eat. thinking that there was no shortage of generators in her space, and there were even more refrigerators and freezers. She might as well take one out and use it. Thinking of this, she ran directly to the main room and took a large freezer and refrigerator from the space. After installing all the generators, she plugged in the electricity. Mrs. Su had just finished cleaning the yard when she saw her dear tinkering with something. Su Yao thought that since the generator had been taken out, an air conditioner would not be a big problem. It was because my grandfather was not at home and no one helped me to install the air conditioner in the room. I turned around and saw Mrs. Su peeking out. If Grandma has extra food in the future, just put it in this refrigerator. Mrs. Su put her hand in the refrigerator and felt the cold air coming out. I thought this must be a good treasure given by my good God master. It can make such a big box have different temperatures. Su Yao also installed a small generator in her room. After plugging in the power, she took out the large function fan in her space. It felt a little cooler after blowing it. Fortunately, I have a golden finger, especially the supplies in the space. Otherwise, how can I survive in this ancient time? It was not until noon that old man Su came back with his sons. The most important thing is that I have already negotiated with the people over there and will go to work tomorrow. But the people over there said that only 2 people are needed. So I let the eldest and second sons go for the time being, and old man Su has other plans for the third and fourth sons. I was thinking if I could find a wife for them both. It's not right for 2 men to be single, especially since Su Lao Si is not young anymore and still hasn't married. Su Lao San is divorced, so he is better off than Su Lao Si, although it may be more troublesome to find someone. But as long as they are willing to work hard, I believe there will be good girls willing to marry them. Grandpa, are you back? Can you help Yao Yao install the air conditioner when you have time? Old man Su saw his darling, jumping towards him. He quickly hid to the side. My dear, Grandpa is all sweaty. Wait until I finish washing up before holding you. Su Yao tilted her head and looked at her grandfather, father, and uncles. Her face was as red as a monkey's ace. Originally, she wanted to let them sit down and rest, but it was still very hot in the room. It would be better to let them install the air conditioner quickly. So she pulled her father, Dad, help me install the air conditioner, so that our room will be cool later. Although old man Su didn't understand what his darling was talking about, he still obeyed obediently. Su Yao stood by and directed them to drill a hole in a high place and then hang the air conditioner up. Then he pulled a pipe to the top of the wall, drilled a hole, and passed the pipe out. Then he hung the outdoor unit outside the house. When drilling the hole, old Mrs. Su was running around on the ground in a hurry. Who has ever seen a hole drilled in the house? But he couldn't directly deny what his darling meant, so he could only run around in a hurry. Old man Su didn't care. What would happen if he drilled a hole? The rain wouldn't leak into the house after all. It was such a small hole. After the air conditioner was installed, Su Yao took out the remote control. After turning it on, there was a ding sound, and the air conditioner instantly emitted cold air. The temperature in the room dropped quickly, and the family was very surprised. They all stretched their necks to look at the air conditioner. Old Mrs. Su thought that everyone should eat first. Old man, go wash up with your sons, and then come back to the house to cool down. Several people rushed to the bathroom, mainly because the room was too cool. After washing, it was really pleasant to stay in the room. Old Mrs. Su went to the kitchen and brought up several dishes. The first dish was pork with potatoes. Another was pork rib soup and a large plate of stir-fried vegetables. Although there were 2 dishes and 1 soup, they were all served in large basins, and there was also a large pot of brown rice. Old Mrs. Su looked at Su Yao and said, My dear, this is the wild boar that the white tiger carried down yesterday. Grandma asked your dad to go out and sell it for money. So we don't have wild boar meat to eat, but we bought pork specially. Su Yao nodded when she heard her grandma say this. Anyway, she didn't like to eat wild boar meat. She always felt that the taste of wild boar meat was a little heavy, but people in the city especially liked to eat these game meats. Su Yao just started to eat chopsticks when she suddenly remembered what she wanted to know originally. She looked up at her father. Dad, are there any stalls over there when you and Grandpa go to the dock to find work? The eldest Su thought about it and nodded. Su Yao asked immediately, Then have you noticed what people are selling at the stalls? When the eldest Su heard his darling asking this, He really didn't pay attention. The fourth Sue, who was sitting at the dinner table, said, I did see that some people were selling cakes and some were selling tea. I smell that the cakes made of wild vegetables are very fragrant. The old man Sue glanced at his fourth son from the side. You just know how to eat. The fourth Sue couldn't help but chuckle when he heard his father say that. Dad, if I didn't pay attention, how could the darling ask me today? The old man Sue couldn't help but sneer when he heard his fourth son say that. Huh, you are still a little useful. The fourth Sue looked at Su Yao. Darling, why are you asking these questions? Are you doing business? Su Yao looked at her fourth uncle and nodded her head. She felt that this fourth uncle had the best temper and was cheerful. If he set up a stall to do business, it should be good, unlike her second uncle and third uncle. When Su Lao Si saw Su Yao nod, his eyes lit up immediately. He came to Su Yao, pinched Su Yao's shoulders and combed her hair with a flattering look. My dear, what kind of business do you want to do? Tell your fourth uncle. How about he help you? When Su Lao Tai heard this, she patted her fourth uncle on the back. Go away, I still have parents. When will it be your turn as the fourth uncle to get involved here? Hurry up and sit back on your stool to eat. Look at your shameless appearance, just like the eunuchs in the palace. Su Lao Si pulled a face when he heard what his mother said. You haven't seen the eunuchs in the palace. How do you know that I look like the eunuchs? Old Mrs. Su laughed at the side. How come you haven't seen eunuchs? Have you never even heard of them? The eunuchs in the palace are just like you, with a face that wants to please people. Old man Su interrupted at this time. You also look like a servant. Su Lao Si heard his parents making fun of him and hurried back to his seat. Su Yao looked at the happy family and tilted her head and laughed. Old man Su looked at Su Yao and said, My dear, what kind of business do you want to do? Su Yao said, Grandpa, I thought about it this way. We have a refrigerator at home, so I thought I could make herbal tea. The key is that it is really cold. After all, there are ice cubes in it. Grandpa, think about those people who get off work. They must be tired and thirsty, especially in such a hot weather. If they can drink a bowl of ice-cold water, wouldn't they feel much more comfortable? Su Lao Si nodded at the side, thinking that his little niece was extremely smart. Old Mrs. Su was a little hesitant. After all, their family had been serving the land for generations. How could they have done this kind of business? But Old Man Su didn't think so. He thought his own little boy was smart, flexible, and had many ideas. If he did it, it would definitely be a big business. Feng Yulian supported her daughter unconditionally. Whatever her daughter said was what it was. The daughter was the sky and the earth. Finally, Old Man Su slapped the table and said, Okay, since the little boy wants to do it, then Grandpa will accompany you at that time. Old Fourth Su raised his head and said, And me, I will accompany our little boy too. Old Big Su was listless. He also wanted to say that he would accompany the little boy. But he had already promised his father to go to work tomorrow. Okay, I'll go to work first. Su Yao felt that she had done a good business, so she asked everyone in the family to set up a small stall. I heard that the wharf here is not small. After lunch, Su Yao was taken by Old Man Su to the home of the only old man who did carpentry work in the village. Su Yao said what she wanted, and Old Man Su paid 36 coins before he came back with Su Yao in his arms. After coming back, he began to study what kind of herbal tea to make. Su Yao remembered watching a short video in her previous life and saw that the most popular perilla tea in the Song dynasty. And perilla leaves are the most common. The main method is to wash the perilla leaves in clean water first. Then put the perilla leaves in a pottery jar and put a little licorice. Put a piece of tangerine peel, a little rock sugar, and then pour clean water, cooked perilla tea, and a whole lemon. Cut the lemon in half, put the water in another small bowl, and then pour the lemon water into the perilla tea. The originally boiled yellow perilla tea will instantly turn red. The color is dazzling red. Once this tea is launched, it will definitely win the hearts of many people. Su Yao carefully explained each step in detail to her grandmother. Then she began to take the lead in making a little and try it out. Until the evening, the whole family drank the ice-cold perilla tea. Feng Yulian nodded as she looked at the tea, but she still said to her own little boy, Is the sugar used in this tea expensive? Can you make more money then? For them, the perilla leaves are worthless, and they are everywhere on the trees. In addition, labor and firewood are not valuable, and the main thing is that the sugar inside looks like the cost is not low. Su Yao said, "We didn't put a few pieces of sugar in it, just this light fragrance. I'm sure others will like it." Old man Su roughly calculated it, and indeed, he didn't see his little boy throw a few pieces of sugar into this pot of perilla tea. So he can make a lot of money anyway. I just don't know how much money you plan to sell this bowl of perilla tea for. Su Yao thought that this bowl of tea didn't use much materials. Grandpa, why don't you sell it for 2 cents first? After he said this, old man Su's eyes widened. My dear, 2 cents for a bowl is really a bit too expensive. I saw others charge only 1 cent. And there is no stall fee, so the price is relatively cheap. Su Yao shook her head. Grandpa, theirs is only 1 cent, which is different from our herbal tea. Theirs is just cold herbal tea, but ours is herbal tea with ice cubes, which is different. Old Mrs. Su also echoed. Yes, old man, we have ice cubes here. Ice is such a rare thing. How can it be sold at the same price as them? After hearing this, old man Su finally nodded. He was afraid that others would think it was too expensive and couldn't sell it, and his sweet baby would be sad. Originally, Su Yao planned to make mint water, but thought that not everyone could accept the taste of mint. So in the end, she chose basil tea. After dinner, everyone had to rest, and the freezer was full of frozen water. Just wait for it to freeze into ice overnight, so that it can be put in a wooden barrel and taken away tomorrow. A dreamless night, the next morning. When the sky was slightly bright, everyone got up and washed, and began to follow the steps of how to make basil tea that the sweet baby taught them yesterday. When Su Yao got up, everyone was almost ready. After a quick breakfast, the family sat at home and waited anxiously. It was almost noon when everyone picked things and borrowed the money from Uncle Neo's house in the next village. The ox cart then rushed to the wharf. When they arrived at the wharf, they saw many people setting up stalls, and they had already started to move to the place where they had originally set up their stalls. Su Yao was held in Feng Yulian's arms, while Old Man Su and Old Four Su looked around. When they had almost set up their stalls, they found a place at the back and took down all the things. Next to them was a man selling egg pancakes, and he stretched his head to look at Old Man Su. He thought that this family might be trying to steal his business. From selling egg pancakes himself to everyone coming to buy egg pancakes later, he could earn more than 10 or 20 cents a day. But now, even on a good day, he can only earn more than 10 cents at most. When Old Man Su put a few wooden barrels on the cart, the auntie who sold egg-filled pancakes next door breathed a sigh of relief. She came to Old Man Su with a happy face. "Oh, what are you selling? Why are all the things in wooden barrels?" Su Yao looked at the other person's smiling face and greeted him, and shouted in a baby voice, "Our family sells herbal tea." The man nodded when he heard this. What he thought in his heart was that there were many families selling herbal tea, but those who really sold it were reluctant to spend the money. They would rather go home and drink some water than drink something sweet that costs a copper coin. But he said, "It's good to sell herbal tea. It can help to cool down in such hot weather." Su Yao nodded when she heard this, and the aunt stopped chatting with them. Returning to her stall, the workers at the dock went off work one after another soon. Su Lauda rushed to the front and finally saw his father's stall when he was almost at the end of the road. Thinking about how sweaty he was, he didn't want to hug Guaibao anymore. Instead, he teased Su Yao. "Guaibao is here too. Our Guaibao is so capable that he even knew to set up a stall for Grandpa and fourth uncle." Su Yao was amused by her father and laughed. Old Man Su glanced at his stupid son. This idea was all Guaibao's idea. If she didn't come, how could he do it? After a while, Su Lauer and several workers who were moving goods came out with a smile. Those workers said to Su Lauer, "What you said is true. Someone from your family wants to come here to set up a stall to sell herbal tea. The key is that this herbal tea is iced." Su Lauer nodded. "Of course it's true. How can I lie to you?" After hearing this, some of them were still a little confused. Where did the ice come from in the hot summer? The people who came to work on the first day couldn't be bragging. If it was just an ordinary herbal tea, they would definitely stay away from Su Lauer at that time. They hated people who were full of nonsense the most. Su Lauer brought these people to the stall of Su Lautu and said to his father, "Dad, give each of us a bowl of herbal tea." Su Lautu saw his second son and a group of people coming over, and quickly said yes. Then he began to scoop a bowl of perilla tea for each of them. Everyone looked at the bamboo tube, filled with herbal tea. One of the big men asked, "Why is your herbal tea red?" Su Yao said on the side, "Uncle, don't worry, it's made from perilla leaves and tastes delicious." Several people nodded when they heard this, and one of them took a sip first. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Oh my, why is this really cold? You put ice in it." Su Lautu nodded when he heard this, "And my wooden barrel is full of ice." Then he opened one of the wooden barrels for the man to see. The man's eyes widened instantly. "Your herbal tea is real herbal tea. The key is that it tastes sweet and delicious." The others heard their brother say this, and they drank the herbal tea one by one. When they paid, they hesitated. This was actually made with ice. The price must not be as cheap as other herbal teas. I just don't know if it will be too expensive. I was really stupid. Why didn't I ask the price in advance? One of them hesitated, but still said to Old Man Su, "Uncle, how much do you sell this for per bowl?" When Old Man Su heard someone asking how much it cost, he immediately became a little nervous. When Old Man Su came over, he saw that the herbal tea sellers all sold it in a bamboo tube for 1 penny. That bamboo tube was even bigger than his bamboo tube. Su Yao said sweetly, "My shop only costs 2 cents, and you can drink ice-cold herbal tea for 2 cents. The others were relieved when they heard this. It was cheaper than they expected, although it was 1 cent more expensive than other shops. But it was worth it. Several of them quickly took out 2 cents from their pockets and handed them to Old Man Su. The big man who tasted it first had finished a small bamboo tube and handed it to Old Man Su. The old man gave me another bamboo tube, and then he handed over 2 cents. Old Man Su never thought about these people. He easily accepted the price and didn't think it was expensive at all. The people who were leaving work at the back looked at Old Man Su's stall, which was surrounded by people. Thinking that it should be a new stall, they all went forward curiously to see what was being sold. When they knew that it was selling iced herbal tea, they were all curious. Old Man Su and Old Fourth Su were busy, while Old Master Su was teasing Su Yao. Old Man Su kicked Old Master Su's ace in the midst of his busy schedule. "Don't play dead there. Can't you see that I'm busy as?
Come and help."
Old Master Su heard his father say that, and he smiled and hurried over to help. Old Second Su exchanged a few more words with the people in front of him before joining in the busy work. It was not until afternoon that Old Master Su and Old Second Su hurried home to have a meal, and then continued to work at the dock. Old Man Su looked at the 4 large wooden barrels he brought, and all of them were sold out. Then he put the things on the ox cart and pulled them home. The bosses of other stalls saw that Old Man Su's stall had sold out. One by one, they cast envious eyes. But some of the bosses who sold herbal tea looked at Old Man Su's back fiercely. This Old Man Su took away all their business when he came. They didn't make much money every day, and now that the good people have come, no one wants to buy their herbal tea. After Old Man Su left, the men who sold herbal tea gathered together to discuss. "I see that this family seems to have several sons. It's not a good idea for us to do this." One of the honest and simple men, upon hearing these people say they were going to overturn Old Man Su's stall, couldn't help but hesitate. When the others heard him say this, they rolled their eyes. If you want to be like today in the future, with no business at all, then do join, and don't blame us for not reminding you when the time comes. After Old Man Su brought Old Fourth Su and his granddaughter back, he went to the old woman's room to count the silver. There were 70 coins in total. Su Yao thought about 70 coins. It seemed that she couldn't just do this little business. She still had to do something else. This was too little money. Her grandfather and fourth uncle also helped at noon. Her father and second uncle also helped. Thinking of the mung bean sprouts and yellow bean sprouts she made in her previous life, they were quite good. After finishing the last business in the evening, She considered asking her family to see if she could change to other businesses. At worst, she could continue to sell basil herbal tea. In addition, she could ask her mother and second aunt to make mung bean sprouts. Moreover, from her memory, she knew that this farmer's family had never grown mung bean sprouts. I believe those restaurants definitely don't have them. Old man Su thought that his darling hadn't eaten all afternoon, so he took his darling to eat. While eating and discussing, Su Yao thought of the mung bean sprouts. Grandma, listen to me. We can still sell these mung bean sprouts to restaurants. The old god said that the taste is quite good, whether stir-fried or boiled. Old Mrs. Su nodded while digging steamed eggs for her dear baby. Okay. Since the dear baby wants to try it, let's try it. For old Mrs. Su, if the god said it, it must be possible. In the afternoon, they prepared several barrels of purple basil herbal tea and then took the ox cart to the dock again. But when they arrived at the dock, they found that their original position was occupied by another herbal tea seller. Old man Su didn't think much of it, but moved back. Just as he set up the stall, he saw several people rolling up their sleeves and walking over. Old man, I see that you are quite old. I advise you to know what's right and wrong and go back quickly. At your age, you should enjoy your life and stop competing with people like us who support the family. When old man Su heard these people's expressions, he understood everything. It must be that he was blocking their business by selling herbal tea. Su Yao frowned, looking at these men with ferocious looks. She said in a baby voice, "Are you hooligans? Or is it that your land does not allow us to set up a stall? You have to support your family. Why don't we have to support our family?" A group of people heard the voice of Nai Tuanzi and saw Nai Tuanzi in Su Laoxi's arms. She was tilting her neck and talking to them in a fierce voice. One of the big men frowned, thinking that the child was still so young. Why bother with a baby? If he yelled at her again, she would cry so loudly that her head would hurt.
No matter what she said,
she continued to say to old man Su, "I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for overturning your stall." Old man Su hesitated instantly. These big men in front of him looked ferocious. Besides the fourth son Su, the other two sons did not get off work. The third son was busy at home and did not follow him at all. The fourth son, Su, had to hold his own baby. If they really started fighting, they would not be their opponents. The voice that was about to deal with Su Yao sounded again. "I advise you to know what's good for you. Otherwise, if you really overturn my stall, you will never have a good life here in the future. We are not afraid of those who wear shoes when we are barefoot, and my father and uncles are not freeloaders. If you don't believe me, just try it." These people heard the little girl's baby voice and fierce look. They couldn't help but sneer. "You little kid is quite fierce." Su Yao pinched her waist with one hand and said angrily, "People say that harmony brings wealth. You do your business, and we do ours without disturbing each other. If you insist on making things too awkward, then none of us will have a good life. The county magistrate you are talking about is not just there to do nothing, right? When the time comes, I will make sure my father reports to the police and has all of you arrested." One of the big men was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people and said to the people behind him, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just overturn his stall." I don't believe that if they report to the police, the county magistrate will do anything. Su Yao saw that they were really going to do it, and she instantly became angry. She used her supernatural power to strike at them. The first few people who were about to overturn the stall in front of old man Su were instantly struck by lightning and lay on the ground twitching. Su Yao controlled her supernatural power. Being confused doesn't hurt the brain. These people will only twitch for a while at most. Even if they are uncomfortable, it will only be a day or two. At least they won't die directly. After the people behind reacted, they all stepped back. Looking at old man Su, their eyes changed again and again, thinking that old man Su must be no ordinary person. Otherwise, why would even God be helping him? Thinking of this, they hurried back to their stalls. They never dared to think about overturning the old man's stall again. For them, what they believe most is the theory of ghosts and gods. Who knows if he has accumulated great merits, so even God helps them. They don't believe that the thunder from the ground is a coincidence, and they waited until they got off work at night. These people selling herbal tea were also honest and shouted at their stalls. Old Man Su didn't need to shout at all, he was busy. In the middle, he stepped on his shoes and the heels fell off. He didn't have time to put on his shoes and continued to work. Su Laoxi's belt was not tied properly today, and it always felt loose. The family was busy until it was almost dark, and then they packed up and went home. After returning home, the first thing Old Man Su did was to go to the old woman's room with his money bag and start counting copper coins. Su Yao was no longer very interested in these copper coins. Seeing that her grandfather and fourth uncle were busy, they only earned so little in the end. It seems that it is not enough to just set up such a small stall. Let's see if we can set up a stall in the town later. Especially, I have seen people in novels before, and they went to sell houses after crossing. Although I can cook some home-cooked dishes and know the steps, there are no heavy-tasting seasonings in ancient times. In ancient times here, there was not even chili peppers, so boiled vegetables did not exist at all. Basically, they are fried with oil. If you want this dish to taste good, you have to add more oil. The whole family was having dinner, and Su Yao repeated what she had said to her grandparents at noon. The family members nodded repeatedly when they heard this, although they didn't understand how their darling knew so much. But since the darling said so, they were naturally willing to give it a try. Old Man Su looked at the eldest and second oldest sons and said, "Have you been paid for today's work?" The eldest Su said, "Dad, it's a total of 30 copper coins." Then the eldest Su and the second Su handed the 30 copper coins from their pockets to the Old Man Su at the same time. Su Yao's eyes widened instantly. He went there so early in the morning and came back so late at night for a whole day. And he didn't even provide food, but there were only 30 copper coins. The most important thing was that Su Yao was curious at the time, so she asked her fourth uncle to carry her over there and take a look. She watched the men carrying large sacks of unknown things on their shoulders again and again, carrying them back and forth like this, from morning to night. In the end, there were only 30 cents. The Old Man Su took the 30 cents and returned 10 cents to the two of them. "Keep these 10 cents for yourselves, and the remaining 20 cents will be considered public." The eldest and second oldest Su smiled and put the 10 cents pushed by Old Man Su into their own pockets. Su Yao looked at her father's happy face when he took the 10 cents and felt sadder the more she looked. She decided to start making mung bean sprouts tomorrow and also consider selling recipes in restaurants when the time comes. In short, she decided to find a job that can make money quickly. This will save her from having grandma at home who is reluctant to spend money and is pinching the pennies every day. After thinking about it, Su Yao said to Old Lady Su, "Grandma, I'm sleepy, and I'm going to go back to my room to sleep." Old Lady Su nodded repeatedly. "My dear, go and have a rest. You must be exhausted today." Then he accompanied Su Yao to her room, covered Su Yao's belly, and closed the door. Su Yao saw her grandmother had left, waited for a while, and then got out of bed and locked the door. Then she came to the space in a flash. She found a lot of books in the space, wrote down several recipes, and then fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, after Su Yao washed up, she pestered her father and insisted that he go out to buy some water tanks. Although she could grow mung bean sprouts in her own space and take them out later, she thought about the many people in the village. There were so many people and eyes, it would be bad if she was suspected by others again. Besides, it would be a waste of time to create something out of nothing. It's not easy to explain. The eldest brother Su dotes on his daughter. He goes to the village to see who has water tanks and buys them all. Su Yao teaches her mother and second aunt how to make bean sprouts, and teaches her grandmother how to make braised meat. Time passed by little, and the first batch of bean sprouts was ready in a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, before dawn, the eldest brother Su took his daughter and Old Man Su to pull a cart and rushed to the town. Su Yao looked at the full of mung bean sprouts on the cart, thinking about the many restaurants in the city, and wanted to pull it to the restaurant first to see if people would buy it. As soon as he arrived in the town, Old Man Su looked at the restaurant that his dear baby pointed at and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "My dear baby, this restaurant looks so big. Can we go in?" Su Yao also saw the nervousness of her grandfather and shook her head. "Grandpa, don't worry. They must value harmony when they open a door to do business. Besides, if they don't want it, we won't lose anything, right? Old Man Su nodded when he heard it. Then he went to the door of the restaurant first and asked the waiter inside, "Is the shopkeeper here? I have some fresh dishes, and I want to ask him if he can buy them." When the waiter heard this, he said to Old Man Su, "Go to the back door. There are people who collect the vegetables in the back. Go and have a look." Old Man Su nodded repeatedly when he heard this. "Okay, thank you." The waiter waved his hand and continued to wipe the table in front of him with a rag. After Old Man Su came back, he waved his hand. He said to Old Man Su cheerfully, "Let us go to the back door. There are people who collect the vegetables in the back door." When Boss Su heard this, he immediately became excited. He pulled the cart to the back door of the restaurant. As soon as he arrived at the back door, he found that there were several families in front of him with some unknown things in their hands. They were all queuing up and slowly walking into the yard. Boss Su also moved the mung bean sprouts down and lined up. When it was Boss Su's turn, there were no more people queuing behind him. The shopkeeper who was collecting vegetables in front looked at Boss Su and asked him, knowing he was a stranger, "You just came here, right? What vegetables are you delivering?" Boss Su quickly opened the basket and lifted up a wet cloth on it. "Shopkeeper, this is a fresh food called mung bean sprouts, made from mung beans." The shopkeeper frowned when he heard that it was made of mung beans. Mung beans can only be used to make mung bean soup or mung bean cakes, pastries, and the like. How can there be such a thing? A closer look showed that it was actually mung bean sprouts, and he couldn't help scratching his head. Mung bean sprouts do not grow in the soil. After they grow up, they will become mung bean vines and produce mung beans in the future. But this one looks white and tender, and it looks like it can be eaten. Before Boss Su could say anything, the baby voice of Su Yao in Old Man Su's arms rang out. "Shopkeeper, you can try to stir-fry it. This thing tastes delicious when fried." The shopkeeper glanced at Su Yao and saw that she looked so cute that he liked it very much. After thinking about it, he finally nodded. "Then you guys wait a moment." The shopkeeper mainly felt that there were not many people in the back, so it would be okay to try to stir-fry it. What if it could be a new dish? Wouldn't it be able to sell for a lot of money? Nowadays, there is a lot of competition in restaurants. Others will just like it if you can come up with something new, and who knows, it might attract more customers. After figuring it out, the shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and planned to go into the kitchen to make it. Su Yao's voice sounded again. "This dish is more suitable for stir-frying." The shopkeeper heard the little milk ball's milky voice and thought it was very cute. Su Yao's voice continued, "This kind of thing is also called bean sprouts, which can also be stir-fried. But if it can be paired with some meat, the taste will definitely be delicious, but it is the perfect match with fish. Just put more dried chili peppers." The shopkeeper couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard that the little milk ball actually knew about chili peppers. The shopkeeper had heard of chili peppers in the capital, which were brought here by the Hu people to sell. It is said that although the taste is a bit choking, the taste of cooking is so beautiful. But it is not something that ordinary people can get, and this little milk ball actually knows so much. The shopkeeper said to Old Man Su, "Your child is quite talkative. He is not afraid of life at all. He will definitely do great things in the future." When Old Man Su heard the shopkeeper praising his baby, he nodded and laughed. Although the shopkeeper thought so, he had never made such a thing after all. What if he got poisoned after eating it? Old Man Su looked at the shopkeeper who seemed to be hesitating and said quickly, "We have eaten this thing more than once or twice. The taste is just as delicious as our little granddaughter said. I will taste it for you after you make it. If you think it is okay, you can taste it again to see if you can accept it." The shopkeeper nodded and made a gesture of invitation to Old Man Su and Boss Su. "Come in and sit down first. I'll ask the kitchen helper to cook a plate for you to try." The shopkeeper said a few words to the waiter, and the waiter in the store brought a pot of tea to Old Man Su. He poured a cup of tea for each of them, and then went to work somewhere else. The shopkeeper listened to what Old Man Su said about how to cook, and then told the kitchen helper to cook a plate. After cooking, he brought it to Old Man Su. Old Man Su had eaten this thing at home a long time ago, so he naturally knew that it was not poisonous. He tasted it with a chopstick first, and couldn't help but sigh that it was much better than what he made at home. The taste of the restaurant is still good, and the chef is willing to put oil. Unlike at home, it's basically just 2 drops and it's done. The shopkeeper looked at Old Man Sue after he tasted it, and he looked like he was enjoying it. Then he picked up a chopstick and put it in his mouth. His eyes widened immediately. This taste was something he had never tasted before, and he felt a refreshing feeling. Suyao took the chopsticks and tasted it and sighed. The shopkeeper couldn't help but find it funny to see the little guy sighing. "Why are you sighing?" "It's because the food made by our people is not to your taste." Suyao nodded. "Shopkeeper, you don't know, this thing would be delicious if it had chili peppers." Chili peppers are the ones that are the length of a finger, but are red and spicy when eaten. The shopkeeper nodded when he heard this. "I know what you were talking about. Those are the chili peppers that Hu Bang brought over. We don't have them in our restaurant, but I heard that those sold in the capital are sold at sky-high prices. Our restaurant is small, and we really can't afford such things." Suyao nodded. "Then shopkeeper, if I can grow chili peppers, you can buy them for me when the time comes." When the shopkeeper heard what the little milk ball said, his eyes widened immediately.
What?
"You can actually grow peppers?" Suyao nodded her head. "Since I know it, of course I know it. I bought some unfamiliar seeds from the Hu merchant before, and I didn't know that this is the pepper that sells for sky-high prices in Beijing." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, wiped his hands, and said to Old Man Sue, "I just don't know if there are any seeds of this pepper you are talking about. Why not sell some to us? And how to make peppers fried with bean sprouts. If you know it, why don't you tell me? I can buy this recipe." Suyao shook her head at her grandfather. Old Man Sue understood what his darling meant, and shook his head at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper saw Old Man Sue's expression and knew that he definitely couldn't buy it. But he quickly said, "After all, this is also your means of livelihood, so don't sell it if you don't want to."
But you can sell peppers like this.
Old Man Sue nodded when he heard this, although he didn't know what the peppers his darling was talking about. But seeing that the shopkeeper actually knew it, plus what his darling said, there must be some. It seems that it must have been given by the immortal master. The shopkeeper thought that the stir-fried bean sprouts tasted very good, and decided to buy all the bean sprouts from the Sue family. When the time comes, he will give more out as a new dish tasting. Suyao looked at the shopkeeper's satisfied look and knew that the bean sprouts might have been bought up by the shopkeeper alone. Sure enough, the next moment the shopkeeper's voice rang out, "Brother, I don't know how much silver you are going to sell these bean sprouts for. I'll buy them all for you. Can you offer a slightly lower price?" Old Man Sue glanced at Suyao and said nothing. Then he said, "These bean sprouts are 3.5 taels of silver in total. If you want them all, I'll give you 3 taels of silver." The shopkeeper saw that the Sue family knew how to do business, so he directly reduced the price by 1/2 ounce of silver. This was 1/2 ounce of silver. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay, I'll ask someone to get the silver for you." After the shopkeeper left, Old Man Sue patted his chest. "My dear, I was thinking that the bean sprouts were so expensive. Who would buy them? There really is a sucker." Suyao smiled when she heard what her grandfather said. "Grandpa, don't say that. If the shopkeeper hears it, he will be so sad. Besides, our price is not too expensive. After all, things are valuable because they are rare. These bean sprouts may bring a lot of profit to the boss." Old Man Sue looked around and saw that the guys were busy and far away. Then he laughed. Boss Sue was also very shocked. At first, he thought that the shopkeeper would definitely lower the price. After all, this price is many times more expensive than ordinary vegetables. Who knew that the shopkeeper agreed, without even blinking? Suyao had already thought clearly that the shopkeeper would definitely buy them all. Not to mention that the scale of the restaurant is not small. And there are so many restaurants nearby. If you want more customers, then we have to introduce more new dishes. Seeing that the shopkeeper didn't even blink, he would sell his peppers to the shopkeeper after they were grown. He believed that he would make a lot of money by then. When the shopkeeper handed the silver to Old Man Sue, the family left the restaurant happily. But the shopkeeper got busy and asked the waiters to advertise everywhere that he had launched new dishes. They were only given away and not sold. As long as people came to the restaurant to eat, each table would be given a plate. Old man Su happily held the silver and wanted to go back with his baby. Su Yao pestered her grandfather to buy a bullock cart. "Grandpa, do you think we should make these bean sprouts and sell them, and sell peppers and other kinds of vegetables in the future? Are you and Dad planning to push a cart to the city to sell vegetables before dawn?" Old man Su hesitated when he heard his darling say that. Although he had a horse-drawn carriage at home, it was not very convenient to use. How could this open-air cart be more convenient? Besides, his wife loved the horse so much. The horse was always fed with the tenderest grass, and she would never let the horse do any work. Every day, she served the horse in the backyard like a master. If the horse was asked to pull the cart to the city to sell vegetables before dawn, his wife would definitely be the first to refuse. The little bison was too young and could not work for a while. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. "Okay, let's go to the market and have a look." When it came to the livestock market, Old man Su fell in love with the donkey at first sight. Su Yao looked at the donkey and couldn't help but sigh. "Grandpa, we agreed to buy a cow. This cow can not only plow the land but also deliver goods in the future. It will be very useful." Old man Su hesitated when he heard this. "My dear, have you forgotten that we still have a calf at home? When it grows up for another 2 years, it can go to the fields to plow and pull things." Hearing what his grandfather said, he shook his head again and again. "Grandpa, it will take 2 years for the calf to grow up. We have to earn so much money in these 2 years. We can't let everyone in the family be so tired," Su Yao said with a little mouth. Finally, Old man Su decided to buy a cow. When Old man Su drove the cow to the entrance of the village, the intelligence network at the entrance of the entire village exploded. One by one, they gathered around this strong, big yellow cow. "Oh, I'm saying that the Su family is really wealthy. They actually bought such a big cow. Don't you have a little bison at home? Did you kill the bison for meat?" Old man Su waved his hands repeatedly. "How is that possible? The little bison is still so small. It will take at least 1 to 2 years before it can go to the fields to plow. You just started a small business and then thought of bringing back a whole cow. It will be more convenient to send things to the city in the future." When the villagers heard what kind of business Old man Su said he had started, their eyes widened. One of the old ladies said to the Old man Su, "Brother, what skills do you have? Don't hide it. We are all from the same village. If you have any way to make money, don't forget our fellow villagers." The others echoed, "Yes, yes. Old Su family, we were all poor together in the past. We have always supported each other to survive. This time we are fleeing from famine, and every household is out of money. If you have a better way to make money, you must tell us." At this time, the village head's wife scolded these people. "If your family has the ability to make money, don't you tell others? We all make a living by our own abilities. Why don't you teach everyone the carpentry that your old man knows?" After saying this, she looked at the other old lady who spoke. "And isn't your old man the best at masonry? Hand over this skill." The people who were scolded immediately lowered their heads. Yes, who would tell others if they have a money-making skill? Old man Su is honest. If they did, they would have made money secretly. How could they tell others openly? Old man Su doesn't think so. In his mind, it's better to tell others himself. When he goes to the town to deliver goods every day with a bullock cart, he will definitely know sooner or later. When he knows, he will feel that he is not genuine. It's better to tell others in advance. Su Yao fell into deep thought. She was almost eaten at that time. But the village chief brought all the villagers to come here. So, no matter what, she will naturally help the villagers to get rich together. Thinking of this, he said to the village chief's wife, "Don't worry, Grandma. If I have other ways to make money, I will tell you." The village chief's wife sighed when she heard Su Yao say this. He touched Su Yao's little head and said, "Well, our little lucky star is capable. If there is any other way to make money, we can tell you later. Go back quickly, it's getting late. You come back so late, you must not have eaten yet." When Old man Su heard what the village head's wife said, he nodded repeatedly. Then he took Su Yao and Old man Su and led the cow back. After they left, other people in the village started talking about it. I think it's all the blessing of that little lucky star. Otherwise, the old Su family would have been poor all their lives. Since the little lucky star was born, we now have money to buy cows, and our family is getting better and better. The others nodded frequently. Why didn't I think of taking this child back to my home at that time? The village head's wife looked at the man with a look of regret and said, Old Man Su and Mrs. Su took out all their food to redeem this girl. If this happened in your family, who among you would be willing to do it? Those people were silent immediately. Yes. If they took out all their own food to buy a child, would their family die? This is of course impossible. As soon as Old Man Su came back, Old Lady Su saw the big yellow cow led by her old man in the yard. Her eyes widened immediately. She rushed out of the door with a roar. You old man, this is not the cow you bought, is it? Old Man Su nodded repeatedly when he heard what Old Lady Su said. He smiled and said, Yes, our darling wants to buy a cow, saying that it will be useful for future business. When Old Lady Su heard this, she slapped her thigh. With a roar, she took off her cloth shoes and slapped Old Man Su. You old man, our family has finally settled down and you are the first to squander the family, right? We have a little bison and a horse at home, and now you bring back a big yellow cow. I think you don't want to live anymore. Old Man Su was chased all over the yard by his own wife. Su Yao giggled, then ran to Old Lady Su and hugged her legs. Old Lady Su squatted down because she was afraid that she would kick Su Yao again. My dear, go aside. Grandma is going to teach your grandfather a lesson today. Su Yao shouted with a smile. Grandma, this big yellow cow is what Yao Yao wants to buy. It has nothing to do with Grandpa. Old Man Su breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his own dear child speaking for him. He explained to Old Lady Su, Old woman, why do you want to hit me without knowing the truth? This is what your darling granddaughter said she wanted to buy. She said she would use it more in the future when she goes to the city to do business. The horse we have is not suitable for use, mainly because it is so conspicuous, so we bought another big yellow cow. Old Mrs. Su rolled her eyes at Old Man Su, not wanting to pay any attention to her old man at all. She hugged Su Yao in her arms, and then came to the big yellow cow. She touched it here and there and was naturally very happy. But she still felt sorry for the money. Su Yao said to her grandmother, I sold bean sprouts for 3 taels of silver today, and the owner of the restaurant took it all. Su Yao said, and waved her hand. Old Mrs. Su nodded when she heard the nod. It's good that it sold. It's good that it sold. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately turned her head to look at Su Yao.
What?
My dear, how much silver did you say you sold it for? Su Yao looked at her grandmother's shocked expression and giggled. Grandma did sell it for 3 taels of silver, and she gave him a low price. After hearing this, Mrs. Su felt a little lightheaded. She had been thinking that this ox would cost a lot of money, but now she heard that such a small amount of mung bean sprouts was sold for 3 taels of silver. Oh my God! How much money can she make in the future? Mrs. Su thought to herself, wouldn't her family become rich just by selling bean sprouts in the future? Su Yao hugged Mrs. Su's neck and said softly, we have agreed with the shopkeeper that we will sell him the peppers we grow. Mrs. Su was a little confused. Where can we get peppers at home? Su Yao leaned close to Mrs. Su's ear and whispered, Grandma, those are the seeds given by the master. When we grow peppers, we can sell them at a sky-high price. Although I don't know how much the sky-high price my dear baby is talking about, I think it must be higher than the price of bean sprouts. In an instant, I didn't have much opinion on the big yellow cow bought by the old man. Grandma Su just held Su Yao for a while, and she felt that this little guy was really heavy. She couldn't hold Su Yao at all, so she put Su Yao on the ground. Su Yao naturally knew that her grandma was not young. Even if an ordinary old lady held her, she would definitely not be able to hold her. Especially since she ate well, she has grown so big recently. Fortunately, she often dripped 2 drops of spiritual spring water into the water tank. That's why everyone in the family has a lot of strength. Grandma Su saw her little granddaughter just landed, and she ran towards her room. Then she came out with a small cloth bag. Su Yao put the cloth bag in front of her grandma. Grandma, look, these are the pepper seeds given by the master. There are other fruit seeds behind, as well as watermelon and strawberry. Old Mrs. Su heard from her little granddaughter that she had never heard of fruit seeds. They must be very precious. Old Man Su was explaining to the side how precious peppers were, as the shopkeeper said. And the origin of peppers. Old Mrs. Su nodded repeatedly and waited until after dinner when Su Yao saw that the weather outside was not too hot. Then she thought of the vegetable garden she had reclaimed in front of her house and used all the peppers to cultivate pepper seedlings. Before sowing them, she soaked them in spiritual spring water. After sowing them all in the vegetable garden, she didn't care about it anymore. A dreamless night, the next morning, Su Yao went to the vegetable garden to see, and sure enough, all the pepper seedlings had grown out. Fortunately, everyone in the family knew how special they were, otherwise they would be surprised. The most important thing is that their home is at the end of the village at the foot of the mountain, so no one has noticed this small vegetable garden. At this time, several brothers ran out of the yard, each carrying a small cloth bag. Su Miu came to Su Yao and said, "Sister, we are going to the school. When we come back in the evening, I will tell you about the fun things in the school. You should be good at home and don't run around." Su Yao listened to her elder brother's little mouth and nodded repeatedly as he told her, "Goodbye, brother." The little radish heads left with their heads turned back every few steps. Su Yao looked at the pepper seedlings that had grown and thought about dividing the seedlings and planting them. But looking at a piece of land full of pepper seedlings, she couldn't help scratching her head. This was too much. At this time, Grandma Su also came out of the yard and saw her little granddaughter squatting in the vegetable garden, scratching her head and couldn't help feeling funny. This was a little milk ball, so cute. "My dear, what are you looking at?" When Grandma Su came up to her, she saw that the seedlings were so beautiful. It's just that they were all crowded together, densely packed. Su Yao said to Grandma Su, "Grandma, I feel like you planted too many seedlings." Su Yao originally wanted to plant the peppers in half an acre of land, but she didn't know that the spiritual spring water would grow so well. Basically, every pepper seed has sprouted. She just soaked it in the spiritual spring water for 2 minutes, and the effect is so good. Grandma Su looked at so many pepper seedlings and asked Su Yao, "Are they growing together like wheat?" Su Yao shook her head and said, "The seedlings should be about this far apart." She gestured with her little hand. Grandma Su frowned when she heard this. If that was the case, there wouldn't be so much land to plant these pepper seedlings. Su Yao suddenly thought of selling the extra pepper seedlings and said to her grandma, "Grandma, you can sell these extra pepper seedlings to the people in the village. If they are willing to buy, give them a few copper coins. If they are not willing, it doesn't matter." Grandma Su nodded repeatedly when she heard this, just thinking that they were all villagers. Wouldn't it be bad if it made people spend money? Su Yao naturally knew what her grandmother was thinking and said, "This kind of pepper will definitely be sold in the future. So they won't lose money anyway, and they will definitely thank our family in the future." When Old Lady Su heard this, she nodded repeatedly, "Okay, I'll ask your village chief's grandmother later to see if they need it." Su Yao nodded her head. In this way, she can not only make some money, but she can also build a good relationship with the people in the village. At least she won't make others jealous. Anyway, the word will definitely be spread at that time, and whoever wants to buy can buy some. The peppers grown may be sold in the future, and this must be made clear. But it can't be guaranteed completely. Old Lady Su took her granddaughter to the yard and gave her a few words of advice. Then she went to the village chief's house. When Old Lady Su arrived at the village chief's house, the village chief's wife had just fed the chickens in the yard. She saw Old Lady Su coming over, thinking that this old lady always came to the temple for no reason and was definitely coming to see the village chief. She quickly went to the inner room and called out her old man who was still drinking porridge. When she arrived at the yard, Old Lady Su just looked at the door and didn't go in. The village chief looked at Old Lady Su and asked, "Old Su, what do you want to talk to me about?" Old Lady Su saw that the village chief was there too, so she decided to talk to him. She said to the village chief, "My little granddaughter has grown some seeds and planted some seedlings. I want to ask if the people in our village want them. If they want them, they can buy them with a few copper coins. After all, These are the seeds that my granddaughter brought back herself, so it doesn't matter if they don't want them. The village chief slapped his thigh when he heard this. Those were the seeds that little Fuxing had grown. Who knows what they can grow? Of course they are needed. Who is short of these copper coins? He said to Old Lady Sue. Okay, then you can leave a little more for my family, and I will go door to door in the village to ask. If you need it, we will go to your house to get it later. Old Lady Sue nodded repeatedly when she heard this. Okay, it will be 5 cents a bunch. Come and get it later. I will leave some for you. The village chief nodded when he heard this, but after Old Lady Sue left, the village chief's wife frowned. Old man, isn't 5 cents a bunch of seedlings a bit expensive? The village chief shook his head. Do you think these are ordinary seedlings? Although the old lady didn't say what kind of seedlings they are, we will know when we go back. I guess since it is said that the seedlings were made by Xiao Fuxing, they must not be ordinary seedlings. Moreover, it is so hot now, and the seedlings that should be planted have already been planted. These seeds that were made must be rare things when they are planted. The village chief's wife nodded repeatedly when she heard this. Soon the news spread throughout the village, and almost every household was curious about what kind of vegetable seedlings these were. When every household sent 1 or 2 people to Old Lady Sue's vegetable field, everyone looked at the small pepper seedlings curiously. Su Yao stood aside and said to the villagers, I bought this for my grandfather in town. I heard that they were sold in other countries, so I bought them all. I wanted to ask the villagers if anyone wants this kind of seedlings. If you want, just spend a few copper coins to buy it. This kind of seedlings is called peppers. Peppers can be used to cook vegetables and they taste spicy. Everyone understood after hearing this. It turned out to be those seasonings. It's the same as onions and garlic. Some families hesitated at this time. This is 5 copper coins. Seeing Old Lady Sue tie these seedlings together with a very thin rope. It looks like there are only a dozen at most, and they are sold for 5 cents. Some families were not very happy to buy it, and turned around and left. But most of the people in the village bought a small handful. It was also a face-saving thing for Old Lady Sue. After all, Old Lady Sue asked everyone if they wanted to buy. So they should buy some. But what they didn't know is that after growing peppers, the 5 cents brought them many times the profit. And those who left without looking back now, how much regret they would have. Old Lady Sue distributed small bundles of pepper seedlings to everyone. Everyone took a bundle and basically handed Old Lady Sue 5 cents consciously. When all the villagers left, Old Lady Sue directly pocketed a bag of copper coins. She took a look at Guaibao and saw that there was still some dirt on Su Yao's little face. Old Lady Sue wiped her with her sleeves, but she didn't know that the more she wiped, the more dirty it became. It turned into a little cat. Ha ha ha, my Guaibao is getting cuter and cuter. Su Yao thought her grandmother was praising herself, and she didn't know that her image at this time was just like a little cat. For the whole morning, Old Lady Sue was fiddling with the pepper seedlings in her vegetable garden. She even called her old man to plant all the peppers in the reclaimed land. Su Yao was in her yard, eating popsicles and sitting lazily on the sofa. At this time, Fei Fei came to Su Yao. Su Yao looked at the big fat rabbit that was several circles bigger than before. She couldn't help but gesture, thinking that if the big fat rabbit grew longer, she could ride the fat rabbit and wander around the village. At this time, Fei Fei felt her master stroking her fur, and she was enjoying it. She felt that she was her master's favorite. Unlike the little bison, it was still running happily in the backyard. Thinking that her master liked her so much, would she not be stingy with the delicious water? She shouted to Su Yao, Master, shouldn't you order some delicious water for me? Su Yao heard Fei Fei say this. Without hesitation, she found a small bowl for Fei Fei at home and poured some spiritual spring water into it. The little Fei Fei licked it with a slurp. At this time, Fei Fei didn't know what Su Yao was thinking. Su Yao kept saying to herself, Grow up quickly, Fei Fei, so that he can carry his master around in the future. In the next few days, the family tried the recipe for braised meat given by Su Yao a few times. Every time a large pot of braised meat was made, it was eaten up by the family. There was basically nothing left. Every time Grandma Su made it, She felt that she made too much. She thought that if she couldn't finish it, she would put it in the refrigerator, as her good boy said. Who knew that there would be no leftovers? It was not until after dinner that Su Yao mentioned going to the town to sell braised meat again. Grandpa's braised meat is so delicious. Why don't we sell it? Grandma Su heard her good boy say this and shook her head. My dear, if you want to do the braised meat business, that's fine, but we can't be too ambitious. It's better to let your fourth uncle do the herbal tea business. There are more people there, and the money you can make is much more than moving goods. As soon as Mrs. Su finished speaking, Old Man Su nodded. Yes, my dear. For the two old people, selling herbal tea is already a considerable income. At least it is much better than the eldest and second son moving goods. Su Yao just thinks that the money of rich people, women and children is the easiest to earn. For example, those movers at the dock earn so little hard-earned money all day long. How can they bear to spend it lavishly? So, I thought it would be better to sell braised meat in the town, and there is a special snack street there. The stalls cost some money, but there is a large flow of people, and they can buy there all day long. Su Yao looked at her grandfather and said, Grandpa, think about it. Any child from a slightly wealthy family goes to school in the city. The academy is close to the snack street, and those children will definitely go to the street to buy food after school. Think about it, ours tastes good. The fragrance can spread far away. I believe those children will definitely be willing to buy it. Old Man Su sighed when he heard his darling say that. My dear, how much money can these children have? Su Yao heard her grandfather's worried words and continued to argue. But there are people coming and going in the snack street, and we can sell from morning to night. And the fixed stalls have a large flow of people. The business of selling herbal tea will not stop, so let fourth uncle continue to sell it. Old Man Su looked at his own darling with an anxious look and sighed. Just as his little granddaughter said, but the stall still costs money. After all, it makes sense to think about it. If the recipe is not tried by the master, the kid will definitely not be happy. Especially the ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum that are sold, which are sold for hundreds of taels at once. Suddenly selling herbal tea, a bowl, is only 2 cents. So the darling thinks that this is too little. In fact, farmers, let alone earning more than 100 cents a day. Basically, they can earn more than 31 is already very good. It's just that the dock is busy recently, so they need people. Otherwise, they may not need people in normal times. So for farmers like them, it's a blessing to have a job. How can they complain about not making enough money? Su Yao then told her father about the things she would need tomorrow. The main thing is to use a small bamboo tube. The bamboo tube is the bamboo section by section, cut into half. After polishing it, it can be used to hold things. You also need to buy a lot of oil paper bags, which are sold in grocery stores. A dreamless night, and waited until the next morning. Su Yao took out a lot of marinade packets directly from the space. She also asked her grandmother to take out all the pig's feet, pig's head, and pig's intestines that had been prepared in the freezer to thaw. Then she braised all these things at once and put them in a wooden barrel to cool. She also prepared a lot of different vegetables and braised them all. Old Mrs. Su looked at what her good baby took out. 1,000 sheets of skin, cauliflower, enoki mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms. These things were basically never seen before. As they took out all these things, the sky gradually brightened. Su the old man was in a hurry when his dear was directing him. If he couldn't sell all the meat, the whole family would have to eat it until the end of time. Especially the pig heads, which were braised directly. 2 big pig heads. Old Man Su took Su Lao Da, Su Lao Air, and Su Lao Sand to fix all these things on the ox cart. He also took all the bamboo tubes prepared yesterday night. In ancient times, some people sold food with oil paper, while others used lotus leaves. Basically, they wrapped the food with oil paper, tied it with rope, and then gave it to customers. However, many people sold oil paper with small profits and quick turnover. This oil paper is not too expensive, but the more you can save, the better. On the way, Old Man Su asked his dear what price would be more appropriate. Su Yao touched his chin and said, pork head meat is sold for 10 when per serving. Pig intestines are all the same price, and pig trotters are sold for 20 when each. When Old Man Su heard this, his mouth opened wide. The eldest son of the Su family spoke first. My dear, do you know that these 10 coins are enough to buy 5 big meat buns? These pig offal are the cheapest things. Like this pig head and pig feet, they are all worthless goods. How can they be sold so expensively? In their great dynasty, no one really eats pig offal. Basically, the boss who sells meat gives it to others as a gift. Originally, they thought that this portion would only sell for 3 or 4 coins at most, which was already very good. Who knew that his dear baby would ask for 10 coins as soon as he opened his mouth? Old man Su covered his head, thinking that it would be impossible to sell it at such a high price. His dear baby really has the potential to be a black marketeer. Su Yao looked at his father and said, "How can you do business just by calculating the cost of this thing? Just like when we sell braised meat, the expensive thing is not the meat, but the seasoning and labor inside. Otherwise, how can it taste so delicious?" Su Yao didn't think the price was expensive, mainly because so many good seasonings were used. The family was busy for several hours and started to stew it before dawn. It was not until now that it was all ready. Moreover, the tables, chairs, and benches on the ox cart had to be moved up manually. They had to be moved down again when they arrived at the stall, and it took so long to go back and forth. Old man Su thought for a long time and said to Su Yao, "My dear, why don't we sell it for 10 cents first? If no one buys it, we can sell it at a lower price later. Otherwise, there are so many. We can't finish it if we take it back." Su Yao heard her grandfather as cautious look, and she nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, Grandpa. It will definitely sell." Listening to his darling's confident tone, Boss Su couldn't help but feel excited. If all of this is sold out, how much money can be earned? His darling is really capable and can come up with any idea. Recently, people in this village have been spreading rumors everywhere, envying that he has a lucky little daughter. The brother he used to play well with even said that he would exchange his 3 sons for his little daughter. At that time, he was chased and beaten by Boss Su. Old man Su looked at his little granddaughter's worried look. It was not good to pour cold water on her. When they arrived at the town, they found that all the people who set up stalls early in the morning were already in place. Many people had already started shouting. Su Yao looked around and finally chose a good stall at the back of the street. Put the things on the table first. Someone should come to collect the stall fee later. As soon as the stall was set up, seeing an old woman stepped forward. Watching the boss, lifted the wooden barrel lid.
Su Yao was a kung fu.
Before he had time to talk to the man in front of him. Not much. He was very kind. At this moment, a steward dressed up and came to the booth. There are braised pork heads, pork feet, pork intestines, and all kinds of vegetables. Would you like to have one to try first? The housekeeper frowned when he heard this. It turned out that the country people were selling these things, and they were all things that others would not eat. The most important thing is that the pork heads are fine. The key is that these pig intestines are only used by people who are so poor that they can't even afford to eat. And they're vegetarian dishes, and I don't understand what the things that the baby pointed to just now are. But it does smell very fragrant. Su Yao looked at the person hesitating and immediately said, "How about I cut a piece for you first and let you try it first? If it doesn't taste good, you don't buy it. If it tastes good, how about another one?" Looking at the baby voice of the little guy, he nodded. "Then today, I'd like to try your food and see if it's different from others. Why does it smell so fragrant?" Su Yao winked at her father. Boss Su quickly cut a piece of pork head and passed it to the man with a skewer. They had already discussed it last night. To sell this thing, you must prepare more bamboo sticks and let others taste it first. Some rich people don't want to eat this thing, so you can let them taste it first and buy it if it tastes good. The housekeeper frowned. He put the pork head meat on the bamboo stick into his mouth. He originally thought it would be unpalatable, but he didn't expect it to taste so good. His eyes lit up immediately. "Boss, I don't want your pig's trotters and pig intestines, but this pork head meat is really good.
Give me a whole plate."
Hearing this, Boss Su nodded repeatedly, picked a piece of fat and lean meat, and cut it for the man in front of him. The man asked Boss Su, "How much is this pork head meat?" Su Yao shouted in a baby voice, 10 cents. When the housekeeper heard 10 cents, he thought that this family was selling it a bit expensive. Although it tasted good, this pork head meat was the cheapest. A pig's head doesn't cost much, and such a small portion dared to sell for 10 cents. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Su Yao's baby voice rang again. Uncle, don't think it's expensive. It's all marinated with the finest medicinal herbs. It's not the pork head meat that's expensive, but the finest medicinal herbs. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to taste such good pork head meat, right? What else could the housekeeper do when he heard this? He blocked what he wanted to say. He nodded. This pork head meat is indeed better than those delicacies from land and sea. If we can have 2 taels of white wine, it will be a great pleasure in life. Boss Su chopped the pork head meat and asked the man in front of him, Sir, do you want to take it away or eat it here? The man thought about it and sat down at the table directly, then eat here. Thinking of this, he looked at the wine shop not far away and thought about going over to get some more wine. Su Yao shouted to her father, Dad, you shout. Tell them that the fresh food here can be tasted before buying. If it's not delicious, it's free.
Tell them not to miss it if they pass by.
Old man Su nodded on the side. Big brother, you shout quickly. I'll come over here. Big brother Su looked at the family and squeezed himself to the side. He couldn't help but dig his toes into the ground, and he really couldn't shout. Finally, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. It was difficult to say at the beginning, but gradually became more relaxed later. When the people passing by heard that they could taste it for free, they immediately squeezed over. Some people saw that it was actually pig head meat and pig intestines. One by one, they wanted to leave immediately, but thought that it was free after all. It smelled good, and it might be delicious. Su Yao was on the side, chatting with these villagers. All the braised meat in my house is braised with the best seasonings and herbs. It tastes absolutely great, and it's nutritious. The first few villagers who tasted it felt that it tasted very good and asked Old Man Su, How much is it? Old Man Su said, 10 cents per serving. These people immediately took a breath of cold air. These 10 cents can buy a lot of things. No matter how delicious it is, they think it's not worth it and they turn around and leave one by one. Old Man Su looked at these people like this, and he immediately became nervous. If it's sold at a lower price, will it keep a lot of people? Su Yao doesn't care. Her target group is not these people. Soon the second order of business began to come. It was an old lady dressed. Judging from her appearance, she should have just come out of a wealthy family, and she was carrying a big basket in her hand. The old lady came to the stall and said, Hey, what are you selling? I can smell the fragrance from far away. Old Man Su said quickly, We sell braised meat. All the braised meat is freshly baked and tastes so good. Su Yao added, These are all made with the best spices. When the old lady heard this, she wondered if there was pepper in it. Pepper was popular in the whole capital, but it was very expensive. She looked at the pig head meat in the wooden barrel and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Could it be that this delicacy that can be smelled from 2 miles away is the pig head meat that others despise? Old Man Su took a small bamboo stick and skewered a large piece of braised meat. He handed it to the old lady standing in front of a stall. Try it first, then you can buy it. You can't taste our braised meat anywhere else. The old nanny took the bamboo stick handed over by Su Lauda and tasted it first. Her eyes lit up immediately. The taste was really amazing. It was even better than the big fish and meat made by those famous chefs invited from other places. It was really strange. Without asking the price, she waved her hand directly. Give me a few more portions. I will take them back to let the master and mistress at home taste them. The master and mistress of their family have always been very kind. This taste is used as a side dish for the master at home, and the master will definitely like it very much. The old nanny watched Su Lauda cutting, thinking that this portion was too little. This portion doesn't look too much, so give me 20 portions. When Su Lauda heard this, he nodded happily. Please sit down first, it will be ready soon. After saying that, he pointed to the table next to him. Old Man Su's eyes widened at the side. Just this one customer can sell it at a high price of 200 won. This person goes to the dock to move things. 30 won a day. How many days do you have to work to earn 200 won? Su Yao smiled and continued to introduce other dishes to the old lady in front of her. Aunt, try my braised dishes. They taste very good. Let my grandfather send some of these braised dishes to you later. The old lady couldn't help laughing when she heard the little baby calling her aunt.
Ha, you're so sweet.
I can be your grandmother at this age. How can I still call me aunt? Okay, if you say it's delicious, then I'll try it. The wrinkles on the old lady's face were smiling, one after another. First, she tasted a mushroom, and then she tasted some enoki mushrooms and thousand sheets. It feels that every taste is particularly delicious, and the most important thing is that this is not a vegetable. It's completely food that I have never seen before. Su Yao introduced the vegetables to the old lady in front of her. Aunt, this is called shiitake mushrooms, which can only be found in the mountains. And the nutritional value is very high. This is called enoki mushrooms. And this is a soy product made from soybeans called qianzhong. The old lady listened to the little guy's baby voice, shaking her head and introducing these fresh foods. With a wave of her hand, she asked for a lot of each. Old man Su felt that after the old woman in front of him bought it, the vegetables on his stall were basically cleared by her alone. Originally, he wanted to buy a little less of these vegetables and take them to sell to see if they could be sold. Who knew that she would buy them all? After the old lady paid the money and left, many more people came one after another. Basically, they were all rich people on this street. Some people who often liked to eat snacks. Most of them sat on stools to eat. One by one, they thought it was delicious. When they lined up to buy again, they found that they were gone. Old Man Su and Old Master Su had already started packing up their stalls, and at this moment the person who was collecting the stall fees came hurriedly. You're new here, right? The stall fee is also 10 coins. If you want to set up a stall for a long time, 100 coins a month will be enough. Old Man Su nodded repeatedly when he heard this, and finally decided to set up a stall for a long time. He paid 100 coins directly, and the person who was collecting the stalls was very happy. After all, the stalls on their street were not fixed, and most people came to pay for the day. The people in front of him wanted to see what his family was selling, and found that there was no idea what was in the buckets. It was all sold out. Seeing that these people had already started to pack up, he looked at the sky again. You can only sell for 1 or 2 hours at most. Old Man Su nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Yes, I just came and made less today. The main purpose is to try if anyone likes it. The person who collected the stall fees nodded when he heard this. Come tomorrow and leave it for me. I want to try this flavor too. I just heard people discussing it on the road. They said the dishes you sell here are the best to go with wine. And they said they taste very good. Old Man Su nodded repeatedly when he heard this man say that. Okay, I'll leave more for you tomorrow. The person who collected the stall fee left with satisfaction. After Old Man Su packed up all the stalls, many people came over, but they all ran away. One of the chubby housekeepers said to Old Man Su, Boss, why don't you leave some for us tomorrow? Otherwise it would be a pity if we come too late and it's gone. I bought some back just now, and the master liked it so much that he asked me to come and buy some more. Old Man Su looked at the excited man and said, Okay, I'll get a little more tomorrow. Su Yao said on the side, Are you making a reservation first? When the housekeeper heard the little girl's voice, he couldn't help but come to Su Yao and wanted to touch her head. Su Yao leaned to the side. The man looked at the little girl's appearance and couldn't help laughing. Leave more for me. This is the money for the reservation. Take it first. After saying that, he paid the silver to Old Man Su. Old Man Su originally wanted to wave his hand, but Su Yao pulled her grandfather's sleeve. Thank you, uncle. Please come early tomorrow. After the man left, Su Yao said to Old Man Su, It's equivalent to letting them pay the silver and make a reservation in advance. So we can keep it for him, otherwise if we keep it and he can't come, how long will we have to wait to go? Old Man Su nodded. His little granddaughter was really smart. Okay, you're a little smart guy.
Su Yao laughed.
Old Man Su asked Old Master Su to wait here. He wanted to carry his darling to the vegetable market to buy pork heads. The 2 pig heads in the house had been used up, and there were no more pig trotters and pig intestines. Old Man Su took Su Yao to the vegetable market. The old nanny who had just bought pork heads came into the mansion carrying large bags. As soon as she put the things in the kitchen, her master sneaked into the kitchen. But the master didn't see the housekeeper at all, but searched everywhere. The nanny stood aside, looking at her master, and suddenly said, "Master, what did you lose?" The master heard someone speak and looked back. Seeing that it was his own housekeeper, he breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death when you suddenly spoke," the master said, touching his chest. He looked at the housekeeper for a long time before speaking. "It's nothing. I just came to see what you're going to do at noon. I came here specifically to ask for something nice to cook for lunch. Madam has been busy lately, so please cook a few more dishes." When the housekeeper heard her master say this, she quickly replied yes. But then she thought, the master often came to this kitchen to find food. Moreover, her master was an official appointed by the court, although his official position was very low. But no matter what, he still had to attend the morning court every day. He left so early in the morning and basically came back only now, so he must be hungry. Before the old nanny could ask if the master wanted to eat something, she saw the master in front of her sniffing and felt the fragrance coming to her nose. The master said to the housekeeper, "Why is there a fragrance so early?" "It's too early to make lunch." The housekeeper quickly pushed the food she bought to the master, reporting to the master, "This is what I bought on the street. And it seems that the family should have just set up a stall. Business is very good and it smells delicious, so I bought it back and wanted to let the master and the mistress try it." The nanny in front of her didn't dare to say that she had tasted it first. After all, what the adults hate most is that these servants say that they have eaten it first. The most important thing is that people don't know whether it is from their portion, and this portion is tasted separately. The most important thing is that the nanny has thought it through, and the taste is really amazing. The key is that it is pork head meat. What if the master gets angry? Then she will have a reason to shirk responsibility, saying that she thought it was braised meat. She didn't know it was pork head meat at all. So she didn't pay attention and promised not to buy it next time. When the master heard what the nanny in front of him said, he first looked at the large and small oil paper bags.
Finally, he sighed.
"Okay, you go down first. I'll take it to the ladies' room and let the lady try it later." The housekeeper nodded repeatedly when she heard this. She didn't understand that the master said to take it to the ladies' room and let the lady taste it. It still went into her stomach. Look at his stomach, gurgling as he swallowed his saliva. His master was the most face-conscious, and there were many rules in the mansion every day. He said that if you miss the meal, you can't eat. This was especially true for the young masters. The master himself couldn't control his stomach, and if he ate outside of mealtime, he didn't want the servants to see it. As soon as the housekeeper left, the man couldn't wait to open the oil paper package. As soon as he opened it, the fragrance hit him. He took a plate from the kitchen and put it in, then took a piece to taste it. It tasted really good. Fatty, but not greasy. Melts in your mouth. The taste was simply better than the palace banquet he had the honor of attending before. It was even better than the braised pork made by the chef there. Then the master ate enthusiastically in the kitchen alone. I completely forgot about it. I was thinking about taking some back for my wife to taste together. The housekeeper outside the door was always complaining wildly in her heart. This master can't even act well. No wonder others say that the master is often bullied by other adults in the court. He doesn't have a brain and deserves to have no career. Look, my master just told me that he would go back to my wife's room to feed her, but he ate happily in the kitchen alone. Because of the master's face, I have to guard near the kitchen for him. Don't rush into the kitchen if there are any blind people. Su Yao followed her grandfather to the vegetable market. Old man Su seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and looked at Su Yao and said, "The children are not out of school at noon. I didn't expect that we sold all the food here." Su Yao nodded. "Grandpa, you can make a little more tomorrow. Then we will see if the children are willing to eat it. We will know how much we should make every day in the future." Hearing this, old man Su nodded repeatedly. His darling was so young, but he had to do so many things. Old man Su looked at a shirtless butcher who was shouting while selling pork. He stepped forward and asked, "Do you still have these pig heads and offal?" The butcher looked puzzled and asked, "What do you want these pig heads and offal for? They are not delicious." The boss thought that no matter how poor a person was, He would not buy a big pig head. If he bought a big pig head, he might as well cut 2 pounds of pork belly. So the boss kindly reminded, don't look at the big pig head, but the meat is not that much. You can buy 2 pounds of pork belly with this money. Old Man Su shook his head. Thank you for the reminder, boss. We bought it to make braised meat and sell it. If you have it, keep it for us every day, and we will come to get it in the afternoon. When the boss heard this, he frowned immediately. What did you say? This pig head can still be sold. You are not going to sell the pig offal as well. How can anyone eat it when it stinks? If those rich people get sick from it, you can't come to me. It has nothing to do with me. Old Man Su laughed. Boss, don't worry. I'm not that kind of person. After Old Man Su said so, the boss nodded. He sold the remaining big pig head to Old Man Su and also sold a few pig offal. Old Man Su saw that only 1 pig head was not enough. He quickly found 2 more families. When Old Man Su wanted to buy more, he was stopped by Su Yao. Grandpa, if we buy too much this time, it won't be worth much. This is already twice as much as yesterday. What Su Yao was thinking was that there was only 1 stall for now. When the business was good, she could set up 2 stalls and let her family sell in 2 places. Now there was only 1 stall, and she wanted to make a name for herself in this town. Old Man Su listened to his granddaughter and agreed. When they returned to Boss Su and planned to leave together, Boss Su was a little confused. Judging from their business today, they would probably need more tomorrow. My dear, why did you only buy so little? We can still sell it at the school gate tomorrow. Today we didn't have time to wait until the students from the college got out of school, and we sold out long ago. Su Yao looked at Boss Su and said, some things are more rare the harder you get them. If all these people get tired of eating them all at once, how can business be good in the future? Listening to what his darling said, Boss Su covered his chest. He kept complaining in his heart. This could sell more and make more money. But he also knew what his daughter meant. After all, things are valuable because they are rare. If they are allowed to eat enough at one time, how can they be rare at all? Several people then happily rushed home, and after returning, they put the money they earned on the table. Old Mrs. Su's eyes were full of light. She never thought that it would be sold out in such a short time. It was only a short while later that the old ladies at the head of Talu village started chatting. Did you see it? The old Su family took Xiao Fuxing to the city to sell what's called braised meat. It must have taken a long time to go back and forth. The 4 large wooden barrels were all sold out in such a short time. Just now when they walked over here, I saw that they bought a few big pig heads. It seems that the business is very good. Another woman nodded. Yes, but I don't know what the braised meat tastes like. Why don't we go buy some and try it? The village head's wife shook her head. They are all from the same village. We may not have enough to sell, so let them go to the city to sell. When they have some left, we can buy more. One of the uncles listened to the village head's wife and looked unhappy. Aunt, what you said is not right. The old Su family sells to others, and they sell to our village as well. Besides, we don't miss their money. Another woman next to her also echoed. Yes. They are all from the same village, and they need money to buy it back. So we just give them as much as they sell it to others. The village head's wife listened to them and sighed. You talk lightly, it's just a little meat. If they say politely that they don't charge money, do you know how much it costs? How much should we give? The old man's face was full of disdain at this time. How much can the pork head and pig offal cost? At most 1 or 2 cents. At this moment, a young woman holding a child passed by. Hearing what they said, she couldn't help but sneered. I say, Uncle Zhao, what are you thinking? I heard from the child's father that the old Su family sells it for 10 cents a portion in the city. And that portion is very small. It's gone in 3 or 2 mouthfuls. If you give people 1 or 2 cents, you still want a big bowl. As soon as he finished speaking, the others burst into laughter. When they laughed enough, they reacted. 10 cents for a small portion, my God. This is too much money. How much is that pig offal? I see that the old Su family is getting more and more prosperous. The old Su family is busy here. Old Mrs. Su directed her 2 daughters-in-law to wash the pig's offal and pig's head inside and out. Then they started to stew them. Old Man Su was in the yard. puffing on his pipe. When old Mrs. Su came out after finishing her work, she was pulled aside by old man Su. Old woman, I think our family has made a lot of money, so why not marry a wife to the third and fourth sons first? She can also help with the housework, and the fourth son is not young anymore. When our family really makes more money in the future, others will definitely come to curry favor with us. I don't want such a person to come in. By then, he will be a troublemaker, or like the third son's wife in front, he will go to her parents' house to steal things. By then, the family will be in turmoil, and it will be very annoying. Old Mrs. Su nodded when she heard this. Okay, I'll go and ask around later. I heard that there are matchmakers in the 2 villages ahead of us. I'll go talk to the matchmaker and see if there are any good girls in the surrounding area to match the third and fourth sons. Su Yao was playing with Fei Fei on the side when she heard what her grandpa and grandma were discussing. She immediately poked her head out and ran over. Are you going to other villages to find a matchmaker? Grandma, take Yao Yao with you. Yao Yao wants to go too. Su Yao was really curious about what the matchmaker looked like. When she watched TV dramas before, the matchmaker always had a mole on her mouth. She really wanted to see if it was all real. Grandma Su smiled and pointed at Su Yao's little head. You are a clever little kid. You've been busy in the town for so long, and you don't feel tired running around. You still have to go to other places with Grandma. Su Yao nodded, not tired, looking for wives for the third and fourth uncles. Old Mrs. Su and Old Man Su laughed out loud. Not far away, Old Fourth Su blushed and quietly returned to his room. Fei Fei was held under Su Yao's armpit, with the whole body of a big fat rabbit hanging out. Fei Fei felt so uncomfortable. It took her owner a long time to remember to put her on the ground. Su Yao pinched her arm and sighed. Fei Fei, you are so heavy. I don't know what you have eaten recently. Why do I feel that you are getting heavier? Did your grandma secretly give you delicious food? Fei Fei couldn't help but wipe his face when he heard Su Yao say that. The old lady gave him nothing but grass leaves every day. If it weren't for the spiritual spring water in the master's space, how could he grow so fast? Old Mrs. Su went back to her room first and found a newer dress to change into. She couldn't wear the tattered clothes she was wearing when she was going to arrange the marriage for the third and fourth sons. Su Yao's clothes were always very good. No matter which one they were beautiful, and there was no possibility of patches. Watching her grandmother change clothes, Su Yao went out of the yard of her home. She came to the vegetable garden to see the pepper seedlings. It felt that the pepper seedlings were different every day and grew very fast. The heads were so tall. There were even 2 that had opened a few white flowers. Feng Yulian looked at her darling, squatting in the vegetable garden. She couldn't help but be naughty, ran up to her, and whispered to scare the little girl. Su Yao sat down in the vegetable garden. When she turned around, she saw her mother with a smirk on her face, and she couldn't help but puffed her cheeks. Mom, why did you learn bad things too? It must be Dad who taught you, Feng Yulian looked at her darling's angry look and couldn't help rubbing her little head. She picked up Su Yao from the ground. What's wrong with my darling? Are you angry? Mom is just joking with you. Don't be angry. Su Yao was held in Feng Yulian's arms, and her little head was nudged into her mother's arms. Mom, I'm going to go with Grandma to find a wife for my third and fourth uncles. Feng Yulian nodded when she heard this. Su Yao nudged her little head into Feng Yulian's arms, unwilling to come out. Grandma asked in a hoarse voice, Mom, why don't you come with us? Just to give the third and fourth uncles a look. Feng Yulian looked at this good baby with expectation. Okay, I'll tell your grandma to go and have a look later. Ma Chunhua heard it not far away and wanted to go with her. But when she thought of the meat in the pot, she had to wait for it to be taken out and cooled. If she followed, there would be no one to help watch the fire. Thinking of this, she shut up. Anyway, she would see it sooner or later, so it didn't matter for a while. After Mrs. Su changed her clothes, she saw her granddaughter's muddy pants. She couldn't help but frowned. Feng Yulian looked at the little expression of her mother-in-law looking at her daughter and hurriedly carried Su Yao to the room. After changing a new set of clothes, she carried Su Yao out of the door. Mrs. Su said to Feng Yulian. It's better for you to go. This little guy is very heavy. I, an old woman, can't hold her anymore. Su Yao nestled in Feng Yulian's arms, revealing her little head and grinning at her grandma. Old Mrs. Su originally wanted to call her eldest son to drive the carriage, but then she thought that the village was not far away. She also thought of what her old man said. When looking for a daughter-in-law, the main thing is to find a gentle and virtuous one. Not the kind of person who is obsessed with her own property and goes to her parents' home to steal things. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to marry her. After thinking it through, she took the lead and walked towards the village entrance. Feng Yulian followed behind her mother-in-law, still holding Yao Yao. Not long after walking out of the village, she felt her arms a little sore. Su Yao insisted on getting down and walking by herself. Old Mrs. Su wanted to take Su Yao. Su Yao shook her head. Grandma, I walk very fast too. Let's go together. Looking at her darling stubborn look, old lady Su had no choice but to compromise. The two of them couldn't help but slow down their pace, fearing that Su Yao couldn't keep up. They didn't walk until they reached the next village, just when they arrived at the village entrance. They saw old and young, all sitting under the big locust tree at the entrance of the village. I don't know what they were chatting about, especially the old lady, who basically gathered in groups of 3 or 4, and her mouth was never idle. Su Yao couldn't help but sweat on her forehead. Sure enough, no matter where you go, the intelligence organization at the entrance of the village is still very active. Feng Yulian stepped forward and said to one of the old ladies, Annie, may I ask if there's a matchmaker in our village? I heard people say that there is a matchmaker in this village. The old lady nodded when she heard this. You are talking about matchmaker, Ma. Come on, I'll take you there now. The old lady was very enthusiastic and introduced old lady Su and Feng Yulian to the village. Su Yao looked around the village as soon as she entered. She felt that the houses in this village were basically made of mud walls. Most of the houses were not as good as the houses that the village had reclaimed and rebuilt. It might be because these houses are old, so they look even more dilapidated. The lady who led the way turned left and right and came to a house that was a little off the beaten track and knocked on the wooden door. Sister Ma, are you home? Someone is here to propose marriage to you. An old woman in the yard heard someone shouting outside and opened the door quickly. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Debao Nyang from next door with an old lady she didn't know, and a young woman who was holding a baby in her arms. The girl was obviously well raised. Not only was she fair and tender, but she was also chubby. The material on her body was also made of the finest fine cotton cloth. Which family would be so kind to a little girl these days? This family must be well off. But when he saw what the old lady was wearing, he couldn't help but frown. Although there were no patches on her clothes, it was indeed made of the worst coarse cloth. The stitches were not dense, so it must have been hand-sewn by herself. Come on, come in and sit down. After Matchmaker Ma led old lady Su and the others into the courtyard, she brought in a square table and stools. Matchmaker Ma hurriedly poured some water and gave each of them a large cup of water. Then she sat down and shouted to Debao Nyang, I'm busy here first. I'll come to your place later. The woman nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Okay, I just have something to do. I'll go back first, and you guys can talk. After saying this, the man strode out of the yard. Before leaving, he even closed the door considerately. She knew that Sister Ma was always very loyal. If anyone introduced business to her, they would more or less give her something in the end. She was better off being faster than those women at the entrance of the village. Otherwise, wouldn't the benefit fall on someone else? Haha. Matchmaker Ma looked at Debao Nyang, who had already left the yard, and then turned her head. She said to old lady Su, Are you looking for a blind date for your son, or are you looking for someone for your daughter? Old lady Su said to Matchmaker Ma, I have 2 more sons at home, and I want to find them with a blind date. My 4th son is only 18 this year, and he looks pretty good. Our family is not divided yet, and you know that the parents are not going to divide the family. But the family conditions are not bad. At least she won't have trouble affording food after marrying in. In this day and age, having enough food to eat should be good enough. In addition, my third son may require you to take more care of him. When matchmaker Ma heard the old lady say that she needed to take more care of the third son, she thought that there must be something wrong with the third son. She didn't dare to ask directly, but continued to look at old lady Sue. Then she heard old lady Sue continue to say, "My third son looks okay, but he is a little older. I'm afraid it will be difficult for this young girl to get married for the first time." The third son had married a wife before, but he divorced that woman later. He doesn't have any children. If a girl from another family marries here, she will definitely not be treated badly. When matchmaker Ma heard this, she realized that the man was married but divorced. This was a little difficult to deal with. If the family had money, there would be many girls willing to marry him. But if the family told the old lady that they could only have enough food to eat, that would be a bit difficult. Old Mrs. Sue also did not explain the situation of her family clearly. If she had said that she had a large blue brick and tile house, the matchmaker would have smiled and would have immediately introduced 10 or 8 candidates to her 2 sons to look at first. Matchmaker Ma thought about it and shook her head. "Your youngest son seems to be easy to find, but your eldest son is indeed a little old, so he can be found." When old Mrs. Sue heard this, she said quickly, "Please look for him. It's okay to let the youngest son get married first, and the third son is not in a hurry." Matchmaker Ma nodded when she heard this. Old lady Sue quickly took out the purse that she had prepared long ago from her sleeve and handed it over. When matchmaker Ma weighed it, she found that there must be quite a few copper coins in it. Old lady Sue had already inquired about the market situation in advance, so she gave 30 copper coins on purpose. She thought that if it worked out, she would give another 200 or 300 copper coins. Normally, she would give about 20 copper coins as hard work money. If the matchmaking is not successful later, these copper coins cannot be taken back. But if the matchmaker succeeds, then she will have to give another 100 or 200 copper coins as a thank you money. Old lady Sue has thought about it. As long as the introduction is good, it will not be a problem to give matchmaker Ma a little more. Old lady Sue said to matchmaker Ma, "Thank you for your concern about this matter. If you succeed in this matter, I will give you 300 or 400 coins as matchmaking money. Please help me find a girl. As long as the girl has good character and a simple family, it will be fine." The matchmaker Ma laughed when she heard this. Okay, I'll take care of this. Just give me an address, and if I find someone suitable, I'll bring her over to your house to show you." When old lady Sue heard this, she agreed again and again. After the 2 of them exchanged greetings, old lady Sue carried Sue Yao away. Sue Yao couldn't help scratching her head. Why hadn't she thought of this? How could she find a wife for her 3rd and 4th uncles right away? She still had to let the matchmaker look for one more time. Why did she think she could see someone right away? Alas, it was a wasted trip. When Sue Yao originally heard her grandmother talking, she also wanted to persuade her. After all, if the family conditions are average, the girl introduced by others is also of average conditions. Now that her family is not short of money, she must find a better one for her 3rd and 4th uncles. But thinking that her grandmother must have her own plans, she did not say much. Old Mrs. Sue didn't know what her own baby was thinking. In her heart, farmers should find farmers. Besides, her family has money, but it is also her little granddaughter's. How can I let others think about it? Then I can use my own money to subsidize my mother's family. If I don't give it, the family will quarrel. It's better to find an honest and decent farm girl. After old Mrs. Sue came back, the family was almost busy. First, she had a quick meal, and then the village head's wife brought a few villagers to the old Sue family. As soon as these people entered the door, the village head followed in from behind. When old man Sue saw the village chief coming, he hurried out to greet him. "What's the matter?" The village chief saw old man Sue and hurriedly said, "The pepper seedlings I got from your house before are amazing. Now they are blooming small white flowers, and I don't know what the green fruits are for." One of the old women pulled old lady Sue and said, "My little grandson was greedy for this thing just now. There happened to be a green fruit, and he picked it directly and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he cried until now, and his face was covered with snot and tears, and he was still crying at home. I came here just to ask if this fruit is poisonous? Su Yao couldn't help but be surprised when she heard this. These peppers grow really fast. Before she and her grandmother went out, she took a look and found that some pepper seedlings had already bloomed. Could it be that in such a short time, they have already produced small peppers? How could old lady Su know what was going on with this fruit? She hurriedly looked at Su Yao, who was standing aside. Su Yao stood up and explained, "This thing can't be eaten raw, but it's okay to eat it raw. It's just spicy at most. This is called chili pepper, which is mainly used for cooking just like the onion and we eat." The woman nodded repeatedly after hearing this. After all, or onion tastes spicy. The villagers who followed by the side mainly wanted to hear what was going on, because the dozen chili seedlings they planted also produced green fruits. They were mainly worried about whether it was poisonous. If it was really poisonous, they didn't care. Can it be used for cooking after the fruit is produced? If it is poisonous, it must be eradicated. After all, everyone is children, and they are all very naughty. If something goes wrong after eating, it won't work. Now I heard that it is, at most, a little spicy. The village head's wife knew it was a misunderstanding, so she breathed a sigh of relief. After a few more greetings, the villagers left. When the village chief was about to leave, he was stopped by Old Man Su. "Wait a minute, village chief. I have something to tell you." The village chief stopped when he heard Old Man Su calling him. Then Old Lady Su went to the kitchen and cut a lot of braised meat. She put it in a big bowl and brought it out. "Village chief, this is the new food made by our family. Take some back and try it." Old Man Su nodded and said, "Yes, it's a snack to go with wine. It tastes very good."
Try it.
The village chief naturally refused. But seeing that the two old men were determined to give it to him, it was not easy to refuse. Thinking that if there was anything he needed help from his family in the future, he would help more at that time. Especially when I heard from the villagers that the braised meat sold by the old Su family was quite expensive. I really don't know how much such a big bowl would cost. The village head's wife said, "Oh, this is absolutely not possible. How much money will it cost? Let's keep it and sell it. We farmers don't need to eat these things. If you're greedy, just buy some meat." Old Mrs. Su said, "Ouch. Old sister, what are you talking about? These are just some pig heads and pig offal, which are worthless. We sell them at a higher price outside because they are more troublesome to make. Do and think it's worthless. Take it back and let the children have a taste. If you still push it to me, you don't treat me as your own. When you helped our family before, I didn't refuse." The village head's wife nodded after hearing this. "Thank you, old sister." Then she rushed home with the big bowl of braised meat. After returning home, she found the biggest bowl in her family and poured the big bowl of braised meat into it. He washed the bowl again and again, and then asked his grandson to deliver it to the Su family. In the evening, when Su Lao San and Su Lao Si came back from buying herbal tea, Old Man Su put all the money he earned today on the table. Then Su Lao Si counted it first, and they earned 160 coins from selling herbal tea today. Old Man Su poured the pile of copper coins on the table. "Your mother and I have counted the braised meat sold today, a total of 1 tael and 40 coins. Su Yao looked at the copper coins one by one and poked them. Old Mrs. Su grabbed a handful of copper coins from the pile and put them in Su Yao's pocket. "My dear, go with your father and others to sell braised meat tomorrow. If there are any snacks you like, you can buy them yourself then."